The Memoirs of the Conquistador Bernal Díaz del Castillo. Vol. 1. Conquest of Mexico and New Spain. Chapter 1. The time of my departure from Castile, and what further happened to me. In the year 1514 I departed from Castile in the suite of Pedro Arias de Avila, who had just then been appointed governor of Terra Firma. At sea we had sometimes bad and sometimes good weather, until we arrived at Nombre Dios, where the plague was raging. Of this we lost many of our men, and most of us got terrible sores on our legs, and were otherwise ill. Soon after our arrival, dissensions arose between the governor and a certain wealthy cavalier, named Vasco Núñez de Balboa, who had brought this province to subjection, and was married to one of the daughters of Avila. As, however, suspicion had been excited against him, owing to a plan he had formed of making a voyage to the South Sea at his own expense, for which he required a considerable body of troops. His own father-in-law deposed him and afterward sentenced him to decapitation. While we were spectators of all this, and saw, moreover, how other soldiers rebelled against their superior officers, we learnt that the island of Cuba had just been conquered, and that a nobleman of Cuellar, named Diego Velázquez, was appointed governor there. Upon this news some of us met together, cavaliers and soldiers, all persons of quality who had come with Pedro Arias de Avila, and asked his permission to proceed to the island of Cuba. This he readily granted. Not having sufficient employment for so great a number of men as he had brought with him from Spain. Neither was there any further conquest to be made in these parts, all was in profound peace, so thoroughly had his son-in-law Balboa subdued the country, besides which it was but small in extent and thinly populated. As soon, therefore, as we had obtained leave, we embarked in a good vessel and took our departure. Our voyage was most prosperous, so that we speedily arrived at Cuba. The first thing we did was to pay our respects to the governor, who received us with great kindness, and made us a promise of the first Indians that might be discharged. 3 years, however, passed away since our first arrival in Terra Firma and stay at Cuba, still living in the expectation of the Indians which had been promised us, but in vain. During the whole of this time we had accomplished nothing worthy of notice. We therefore, the 110 who had come from Terra Firma, with some others of Cuba, who were also without any Indians, met together to concert measures with a rich cavalier named Francisco Hernandez de Córdoba, who, besides being a person of wealth, possessed great numbers of Indians on the island. This gentleman we chose for our captain. He was to lead us out on voyages for the discovery of new countries, where we might find sufficient employment. We purchased 3 vessels, 2 of which were of considerable burden. The third was given us by the governor, Diego Velázquez, on condition namely, that we should first invade the Guanajas Islands, which lie between Cuba and the Honduras, and bring him thence 3 cargoes of Indians, whom he wanted for slaves. This he would consider as payment for the vessel. We were, however, fully aware that it was an act of injustice which Diego Velázquez thus required at our hands, and gave him for answer, that neither God or the king had commanded us to turn a free people into slaves. When he learnt our determination, he confessed that our project for the discovery of new countries was more praiseworthy, and he furnished us with provisions for our voyage. We had now 3 vessels and a sufficient supply of cassave bread, as it is there made from the juca root. We also purchased some pigs, which cost us 3 pesos apiece. For at that time there were neither cows nor sheep on the island of Cuba. To this I must also add a scanty supply of other provisions, while every soldier took with him some glass beads for barter. We had 3 pilots, of whom the principal one, who had the chief command of our vessels, was called Anton de Alaminos, a native of Palos. The 2 others were, Camacho de Triana, and Juan Alvarez el Manquillo of Huelva. In the same way we hired sailors, and furnished ourselves with ropes, anchors, water casks, and other necessaries for our voyage, all at our own expense and personal risk. After we had met together, in all 110, we departed for a harbor on the north coast of Cuba, called by the natives Ajaruco. The distance from this place to the town of San Cristobal, then recently built, was 24 miles. For the Havana had then only been 2 years in our possession. In order that our squadron might not want for anything really useful, we engaged a priest at the town of San Cristobal. His name was Alonso Gonzalez, and by fair words and promises we persuaded him to join us. We also appointed, in the name of His Majesty, a treasurer, called Bernardino Miguez, a native of St. Domingo Delaware La Calzada. This was done in order that if it pleased God we should discover any new countries, where either gold, silver, or pearls were to be found, there might be amongst us a qualified person to take charge of the fifths for the emperor. After everything had been thus properly ordered and we had heard Mass said, we commended ourselves to God, our Lord Jesus Christ, and the Virgin Mary His blessed Mother, and set out on our voyage, as I shall further relate. Chapter 2. Of the discovery of Yucatan, and the battle we fought there with the natives. We sailed in the year 1517 from the harbor of Jeruco and left the Havana. This harbor lies on the north coast of Cuba, and is so called by the natives. After 12 days' sail we had passed the coast of St. Antonius, which in Cuba is called the country of the Guanadavis, a wild tribe of Indians. We now made for the wide ocean, steering continually towards the west, totally ignorant of the shoals and currents or of the winds which predominate in this latitude. Certainly most hazardous on our part, and indeed we were very soon visited by a terrible storm, which continued 2 days and 2 nights, in which the whole of us had nigh perished. After the storm had abated and we had changed our course, we came in sight of land on the 21st day after our departure from Cuba, which filled every heart with joy and thanks towards God. This country had never been discovered before, nor had any one ever heard of it. From our ships we could perceive a considerable sized town, which lay about 6 miles from the sea shore. On account of its magnitude, and because it was larger than any town in Cuba, we gave it the name of Grand Cairo. We resolved that our smallest vessel should near the shore as much as possible, to learn the nature of the spot and look out for a good anchorage. One morning, the 5th of March, we perceived 5 large canoes full of men coming towards us as swift as their paddles and sails could bring them from the town just mentioned. These canoes were hollowed out of the trunks of large trees, after the manner of our kneading troughs. Many of them were big enough to hold from 40 to 50 Indians. As these Indians approached us in their canoes, we made signs of peace and friendship, beckoning at the same time to them with our hands and cloaks to come up to us that we might speak with them. For at that time there was nobody amongst us who understood the language of Yucatan or Mexico. They now came alongside of us without evincing the least fear, and more than 30 of them climbed on board of our principal ship. We gave them bacon and cassave bread to eat, and presented each with a necklace of green glass beads. After they had for some time minutely examined the ship, the chief, who was a cazique, gave us to understand, by signs, that he wished to get down again into his canoe and return home. But that he would come the next day with many more canoes in order to take us on shore. These Indians wore a kind of cloak made of cotton, and a small sort of apron which hung from their hips halfway down to the knee, which they termed a maltates. We found them more intelligent than the Indians of Cuba, where only the women wear a similar species of apron made of cotton, which hangs down over their thighs, and is called by them a nagua. But to continue my narrative. Very early the morning following, our cazique again called upon us. This time he brought with him 12 large canoes and a number of rowers. He made known to our captain, by signs, that we were good friends and might come to his town. He would give us plenty to eat with everything we wanted, and could go on shore in his 12 canoes. I shall never forget how he said, in his language, conquistador, which means, come with me to my houses yonder. We therefore called the spot Punta de Cotoche, under which name it stands on the sea charts. In consideration of all these friendly invitations from the cazique to accompany him to his village, our captain held a short consultation with us, when we came to the resolution to lower our boats, take the smallest of our vessels with us, and so proceed together with the 12 canoes all at once on shore, as the coast was crowded with Indians from the above-mentioned village. This was accordingly done, and we all arrived there at the same time. The cazique seeing us now landed, but that we made no signs of going to his village, again gave our captain to understand, by signs, that we should follow him to his habitation, making at the same time so many demonstrations of friendship. that a second consultation was held as to whether we should accompany him or not. This was carried in the affirmative, but we took every precaution to be upon our guard, marching in close order with our arms ready for action. We took 15 crossbows with a like number of matchlocks, and followed the cazique, who was accompanied by a great number of Indians. As we were thus marching along, and had arrived in the vicinity of several rocky mountains, the cazique all at once raised his voice, calling aloud to his warriors, who it seemed were lying wait in ambush, to fall upon us and destroy us all. The cazique had no sooner given the signal, than out rushed with terrible fury great numbers of armed warriors, greeting us with such a shower of arrows, that 15 of our men were immediately wounded. These Indians were clad in a kind of cuirass made of cotton, and armed with lances, shields, bows, and slings, with each a tuft of feathers stuck on his head. As soon as they had let fly their arrows, they rushed forward and attacked us man to man, setting furiously to with their lances, which they held in both hands. When, however, they began to feel the sharp edge of our swords, and saw what destruction our crossbows and matchlocks made among them, they speedily began to give way. 15 of their number lay dead on the field. At some distance from the spot where they had so furiously attacked us was a small place in which stood 3 houses built of stone and lime. These were temples in which were found many idols made of clay which were of a pretty good size. Some had the countenances of devils, others those of females, some again had even more horrible shapes, and appeared to represent Indians committing horrible offenses. In these temples we also found small wooden boxes containing other of their gods with hellish faces, several small shells, some ornaments, 3 crowns, and other trinkets, some in the shape of fish, others in the shape of ducks. All worked out of an inferior kind of gold. Seeing all this, the gold, and the good architectural style of the temples, we felt overjoyed at the discovery of this country, for Peru was not discovered till 16 years after. While we were fighting with the Indians, the priest Gonzalez ordered the gold and small idols to be removed to our ships by 2 Indians whom we had brought with us from Cuba. During the skirmish we took 2 of the natives prisoners, who subsequently allowed themselves to be baptized and became Christians. One was named Melchior and the other Julian, both were tattooed about the eyes. The combat with the natives now being at an end, we resolved to re-embark, and prosecute our voyage of discovery further along the coast towards the west. Having dressed the wounds of our men we again set sail. Chapter 3. Discovery of the coast of Campeche. Continuing the course we had previously determined upon, more westward along the coast, we discovered many promontories, bays, reefs, and shallows. We all considered this country to be an island, because our pilot, Anton de Alaminos, persisted in it. During daytime we proceeded with all caution, but lay to at nights. After sailing in this way for 14 days, we perceived another village which appeared to us of considerable magnitude. Here was a bay with an inner harbor, and it appeared to us that there might also be some river or small stream where we could take in fresh water, which latter had become very scarce, as our supply in the casks, which were none of the best, was fast diminishing. For, as the expedition was fitted out solely by persons in poor circumstances, we had not been able to purchase good ones. It happened to be Sunday Lazari when we landed, and we therefore named this place in honor of this day, although we were well aware that the Indians called it the land of Campeche. In order that the whole of us might land at the same time, we determined to go on shore in our smallest vessel and 3 boats, all of us well armed, to be ready in case we should meet with a similar rencontre as at the Cape of Cotoche. The sea in these bays and roads is very shallow, so that our vessels were forced to anchor at more than 3 miles distance from the shore. Thus precautious we landed near the village, but were still a good way from the place where we intended to fill our casks. From this spot the natives also had their water, for we now found that there was no rivulet in the neighborhood. When we had brought our casks on shore, filled them with water, and were about to embark again, about 50 Indians from the village came up to us. They all wore stately mantles made of cotton, appeared friendly disposed, and to be caziques. They asked us, by signs, what our business was there. We told them to take in water, and that we were about to re-embark. They further pointed with their hands to the rising of the sun, and asked us whether we came from that quarter, at the same time pronouncing the word Castellan, Castellan. But at that moment we did not pay any particular attention to the word Castellan. In the course of this interview, however, they gave us to understand that we might go with them to their village. We held a consultation amongst ourselves as to whether we should accept the invitation, and at length unanimously agreed to follow them, but to use the utmost circumspection. They took us to some large edifices, which were strongly put together, of stone and lime, and had otherwise a good appearance. These were temples, the walls of which were covered with figures representing snakes and all manner of gods. Round about a species of altar we perceived several fresh spots of blood. On some of the idols there were figures like crosses, with other paintings representing groups of Indians. All this astonished us greatly, as we had neither seen nor heard of such things before. It appeared to us that the inhabitants had just been sacrificing some Indians to their gods, to obtain from them the power to overcome us. There were great numbers of Indians with their wives who received us with pleasing smiles, and otherwise made every show of friendship. But their numbers gradually increasing, we began to entertain fears that it would end in the same hostile manner as at Cape Cotoche. While we were thus looking on, a number of Indians approached us clad in tattered cloaks, each carrying a bundle of dried reeds, which they arranged in order on the ground. Among them we also perceived 2 troops of men armed with bows, lances, shields, slings, and stones, having their cotton cuirasses on. At the head of these, and at some distance from us, stood the chiefs. At this moment 10 Indians came running out of another temple, all dressed in long white robes. While the thick hair of their heads was so entangled and clotted with blood that it would have been an impossibility to have combed or put it in order without cutting it off. These personages were priests, and in New Spain are commonly termed papas. I repeat it, that in New Spain they are termed papas, and I will therefore in future call them by that name. These papas brought with them a kind of incense, which looked like resin, and is termed by them copal. They had pans made of clay filled with glowing embers, and with these they perfumed us. They also gave us to understand, by signs, that we should leave their country before the bundles of reeds, which had been brought and were going to be set fire to, should be consumed, otherwise they would attack and kill us every man. Upon this they ordered the bundles to be lighted, and as soon as they began to burn, all were silent, nor did they utter another syllable. Those, on the contrary, who had ranged themselves in order of battle, began to play on their pipes, blow their twisted shells, and beat their drums. When we saw what their real intentions were, and how confident they appeared, it of course reminded us that our wounds which we had received at Cape Cotoche were not yet healed. That 2 of our men had died of the consequences, whom we had been obliged to throw overboard. As the number of Indians continued to increase, we became alarmed, and resolved to retreat to the shore in the best order we could. In this way we marched along the coast until we arrived at that spot where our boats and the small vessels lay with the water casks. Not far distant from this place stood a rock in the midst of the sea. For, on account of the vast numbers of Indians, we durst not venture to re-embark where we had at first landed, as they would no doubt have fallen upon us while we were getting into our boats. After we had thus managed to get our water safe on board and re-embark at the small harbor which the bay here forms, we continued our course for 6 days and 6 nights without interruption, the weather being very fine. But now the wind suddenly veered round to the north and brought stormy weather, as is always the case with a north wind on this coast. The storm lasted 24 hours, and indeed we had nearly all of us met with a watery grave, so boisterous was the sea. In order to save ourselves from total destruction we cast anchor near the shore. The safety of our ship now depended upon 2 ropes, and had they given way we should have been cast on shore. Oh, in what a perilous situation we were then placed! Had we been torn away from our anchors we must have been wrecked off the coast. But it was the will of Providence that our old ropes and cables should preserve us. When the storm had abated we continued our course along the coast and kept in as much as possible, that we might take in water when required. For, as I have before stated, our casks were old and leaky, nor was the best economy used with the water, for we thought by going on shore we should be certain either to meet with some spring or obtain it by digging wells. Thus coasting along we espied a village from our ships, and about 3 miles further on there was a kind of inner harbor, at the head of which it appeared to us there might be some river or brook. We therefore resolved to land here. The water, as I have above mentioned, being uncommonly shallow along this coast, we were compelled to anchor our 2 larger vessels at about 3 miles distance from the shore, fearing they might otherwise run aground. We then proceeded with our smallest vessel and all our boats in order to land at the above-mentioned inner harbor. We were, however, quite upon our guard, and carried along with us, besides the water casks, our arms, crossbows, and muskets. It was about midday when we landed. The distance from here to the village, which was called Petonkan, might be 3 miles. Here we found some wells, maize plantations, and stone buildings. Our water casks were soon filled, but we could not succeed to get them into our boats on account of an attack made upon us by great numbers of the inhabitants. I will, however, break off here and relate the battle we fought, in the next chapter. Chapter 4. How we landed in a bay close to some maize plantations, near the harbor of Petonkan, and of the attack that was made upon us there. While we were busy taking in water, near the above-mentioned houses and maize plantations, great numbers of Indians were making towards us from the village of Petonkan, as it is termed by the natives. They had all their cotton cuirasses on, which reached to their knees, and were armed with bows, lances, shields, and swords. The latter were shaped like our broadswords, and are wielded with both hands. They also had slings and stones, their bunches of feathers on, and their whole bodies painted with white, brown, and black colors. They approached us in profound silence, as if they came with the most peaceable intentions, and inquired of us by signs if we came from the rising of the sun, thereby pronouncing the very same words which the inhabitants of St. Lazaro had used, namely, Castellan, Castellan. We told them, likewise by signs, that we indeed came from the rising of the sun. We certainly did not understand what they meant. Nevertheless it was something for us to reflect on, while it at the same time gave rise to a variety of conjectures, since the natives of St. Lazaro had used the identical words. It was about the hour of Ave Maria, when the Indians approached us in this manner. A few country houses were scattered round about the neighborhood. We took the precaution to post watches in different quarters, and upon the whole kept a sharp look out, as the manner in which the natives were assembling seemed to forebode very little good. When we had closed our ranks and taken every necessary precaution, our ears were assailed by the cries and yells of large bodies of Indians who were advancing from different quarters. As they were all armed for battle we could no longer doubt that some evil design was lurking behind. We therefore held a consultation with our captain as to the course we should adopt. Many were of opinion that the best we could do would be to re-embark ourselves in all haste. But, as is always the case in critical moments, one advised this and another that, and so this proposal was overruled as unadvisable. For the vast numbers of Indians would certainly fall upon us while we were getting into our boats and we should all stand in danger of being killed. Others again, among which number I also was, were of opinion that the enemy should be attacked that very night, for, according to the old saying, he who strikes the first blow remains master of the field. But we might make up our minds that each of us singly would have to encounter 30 Indians at least. Day now began to dawn, and we emboldened each other to meet the coming severe conflict by putting our trust in God and commending our cause to Him, while every one was determined to defend himself to the utmost. As soon as daylight had fully broken forth, we perceived more troops of armed natives moving towards the coast with flying colors. They had on their feather knots, and were provided with drums, bows, lances, shields, and joined themselves to the others who had arrived in the night. They divided themselves into different bodies, surrounded us on all sides, and commenced pouring forth such showers of arrows, lances, and stones, that more than 80 of our men were wounded at the first onset. They next rushed furiously forward and attacked us man to man, some with their lances, others with their swords and arrows, and all this with such terrible fury that we were compelled also to show them earnest. We dealt many a good thrust and blow amongst them, keeping up at the same time an incessant fire with our muskets and crossbows, for while some loaded others fired. At last, by dint of heavy blows and thrusts we forced them to give way. But they did not retreat further than was necessary, in order that they might still continue to hem us in all safety, constantly crying out in their language, Al Caliconi, which signifies, kill the chief. And sure enough our captain was wounded in no less than 12 different places by their arrows. I myself had 3, one of which was in my left side and very dangerous, the arrow having pierced to the very bone. Others of our men were wounded by the enemy's lances, and 2 were carried off alive, of whom, one was called Alonso Boat, the other was an old Portuguese. Perceiving how closely we were hemmed in on all sides by the enemy, who not only kept constantly pouring in fresh troops but were copiously supplied on the field of battle with meat, drink, and quantities of arrows, we soon concluded that all our courageous fighting would not advance us a step. The whole of us were wounded, many shot through the neck, and more than 50 of our men were killed. In this critical situation we determined to cut our way manfully through the enemy's ranks and make for the boats, which fortunately lay on the coast near at hand. We therefore firmly closed our ranks and broke through the enemy. At that moment you should have heard the whizzing of their arrows, the horrible yell they set up, and how the Indians provoked each other to the combat, at the same time making desperate thrusts with their lances. But a still more serious misfortune awaited us, for as we made a simultaneous rush to our boats, they soon sunk or capsized, so that we were forced to cling to them as well as we could. And in this manner by swimming we strove to make the best of our way to the small vessel, which was now in all haste coming up to our assistance. Many of our men were even wounded while climbing into the vessel, but more particularly those who clung to its side, for the Indians pursued us in their canoes and attacked us without intermission. With the greatest exertions and help of God we thus got out of the hands of this people. After we had gained our vessels we found that 57 of our men were missing, besides the 2 whom the Indians had carried off alive, and 5 whom we had thrown overboard, who had died in consequence of their wounds and extreme thirst. The battle lasted a little longer than half an hour. The spot where it took place was certainly called Petonkan. Our seamen, however, gave it the name of Bahia de Mala Pele, the Bay of the Disastrous Engagement, as it stands on the maps. As soon as we found ourselves in safety we returned thanks to Almighty God for the preservation of our lives. Our wounded, however, had still great sufferings to undergo, as we had nothing but salt water to wash their wounds with, which caused them to swell very much. Some of our men swore most bitterly against our chief pilot Alaminos, and the conduct he had pursued, he having steadfastly maintained that this was an island and not a continent. I must, however, break off here, and relate what further happened to us, in the next chapter. Chapter 5. We resolved to return to Cuba. The extreme thirst we suffered, and all the fatigues we underwent until our arrival in the port of Havana. After we had got into our vessels, as above related, and returned thanks to God for our preservation, we commenced dressing our wounds. None of us had escaped without 2, 3, or 4 wounds. Our captain had as many as 12, and there was only one single soldier who came off whole. We therefore determined to return to Cuba. But as most of the sailors who had accompanied us on shore were also wounded, we had not sufficient hands to work the sails, we were therefore forced to set fire to our smallest vessel and leave it to the mercy of the waves. After taking out all the ropes, sails, and anchors, and distributing the sailors, who were not wounded equally among the 2 other vessels, we had, however, to struggle with another far greater evil. This was our great want of fresh water. For although we had filled our barrels and casks near Petonkan, we did not succeed to bring them off. Owing to the furious attack of the natives and the hurry we were in to get on board, thus we had been compelled to leave them behind and return without a single drop of water. We suffered most intensely from thirst, and the only way we could in some measure refresh our parched tongues was to hold the edges of our axes between our lips. Oh, what a fearful undertaking it is to venture out on the discovery of new countries, and place one's life in danger, as we were obliged to do. Those alone can form any idea of it who have gone through the hard school of experience. We now kept as close into the shore as possible, to look out for some stream or creek where we might meet with fresh water. After thus continuing our course for 3 days we espied an inlet or mouth of some river as we thought, and sent a few hands on shore in the hopes of meeting with water. These were 15 sailors who had remained on board during the battle at Patonkan, and 3 soldiers who had been only slightly wounded. They carried along with them pickaxes and 3 small casks. But the water in the inlet was salt, and wherever they dug wells it was equally bad. They nevertheless filled the casks with it, but it was so bitter and salty as to be unfit for use. 2 soldiers who drank of it became ill of the consequences. The water here swarmed with lizards, we therefore gave this place the name of Lizard Bay, under which name it stands on the sea charts. But, to continue my history, I must not forget to mention that while our boats were on shore in search of water, there suddenly arose such a violent tempest from the northeast, that our ships were nigh being cast on shore. For, as we were forced to lay to, the wind blowing hard from the north and northeast, our position was extremely dangerous, from a scarcity of ropes. When the men who had gone on shore with our boats perceived the danger we were in, they hastened to our assistance, and cast out additional anchors and cables. In this way we lay for 2 days and 2 nights. After the expiration of that time we again heaved our anchors and steered in the direction of Cuba. Our pilot Alaminos here held a consultation with the 2 others, when they concluded that the best plan would be to get, if possible, into the latitude of Florida, which, according to their charts and furthest measurement, could not be more than 210 miles distant. For they assured us if we could get into the latitude of Florida, we should have a better and speedier sail to the Havana. It turned out exactly as they had said. For Alaminos had been in these parts before, having accompanied Juan de Leon when he discovered Florida, about 10 or 12 years previously. After 4 days' sail we crossed this gulf and came in sight of Florida. Chapter 6. How 20 of us went on shore in the Bay of Florida with the pilot Alaminos in search of water, the hostilities which the natives of this country commenced with us, and of all that further befell us on our passage to the Havana. As soon as we had arrived off the coast of Florida we determined that 20 of our men, who had almost recovered from their wounds, should go on shore. Among the number was myself and the pilot, Alaminos. We each took a mattock and a small cask, being, moreover, well armed with crossbows and muskets. Our captain, who was dangerously wounded and very much weakened by the extreme thirst he suffered, begged of us, in the name of God, to bring him some sweet water, as he was almost dying of thirst. Indeed, the water, as I have before said, which we then had was quite salty and not drinkable. We landed in a creek, and our pilot again recognized this coast, which he had visited 10 or 12 years previously with Ponce de Leon, when he discovered these countries. They had here fought a battle with the natives, and lost many of their men. We therefore took every precaution lest the natives should also fall upon us unawares. We posted 2 sentinels at a spot where the stream had a considerable breadth. We then dug deep wells where we thought fresh water was likely to be found. The sea was just ebbing, and it pleased God that we should find sweet water there. With joyful hearts we then took our fill of the refreshing beverage, and washed the bandages of our wounded. A good hour's time was spent in this, and as we were on the point of re-embarking with the casks of water, quite overjoyed at our success, one of the men whom we had placed sentinel on the coast came running towards us in all haste, crying aloud, "To arms! To arms! Numbers of Indians are approaching, both by land and sea." And indeed the Indians came up to us almost at the same time with the sentinel. They had immense-sized bows with sharp arrows, lances, and spears, among these some were shaped like swords, while their large powerful bodies were covered with skins of wild beasts. They made straightways to us, let fly their arrows, and wounded 6 of our men at the first onset. I was also slightly wounded in my right arm. We, however, received our enemies with such well-directed blows and musket shots that they very soon quitted us who had been digging the wells, and turned towards the creek to assist their companions who in their canoes were attacking those left behind in the boat. The latter had been forced to fight man to man, and had already lost the boat, which the Indians were towing off behind their canoes. 4 of the sailors had been wounded, and the pilot, Alaminos, himself severely so in the throat. We, however, courageously faced our enemy, went up to our middles in the water, and soon compelled them, by dint of our swords, to jump out of the boat again. 22 of the enemy lay dead on the shore. 3 others, who were slightly wounded, we took on board with us, but they died soon after. After this skirmish was ended, we questioned the soldier who had stood sentinel as to what had become of his companion, Berrio. He related that his comrade had left him with an axe in his hand, in order to go and cut down a palm tree, and that this was near the inlet where the Indians first made their appearance. He had also heard him cry out in Spanish, upon which he himself had immediately hastened to give us the information. His companion, no doubt, had been murdered by the Indians. Singular that this man should have lost his life here, he being the only one who escaped without a wound at the Battle of Petonkan. We made every search for him, and followed the track of the Indians who had just attacked us. This indeed led us to a palm tree which had been recently cut, around which were numerous footmarks. We could, however, discover no marks of blood, and concluded, therefore, that the Indians had carried off the man alive. After we had fruitlessly searched for him in every quarter for upwards of an hour, and repeatedly called out aloud to him, without receiving any answer, we returned to our boat, and brought the water on board. The joy of our men was as great as if we had brought them new life. And one of the soldiers, from excessive thirst, leaped from the vessel into the boat, seized one of the small casks, and poured such an abundance of water into his body, that he instantaneously swelled out and expired. Having brought the water on board our vessels, hauled in our boats, we hoisted our sails and stood direct for the Havana. The day and following night the weather was most beautiful as we passed the Martyr Islands and sandbanks of the same name. We had only 4 fathoms water, where the sea was deepest. Our principal ship consequently struck against the rocks and became very leaky, so that all hands were engaged at the pumps, without then being able to get the water under, while we every moment feared the vessel would go down. I never shall forget the answer which some sailors from the Levant, who were among the crew, made when we cried out to them, "Come on, my boys, help us to pump out the water, or we shall all be lost. You see how our wounds and hard labor have debilitated us." "That's your own look out," said they, "we get no pay, suffer both from hunger and thirst, and have, in the bargain, to share your fatigues and wounds." Nothing now remained but to drive them to the pumps by main force. And in this way we had alternately to work the sails and the pumps, however distasteful to us, until the Lord Jesus brought us into the port of Carina, where now the town of Havana stands, the latter being previously called Porta de Carinas, and not the Havana. As soon as we had set foot on shore we returned thanks to the Almighty for our safe return, and got the water out of our principal ship, in which a Portuguese diver, who happened to be on board another vessel, greatly assisted us. We also immediately wrote to the governor, Diego Velázquez, giving him an account of the countries we discovered with large townships and houses built of stone, whose inhabitants were clad in cotton, and wore maltates. Likewise of the gold and the regular maize plantations of the country. Our captain journeyed overland to Santa Spiritus, where he had his Indian commandery. He died, however, 10 days after his arrival there, from his wounds. The rest of our men became dispersed through the island, and 3 more of our men died of their wounds at the Havana. Our vessels were taken to Santiago de Cuba, where the governor resided. Here the 2 Indians were brought on shore whom we had taken with us from the Punta de Cotoche, as above related, called Melcarillo and Julianillo. When, however, we brought forth the box with the crowns, the golden ducks, the fish, and the idols, more noise was made about them than they really merited, so that they became the common topics of conversation throughout the islands of St. Domingo and Cuba. Indeed the fame thereof even reached Spain. There it was said that none of the countries which had hitherto been discovered were as rich as this, and in none had there been found houses built of stone. The earthen gods, it was said, were the remains of the ancient heathen times. Others again went so far as to affirm that they were descendants of the Jews whom Titus and Vespasian had driven from Jerusalem, who had been shipwrecked off this coast. Peru, indeed, was not then known, and in so far the countries we had discovered were justly considered of the greatest importance. Diego Velázquez closely questioned the two Indians as to whether there were any gold mines in their country. They answered in the affirmative, and when they were shown some of the gold dust found in the island of Cuba, they said there was abundance of it in their country. In this they told an untruth, as it is very well known there are neither gold mines on the Punta de Cotoche nor even in whole Yucatan. They were likewise shown the beds in which the seeds of that plant are sown, from whose root the cassave bread is made, and in Cuba called yucca. They assured us that the same plant grew in their country, and was called by them tale. As the cassave root at Cuba is called yucca, and the ground in which it is planted by the Indians tale, so from these two words arose the name of the country, Yucatan. For the Spaniards who were standing around the governor at the time he was speaking to the two Indians said, "You see, sir, they call their country Yucatan." And from this circumstance the country retained the name of Yucatan, although the natives call it otherwise. In this beautiful voyage of discovery we had spent our all, and returned to Cuba covered with wounds, and as poor as beggars. Yet we had reason to congratulate ourselves that it had not been equally disastrous to us all as to many of our companions who had lost their lives. Our captain, as I have already mentioned, died soon after his return. And all of us suffered for a considerable time after from our wounds. Our whole loss amounted to 70 men, which was all we had gained by this voyage of discovery. Concerning all this the governor Diego Velázquez wrote to those gentlemen in Spain who at that time managed the affairs of India, and boasted of the discoveries he had made, and of the vast expense it had put him to. This actually obtained credit, and the Bishop of Burgos, Don Juan Rodriguez de Fonseca, who also bore the title of Archbishop of Rosano, and was President of Indian Affairs, wrote in that strain to His Majesty, in Flanders. Vastly extolling the merit of Diego Velázquez, at the same time not as much as even mentioning the names of any of us who had really discovered the country. I will, however, break off here, and relate in the following chapter what further fatigues I and 3 more of my companions in arms had to undergo. Chapter 7. The fatigues I had to undergo, until my arrival in the town of Trinidad. I have already above related that I with some other soldiers who had not quite recovered from our wounds remained behind in the Havana. As soon as the latter began to heal a little we 3 made up our minds to go in company with a certain Pedro Davila, an inhabitant of the Havana, to the town of Trinidad. This man was going to make a voyage in a canoe along the south coast, and had taken a lading of cotton shirts, which he intended to dispose of in Trinidad. As I have above stated, these canoes are hollowed out of the trunks of trees, after the manner of our bakers' troughs. In this country they are used for coasting, and we had to pay Pedro Davila 10 doubloons for the voyage. As we were coasting along, sometimes rowing, sometimes sailing, we arrived after the 11th day in sight of an Indian village, subject to the Spaniards, and called Canarian. There arose at night time such a terrible gale of wind, that, although we rowed with all our strength, we could not keep the sea any longer. Notwithstanding every exertion of Pedro Davila, of some Indians from the Havana, and several other good rowers we had with us, nothing at last remained but to run the canoe aground between the steep rocks. The canoe was dashed to pieces, the whole lading of Pedro Davila went to the bottom, and we made the best of our way on shore, naked as the day we were born, our bodies cut and bruised all over by clambering over the rocks. For we had stripped ourselves of our clothes in order to be the better able to swim, and also, if possible, to save the canoe. As we had only escaped with our lives among these rocks, none other choice was left us than to continue our road over them to Trinidad, which lay along the coast through a barren country full of rugged rocks, where our feet soon became blistered and wounded. As to think of getting anything to eat was quite out of the question, while we had continually to struggle with a terrific gale of wind and the sea breaking over the rocks. Although we had not neglected to cover our bodies as much as possible with leaves and herbs, we nevertheless got sore boils between our legs, which bled very much. At last we could proceed no further. For the sharp stones had covered our feet with wounds, we managed, however, with considerable trouble to reach a more elevated spot. None of us having his sword left, We contrived by means of sharp stones to loosen the bark of some trees and bind it as well as we could under the soles of our feet, with the tendrils of climbers, which grew among the wood. And in this way, after suffering great fatigues we reached a sandy district on the coast, whence in a couple of days we arrived in the Indian village Yeguarama, at that time the property of Bartholomew de las Casas, who was a priest. I knew him afterwards when he belonged to the order of the Dominicans, and became Bishop of Chiopia. Here the Indians gave us to eat, and on the following day we arrived at another village, called Chipiona, which was the joint property of Alonso de Avila, and of Sandoval. But this was not the captain of the same name who gained such vast renown in New Spain. From this place we at last came to Trinidad, where I had an acquaintance, by name Antonio de Medina, who provided me with a suit of clothes as they were worn in that town. My comrades were similarly provided by other of the inhabitants. Quite worn out by fatigue and miserably poor, I set off for Santiago de Cuba, where the governor Diego Velázquez resided. He was just then busily engaged fitting out another squadron, and was highly delighted at seeing me again when I called upon him, for we were related to each other, and as one word led to another. He asked me if my wounds were sufficiently healed to make another trip to Yucatan. I could not help smiling at this and said, "Who gave the country that name? For the natives do not call it so." "So Melchior, whom you brought with you, calls it," resumed he. "Call it rather," said I, "the land where they killed one half of our men and wounded the other." "Well," said he, "if you have undergone many fatigues, you have only shared the same fate with all others who have ventured out on the discovery of new countries. But, on the other hand, you will not fail to be highly honored and rewarded by His Majesty the King, to whom I will transmit a faithful account of all this. Therefore, my friend, you may in all safety join yourself to the squadron I am now fitting out, and I will take care that you shall have an honorable post." What further happened I will next relate. Chapter 8. How Diego Velázquez, governor of Cuba, sent out another armament to the country we had discovered. It was in the year of our Lord 1518, after Diego Velázquez had learnt the good account we gave of the newly discovered country, called Yucatan, that he determined to send thither another expedition. For this purpose he selected 4 vessels, among which were the 2 in which we warriors had accompanied Córdoba on our recent voyage to Yucatan, purchased at our own expense. At the time this squadron was fitting out there were staying at Santiago de Cuba, Juan de Grijalva, Pedro de Alvarado, Francisco de Montejo, and Alonso de Avila, who had commanderies of Indians in these islands, and had come to transact business with the governor. As these were all men of courage and energy, Velázquez soon made arrangements with them to take part in this expedition, on the following terms, that Juan de Grijalva, who was related to him, should have the chief command of the whole expedition as captain general, while Pedro de Alvarado, Francisco de Montejo, and Alonso de Avila, should be appointed to the command of the 3 other ships. They had also to furnish the vessels with provisions of cassave bread and pickled meat. Diego Velázquez had, on the other hand, to procure the 4 vessels, furnish the necessary crossbows, muskets, goods for barter, and other matters of less importance. Our account that the houses in the newly discovered country were built of stone and lime, had spread a vast idea of its riches, added to which the Indian Melchorijo had given to understand by signs that it abounded in gold mines. All this created a great desire among the inhabitants and soldiers throughout the island, who possessed no commanderies of Indians, to go in quest of such a rich country. Consequently, in a very short time, we mustered 220. Each person, moreover, furnished himself with additional provisions, arms, and other matters which might be useful. Thus I again took my departure for that country. Under the same commanders I subsequently once more visited it. The instructions which our commanders received from Diego Velázquez, were to this effect, that they should barter for as much gold and silver as they could get, and if they deemed it advisable settle colonies. But left this entirely to their own judgment. A person of the name of Peñalosa accompanied us in the capacity of comptroller, for priest we had a certain Juan Diaz. We had also the same 3 pilots who accompanied us on our former voyage, and a 4th, whose name I do not remember. Each had charge of one of the vessels, but the first in command, as chief pilot, was Anton de Alaminos. But before I proceed with my narrative, I must here remark, that it is not for want of deference on my part, that I barely give the names of the noblemen who were our commanding officers. Without adding their titles and describing their several escutcheons, but shall simply call them thus, Pedro de Alvarado, Francisco de Montejo, and Alonso de Avila. I therefore now take this opportunity of saying, that Pedro de Alvarado was a bold cavalier, who, subsequent to the conquest of New Spain, became governor and chief justice of the provinces of Guatemala, Honduras, and Chiapas, and Comptoir of Santiago. In like manner Francisco de Montejo, a man of great courage, subsequently was governor and chief justice of Yucatan. I shall merely call them by their proper names, up to that time when His Majesty conferred on them honorary titles and sovereign authority. But to return to my subject, our 4 vessels lay in the harbor of Matanza on the north coast, not far from the old Havana, which at that time was not built where it now stands. In this harbor, or at least in its neighborhood, most of the inhabitants had their stores of casse-save bread and pickled meat. Here consequently our vessels were provided with everything they further required. This place moreover had been appointed the rendezvous for all the officers and men. But, before I continue my narrative, I will explain how this harbor obtained the name of Matanza, though it may seem rather out of place here. Yet, as so many persons have asked me how it originated, there is some excuse. Some time ago, when Cuba was not quite subdued, it happened that a vessel, bound from the island of St. Domingo to the Lucas, during a heavy storm, was wrecked off the coast. This took place near the river and harbor of Matanza. There were 30 Spaniards and 2 Spanish ladies on board. In order to convey them across the river, numbers of Indians had collected together from the Havana and other districts. They appeared most friendly inclined, and offered to carry the shipwrecked across in their canoes and take them to their habitations, where they would give them to eat. The Spaniards accepted this offer. When the Indians, however, had arrived in the midst of the stream, they upset their canoes and drowned them all, save 3 of the men and 1 of the females. The men were allotted to the other Indians, but the female, a very beautiful woman, was given to the most powerful of the caciques, the person who had concocted this piece of treachery. From this circumstance it was that the harbor got the name of Matanza. I was personally acquainted with the female whose misfortune I have just related. After the total conquest of Cuba, she left the cacique in whose power she then was, and married a citizen of Trinidad, by name Pedro Sanchez Farsan. I was also acquainted with the 3 Spaniards whose lives had been spared. One was Gonzalo Mejia, an old man, and native of Xeres, the other, Juan de Santisteban, from Madrigal, and the third was Cascoro, a sailor and fisherman, of Huelva. The cacique in whose power he was, had given him his daughter in marriage, and bored holes through his ears and nose, after the Indian fashion. Having thus detained the reader for a while with these old stories, it is time I return to the thread of my narrative. On the 5th of April, 1518, all of us having met together, the officers and soldiers, the pilots made acquainted with the signals, and the hour of departure fixed, we attended Mass with fervent devotion, and weighed anchor. After 10 days' sail, we passed the Cape of Guanaguanico, called by the sailors San Anton. 8 days after, we came in sight of the island of Cozumel. It happened to be the feast of the Holy Cross. This time our ships were carried further off by the currents than the time before under Cordoba. The consequence was that we now landed on the south coast of the island. We here espied a village, and found a good anchorage near it, perfectly free from all rocks. Our commander-in-chief, therefore, went on shore here with a good body of soldiers. The inhabitants, who had never witnessed such a sight before, immediately took to flight when they saw our vessels approaching, so that not a single one of them had remained in the village. At length we discovered 2 Indians among the recently cut maize plants, who had not been able to get off quick enough. We brought them into the presence of our captain, who spoke to them with the help of Julianillo and Melcorillo, whom we had captured at the Punta de Cotoche, and who understood their language. The distance between their countries was only 4 hours' sail, which accounts for the inhabitants of Cozumel speaking the same language. Our commander was very kind to them, gave each some green glass beads, and sent them away to bring the Caliconi of the district, so the caziques are termed here winky-faced. They, however, never returned. While we were still waiting for them, an Indian woman came towards us, comely in appearance, and who spoke the language of Jamaica. She told us that the Indians had fled, out of fear, to the mountains. As I myself and many others among us understood her language, which is the same as that of the island of Cuba, we were quite astonished at the circumstance, and inquired of her how she had got here. She told us that, 2 years ago, she had left Jamaica with 10 Indians, in a large canoe, in order to go fishing among the islands in this neighborhood, but had been driven on shore by the currents. When the inhabitants killed her husband with most of her companions, and sacrificed them to their gods. It struck our commander, as soon as he had learnt this, that the woman might be employed as a negotiator. He therefore desired her to go and fetch the inhabitants and cazique of the district, and gave her 2 days to return in. We durst not send Melchorijo and Julianillo with her, lest they should run away and return to their own country. The day following, the Indian woman returned, but informed us that, notwithstanding all her representations, she could neither persuade the Indians nor their wives to accompany her. We called this place Santa Cruz, because we had discovered it 4 or 5 days before the Feast of the Holy Cross. In this neighborhood there was plenty of honey, manioc, patates, and large herds of musk swine, which have their navels on their backs. This island contains 3 poor villages, of which the one I am now speaking of is the largest. The 2 smaller ones were both situated on a promontory at about 6 miles distance from each other. Our commander Grijalva, perceiving that it was mere loss of time to make any further stay here, gave orders for re-embarking. The Indian woman of Jamaica went along with us, and we continued our voyage. Chapter 9. How we landed at Champeton. From this point we sailed in the same direction we had taken under Córdoba, and arrived after 8 days' sail off the coast of Champeton, the place where the Indians had so ill-used us, as has been related in the proper place. The sea being very shallow in these parts, we dropped our anchor at about 3 miles distance from the shore, and immediately landed in all our boats with half of our men, as near to the village as possible. The inhabitants and other Indians in the neighborhood gathered themselves together as they had the time before, when they killed 56 of our men and wounded all the rest of us. From their bearing and proud demeanor we could easily perceive that they had not forgotten their victory. They were all well armed according to their fashion, with bows, lances, shields, and broadswords, which they wield with both hands. Added to all this they had slings, cotton cuirasses, drums and trumpets, while most of them had their faces painted black and white. They had arranged themselves along the sea-shore in order to fall upon us as soon as we landed. But, as our previous loss had taught us prudence, we took with us this time some falconets, and otherwise well armed ourselves with crossbows and matchlocks. When we were near enough they let fly such a shower of arrows and lances that the half of our men were speedily wounded. As soon, however, as we got on shore, we quickly gave them an evil return with our matchlocks and sabres. Nothing daunted by this they each selected their man, whom they particularly aimed at with their arrows, but we had taken the precaution to put on cotton cuirasses. They continued to combat with us for some time, until the arrival of another of our long boats, when we drove them back to the wells near the village. In this conflict we lost Juan de Quitera and many other soldiers. Our commander, Juan de Grijalva, got 3 arrow wounds and lost 2 of his teeth, and above 60 of our men were wounded. Immediately upon our putting the enemy to flight, we entered the village, dressed our wounds, and buried the dead. Not a single person had remained behind in the village, and even those whom we had driven back to the wells had merely stayed there a sufficient time to carry off their property. In this skirmish we made 3 prisoners, one of whom was a person of rank. Our commander set them at liberty, desiring them to go and call the cazique of the district. He also presented them with green glass beads and small bells to distribute among the inhabitants, in order to gain their friendship. We treated the 3 prisoners upon the whole with every kindness, and gave them glass corals to encourage them and gain their good faith. They left us indeed, but took good care not to return. We thought it possible, however, that Julianillo and Melchorijo had misrepresented our commission to them. We stayed 4 days in this place, and I shall never forget it on account of the immense-sized locusts which we saw here. It was a stony spot on which the battle took place, and these creatures, while it lasted, kept continually flying in our faces, and as at the same moment we were greeted by a shower of arrows from the enemy, we also mistook these locusts for arrows. But, as soon as we had discovered our mistake, we deceived ourselves in another more direful way, for we now mistook arrows for locusts, and discontinued to shield ourselves against them. In this way we mistook locusts and arrows to our great sorrow, were severely wounded in consequence, and otherwise found ourselves in a very awkward predicament. Chapter 10. We continued our course and ran into Terminos Bay, as we named it. On our further voyage we came to an opening on the coast, which to us appeared to be the mouth of some broad and large river. It was, however, not a river as we had supposed, but a good harbor, which reached so far inland, and had such a considerable breadth, that it appeared like a sea. And our pilot Anton de Alaminos confidently asserted that this was an island whose 2 promontories reached nigh to the continent. We, therefore, termed this opening the Boca de Terminos, under which name it may be found on the sea charts. Our commander and the other officers went on shore here with the greater part of our men, among which number I also was. We remained 3 whole days in this place in order thoroughly to explore the opening and sail through it in all directions. We discovered, however, that it was no island, but a deep indented bay, formed by the continent, affording us a most commodious harbor. As we also found temples here built of stone and lime, full of idols made of wood or clay, with other figures, sometimes representing women, sometimes serpents, also horns of various kinds of wild animals. We concluded that an Indian village must be near at hand. We considered, moreover, that this would be a most excellent spot to found a colony. We had, however, deceived ourselves in one thing, the district being quite uninhabited. The temples most probably belonged to merchants and hunters, who on their journeys most likely ran into this harbor and there made their sacrifices. Fallow deer and rabbits abounded in this neighborhood, and with 1 greyhound only we killed 10 of the former and great numbers of the latter. Our dog took such a liking to this spot that it ran away while we were busy re-embarking, nor did we see it again until we visited this place subsequently with Cortés, when it appeared in excellent condition, quite plump and sleeky. Having thoroughly explored Terminos harbor, and sounded it throughout, we pursued our course along the coast to the river Tabasco, which at present, after the name of its discoverer, is called the river Grijalva. Chapter 11. How we came into the Tabasco River, which we termed the Grijalva, and what happened to us there. As we thus by day sailed along the coast of the continent, for at night we lay to on account of the shallows and rocks, we perceived on the 3rd morning a very broad mouth of some river. We approached the shore as near as possible, thinking we should find a good harbor here. As we came closer to the mouth we saw that the waves broke over its shallows. We consequently lowered our boats to make soundings, and found that our 2 larger vessels could not come in here. It was therefore immediately resolved that they should anchor further out at sea, but that the 2 remaining vessels which did not draw so much water, with all our boats well manned, should proceed up the river. We could perceive in the canoes along the shore numbers of Indians with bows and arrows, and in other respects armed exactly like those of Champeton. We concluded from their numbers that a village could not be far off. We also found as we proceeded further up the river along the banks, basket kittles put out, from 2 of which we took the fish and placed them in a boat astern of our principal ship. This river was previously called after the cacique of the district, the Tabasco. As we, however, discovered it during this expedition, we gave it the name of the Grijalva River, in honor of our chief commander, under which name it stands on the sea charts. We might still have been about 2 miles from the village when we distinctly heard the crackling noise of the felling of trees. For the Indians were constructing barricades and making other preparations of war against us, of the issue of which they entertained no doubts, as they had been duly advertised of the occurrence at Patoncan. As soon as we learnt this, we disembarked our men on a projecting point of land, about 2 miles from the village, where some palm trees were growing. As soon as they perceived this, about 50 canoes with Indians completely armed after their fashion made towards us, while many other canoes, manned in the same way, lay dispersed about the haven, at a greater distance. Not daring to approach us so near as the first. Seeing how ready they were for action, we were just upon the point of firing off our great guns, and giving them a volley of musket shots, when it entered our minds, through a merciful providence, that we ought first to try if we could not gain their friendship. We therefore by means of Julianillo and Melchorijo, who were natives of the Punta de Cotoche, and certainly understood the language spoken here, told the chiefs they had nothing to fear from us. We were desirous of discoursing with them and had things to disclose, which, as soon as they had learnt, would make our arrival pleasing to them. They should come to us and we would gladly give them of the things we had brought. Upon this invitation 4 of the canoes approached us, containing 30 Indians, or thereabouts. We showed them necklaces of blue glass beads, small mirrors, and green imitation corals. At the sight of the latter they appeared quite delighted, for they thought them to be Calchahua stones, which are highly esteemed in their country. Our captain then told them, by means of our interpreters, that we came from a distant country, and were the subjects of a great emperor, whose name was Don Carlos, who had numerous sovereigns and caciques among his vassals. They should likewise acknowledge this emperor as their lord and master, for then it would go well with them. He further desired them to give us fowls in exchange for our glass beads. 2 of the Indians, one of whom was the chief and the other a papa, this is a kind of priest, who performs the ceremonies in presence of their idols, answered and said they would bring the provisions we required and commence a trade of barter with us. For the rest they had already a master, and could not help feeling astonished that we, who had but just arrived and knew nothing of them, should that instant wish to impose a master on them. We had better consider a bit before we commenced war with them, as we had with those at Patoncan. That already all the warriors of the country had been ordered out against us, and 2 armies, each composed of 8,000 men were ready for action. They certainly had learnt that a few days ago we had killed and wounded 200 men, but they were more powerful than the inhabitants of that country, which was the reason why they first wished to know what our intentions were. Our declaration would be communicated to the caciques of the numerous districts, who had united themselves for war or for peace. Upon this they embraced our commander, in token of peace, who presented them with necklaces of glass beads, and desired them to return as quickly as possible with an answer, adding that if they did not return we would enter their town by main force, though we had no evil intentions whatever. These delegates communicated with the caciques and papas, the latter having also a voice in their councils, and they declared that our offer of peace was acceptable to them. Provisions were ordered to be sent us, and all present agreed that they themselves with the neighboring tribes should each contribute their quota in order to make us a present in gold to ensure our good friendship, and obviate a recurrence of what had taken place at Patoncan. From what I subsequently learnt and witnessed I found that it was customary with the inhabitants of these countries to make each other presents whenever they were in treaty about peace. All I have been relating took place on the promontory where the palm trees stood. About 30 Indians soon arrived, laden with broiled fish, fowls, fruit, and maize bread. They also brought pans filled with red-hot embers, on which they strewed incense, and perfumed us all. After this ceremony was ended they spread some mats on the ground, over which they laid a piece of cotton cloth. On this they put some trifling ornaments in gold in the shape of ducks and lizards, with 3 necklaces made of gold, which had been melted into the shape of round balls. All these things, however, were of an inferior kind of gold, not worth 200 pesos. They next presented us with some mantles and waistcoats, as they themselves wore, and begged of us to accept them in good kind, saying they had no more gold to give us, but that further on towards the setting of the sun there was a country where it was found in great abundance, hereby often repeating the word Cuba, Cuba, and Mexico, Mexico. We however did not understand what they meant. Although the presents they had brought us were of little value, we nevertheless rejoiced exceedingly on account of the certainty we had gained that there was gold in this country. Having handed over the presents to us with due formality they told us we might now continue our voyage. Our captain thanked them, presenting each at the same time with some green beads. We now determined to re-embark, for the vessels were in great danger on account of the north wind, which in our present situation was quite contrary. We had, moreover, to go in quest of the country, which, according to the assurances of the Indians, abounded in gold. Chapter 12. We come in sight of the town of Aguajoluco, and give it the name of La Rambla. Having again re-embarked, we continued our course along the coast, and perceived on the second day a town close to the sea shore, called Aguajoluco. We could discern numbers of Indians hurrying to and fro with huge shields made out of large tortoise shells, which glittered so beautifully in the sun, that some of our men believed they were made of an inferior species of gold. The inhabitants appeared to be walking up and down the shore in great consternation, which induced us to call the village La Rambla, under which name it stands on the sea charts. As we proceeded further along the coast we came to a bay, into which the river Tunola empties itself. It was this same river we entered on our subsequent voyage. We gave it the name of Sant Antonio, which it still retains on the maps. We next passed the mouth of the great river Guacashualco, and would gladly have run into the bay which it forms if contrary winds had not prevented us. We now came in sight of the great snow mountains, Sierras Nevadas. These are covered the whole year round with snow. There were also other mountains, nearer the coast, to which we gave the name of Holy Martin, because a soldier of the name of San Martino, a native of the Havana, first described them. One of the commanders, Pedro de Alvarado, whose vessel was the fastest sailer of the whole, being a great way ahead of the others, ran his ship up a river called by the natives Papalohuna. This we termed the Alvarado, after the name of the discoverer. Some Indian fishermen of the village Tlacotalpa gave him fish. We could perceive this, though at a great distance from him. Alvarado was followed by two more of our ships. We were therefore obliged to wait until they returned. This digression without the general's leave occasioned ill blood, and Grijalva forbade Alvarado in future to sail in advance of the squadron, fearing he might meet with some accident or other before the rest could possibly come up to his assistance. From this time the four vessels kept close together. We soon after arrived at the mouth of another river, which we termed the Bandera stream, Flag stream, from the circumstance that the banks of the river were crowded with Indians bearing small flags of white cloth attached to their lances. They called out and invited us to come on shore, but I will relate in the next chapter what further took place here. Chapter 13. How we arrive on the Bandera stream, and gain 1,500 pesos. By this time the existence of the great city of Mexico must be known throughout the major part of the Spanish provinces and the greater part of Christendom, how, like Venice, it was built in the water. And of the mighty monarch who resided there, king of many provinces and lord of all these countries, which in extent were more than quadruple that of Spain. The name of this monarch was Moctezuma. His power was so great that he would gladly have extended it to places where it was impossible, and he wished to know things which he never could learn. He had, however, heard of our first visit under the command of Córdoba, and of our battle at Cotoche in Champiton, also of the second engagement we had had at the last mentioned spot. He was moreover aware that we had been but a handful of men in comparison with the multitude of the inhabitants, and lastly, it had been made known to him that we gladly exchanged our goods for gold. All this information had, from time to time, been sent him by means of painted figures or signs, drawn, as is the custom with this people, on a thick kind of cloth manufactured from the maguey, very much resembling our linen. Being also informed that we were continuing our course along the coast, he issued orders to the governors of the several districts that at every place where we landed they should exchange their gold for our glass beads. But particularly for the green ones, which so much resembled their calchahuas stones. And further he commanded them to gain every information with respect to our intentions. What made him dwell more particularly upon the latter was the ancient tradition in the country, which spoke of a people that would come from the rising of the sun who would at some future period get the dominion of the country. For whatever purpose it may have been I will leave, but certain it is that the powerful Moctezuma had ordered sentinels to be posted along the banks of the river above mentioned. These sentinels had all small flags attached to the points of their lances, and called out aloud, inviting us to come to them. While we were contemplating from our vessels this, to us, so novel a sight, our commander-in-chief with the other officers and soldiers came to the determination to inquire their meaning. We therefore lowered 2 of our boats and manned them with 20 soldiers, well armed with crossbows and muskets. The command of this was given to Francisco de Montejo. I was likewise among the number. Our instructions were to send immediate information to the commander-in-chief if anything of a hostile nature should take place, and in general to let him know how matters stood. It pleased God that the weather should be calm, which is seldom the case on these coasts. We all got safe on shore, and were met by 3 caciques, one of whom was a governor under Moctezuma. These were attended by great numbers of Indians, carrying fowls, maize bread, pines, sapotas, and other provisions. They spread some mats in the shade of the trees, on which they invited us to sit down. All this was done by signs, as Julianillo did not understand their language. Next they brought pans made of clay, filled with glowing embers, on which they strewed a species of resin, smelling very much like our incense, with which they perfumed us. Francisco de Montejo sent information of all this to our commander-in-chief, who immediately resolved to run the whole squadron into the bay, and proceed on shore with all our men. When the caciques and the governor saw our general on shore, who, they had been given to understand, was our chief officer, they paid him in their way the greatest possible respect, and perfumed him most vehemently. We thanked them kindly, and in return made many protestations of friendship, also presenting each with white and green glass beads, desiring them at the same time to bring us gold in exchange for our commodities. Moctezuma's governor strongly advised the Indians to comply with our request. The consequence of which was that the inhabitants of the surrounding districts soon brought us every trinket they possessed in the shape of gold, and commenced a trade of barter with us. During the 6 days we stayed in this spot we obtained upwards of 1,500 pesos worth of gold trinkets, of various workmanship, but of inferior quality. The historians Francisco López de Gamra and Gonzalo Hernández de Oviedo have also mentioned this circumstance in their works. They err, however, when they say it took place in the Tabasco or Grijalva River. For it is a well-authenticated fact that there is no gold found in the provinces which border on the river Grijalva, and, upon the whole, very few ornaments of gold. I will not, however, detain my reader with their account, but rather inform him that we took possession of this country for His Imperial Majesty the Emperor, in the name of Diego Velázquez, the governor of Cuba. This being done, our general told the Indians that he was now desirous of re-embarking, and presented them with some Spanish shirts. We took one of the Indians with us, who subsequently learnt our language and was converted to Christianity, when he took the name of Francisco. I met with him afterwards at Santa Fe, where he had settled himself after the conquest of Mexico. Our commander, finding that the inhabitants brought no more gold, and considering that we had already been here 6 days, and that our present anchorage was rather dangerous on account of the contrary winds, gave orders for re-embarking. Pursuing our voyage, we came to an island which was quite covered with white sand, lying above 9 miles from the main land. We gave it the name of Isla Blanca, as it stands on the sea charts. Not far from this lay another island, nearly 5 miles from the main land, which offered us a very commodious landing place. Our general, therefore, ordered the boats to be lowered, and landed, with the greater portion of our men, in order to explore the island. We found 2 houses, which were strongly built of stone and lime. Both were ascended by a flight of steps, and surmounted by a species of altar, on which stood several abominable idols, to whom, the previous evening, 5 Indians had been sacrificed. Their dead bodies still lay there, ripped open, with the arms and legs chopped off, while everything near was besmeared with blood. We contemplated this sight in utter astonishment, and gave this island the name of Isla de Sacrificios. Quitting this place, we landed on the neighboring continent, where we constructed ourselves huts on one of the large downs, with some sails and the branches of trees. Numbers of Indians soon made their appearance, bringing with them small pieces of gold for barter, in the same way as at the Bandera stream, according to the commands of Moctezuma, as we subsequently learnt. The inhabitants, however, approached us in great fear, and what they brought with them was a mere trifle. Our captain, therefore, soon weighed anchor again. The next place we landed at was in view of another island, which lay about 2 miles from the continent. This at present is considered the best harbor of the country. What happened to us in this place I will relate in the next chapter. Chapter 14. How we came into the harbor of San Juan de Colua. Having disembarked on a part of the coast where it was very sandy, we were annoyed by such multitudes of mosquitoes that we were forced to construct ourselves huts on the great downs and in the tops of trees. This, being done, we carefully examined the harbor in our boats, and were fully satisfied that it contained a good anchorage, it being moreover sheltered against the north wind by the island, to which our general now proceeded with 30 men all well armed. Here we found a temple on which stood the great and abominable-looking god Tlaxcalans, surrounded by 4 Indians, dressed in wide black cloaks, and with flying hair, in the same way as our canons or Dominicans wear it. These were priests who had that very day sacrificed 2 boys, whose bodies they had ripped up, and then offered their bleeding hearts to the horrible idol. They were going to perfume us in the same way they had done their gods. And though it smelt like our incense, we would not suffer them, so shocked were we at the sight of the 2 boys whom they had recently murdered, and disgusted with their abominations. Our captain questioned the Indian Francisco whom we had brought with us from the Bandera stream as to what was meant by all this, for he seemed rather an intelligent person. Having, at that time, as I have already stated, no interpreter, our captain put these questions to him by means of signs. Francisco returned for answer that this sacrifice had been ordered by the people of Colua. But, as it was difficult for him to pronounce this latter word, he kept continually saying Olua, Olua. From the circumstance of our commander himself being present, and that his Christian name was Juan, and it happening to be the feast of St. John, we gave this small island the name of San Juan de Ulua. This harbor was ever after much frequented. Great numbers of ships have been refitted there, and all merchandise for Mexico and New Spain are here shipped or unladen. During the time we were encamped on these downs, numbers of Indians from the surrounding districts brought us their gold trinkets in exchange for our goods. But there was so little of it, and that so very inferior in quality, that we scarcely troubled ourselves about it. We remained, nevertheless, 7 days in the huts we had constructed, though we were constantly annoyed by swarms of mosquitoes, which rendered our stay most uncomfortable. As we had now been so long at sea, and had fully convinced ourselves that it was no island, but a continent, we had discovered, containing considerable towns, as our cassave bread was become quite mouldy and unfit for eating. Considering, moreover, that our numbers were too small to think of making any settlement here, particularly as we had lost 10 of our men in consequence of their wounds, besides having 4 others dangerously ill, we determined to forward Diego Velázquez an account of the state of affairs, and desire him to send us succors. Indeed, Grijalva had a great mind to have founded a colony even with the few men we had to spare. Our captain had throughout shown a magnanimous spirit, and proved himself a brave soldier, let the historian Gomara say anything to the contrary he likes. Pedro de Alvarado was selected to go on this mission to Cuba, with the ship San Sebastian, which had become rather leaky. This vessel could be refitted there, and return with succors and provisions. He also took with him all the gold we had bartered for, the cotton stuffs presented us by the Indians, and our sick. Our principal officers, moreover, each sent Diego Velázquez a written account, according to their several views, of all we had seen. We will now leave Pedro de Alvarado to his own good fortune on his voyage to Cuba, and relate what happened to the vessel which Diego Velázquez sent in quest of us. Chapter 15. Diego Velázquez sends out a small vessel in quest of us. From the very moment in which Juan de Grijalva had quitted Cuba for the wide ocean, Diego Velázquez became downcast and thoughtful. He was constantly harassed by the idea that some misfortune would befall us. In the height of his impatience he at last sent out a small vessel, with 7 men, in quest of us. The command of this was given to a certain Cristobal de Oli, a man of great courage and energy. His instructions were to follow the same course in which Córdoba had sailed, until he should have met with us. It appears, however, that Cristobal de Oli, while riding at anchor near the coast, was overtaken by a violent storm, and found himself compelled, in order to save his vessel from being cast ashore, to cut the cables. At least he had no anchor left on his return to Santiago de Cuba, nor had he been able to bring the governor any information respecting us. Diego Velázquez now despaired more than ever. The arrival of Pedro de Alvarado with the gold and other things, fortunately set his anxiety at rest, who, moreover, detailed to him the discoveries we had made. His joy was excessive when he saw the gold, and how it was worked into various shapes. From which very circumstance it appeared to him and others who happened to be present on business, of much greater value than it really was. Nor were His Majesty's officials, who had to take the fifth part, less astonished at the riches of the countries we had discovered. Pedro de Alvarado, who knew how to humor Diego Velázquez, afterwards related that the governor had continually embraced him, that festivities and tournaments were celebrated for 8 successive days. If the fame of the riches of these countries had been rumored abroad before, it was now, on account of the gold we had sent, the more so. It soon spread through all the islands, and the whole of Spain. I shall have occasion to speak of this hereafter, and will also leave Diego Velázquez to his festivities, and return to our vessels at San Juan de Ulua. Chapter 16. What befell us on our coasting voyage along the Tusta and Tuspa mountains. After Pedro de Alvarado had set sail for Cuba, our general and other officers held a consultation with the pilots, when it was determined that we should continue our course along the coast, and push our discoveries as far as possible. As we sailed along, we first came in view of the Tusta, and, 2 days after, of the more elevated mountains of Tuspa, both of which take their names from 2 towns lying close to the foot of these mountains. On the whole, we saw numbers of towns lying from 6 to 9 miles inland, now the province of Panuco. At last we arrived at a large stream, to which we gave the name of Canoe River, and dropped anchor at its mouth. While our vessels were lying at anchor here, and our men had become less careful than usual, 16 large canoes full of Indians, all equipped for battle, with bows, arrows, and lances, came down the stream and made straight for our smallest vessel, commanded by Alonso de Avila, which lay nearest the shore. They greeted our men with a shower of arrows, wounding 2 of the soldiers, and then lay hold of the vessel as if they meant to carry her off, after they had cut one of the cables. We now hastened to the assistance of Alonso, who was still bravely repelling his assailants, and had capsized 3 of their canoes. We were well armed with crossbows and muskets, and very soon wounded at least above a third of our enemies, who speedily retreated to where they had come from, not exactly in the best of spirits. Upon this we weighed anchor and continued our course along the coast until we arrived at a wide projecting cape, which, on account of the strong currents, we found so difficult to double that we considered our further course now impeded. The chief pilot, Alaminos, here told our commander that it was no longer advisable to sail on at a venture, for which he gave us many plausible reasons. This matter being duly considered in council, it was unanimously agreed that we should return to Cuba. To this step we were, moreover, induced by the approach of winter, scarcity of provisions, and the bad condition of one of our vessels which had become very leaky. To this may also be added the disagreement between our commanders. For Juan de Grijalva persisted in his opinion that they should make an attempt to leave a colony behind, while Francisco de Montejo and Alonso de Avila, on the contrary, maintained that any such attempt would be fruitless. Considering the multitude of warriors which inhabited these countries, to all this may be added that our men were heartily sick of the sea. We therefore turned our vessels about, hoisted all the sails, and arrived in a few days, being greatly assisted by the currents, in the wide waters of the Guacasualco River. We could not make any stay here on account of the boisterous state of the weather, and therefore continued our course along the coast until we arrived at the mouth of the river Tanala, to which we gave the name of Saint Antonio. We ran up this river and careened the leaky vessel, which had struck there several times against the rocks. While we were busily engaged at this work, numbers of Indians came up to us from the harbor of Tanala, which lay about 4 miles from this place, bringing with them maize bread, fish, and fruits, which they readily gave us. Our commander was particularly kind to them, and presented each with white and green glass beads, giving them at the same time to understand by signs that they should bring us gold in exchange for our goods. They soon complied with our wishes, but their gold was of a very inferior quality, for which they received imitation corals. As soon as the inhabitants of Guacasualco and the neighboring districts had learnt that we offered our goods for barter, they brought us all their golden ornaments, and took in exchange green glass beads, on which they set a high value. Besides ornaments of gold, every Indian had with him a copper axe, which was very highly polished, with the handle curiously carved, as if to serve equally for an ornament as for the field of battle. At first we thought that these axes were made of an inferior kind of gold. We therefore commenced taking them in exchange, and, in the space of 2 days, had collected more than 600, with which we were no less rejoiced as long as we were ignorant of their real value, than the Indians with our glass beads. One of our sailors, who had by stealth bought 7 of these axes and was secretly congratulating himself on this piece of good fortune, was betrayed to our commander-in-chief, who, ordering the man in his presence, commanded him to deliver up his treasure. Still of opinion that these axes were of gold, the poor fellow, though forced, reluctantly parted with them. This brings to my mind what befell one of our men, named Bartolomé Prado. This fellow had managed to get inside of a temple, called by the Indians a queue, which stood upon an elevated spot, and had found in it numerous idols, and some copal, which is the incense of the Indians. Also knives made of hard flint, with which they cut their meat offerings, and otherwise make use of in their sacrifices. Besides these things, he found 2 small wooden boxes, filled with golden trinkets which are worn about the head and neck. Also small idols, and other ornaments somewhat resembling our pearls. The idols he brought to his commander, but took care to keep the gold himself. It seems, however, that someone had been watching him all the time, who reported what he had seen to our captain. We all felt concerned at this, and spoke a good word for him, as he was a kind-hearted being. We begged hard of our commander that he might be allowed to retain his treasure, minus the 5th part claimed for the emperor, which being granted, the man had nigh upon 80 pesos left for himself. In this place I must also acquaint my readers how I sowed some orange seeds close to one of these temples. On account of the numbers of mosquitoes which swarm along this river, I had, being tired, laid myself down to rest on the summit of a high temple. In gratitude for the quiet slumber I enjoyed there, I sowed, at the foot of this building, 8 orange seeds which I had brought with me from Cuba. These seeds grew very fast, and when grown to small plants, were most probably watered and preserved from the ants by the papas, as soon as they perceived the new plant. I have merely related this in order to acquaint my reader that these were the first orange seeds that were planted in New Spain. Subsequent to the conquest of Mexico and friendly subjection of the Indian tribes on the Guacasualco, this province, being excellently situated, was considered of greater importance than any other. No less on account of its mines than for its beautiful harbor. The country, moreover, abounded in gold, and contained fine pastures for sheep, which was the reason why the most illustrious of the conquistadores of Mexico settled themselves there. Among which number was myself, and I did not forget to look for my orange trees, which, indeed, I transplanted, and they afterwards flourished uncommonly. I am well aware that it will be said, such old tales as these are quite out of character here. I will not, therefore, say another syllable on the subject, but merely acquaint the reader that the inhabitants of these districts were all very much pleased with us, and embraced us at our departure. We set sail for Cuba, and arrived there in the space of 40 days, during which time the weather was sometimes favorable and sometimes boisterous. We were most friendly received by the governor Diego Velázquez, who was highly delighted with the additional gold we brought him. Altogether it was well worth 4,000 pesos. So that with the 16,000 brought over by Alvarado, the whole amounted to 20,000 pesos. Some make this sum greater, some less, but one thing is certain, the crown officials only took the fifths of the last mentioned sum. When they were about to take this also of the Indian axes, which we had mistaken for gold, they grew excessively angry on finding them to be merely of a fine species of copper. Nor did this circumstance fail to produce the usual laughter at the expense of our trade of barter. Diego Velázquez, however, appeared perfectly satisfied, though not so with his relative Grijalva. This was wrong on his part, for it originated solely in the misrepresentations of Alonso de Avila, a man of a bad disposition, who did all he could, backed by Montejo, to lower Grijalva in his eyes. All this, rumor spread, was done in order to fit out another armament, and select a new commander. Chapter 17. Diego Velázquez dispatches one of his officials to Spain. My readers may perhaps think, that what I am now about to relate does not exactly belong to this history. But in the course of it they will readily perceive that I have been obliged to notice many circumstances before I could introduce them to the captain, Hernando Cortés. They ought also to bear in mind, that it often happens that 2 or 3 things take place at the same moment. In which case there only remains for the historian to treat of one circumstance after the other, and begin with that which lies nearest at hand. In this place the following comes first under our consideration. After the arrival of Pedro de Alvarado with the gold which we had made in the newly discovered country, Diego Velázquez began to fear that someone at court, who might have received private information of all this, would anticipate him in forwarding his imperial majesty the first news of our important discovery, and so rob him of the reward. He, therefore, dispatched one of his chaplains, named Benito Martinez, a thorough man of business, to Spain, with letters and a few of the valuable things, to Don Juan Rodriguez Fonseca, Bishop of Burgos, and Archbishop of Rosano. He wrote at the same time to the licentiate Luis Zapata, and the secretary Lope Conchillos, who at that time had the conduct of all Indian affairs under the archbishop. Diego Velázquez was quite devoted to these gentlemen, and had presented them with considerable Indian villages in Cuba, with the inhabitants of which they worked their gold mines. But he took particular care to provide well for the archbishop, troubling himself very little about his majesty, who was at that time in Flanders. He sent moreover to these, his patrons, a great portion of the gold trinkets which Alvarado had brought with him, for everything that was determined in the Imperial Council of India depended upon these gentlemen. Diego Velázquez therefore sought, by means of his chaplain, to obtain unlimited permission to fit out armaments at any time he might think proper to make voyages of discovery, and to found colonies in the new countries as well as in those that might subsequently be discovered. In the accounts he transmitted to Spain, he spoke of the many thousands of gold pesos which he had already spent in like undertakings, thereby giving such a favorable direction to the negotiations of his chaplain, Benito Martinez, that his expectations were more than fulfilled, who even obtained for him the additional title of Adelantado of Cuba. This latter appointment, however, did not arrive until the new expedition under Cortés had left. I will not make any further remarks on these matters at present, but rather say a few words respecting Francisco López de Gamara's history of the conquest of New Spain and Mexico. His history fell into my hands while I was writing my own, and I soon foresaw that I should have to contradict him in many instances. My intention is to give a faithful account, and that in due order, of every circumstance. This will greatly differ from his narrative, which is quite at variance with truth. Chapter 18. Of some errors in the work of Francisco López de Gamara. While busily engaged writing this narrative, the eloquent history of the conquest of Mexico and New Spain, by Gamara, fell into my hands. And when I perceived the elegance of his style, and considered the rudeness of my own, I laid down my pen, ashamed at the very thoughts of its being read by men of distinction. With my spirits thus damped, I once more undertook to go through his history. It was then I, for the first time, discovered how mistaken this author was with respect to the occurrences which had really taken place in New Spain. He is equally bad whenever he writes about the magnitude of the towns and number of the inhabitants, in which, whenever it suits him, he does not, for instance, hesitate a moment to put 8,000 for 8. In the same way he mentions the extensive buildings we were stated to have commenced, though, in fact, we were only 400 in number when we first went out to war, and had sufficient work to defend ourselves and prevent the victory from going over to our enemies. Though the Indians may have been timid, we were, nevertheless, guiltless of such wholesale slaughter and other barbarities as Gamara would lay to our doors. On the contrary, such was our situation, and I hereby seal my words with an oath when I state, that we daily offered up our prayers to God and the Holy Virgin to preserve us from destruction. Alaric was certainly a most courageous monarch, and Attila a soldier whose excessive pride would not allow him to shrink back from anything. Yet they never slaughtered such multitudes of human beings on the Catalonian plains as we do in the Book of Gamara. In the same way he mentions what numbers of towns and temples we either burnt or destroyed. I am speaking of the Indian temples, called by the inhabitants queues. This latter circumstance would certainly be most pleasing to his readers. But he never gave it a thought, when he was writing, that the conquistadores themselves, and those better informed, would detect his errors and falsehoods. Even in his other works, whenever he speaks about New Spain, he immediately commits blunders. In one place he praises a commander far above his merits, for which very reason he in another most unjustly diminishes that of a second. In another place again, he gives many a one a command who was not even in the army during the conquest. He gives, for instance, the chief command at the battle fought near the town afterwards called Almeria, to Pedro de Irico, when, in fact, it was Juan de Escalante who commanded on that occasion, and was killed with 7 of his men. Again he says, that Juan Velázquez de León founded the colony of Guacazualco, although it was Gonzalo de Sandoval, of Avila. There is as much truth in his account when he says that Cortés ordered the Indian Quetzalpopoca, one of Moctezuma's chiefs, to be burnt, together with the village in which it was stated he had hid himself. Equal reliance may be placed in his description of our entry into the town and fortress of Anga Ponga, where everything happened exactly contrary to what he has stated. In his narrative of our proceedings on the Downs, when we had appointed Cortés Captain General and Chief Justice, he has allowed himself to be deceived by false information, while he has totally misrepresented our taking of the town Camula, in the province of Chiapa. A still greater blunder he commits when he states that Cortés issued his orders secretly for the destruction of the 11 vessels which had brought us to New Spain. For it is perfectly well known that the ships were run on shore by our unanimous consent, and in presence of us all, in order that the sailors might also be armed and accompany us on our march. In like manner he lowers the merits of Juan de Grijalva, although he had proved himself such a worthy officer. While he passes by Hernández de Córdoba in silence, though he was the first who discovered Yucatan, of Francisco de Garay he says, that he had accompanied us on the previous expedition under Grijalva, though he first visited New Spain during this last expedition. In the account he gives of the arrival of Narvaez, and the victory we gained over him, he is certainly more faithful, and has been well informed of all the circumstances. But, with respect to the battles with the Tlaxcalans, up to the time when peace was concluded with them, he has again diverged from the truth. Concerning the battle we fought in the city of Mexico itself, in which we were worsted and beaten back with the loss of 860 of our troops, of whom a great portion was sacrificed to the idols, I repeat, where above 860 of our men were killed. For out of 1,300 soldiers who had marched into the town to the relief of Pedro de Alvarado, which made out the united forces of Narvaez and Cortés, only 440 escaped, and even these were all wounded. Of this great and important deed of arms he speaks as if it were a mere nothing. He says as little of the subsequent conquest we made of the great city of Mexico, or the manner in which we accomplished it, and omits to mention the number of our killed and wounded. As if this undertaking had merely been a jolly marriage procession. But why should I continue to enumerate all these particularities one by one? It is a mere waste of ink and paper. I can only say that it is a great pity if Gomer pursues the same course in all his works, for in the beautiful style in which he writes, he ought to make truth perceptible, and distinguish himself therein. But enough of Gomer. I have sufficiently proved, to the sorrow of his readers, how far he has gone beside the truth. I will now return to my history, and strive to act up to the advice of wise men, who say that honesty and truth are the true ornaments to history. Indeed, my rude style of writing would be insupportable without truth, and therefore I was determined to put my trust in it, and continue my narrative in the way I had begun, that it might go to the press, and publish to the world the conquest of New Spain, as it really took place. In this way His Imperial Majesty will also learn the great services which we, the true conquistadores, have rendered to the crown. How small our numbers were when we first arrived in this country, under the command of our highly favored and faithful captain, Hernando Cortés, what dangers we had to brave. And, lastly, how we conquered this kingdom, which forms a great part of the New World, and for which reason His Majesty, our most Christian king and master, has so often ordered that we should be rewarded. However, I will not say anything further on this head, though much might be said. In resuming my pen I will, like a careful pilot who throws out the lead when he is in danger of shallows, search after truth, where the historian Gomera flies away from it. I will not, however, detain my readers by entering into minute particulars, but always keep the whole in view, in order that the costs of gathering the leasings may not amount to more than the value of the full vintage. If other historians should further swell out my narrative, and bestow on Cortés, our commander, and on the brave conquistadores in this great and holy expedition, their just measure of praise, I can at least say that I have witnessed for the truth. These, indeed, are not stories about strange countries, or dreams, or contradictory statements. Everything I relate, if I may so say, happened but yesterday, and the whole of New Spain can test these representations, and judge how far those are correct who have written on the same subject. I will relate that of which I myself was an eyewitness, facts which I know to be true, and will pay no attention to the contradictory statements of those who merely write from hearsay, for truth is a sacred thing. I will therefore say no more on this head, though I could, if I liked, say a good deal. And merely add, that there are good grounds for believing that when Gomera was writing his history, he had been deceived by false information. With him, every circumstance is made to turn to the glory and honor of Cortés, while no mention is made of the other brave officers and soldiers. But, the partiality of this author is sufficiently seen from the circumstance of his having dedicated his work to the present Marquis del Valle, son of Cortés, and not to his Majesty the King. But, alas! These untruths and errors are not peculiar to Francisco López de Gomera, but have also been the means of leading many other writers and historians who had followed his work into like error, as for instance, Dr. Illescas and Paulo Jovio, who have exactly copied Gomera's account, without adding or taking away a single word. For all their blunders they are indebted to Gomera. Chapter 19. How another armament was fitted out for a voyage to the newly discovered countries, the command of which was given to Hernando Cortés, afterwards Marquis of the Vale of Oaxaca. Also of the secret cabals which were formed to deprive him of it. Immediately after the return of Juan de Grijalva from our last voyage of discovery, in the year 1518, Diego Velázquez issued orders for the fitting out of a more considerable armament than the foregoing. For this purpose he had 10 vessels lying in the harbor of Santiago de Cuba, at his disposal. Among these were the 4 vessels in which we had just returned with Grijalva, which had been immediately refitted and careened. The 6 others had been collected from the different ports of the island. The vessels were provided with sufficient provisions, consisting in cassave bread, tobacco, and smoked bacon, to last us on our voyage to the Havana, where they were to be fully equipped. For at that time there was neither beef nor mutton to be had in Cuba. In the meantime, however, Diego Velázquez could not make up his mind to whom he should entrust the command. Some cavaliers certainly mentioned Vasco Porcalo, a captain of great renown, and related to the Earl of Feria, who, it was said, would shortly arrive to take the command. This man, however, did not suit Diego Velázquez. He feared his daring spirit, and was apprehensive that once having the armament under his command he would declare himself independent of him. Others again spoke of Agustín Bermúdez, Antonio Velázquez Borrego, and Bernardino Velázquez, who were all 3 relatives of Velázquez. We soldiers, however, would not hear of any other than Juan de Grijalva, who, besides being a brave officer, bore an unblemished character, a man moreover who fully understood the art of commanding. While such like rumors were afloat, the affair was secretly settled, by 2 confidants of Diego Velázquez, Andrés de Duero, secretary to the governor, and Almador de Lares, the royal treasurer, with Hernando Cortés. Cortés was a cavalier of rank, a native of Medellín, and son of Martin Cortés de Monroy, and of Catalina Pizarro Altamirano, both descendants of 2 ancient noble families of Estremadura, though then in rather straitened circumstances. Cortés had an Indian commandery in Cuba, and had been recently married to Dona Catalina Suárez Pacheco, daughter of the late Diego Suárez Pacheco of Avila, and of María de Mercada of Biscay, and sister to Juan Suárez Pacheco, who, subsequent to the conquest of New Spain, took up his abode in Mexico, where he had a commandery. This marriage proved very expensive to Cortés, and had even occasioned his imprisonment. Diego Velázquez favored the family of Cortés's wife, who had been averse to the match, but I must leave this for others to expatiate upon, and rather confine myself to the principal subject in this place, which is to acquaint my reader that the above-mentioned confidants of Diego Velázquez did all in their power to obtain the appointment of commander-in-chief for Cortés, who, on the other hand, had promised to share equally with them all the profits arising from the gold, silver, and jewels, which pending this expedition should fall to his share, which might turn out very considerable. Since the real design of Diego Velázquez, in fitting out this expedition, was not to make settlements, but that a trade of barter should be carried on with the natives. Duero and the royal treasurer, therefore, employed all their cunning with the governor. They took every opportunity of placing Cortés in the most favorable light, extolling his great courage, in a word, declared him to be the most proper person whom he could entrust with the command. In him he might place implicit confidence, the more so since he himself had been present as a witness at Cortés's marriage, and given the bride away, and was thus spiritually related to him. Their endeavors were indeed crowned with success, by Diego Velázquez conferring the appointment of Captain General of the expedition on that gentleman. The Secretary Duero did not fail on this occasion, as the saying is, to write out the commission with the best of ink, to word it agreeably to Cortés's wishes, and finish it in all haste. When the appointment became known to the public, some approved of it and others not. On the Sunday following, as Diego Velázquez was on his way to church, accompanied by the principal personages in the town, as was due to him in his capacity of governor, it happened that he did Cortés the honor of placing him on his right side. On the road they were met by a jester, nicknamed the Fool Cervantes. This fellow kept in front of the governor, cutting all manner of ridiculous figures and playing all sorts of pranks. "Well-a-day, friend Diego," commenced this jack-pudding, "what manner of a captain general have you appointed?" "He of Medellin and Estremadura. A captain who wants to try his fortune in no small way. I am afraid he will cut his sticks with your whole squadron, for he is a terrible fellow when he once begins, this you may read in his countenance." As he was chattering on in this strain for some time and growing more severe in his observations, Andrés de Duero, who was walking by the side of Cortés, hit him a good blow on the head, crying out at the same time, "Begone you drunken fool! I am sure these scandalous pleasantries never emanated in your brain." The buffoon, however, took no notice of this, but commenced anew. "Long live my friend Diego and the bold Captain Cortés! Upon my life, Master Diego, I must really go myself with Cortés to those rich countries, in order that you may not repent of the bargain you have made." Nobody doubted for a moment that it was Velázquez, the governor's relative, who had feed the jester with a few pesos to utter these complaints, all emanating from a bad feeling. Everything this fool had predicted, however, took place to the very letter, and only proves that fools often speak the truth. It is nevertheless certain that the appointment of Hernando Cortés was pleasing in the eyes of God, a blessing to our holy religion, and of the first importance to His Majesty, as will be clearly proved in the sequel. Chapter 20. Of the designs and plans of Hernando Cortés after he had obtained the appointment of captain. After Hernando Cortés had thus been appointed captain, he immediately set about to collect all manner of arms and ammunition, consisting of matchlocks, crossbows, powder, and the like. In the same way he took care to provide a large stock of goods for barter, and other necessaries requisite for our expedition. He was now also most particular in adorning his outward person, more than ordinarily. He stuck a bunch of feathers in his cap, to which he fastened a golden medal, which gave him a very stately appearance. Notwithstanding all this, he was at that time greatly pinched for money to purchase the things he required, being, in addition, head and ears in debt, for, though his commandery was a lucrative one, and his gold mines very productive, he required it all for his own person and the dress of his young wife. For the rest, his countenance was most winning, his conversation agreeable, while he was beloved by every one. He had been twice alcalde of Santiago de Barroco, where he resided, which is esteemed a great honor in these parts. When, therefore, his friends among the merchants, Jaime Tria and a certain Pedro de Xeres, heard of his appointment. They lent him 4,000 gold pesos and other merchandise, upon the income arising from his commandery. With this money he bought a state robe with golden trains, ensigns bearing the arms of our sovereign the king, on each side of which was the figure of a cross, beneath this a Latin inscription, the meaning of which was, "Brothers, let us in true faith follow the cross, and the victory is ours." He then made known by sound of drum and trumpet, in the name of His Majesty and Diego Velázquez the governor, that all those who felt inclined to accompany him to the conquest and colonization of the newly discovered countries should have a share in the gold, silver, and jewels they might gain. Also that, when any one settled himself there, he should be presented with an Indian commandery, the distribution of which His Majesty had confided to Diego Velázquez. Although this proclamation was made previous to the return of the chaplain Benito Martinez, whom Diego had dispatched to Spain to procure for him such authority and other powers, yet it made a deep impression among the inhabitants of the island. Cortés, also, at the same time wrote to all his friends, inviting them to join the expedition. Many there were who sold all they were possessed of, to buy themselves arms and a horse. Others purchased stores of cassave bread and salted bacon to provision the ships, and otherwise equipped themselves as well as they could. Our numbers had increased to 300 soldiers when we left Santiago de Cuba. We were even joined by some of the principal personages of Diego Velázquez's household. Among the number was Diego de Ordaz, his steward. To this he had certainly been advised by his master, to see that nothing was done opposed to his interests, as he did not altogether trust Cortés. There was also Francisco de Morla, Escobar, Heredia, Juan Ruano, Pedro Escudero, and Martin Ramos de Peres of Biscay, with many other friends and acquaintances of Velázquez. Myself I speak of last. Though I have merely enumerated these warriors as they came to my memory, without wishing, however, to give one any preference above the other. I intend hereafter to give the names of them all in the proper place. While Cortés was thus making every exertion to expedite the equipment of the vessels, the malice and envy of the relatives of Velázquez was not silent, who felt themselves most grievously neglected that the command should have been entrusted to Cortés. Velázquez had only shortly beforehand shown his hatred to Cortés on account of his marriage, and even persecuted him. They were therefore the more spiteful, and in every way strove to lower him in the eyes of the governor, hoping thereby to deprive him of the command. Cortés, who was fully acquainted with this, took care to be always at Velázquez's side. He took every opportunity of showing his attachment to him, and spoke of nothing but of the glory of this undertaking, and of the vast riches it could not fail, in a short time, to bring his patron Velázquez. Even Andrés de Duero urged Cortés by all means to hasten the embarkation, as the relatives of Velázquez had already succeeded in altering his sentiments with regard to Cortés. The latter therefore desired his wife to send him on board the provisions and other presents which women under such circumstances are accustomed to give their husbands. He made known to the masters and pilots of the different vessels the day and hour of departure, and ordered all the men to be on board by a certain day. Everything being now ready for his departure, and all the men on board, Cortés called upon the governor to take leave of him, and was accompanied on this occasion by his best friends and companions in arms, Andrés de Duero, the royal treasurer, Almador de Lares, and the principal inhabitants of the town. Velázquez and Cortés vowed eternal friendship, and did not part until they had several times embraced each other. The next morning early we attended Mass, after which we marched to our vessels accompanied by the governor and a number of cavaliers in honorable escort. The weather being very fine, we arrived, after a few days' sail, safely in the harbor of Trinidad, and landed there. From what has already been said, and will further be seen in the following chapter, the reader may easily imagine the various difficulties Cortés had to struggle with. Though, when my narrative is confronted with that of Gomera, it will be found how greatly they differ. Gomera, for instance, will have that Andrés de Duero was a merchant, though, as private secretary to the governor, he had considerable weight in the island. And of Diego de Ordaz, he says, that he accompanied the expedition under Grijalva, though he never went out until this time with Cortés. But I will leave Gomera and his miserable history, and relate our doings in the town of Trinidad. Chapter 21. Cortés's occupations at Trinidad, and of the cavaliers and warriors who there joined our expedition, and other matters. On the first notice of our arrival at Trinidad, the inhabitants came out to welcome us and our commander Cortés. Among the great body of cavaliers in this place, every one strove hardest to have Cortés for his guest. Cortés immediately planted his standard in front of his dwelling, and made the public acquainted with the particulars of the expedition in the same way as he had done at Santiago. And further collected whatever he could in the shape of firearms with other necessaries. Here we were also joined by the Alvarados, namely, Pedro, who has often been mentioned in this history, his brothers Gonzalo, Jorge, Gomez, and his natural brother the elder Juan Alvarado. Further we were here joined by Alonso de Avila of Avila, who had a command in the last expedition, under Grijalva, Juan de Escalante, Pedro Sanchez Farsan of Sevilla, Gonzalo Mejia, subsequently treasurer at Mexico. Vina, Juanes de Fuenterrabia, and Cristobal de Ali, who had a command at the taking of Mexico, and in all the battles fought in New Spain. Further, Ortiz, the musician, and Gaspar Sanchez, nephew to the treasurer of Cuba. Diego de Pinedo, Alonso Rodriguez, who possessed some lucrative gold mines, and Bartolomé Garcia. To which may be added many other cavaliers whose names at present I cannot remember, all personages of influence and respectability. From this place Cortés also wrote letters to Santa Spiritus, 54 miles from Trinidad, and made our expedition known to the public there. He knew so well how to mix up his sentences with inviting expressions and great promises, that many of the first personages of that town were thereby induced to join us. These were Hernando Portocarrero, cousin to the Earl of Medellin, and Gonzalo de Sandoval, who had been 8 months alguacil major and governor, and was afterwards a commander in New Spain. Also Juan Velázquez de Leon, a relation of Diego Velázquez, Rodrigo Rangel, Gonzalo López de Jimena, with his brother Juan López, and Juan Sedino. This latter gentleman was an inhabitant of Santa Spiritus, and had joined Cortés because of the 2 other Sedinos who were among us. These gentlemen, who were all men of consequence, had arrived at the same time in Trinidad, when Cortés, accompanied by the whole of us, went out to meet them. Cannons were fired, and other rejoicings took place on this occasion, while professions of esteem and friendship were passed from one party to the other. All these men possessed land in the neighborhood of this town, where they ordered cassave bread to be made, and bacon to be cured, and otherwise collected all the provisions they possibly could for our vessels. Here also we hired soldiers, and purchased some horses, which latter, at that time, were very scarce, and only to be had at exorbitant prices. Alonso Hernandez de Portocarrero, whom I had previously known, had not sufficient money to purchase himself a horse. Cortés, therefore, bought one for him, and paid for it with the golden borders of the velvet robe he had procured at Santiago. About this time there also arrived in the port of Trinidad a vessel belonging to a certain Juan Sedino, of the Havana, laden with cassave bread and salted meat, which was destined for the mines of Santiago. This Sedino, who had called upon our commander to pay his respects, was soon persuaded, by the eloquence and address of Cortés, to sell him his ship with the lading and all, and himself to join the expedition. We had now 11 ships in all, and everything, thanks to Providence, was going on well, when letters arrived from Diego Velázquez with peremptory orders that Cortés was to be deprived of the command. But I will detail this matter in the following chapter. Chapter 22. How the Governor Diego Velázquez sends 2 of his officials in all haste to Trinidad, with full power and authority to deprive Cortés of his appointment of captain, and bring the squadron away, and I must now carry my narrative back a few days, in order to relate what happened at Santiago de Cuba after our departure. We had scarcely set sail when Diego Velázquez's friends left him not a moment's peace, harassing him until they had totally revolutionized his sentiments with regard to Cortés. They now plainly told him that he might consider Cortés as lost to his interests from his having so secretly sneaked away from the harbor. Neither had he made any secret of his determination to have the chief command of the armament, whether Diego might wish it or not. For which reason he had embarked his men at night time, that if any attempt were made to deprive him of the squadron, he would resist it by main force. He, the governor, had been deceived by his private secretary Duero, and de Laras the royal treasurer, who had both made some previous agreement with Cortés to procure him the command. But in particular the relatives of Velázquez were constantly urging him to cancel the recent appointment of Cortés, in which they were backed by a certain old man, named Juan Milán, commonly termed the astrologer, who was considered by many not to be exactly in his proper senses. This old man repeatedly told the governor that Cortés would now revenge himself for his having, some time ago, thrown him into prison. Sly and artful as he is, he will be the means of ruining you, if you are not upon your guard. These hints were not thrown away upon Velázquez. They brought about a revolution in his mind, which ended in his dispatching 2 trustworthy persons out of his establishment, with private instructions to his brother-in-law Francisco de Verdugo, then alcalde major of Trinidad. By which he was peremptorily commanded, under all circumstances, to deprive Cortés of the squadron, whose appointment of captain had been withdrawn, and given to Vasco Porcalo. At the same time he wrote letters to Diego de Ordaz, Francisco de Morla, and to his relations and friends, desiring them, at all events, to leave the squadron. As soon as Cortés got information of this, he had a secret interview with Ordaz and all those officers and inhabitants of Trinidad, who, he thought, might feel inclined to obey the orders of Velázquez. To these he spoke so feelingly, and in such kind terms, accompanied by such great promises, that they were all soon gained over to his side. Diego de Ordaz even undertook to advise the alcalde major Francisco de Verdugo not to put these commands immediately into execution, and to keep them secret. Telling him, at the same time, he had seen nothing in Cortés which gave the slightest reasons for suspecting him of anything wrong. On the contrary, he had, on every occasion, given proofs of his adherence to the governor. He assured him, moreover, that it would be an impossibility to deprive Cortés of the command of the squadron, in which he had so many friends among the cavaliers, and Diego Velázquez so many enemies, who would not easily forgive him that he had neglected to bestow on them more profitable commendaries. Besides the number of friends Cortés had among the officers, he could rely upon most of the soldiers, and thus it would be useless to attempt anything against him. The whole town would become mixed up in the quarrel, which would be plundered by our men, and even worse consequences might follow. By these arguments, Ordaz prevented all violent measures. And one of the above-mentioned officials, whom Diego had sent with dispatches to his nephew, named Pedro Lasso, even joined our expedition. The other, Cortés sent back with a letter to the governor, in which he made use of every kind sentiment, and expressed his utter astonishment at the resolution he had taken, particularly as he had no other design than to serve God, His Majesty the King, and the governor. He earnestly advised him not to listen any further to his cousin Velázquez, nor to allow the kind feeling he entertained for him to be poisoned by such an old fool as Juan Milán. Cortés, at the same time, wrote to his other friends, and in particular to his 2 confederates, the private secretary and royal treasurer. The next step he took was to command his men to put their arms into good repair. Every smith in the town was set to work to fix points to our lances, and the gunners were ordered to search every magazine for arrows. He at last even persuaded the very smiths to join the armament. We remained altogether 12 days at Trinidad, and then sailed for the Havana. From the foregoing statement, the reader will readily perceive how differently all this has been related by Gomra, who even makes Velázquez confer the chief command on Ordaz. The latter, he says, invited Cortés to dine with him on board his vessel, had him seized while at dinner, and taken off prisoner to Santiago. I could cite many similar errors from Gomra's history, and thereby convince the reader that it is better to believe an eyewitness than an author who writes about things he never saw. However, enough of Gomra, let us return to our subject. Chapter 23. Cortés embarks with all his cavaliers and soldiers in order to sail along the south side of the island to the Havana, and sends off one of the vessels to go around the north coast for the same port. Cortés, finding that he had nothing further to do at Trinidad, acquainted his officers and men with the hour of departure, leaving it to each one's choice either to proceed to the Havana by sea, or march thither overland. Under the command of Pedro de Alvarado, who would be joined by some men from one of the colonies, on his road. Alvarado was a kind-hearted man, who knew best how to deal with soldiers, wherefore I myself, with 50 other military men, gladly joined him. Our numbers were, moreover, increased by all our horse. Cortés also sent a vessel, under the command of Juan de Escalante, which was to shape its course around the north coast to the Havana. Cortés then embarked, and proceeded, with the whole squadron, for the same port. The transport ships must, however, have missed the vessel of our commander-in-chief in the night, as they all arrived safe at the Havana without it. The troops under Pedro de Alvarado also arrived in good time, and the vessel under the command of Escalante, which had sailed around the north coast. Cortés alone remained behind. Nor could any one account for his delay, or what could possibly have detained him. 5 days passed away without our obtaining the least tidings of him, and we already began to fear that he had been shipwrecked off the Jardines, which lie from 30 to 36 miles from the Havana, near the Pinos Isles. Where the sea is very shallow, we therefore determined to send out our 3 smaller vessels in quest of her. But what with the fitting out of these vessels, added to the manifold opinions and advices, 2 more days elapsed, and Cortés still remained behind. All manner of artifices were now had recourse to, as to whom the command should be given, until some certainty was gained respecting the fate of Cortés, in which Diego de Ordaz, in his capacity of steward over the household of Velázquez, and secret observer of our movements, was most active. The following misfortune had befallen Cortés. When his vessel, which was of considerable tonnage, had arrived off the Pinos Isles on the shallows of the Jardines, there was not sufficient depth of water to carry her, and she consequently got aground. The ship had now to be unladen, which was an easy matter, on account of the nearness of the shore. As soon as she was set afloat again and brought into deeper water she was reloaded and pursued her voyage to the Havana. The joy among the officers and soldiers was very great as soon as she became visible in the horizon, to those excepted who had prized themselves with the command, to whose machinations, however, there was now an end. We accompanied Cortés to the house of Pedro Barba, Velázquez's lieutenant at Trinidad, where quarters had been got ready for his reception. He immediately hoisted his standard in front of his dwelling, and by public proclamation invited the inhabitants to join the expedition. It was here that Francisco de Montejo first joined us, of whom I shall often have to speak in the course of this history. Subsequent to the conquest of Mexico he became adelantado and governor of Yucatán and the Honduras. Here we were also joined by Diego de Soto of Toro, namely, who afterwards was Cortés's steward in Mexico, further, Anguila and Garci Caro, Sebastian Rodriguez, Pacheco, Gutierrez, Royas, this is not he commonly called the wealthy. Also by a young fellow of the name of Santa Clara, the 2 brothers, Martinez del Frexenal and Juan de Najara, not the deaf one of the tennis court at Mexico, all of whom were men of rank and quality. There were also other soldiers who joined us, whose names I have forgotten. When Cortés, therefore, beheld all these cavaliers together, his heart leaped with joy, and he sent off another ship for a further supply of provisions to the promontory of Guanaguanico, where Velázquez had landed property. Here was a village where cassave bread was made, and quantities of swine's flesh cured. He gave the command of this vessel to Diego de Ordaz, who, as Velázquez's steward, ordered matters on his master's property as he liked. Cortés wished to keep him out of the way, having learnt that Ordaz had not spoken in very favorable terms of him during the dispute as to whom the command should be given, when he was detained off the Pinos Isles. Ordaz's instructions were to remain in the harbor of Guanaguanico, after he had taken in his lading, until the arrival there of the vessel which was to sail around the north coast, with which he was then to proceed to the island of Cozumel, provided he received no further instructions by Indian canoes. Francisco de Montejo and other cavaliers of the Havana likewise furnished quantities of cassave bread and cured bacon, there being no other kind of provisions to be had. In the meantime Cortés ordered all our heavy guns, consisting in 10 copper cannons and a few falconets, to be brought on shore and given in charge of an artilleryman, named Mesa, a certain Arbenga who traded to the Levant, and Juan Catalan. to prove them, and otherwise put them into good repair. Also to furnish for each the right-sized balls and proper quantity of powder. He also gave them an assistant, named Bartolomé de Usager, and furnished them with vinegar and wine to polish the copper pieces. In the same way all our crossbows were inspected, and their strength ascertained by shooting at the target. Cotton being very plentiful here, we constructed ourselves cuirasses with it, which form the most efficient protection against Indian arrows, pikes, and slings. Here it was also that Cortés put his establishment on a much superior footing, and had himself served as a person of the first quality. He took for his butler a certain Guzman, who was subsequently killed by the Indians. He must not, however, be confounded with Cristobal de Guzman, who afterwards became his steward, and was the man whom took the King Cuauhtémoc prisoner, during the battle in the suburbs of Mexico. Rodrigo Rangel he appointed his chamberlain, and Juan de Cáceres his house steward, who after the conquest of Mexico was considered a man of great wealth. Having ordered all these things, he commanded us to hold ourselves in readiness for embarking, and to distribute the horses among the vessels, for which the necessary quantity of maize and hay had been provided. For memory's sake I will here likewise describe the horses and mares which we took with us on our expedition. Cortés had a dark chestnut stallion, which died afterwards at St. Juan de Ulua. Pedro de Alvarado and Hernando López de Vila had jointly an excellent brown mare, which had been broken in for the field of battle as well as for tournaments. After our arrival in New Spain, Alvarado bought López's share, or perhaps took forcible possession of it. Alonso Hernández Portocarrero had a grey-colored mare, which Cortés had purchased for him with the golden borders of his state robe. It was capitally trained for the field of battle. Juan Velázquez de Leon's mare was of the same color, a noble and powerful animal, full of fire and eager for battle. We commonly termed it the short tail. Cristobal de Oli had a dark brown fine-spirited horse. Francisco de Montejo and Alonso de Avila had between them a sorrel-colored horse, but of little use in battle. Francisco de Morla had likewise a dark chestnut stallion, one full of fire and wonderfully swift. The light-colored horse of Juan de Escalante was not worth much. The grey-colored mare of Diego de Ordaz, which would never foal, was neither very swift. Gonzalo Dominguez had a small dark brown nag, a very swift and noble animal. Also the brown-colored horse of Pedro González de Truxillo was a swift animal. Moran, who was a native of Vemo, had a small horse which was pretty well trained. Vina, of Trinidad, had a darkish-colored horse, though a bad leaper. The light-colored chestnut Galloway of Dolares was, on the other hand, a splendid animal and a capital runner. Ortiz, the musician, and a certain Bartolomé Garcia, who had applied himself to the art of mining, had between them a very good dark-colored horse, which they named the arriero, mule driver, and was one of the best animals of the whole corps. Juan Sedino, of the Havana, had a fine chestnut mare, which foaled on board. This Sedino was considered to be the most wealthy man amongst us. For he had a ship of his own, a horse, a few negroes to attend upon him, and his own lading of casse-save and cured bacon. Just about this time horses and negroes were only to be purchased for very high prices, which accounts for the small number of the former we had with us on this expedition. However, I will stop here, and relate in the next chapter what happened as we were just about to embark. Chapter 24. Diego Velázquez sends one of his officials, named Gaspar Garnica, with full authority to take Cortés prisoner, whatever might be the consequence, and what further happened. In order that my history may be perfectly intelligible to my readers, I must sometimes recur to prior events. In this place I have to return to Diego Velázquez, who, when he learnt that his brother-in-law, Francisco Verdugo, sub-governor of Trinidad, had not only confirmed Cortés in his appointment over the squadron, but even, conjointly with Diego de Ordaz, lent him every possible assistance, fell into such a rage that he roared like a wild beast. He accused his private secretary Andrés de Duero, and the royal treasurer Almader de Lares, of a conspiracy to cheat him, adding, that Cortés had run off with the whole squadron. Nor did Velázquez stop here, but dispatched one of his officials with imperative commands to Pedro Barba, sub-governor of the Havana, at the same time writing to all his relatives in that town, to de Ordaz and to Juan Velázquez de Leon, who were his special confidants, requiring them to swear, by the friendship they bore him, not, under any pretense whatsoever, to allow the squadron to depart, but to send Cortés prisoner to Santiago. As soon as Garnica, the bearer of these dispatches, arrived, it was immediately guessed for what purpose he came. Cortés was even apprised of it by means of the very bearer himself, for one of the brethren of charity, who was much in company with Velázquez, and greatly in favor with him, had forwarded by this same Garnica a letter to a brother of the same order, named Bartolomé de Olmedo, who had joined our expedition. By means of this letter, Cortés was apprised of the whole posture of affairs by those interested with him, Andreas de Duero and the royal treasurer. Ordaz, as we have above seen, having been sent off in quest of provisions, Cortés had now only to fear opposition from Juan Velázquez de Leon. But even him he had half gained over to his side, not being on the best of terms with his relative the governor, who had only presented him with a very poor commentary. Thus it was that the design of Velázquez was frustrated by those very persons to whom he had written. Indeed, from that very moment, these personages only united themselves the closer to Cortés, particularly the sub-governor Pedro Barba, the Alvarados, Portocarrero, Montejo, Cristobal de Ali, Juan de Escalante, Andreas de Mongeras, and his brother Gregorio, who, with all of us, were ready to stake our lives for Cortés. Had the orders of Velázquez been kept secret in Trinidad, they were now the more so in this place. And Pedro de Barba dispatched Garnica to Diego Velázquez with the information that he durst not venture to take Cortés into custody, as he was too powerful and too much beloved by the soldiers, fearing, if he should make the attempt, that the town would be plundered, and the whole of the inhabitants forcibly dragged away. For the rest, he could assure Diego Velázquez that Cortés was quite devoted to him, and did nothing that could be said to militate against his interests. Cortés himself also wrote a letter couched in those smooth terms he so very well knew how to employ, assuring Velázquez of the unabated friendship he entertained for him, and that he was going to set sail the very next day. Chapter 25. Cortés set sail with the whole squadron for the island of Cozumel, and what further took place. Cortés deferred the review of his troops until we should have arrived at the island of Cozumel, and gave orders for the embarking of our horses. Pedro de Alvarado, in the San Sebastian, which was a very fast sailor, was ordered to shape his course along the north coast, and his pilot received strict orders to steer direct for the Cape of St. Antonio, where all the other vessels would meet and set sail for Cozumel, like instructions were forwarded to Diego de Ordaz. Mass having been said, the 9 remaining vessels set sail, in a southerly direction, on the 10th of February, 1519. There were 60 soldiers on board the San Sebastian, under Alvarado, among which number I was myself. Camacho, our pilot, took no notice of the orders he had received from Cortés, but shaped his course direct for Cozumel, so that we arrived 2 days earlier there than the rest. We landed our men in the same harbor I before mentioned in our expedition under Grijalva. Cortés had been detained on his passage by the breaking of the rudder of Francisco de Morla's vessel, which had to be replaced from what they had at hand. Our vessel, as I have stated above, arrived 2 days earlier at Cozumel than the rest, and the whole of the men proceeded on shore. We did not meet with a single Indian in the village of Cozumel, as all the inhabitants had fled away. Alvarado, therefore, ordered us to another village at about 4 miles distance from the latter. Here the inhabitants had likewise fled to the woods, without, however, being able to carry off all their property, so that we found numbers of fowls and other things. Of the former, Alvarado would not permit us to take more than 40. Out of a temple near at hand we took several cotton mats, and a few small boxes containing a species of diadem, small idols, corals, with all manner of trinkets made of an inferior sort of gold. We also took 2 Indians and a female prisoners, after which we returned to the village near which we had landed. In the meantime Cortés had arrived with the remaining vessels. He had scarcely stepped on shore when he ordered our pilot Camacho to be put in irons, for having followed a contrary course to what he had been ordered. But his displeasure was still greater when he learnt that the village was quite deserted, and that Alvarado had taken away, besides the fowls, the religious implements and other matters, though of little value, being half copper. Having shown no lenity to Camacho, he now also gave Alvarado an earnest reproof, telling him that it was not the way to gain the love of the inhabitants by beginning to rob them of their property. He then ordered the 2 Indians and the female whom we had taken prisoners to be brought into his presence, and put several questions to them. Melcarillo, whom we had captured at the promontory of Cotoche, Julianillo had since died, and taken with us, perfectly understood the language of this country, and interpreted on the occasion. Cortés sent the 3 Indians to the cacique and the inhabitants, desiring them to state that they had nothing to fear from us, and to return to their village. He also restored to them the religious implements, with the golden trinkets, and gave them glass beads in exchange for the fowls, which we had eaten. Besides this, he presented each of them with a Spanish shirt. They faithfully executed Cortés's commission. For the very next day the cacique returned with the whole of the inhabitants, and so confidently did they converse with us as if they had known us all their lives. Indeed, Cortés had given peremptory orders that they should in no wise be molested. It was here also that Cortés began strict discipline, and set to work with unremitting assiduity, to which Providence lent his blessing. For everything in which he concerned himself went well, particularly with regard to making peace with the tribes or inhabitants of these countries. This the reader will find fully confirmed in the course of my history. Chapter 26. Cortés reviews his troops, and what further happened. On the 3rd day after our arrival at Cozumel, Cortés reviewed the whole of his troops. Without counting the pilots and marines, our number amounted to 508 men. There were 109 sailors, and 16 horses, which were trained equally for tournaments or for war. Our squadron consisted of 11 vessels of different tonnage. Among these, one was a kind of brigantine, the property of a certain Ginés Nortes. The number of crossbow men was 33, and of musketeers 13, add to this our heavy guns and 4 falconets, a great quantity of powder and balls. As to the precise number of crossbow men I cannot exactly swear, though it matters not whether there were a few more or less. After this review, Cortés ordered the artillerymen Mesa, Bartolomé de Usager, Arbenga, and a certain Catalaneer whose name I forget, to keep all our firearms bright and in good order, to see that each cannon had its right-sized ball. To prepare the cartridges, and distribute the powder properly. The chief care of our gun department he confided to a certain Francisco de Oroz, who had proved himself a brave soldier in the Italian wars. Juan Benitez and Pedro de Guzman had to inspect the crossbows, and see that they were supplied with 2 or 3 nuts and as many cords. They had also to superintend the exercise of shooting at the target, and the breaking in of our horses, particularly to accustom them to the noise of our firearms. I have now said sufficient of our armament. Indeed, Cortés was most particular with the merest trifles in these matters. Chapter 27. Cortés receives information that 2 Spaniards are in the power of the Indians at the promontory of Cotoche, the steps he took upon this news. As Cortés paid attention to every circumstance, he ordered myself and Martin Camos of Biscay into his presence, and asked us what our opinion was of the word Castellan, which the Indians of Campeche had so often repeated when we landed there, under the command of Hernández de Córdoba. We again informed him of every circumstance that had there taken place. He said, he had often turned this matter over in his mind, and could not help thinking but that the inhabitants must have some Spaniards among them, and he thought it would not be amiss to question the caciques of Cozumel upon this head. This Cortés accordingly did, and desired Melcarillo, who by this time had gained some little knowledge of the Spanish, and perfectly understood the language of Cozumel, to question the chiefs about it. Their several accounts perfectly corresponded. And they satisfactorily proved that there were several Spaniards in the country, whom they had seen themselves. That they served the caciques, who lived 2 days' march inland, as slaves, and that it was only a few days ago some Indian merchants had spoken with them. We all felt overjoyed at this news. Cortés told these chiefs that he would send the Spaniards letters, which they call amals in their language, in which he would desire them to come to us. The cacique and other Indians who undertook to forward these letters were most kindly treated by Cortés, who gave them all kinds of presents, and promised them more on their return. Upon which the cacique remarked to Cortés, that it would be necessary to send a ransom to the chiefs whom the Spaniards served as slaves before they would let them go. Various kinds of glass beads were therefore given to the messengers for this purpose, and Cortés sent 2 of the smaller vessels, armed with 20 crossbow men and a few musketeers, under command of Diego de Ordaz, to the coast of Cotoche, with orders to remain there for 8 successive days with the larger of the 2 vessels, and to send him information from time to time by the other vessel, while the messengers brought letters to and fro. For the distance to the promontory of Cotoche from this place was only 9 miles, the whole appearing, moreover, to form but one country. The following were the contents of the letter which Cortés wrote to the Spaniards. Dear Sirs and Brothers, here, on the island of Cozumel, I received information that you are detained prisoners by a cacique. I beg of you to come here to me on the island of Cozumel. To this end I have sent out an armed ship, and ransom money, should it be required by the Indians. I have ordered the vessel to remain stationary off the promontory of Cotoche for 8 days, to wait for you. Come as speedily as possible, you may depend upon being honorably treated by me. I am here with 11 vessels armed with 500 soldiers, and intend, with the aid of the Almighty in your assistance, to proceed to a place called Tabasco, or Patoncan, etc. With this letter the 2 Indian merchants embarked on board our vessel, which passed this narrow gulf in 3 hours, when the messengers with the ransom money were put on shore. After the lapse of a couple of days they actually handed over the letter to one of the Spaniards in question, who, as we afterwards learnt, was called Geronimo de Aguilar, and I shall therefore in future distinguish him by that name. When he had read the letter and received the ransom money we had forwarded, he was exceedingly rejoiced, and took the latter to the cacique his master to beg for his liberation. The moment he had obtained this he went in quest of his comrade, Gonzalo Guerrero, and made him acquainted with all the circumstances. When Guerrero made the following reply. Brother Aguilar, I have united myself here to one of the females of this country, by whom I have 3 children, and am, during wartime, as good as cacique or chief. Go. And may God be with you. For myself, I could not appear again among my countrymen. My face has already been disfigured, according to the Indian custom, and my ears have been pierced. What would my countrymen say if they saw me in this attire? Only look at my 3 children, what lovely little creatures they are. Pray give me some of your glass beads for them, which I shall say my brethren sent them from my country. Gonzalo's Indian wife followed in the same strain, and was quite displeased with Aguilar's errand. Only look at that slave there, said she, he is come here to take away my husband from me. Mind your own affairs, and do not trouble yourself about us. Aguilar, however, afterwards made another attempt to induce Gonzalo to leave, telling him to consider that he was a Christian, and that he ought not to risk the salvation of his soul for the sake of an Indian woman. Moreover, he might take her and the children with him if he could not make up his mind to separate himself from them. Aguilar, however, might say what he liked, it was all to no purpose. He could not persuade Gonzalo to accompany his heretofore companion in good and ill fortune. This Guerrero was most probably a sailor, and a native of Palos. He remained among the Indians, while Geronimo de Aguilar alone took his departure with the Indian messengers, and marched towards the coast where our ship was to have waited for them, but she had left. For de Ordaz, after staying there the 8 days, and another in addition, finding that no one appeared, again set sail for Cozumel. Aguilar was quite downcast when he found the ship was gone, and he again returned to his Indian master. Ordaz, however, did not meet with the best of reception when he returned without the ransom money or any information respecting the Spaniards, and even without the Indian messengers. Cortés said to him, with great vehemence, he expected he would have fulfilled his commission better than to return without the Spaniards, and even without bringing him any information respecting them. Although well aware they were staying in that country. Cortés had, moreover, just that moment been greatly put out by another circumstance. A soldier, called Berrio, had accused some sailors of Gibraltar of having stolen from him a couple of sides of bacon, which they would not return. They positively denied that they had committed the robbery, and even took an oath to that effect. However, after a good search, the bacon was found among their clothes. There were 7 sailors who had been concerned in the robbery, and Cortés, notwithstanding their officers interceded in their behalf, ordered them to be severely whipped. The island of Cozumel, it seems, was a place to which the Indians made pilgrimages. For the neighboring tribes of the promontory of Cotoche and other districts of Yucatan, came thither in great numbers to sacrifice to some abominable idols, which stood in a temple there. One morning we perceived that the place where these horrible images stood was crowded with Indians and their wives. They burnt a species of resin, which very much resembled our incense, and as such a sight was so novel to us we paid particular attention to all that went forward. Upon this an old man, who had on a wide cloak and was a priest, mounted to the very top of the temple, and began preaching something to the Indians. We were all very curious to know what the purport of this sermon was, and Cortés desired Melchorijo to interpret it to him. Finding that all he had been saying tended to ungodliness, Cortés ordered the caciques, with the principal men among them and the priest, into his presence, giving them to understand, as well as he could by means of our interpreter, that if they were desirous of becoming our brethren they must give up sacrificing to these idols, which were no gods but evil beings, by which they were led into error and their souls sent to hell. He then presented them with the image of the Virgin Mary and a cross, which he desired them to put up instead. These would prove a blessing to them at all times, make their seeds grow and preserve their souls from eternal perdition. This and many other things respecting our holy religion, Cortés explained to them in a very excellent manner. The caciques and priests answered, that their forefathers had prayed to their idols before them, because they were good gods, and that they were determined to follow their example. Adding, that we should experience what power they possessed. As soon as we had left them, we should certainly all of us go to the bottom of the sea. Cortés, however, took very little heed of their threats, but commanded the idols to be pulled down, and broken to pieces. Which was accordingly done without any further ceremony. He then ordered a quantity of lime to be collected, which is here in abundance, and with the assistance of the Indian masons a very pretty altar was constructed, on which we placed the image of the Holy Virgin. At the same time 2 of our carpenters, Alonso Yanez and Alvaro Lopez, made a cross of new wood which lay at hand. This was set up in a kind of chapel, which we built behind the altar. After all this was completed, Father Juan Diaz said Mass in front of the new altar, the caciques and priests looking on with the greatest attention. Before I close this chapter, I have to remark that the caciques on the island of Cozumel, like those on the land of Patoncan, are likewise termed Calaquianes. Chapter 28. The manner in which Cortés divides the squadron. The officers whom he appointed to the command of the several vessels. His instructions to the pilots, the signals which were to be made with lanterns at night, and the following were the officers which commanded the several vessels. Cortés himself commanded, in the principal vessel, over the whole squadron. To the San Sebastian, which was a very capital sailor, he appointed Alvarado and his brother. The other vessels were severally commanded by Alonso Hernández Portocarrero, Francisco de Montejo, Cristobal de Ali, Diego de Ordaz, Juan Velázquez de León, Juan de Escalante, Francisco de Morla, and Escobar the Page. The smallest vessel, a kind of brigantine, was commanded by its owner, Ginés Nortes. Every vessel had its own pilot, who received his instructions, and also the signals with the lanterns from Alaminos. As soon as Cortés had ordered these matters he took leave of the caciques and priests, commended them most emphatically to the image of the Holy Virgin and to the cross, desiring them to pray before it. Not to damage either but continually to decorate them with green boughs. He assured them that thereby they would derive great benefit. They promised to comply with all his wishes, presented him with 4 more fowls and 2 jars of honey, and then took leave of us under the most friendly embraces. It was some day in the month of March, in the year 1519, when we again set sail. We were pursuing our course with the most favorable of winds, when on the very first day at 10 o'clock in the morning, signals of distress were made on board one of our vessels, both by flags and the firing of guns. As soon as Cortés saw and heard this, he looked over the poop of his vessel, and found that the ship commanded by Juan de Escalante was making straight again for the island of Cozumel. "What is the matter there? What does all this mean?" cried out Cortés to the vessel nearest him. A soldier, named Zaragoza, replied, that the vessel of Juan de Escalante, laden with cassave bread, was sinking fast. "God forbid," cried Cortés, "that any misfortune should befall us here," and desired our chief pilot, Alaminos, to make signals for all the vessels to return to the island Cozumel. So we again put into the harbor we had just left, we unloaded the cassave bread, and found, to our great joy, that the image of the Holy Virgin and cross were in the best condition, and that incense had been placed before them. It was not long before the caciques and priests again made their appearance, and asked what had caused us to return so speedily. Cortés told them that one of our vessels was leaky and had to be repaired, begging of them to assist us with their canoes in unloading our cassave bread. This they most readily complied with, and it took us 4 more days to repair the vessel. Chapter 29. How the Spaniard Geronimo de Aguilar, who was in the power of the Indians, came to us when he learnt that we had again returned to the island of Cozumel, and what further happened. When the Spaniard, who was in the power of the Indians, got certain information that we had again returned to the island Cozumel, he rejoiced exceedingly and thanked God with all his heart. He immediately hired a canoe, with 6 capital rowers, for himself and the Indians who had brought him the glass beads. The former being richly remunerated with these, so valuable in their estimation, they performed their work so well, that the channel between the island and mainland, a distance of about 12 miles, was soon crossed. After they had arrived off the island and stepped on shore, some soldiers who were returning from the chase of musk swine, informed Cortés that a large canoe had just arrived from the promontory of Cotoche. Cortés immediately dispatched Andrés de Tapia with a few men to learn what news they had brought. As Tapia with his men approached the shore, the Indians, who had arrived with Geronimo, evinced great fear and ran back to their canoe in order to put off to sea again. Aguilar, however, told him in their language they need have no fear, for we were their brothers. Andrés de Tapia, who took Aguilar also for an Indian, for he had every appearance of one, sent to inform Cortés that the 7 Indians who had arrived were inhabitants of Cozumel. It was not until they had come up to them and heard the Spaniard pronounce the words, "God, Holy Virgin, Sevilla," in broken Spanish, and ran up to Tapia to embrace him, that they recognized this strange-looking fellow. One of Tapia's men immediately ran off to inform Cortés that a Spaniard had arrived in the canoe, for which news he expected a handsome reward. We all greatly rejoiced at this information, and it was not long before Tapia himself arrived with the strange-looking Spaniard. As they passed by us, many of our men still kept inquiring of Tapia which among them was the Spaniard. Although he was walking at his very side, so much did his countenance resemble that of an Indian. His complexion was naturally of a brownish cast, added to which his hair had been shorn like that of an Indian slave. He carried a paddle across his shoulder, had one of his legs covered with an old tattered stocking, the other, which was not much better, being tied around his waist. An old ragged cloak hung over his shoulders. His maltadas was in a much worse condition. His prayer book, which was very much torn, he had folded in the corner of his cloak. When Cortés beheld the man in this attire, he, as all the rest of us had done, asked Tapia where the Spaniard was. When Geronimo heard this, he cowered down after the Indian fashion, and said, "I am he." Upon this Cortés gave him a shirt, a coat, a pair of trousers, a cap and shoes, from our stores. He then desired him to give us an account of the adventures of his life, and explain how he had got into this country. He said, though still in broken Spanish, that his name was Geronimo de Aguilar, and was a native of Ecija. About 8 years ago he had been shipwrecked with 15 men and 2 women, on a voyage between Darien and the island of St. Domingo, which they had undertaken on account of a lawsuit between a certain Enciso and a certain Valdivia. They had 10,000 pesos on board, and papers relating to the lawsuit. The ship struck against a rock, and they had not been able to get her off again. The whole of the crew then got into the boat, in the hopes of making the island of Cuba or Jamaica, but were driven on shore by the strong currents, where the Calaquianes had taken them prisoners and distributed them among themselves. The most of his unfortunate companions had been sacrificed to their gods, and some had died of grief, of which also both the women pined away, being soon worn out by the hard labor of grinding, to which they had been forced by the Indians. He himself had also been doomed as a sacrifice to their idols, but made his escape during the night, and fled to the cazique, with whom he had last been staying, whose name, however, I cannot now remember. Of all his companions, he himself and a certain Gonzalo Guerrero were only living. He had tried his best to induce him to leave, but in vain. When Cortés heard this, he returned thanks to the Almighty, and told the Spaniard that he hoped, with the blessing of God, he would never find reason to regret the determination he had taken. He then put some questions to him about the country and its inhabitants. Aguilar said he was not able to give him much information about either, as he had been treated like a slave, having been merely employed to fetch wood, water, and to work in the maize plantations. It was only upon one occasion he was sent on some business to a distance of about 12 miles from his village, but, owing to a heavy burden he had to carry and the weak state of his body, he had not even been able to reach that distance. For the rest, he had been given to understand that the country was very thickly populated. With regard to his companion Alonso Guerrero, he had married an Indian woman, and was become the father of 3 children. He had in every respect adopted the Indian customs, his cheeks were tattooed, his ears pierced, and his lips turned down. He was a sailor by profession, native of Palos, and was considered by the Indians to be a man of great strength. It might have been about a year ago that a squadron, consisting of 3 vessels, had touched at the promontory of Cotoche, probably the expedition under Hernández de Córdoba, when Guerrero advised the inhabitants to commence hostilities, who, in common with the caziques of a large district, commanded on that occasion. Cortés here remarked, that he very much wished to get the man into his power, for his staying among the Indians would do us no good. The caziques of Cozumel showed Aguilar every possible friendship when they heard him speak in their language. Aguilar advised them always to do honor to the image of the Holy Virgin and cross we had set up, as they would prove a blessing to them. It was also upon his advice they begged of Cortés to give them letters of recommendation to other Spaniards who might run into this harbor, in order that they might not be molested by them. Cortés readily complied with this request. And, after mutual protestations of friendship had passed between us, we weighed anchor, and set sail for the river Grijalva. For the rest, I can assure the reader that what I have related of Aguilar is all the man told us himself, although the historian Gomer gives a very different account. Which, however, should not excite our surprise, as he merely thereby intended to divert his readers with some strange story. Chapter 30. How we re-embark and sail for the river Grijalva, and what happened to us on our voyage there. On the 4th of March, 1519, the day after we had had the good fortune to obtain such an excellent and trustworthy interpreter, Cortés gave orders for re-embarking. This took place in the same way as before, and similar instructions were issued with regard to the night signals with the lanterns. For some time we had the most favorable weather imaginable. When, towards evening, it suddenly changed, the wind blowing most violently against us, so that all our vessels were in danger of being cast on shore. Towards midnight, it pleased God the wind should abate, and, when daylight broke forth, our vessels again joined each other. One only was missing, that namely of Velázquez de Leon, which occasioned a good deal of anxiety, for we concluded she had been wrecked off some of the shallows. We did not discover her loss until midday. And as night was now fast approaching, and the vessel still nowhere to be seen, Cortés told our principal pilot Alaminos that we ought not to continue our course without gaining some certain knowledge as to her fate. Signals were, therefore, made for all the vessels to drop anchor, to give the missing ship time to come up with us, on the supposition it had been driven into some harbor and there retained by contrary winds. Alaminos, still finding she did not make her appearance, said to Cortés, "You may be sure, sir, that she has run into some harbor or inlet along this coast, where she is now windbound. For her pilot Manquillo has twice before visited these seas, once with Hernández de Córdoba, the second time under Grijalva, and is acquainted with this bay. Upon this it was resolved that the whole squadron should return to the bay which Alaminos was speaking of, in search of the vessel. To our great joy we indeed found her riding there at anchor, and we all remained here for 1 day. During this time, Alaminos, with one of our principal officers named Francisco de Lugo, went on shore in 2 boats. They found the country inhabited, and saw several regular maize plantations. They likewise met with places where salt was manufactured, and saw 4 queues, or large temples, with numerous figures, mostly in the shape of women, and of considerable height. Whence this promontory was called La Punta de las Mujeres, the promontory of women. Aguilar observed that this was the spot where he was once a slave among the Indians. Here his master had found him sunk beneath the weight of the heavy burden which he had forced him to carry. Neither was the township far off where Alonso Guerrero had settled himself. Every inhabitant possessed gold, but in small quantities. He would show us the way, if we were desirous of going there. To which Cortés said, laughingly, he had not gone out for the sake of such trifles, but to serve God and his king. In the meantime he dispatched Escobar, one of our commanders, with a fast-sailing vessel of small tonnage, to the Terminos Bay, there to examine the country and search for a secure spot to found a colony. Also to inform us whether game really was so abundant there as had been represented. All this was done according to the advice of our chief pilot, to save the trouble of running in there with the whole fleet on our passing by. Escobar, when he had explored the harbor, was merely to leave some sign on both sides of the entrance, either by felling trees or by leaving something in writing, from which we should know that he had entered safely, or that, having fully explored the harbor, he was tacking about until we fell in with him again. With these instructions Escobar set sail, and ran into Terminos Bay, where he executed the commands he had received. He likewise found the greyhound which had run away from us when we landed there with Grijalva. It was quite glossy and fat, and immediately knew the ship again as it entered the bay, wagging its tail, and jumping up against our men as it followed them on board. Escobar now quitted the bay, and intended laying to until the rest of our vessels should come up, but was driven a considerable way out to sea by a strong south wind. We must now return to our squadron, which we left at the Punta de las Mujeres. Having left this spot next morning with a stiffish breeze blowing from the land, we arrived at the entrance of Terminos Bay, without, however, seeing anything of Escobar. Cortés ordered a boat to be lowered, armed with 10 crossbowmen, to run into the bay, or search whether Escobar had left any sign or written paper as desired. Some trees were found cut down, and near them a small paper, on which was written, that both the bay and country round about were charming, that the spot abounded with game, and that they had found the dog. Our principal pilot here remarked to Cortés that it would be most advisable for us to continue our course, for the south wind had no doubt obliged Escobar to hold out to sea, though he could not be far off, as he must have sailed in a slanting direction. Cortés, however, still apprehended some accident must have befallen him. Nevertheless, he ordered the sails to be set, and we very soon came up with Escobar, who related all he had seen, and explained what had prevented him from waiting for us. In this way we arrived in the waters off Patoncan, and Cortés ordered Alaminos to run into the inlet where Córdoba and Grijalva had met with such disastrous treatment. Alaminos, however, declared that it was a dangerous station for the vessels, as the waters were very shallow off the coast, and we should be forced to anchor 6 miles from the land. Cortés's intention was to punish the inhabitants severely, and many of us who had been present at those engagements begged of him to run in that we might revenge ourselves upon them. But Alaminos and the other pilots said we should lose more than 3 days by running in, and, if the weather became unfavorable, we might be detained there above 8, the wind, moreover, being now most favorable to reach the Tabasco River, which was our chief object, and where we might arrive in a couple of days. We accordingly put out to sea, and reached the Tabasco after 3 days' sail. Chapter 31. How we arrive in the river Grijalva, called in the Indian language the Tabasco, the battle we fought there, and what further took place. On the 12th of March, 1519, we arrived with our whole squadron in the mouth of the Tabasco. As we had experienced, under the expedition with Grijalva, that no vessels of any considerable burden could enter the mouth of the river, our larger ones anchored out at sea, while the smaller ones only, followed by our boats, carrying the whole of our men, sailed up the river, in order to disembark at the promontory where the palm trees grew, about 4 miles from the town of Tabasco. The same spot where Grijalva had landed. We perceived numbers of Indians, all under arms, lurking between the almond trees along the shore. This circumstance greatly astonished those among us who were here before with Grijalva. Besides this, more than 12,000 men, all armed after their fashion, had assembled at the town itself in order to attack us. This town was very powerful at that time, many others being subject to it. These warlike preparations were occasioned by the following circumstances. The inhabitants of Patoncan, of Lázaro, and other neighboring tribes, had accused the Tabascans of cowardice. For having given Grijalva their gold trinkets mentioned above, they reproached them the more because their population was more extensive, and their warriors much more numerous than those of the tribes just mentioned, who had courageously attacked and killed 56 of our men. It was owing to these reproaches that they now likewise took up arms against us. Cortés, observing these preparations, desired our interpreter Aguilar, who perfectly understood the language of Tabasco, to ask some Indians who were passing by in a large canoe, what the meaning was of all this noise. We had not come to do them any harm, on the contrary, we were disposed to treat them as our brethren, and share our victuals with them. They should be careful how they went to war with us, for they would certainly have to repent it. This and many other things were told them by Aguilar, to incline them to peace, but the more he said the more insolent they became, threatening to destroy us all should we dare to set foot on their territory or in their town, which they had fortified by means of heavy trees felled for the purpose, and a strong stone wall. Aguilar, however, made another attempt to bring about peace, and obtain us permission to take in fresh water, barter for provisions, and incline them to listen to the disclosures we came to make in the name of our God. They, however, persisted we should not pass beyond the palm trees. If we did, they would kill us all. When Cortés found that all attempts to make peace were fruitless, he ordered the small vessels and boats to prepare for battle. 3 pieces of cannon were put on board of each of the former, the crossbowmen and musketeers being equally distributed among them. We remembered, during the expedition under Grijalva, that a narrow road ran from the palm trees along some quagmires and wells to the town. Cortés here posted 3 sentinels to watch whether the Indians went home at night, if so, to send him immediate notice. Information was soon brought in the affirmative. The rest of the day was now spent in reconnoitering the territory, and fitting out the vessels. The next morning early, after we had attended mass and well armed ourselves, Cortés dispatched Alonso de Avila with 100 men, among whom were 10 crossbowmen, along the narrow road above mentioned, leading to the town, which, as soon as he should hear the firing of cannon, he was to attack on one side, while we did the same from the other. Cortés himself, with the rest of our officers and men, moving up the river in the small vessels and our boats. When the Indians, who were standing under arms along the coast between the palm trees, saw us approaching, they leaped into their canoes and stationed themselves where we were going to land, in order to prevent us. The shore was covered with warriors armed with all kinds of weapons, while a terrible noise assailed our ears from their twisted shells, drums, and fifes. Cortés ordered us to halt for a few moments and not to fire as yet. As he was very particular in doing everything in proper form, he desired the royal secretary, who was with us, and Diego de Godoy, once more to request the inhabitants to allow us to come peaceably on shore to take in fresh water. Aguilar acted as interpreter. They were also to give them some notion, if possible, of the Lord God, and his imperial majesty, and explain to them, that if they attacked us, and we in defending ourselves killed any of their men, the guilt would be upon their heads, not ours. The Indians, however, continued their defiances, threatening to destroy us all if we came on shore. Indeed, the battle now soon began, for immediately after they commenced pouring forth showers of arrows, the drummers to give signals for the other troops to fall upon us in a body, and in an instant they rushed bravely forward. They completely surrounded us with their canoes, and shot off their arrows so quickly, that many of us were soon wounded, we being moreover compelled for a length of time to fight up to our waists, and sometimes even higher in the water. The place where we were attempting to land was disadvantageous in another way, for the ground was composed of mud and clay, in which it was impossible to move very fast. Particularly as at the same time we had to defend ourselves against the enemy's arrows and the thrusts of their lances. Cortés himself, while fighting in this way, was obliged to leave one of his shoes sticking in the mud in order to get on firm land. We had all, indeed, hard work to do before we could gain the dry ground. But having once obtained this, we fell so furiously upon our enemies, under the cry of our patron Saint Jacob, that they began to retreat, but immediately again drew themselves up in order of battle behind the wood and the trees they had cut down. Here they made an obstinate resistance, until we likewise drove them from this place, having forced some passages leading to the town, which latter we entered fighting our way in. The battle now continued in the streets, until our progress was impeded by another barricade of fallen trees, defended by a fresh set of men. Here the conflict was continued with renewed obstinacy, the Indians incessantly crying out, "Alla lala, al Caliconi," meaning in their language, "Kill the commander-in-chief." While we were thus busily engaged, Alonso de Avila appeared with his men, who had marched along from the palm trees. He had been detained by the morass and pools of water which lay in his road. This delay now proved an advantage to us, as we had also lost time in striving to make peace with the enemy by means of our 2 parliamentaries, and the difficulty we had had to fight our way on shore. With our united troops we now beat the Indians from this strong post, though, like brave warriors, they set vigorously upon us with their arrows and lances, which latter had been hardened in the fire. Nor did they turn their backs, until we had forced our way into a large courtyard, adjoining which were several spacious apartments and halls. Here also stood 3 temples, but the Indians had carried off all the religious implements with them. The enemy being now put to flight, Cortés ordered his men to halt, that we might take formal possession of the country, in the name of His Majesty. He performed this ceremony by drawing his sword, and giving therewith 2 deep cuts into a large ceiba tree, which stood in the courtyard, crying out at the same time, that he would defend the possession of this country with sword and shield against any one who should dare dispute it. The whole of us who were present gave our assent to these proceedings, swearing we would support him in its defense, all of which was formally registered by the royal treasurer. The adherents of Diego Velázquez alone were not pleased because the name of the latter had not at all been mentioned therein. In this engagement 14 of our men were wounded, I myself was of the number, being wounded by an arrow in the thigh, though not severely. The Indians lost, altogether, 18 men. We passed the night in this spot, having taken the precaution to post sentinels in different places, so necessary did we deem it to be upon our guard here. Chapter 32. How Cortés dispatches 2 of our principal officers, each with 100 men, to explore the interior of the country, and what further took place. The next day Cortés dispatched Alvarado with 100 men, among whom were 15 crossbowmen and musketeers, to march 6 miles inland, in order to explore the country. He was to take along with him Melcorillo, of the Punta de Cotoche, but he could nowhere be found. He had most probably gone off in a canoe the night before with the inhabitants of Tabasco. We conjectured this at least, because the day previous he had left all his Spanish clothes behind him hanging in a tree. Cortés was greatly vexed at his escape, as he might betray many things to the inhabitants that would do us no good. I will, however, leave the fugitive to his own fate, and continue my narrative. Cortés also sent out a second of our chief officers, named Francisco de Lugo, with another 100 men. Among whom were 12 crossbowmen and musketeers, with similar instructions as to Alvarado, but to take another direction and return to headquarters towards evening. Francisco de Lugo may have reached the distance of about 4 miles when he fell in with vast numbers of Indians, commanded by their several chiefs. They were armed as usual, immediately advanced towards our men, whom they surrounded on all sides, and began pouring forth a shower of arrows. The Indians, indeed, were in too great numbers for our small detachment. They first threw in their lances and the stones from their slings, then fell upon our men with sharp swords, which they wielded with both hands. Though De Lugo and his men defended themselves bravely, they were unable to drive back such overwhelming numbers. They therefore began to retreat in the best order possible to our headquarters, having first dispatched an Indian of Cuba, who was a swift runner, to inform Cortés of their situation and beg of him to send a reinforcement. During all this time De Lugo and his troops, particularly the crossbowmen and musketeers, bravely withstood the whole body of the enemy. In the meantime Alvarado had marched about 4 miles in the direction he was commanded to take, when he came to an inlet which he was unable to pass. Here the good Lord fortunately gave him the thought to return in a direction which led to the spot where De Lugo was fighting with the Indians. The firing of the muskets, the noise of the drums and trumpets, with the yelling of the Indians, soon convinced Alvarado that the latter had again commenced hostilities. He therefore marched in a direct line to the place whence the noise came, and found De Lugo in the heat of an engagement with the enemy, of whom 5 were already killed. Both detachments now fell with their united forces upon the Indians, who were speedily dispersed, yet they were unable to put them totally to the rout. On the contrary, they would certainly have followed us to our headquarters, if Cortés had not come up with the rest of our troops, when, after some sharp firing and heavy blows, they were obliged to fall back. Cortés, on receiving information of De Lugo's dangerous position, had immediately repaired to his assistance with the whole of his men, and came up with the 2 commanders at about 2 miles from our headquarters. In this engagement we did not escape without some loss, for 2 of De Lugo's detachment were killed and 8 wounded. Alvarado had only 3 of the latter. Having arrived at our headquarters, we dressed the wounds of our men, buried the dead, and posted sentinels in proper places, that we might not be fallen upon unawares. In this battle, the enemy lost 15 men killed, and 3 were taken prisoners, of whom 1 appeared to be a chief. Our interpreter Aguilar asked them what madness could have induced them to attack us. One of the Indians returned for answer, that Melcorillo, whom we brought with us from the Punta de Cotoche, had come over to their camp the night previous, advising them to fall upon us, and continue to do so night and day, for, in the end, they would, no doubt, be able to conquer our small numbers, so that Cortés's apprehensions with respect to the flight of this fellow were verified. We now dispatched one of our prisoners to the caziques with green glass beads, and offers of peace. This personage, however, never returned to bring any answer. We also learnt from our 2 other prisoners, who were closely questioned by Aguilar, that the day previous all the caziques of the neighboring districts had been under arms to fall upon us, and that the next day they would return to storm our headquarters. All this was likewise done by the advice of Melcorillo. Chapter 33. Cortés issues orders that we should hold ourselves in readiness to march against the Indians on the following day. He also commands the horses to be brought on shore. How the battle terminates. We fought with them. Cortés, being now certain that the Indians would renew the attack, immediately ordered all our horses to be brought on shore, and every one, our wounded not excepted, to hold himself in readiness. When our horses, which had been such a length of time at sea, now stepped on firm ground again, they appeared very awkward and full of fear. However, the day following, they had regained their usual liveliness and agility. There were also 6 or 7 of our men, all young and otherwise strong fellows, who were attacked with such severe pains in the groins that they could not walk without support. No one could guess the cause of this. It was only said they had lived too freely at Cuba, and that the pain was occasioned by the heat, and the weight of their arms. Cortés, therefore, ordered them again on board. The cavaliers, who were to fight on horseback, were commanded to hang bells around their horses' necks, and Cortés impressed on their minds not to rush at the Indians with their lances before they had been dispersed, and then even to aim at their faces only. The following men were selected to fight on horseback: Cristobal de Oli, Pedro de Alvarado, Alonso Hernández Portocarrero, and Juan de Escalante. Francisco de Montejo and Alonso de Avila were to use the horses of Ortiz the musician, and of a certain Bartolomé Garcia, though neither were worth much. Further, there were Velázquez de Leon, Francisco de Morla, and one of the Laras, for there was another excellent horseman among us of that name, and Gonzalo Dominguez, both superior horsemen. Lastly, there were Moran de Bayamo and Pedro de Truxillo. Then comes Cortés, who placed himself at their head. Mesa had charge of the artillery, while the rest of our men were commanded by Diego de Ordaz, who, though he knew nothing of the cavalry service, excelled as a crossbowman and musketeer. The morning following, which was the day of Annunciation to the Holy Virgin, we attended Mass very early, and arranged ourselves under our ensign Antonio de Villarreal. We now put ourselves in motion, and marched toward some extensive bean fields, where Francisco de Lugo and Pedro de Alvarado had fought the previous battle. There was a village in this neighborhood called Cintla, belonging to the Tabascans, which lay about 4 miles from our headquarters. Cortés, on account of the bogs which our horse could not pass, was obliged to take a circuitous route. Our other troops, however, under Diego de Ordaz, came up with the Indians near Cintla, where they had arranged themselves on the plain. If they felt equal ardor for the combat as we did, they could now satisfy themselves. For this was a battle in every sense of the word which we here fought, fearful in the extreme, as will be seen. Chapter 34. How we are attacked by all the caciques of Tabasco, and the whole armed force of this province, and what further took place. The Indians were already moving forward in search of us. When we came up with them, every one had a large bunch of feathers on his head, a cotton cuirass on, and their faces were daubed with white, black, and red colors. Besides having drums and trumpets, they were armed with huge bows and arrows, shields, lances, and large broadswords. They had also bodies of slingers, and others armed with poles hardened in the fire. The Indians were in such vast numbers that they completely filled the bean fields, and immediately fell upon us on all sides at once, like furious dogs. Their attack was so impetuous, so numerous were the arrows, stones, and lances with which they greeted us, that above 70 of our men were wounded in no time, and one named Saldana was struck by an arrow in the ear, and instantly dropped down dead. With like fury they rushed at us with their pikes, at the same time pouring forth showers of arrows, and continually wounding our men. However, we fully repaid them with our crossbows, muskets, and heavy cannon, cutting right and left among them with our swords. By this means we forced them to give ground a little, but only that they might shower forth their arrows at a greater distance, where they thought themselves more secure from our arms. Even then our artilleryman Mesa made terrible havoc among them, standing as they did crowded together and within reach of the cannon, so that he could fire among them to his heart's content. Notwithstanding the destruction we made among their ranks, we could not put them to flight. I now remarked to our commander Diego de Ordaz that we should rush forward upon the Indians and close with them. My motive for advising this was, because I saw that they merely retreated from fear of our swords, but still continued to annoy us at a distance with arrows, lances, and large stones. De Ordaz, however, considered this not expedient, as the enemy's numbers were so vast that every single man of us would have had to encounter 300 of the enemy at once. My advice, however, was at length followed up, and we fell so heavily upon them that they retreated as far as the wells. All this time Cortés still remained behind with the cavalry. Though we so greatly longed for that reinforcement, we began to fear that some misfortune might also have befallen him. I shall never forget the piping and yelling which the Indians set up at every shot we fired, and how they sought to hide their loss from us by tossing up earth and straw into the air, making a terrible noise with their drums and trumpets, and their war whoop Alalala. In one of these moments Cortés came galloping up with the horse. Our enemies being still busily engaged with us, did not immediately observe this, so that our cavalry easily dashed in among them from behind. The nature of the ground was quite favorable for its maneuvers, and as it consisted of strong active fellows, most of the horses being, moreover, powerful and fiery animals, our small body of cavalry in every way made the best use of their weapons. When we, who were already hotly engaged with the enemy, espied our cavalry, we fought with renewed energy, while the latter, by attacking them in the rear at the same time, now obliged them to face about. The Indians, who had never seen any horses before, could not think otherwise than that horse and rider were one body. Quite astounded at this to them so novel a sight, they quitted the plain and retreated to a rising ground. Cortés now related why he had not come sooner. First, he had been delayed by the morass, then again he was obliged to fight his way through other bodies of the enemy whom he had met, in which 5 men and 8 horses were wounded. Having somewhat rested from our fatigue under the trees which stood on the field of battle, we praised God and the Holy Virgin, and thanked them with uplifted hands for the complete victory they had granted us, and, as it was the feast of the Annunciation to the Holy Virgin, the town which was subsequently built here in memory of this great victory, was named Santa Maria de la Victoria. This was the first battle we fought under Cortés in New Spain. After this pious solemnity we bandaged the wounds of our men with linen, which was all we had for that purpose. Those of our horses we dressed with melted fat, which we cut from the dead bodies of the Indians. We likewise took this opportunity of counting the number of killed left by the enemy on the field of battle. We found above 800, numbers still showing signs of life. Our swords had done the most carnage among them, though many were killed by our cannon. Wherever the cavalry made its appearance the enemy had most work to do. The fighting lasted about an hour, and our enemies maintained their ground so well, that they did not quit the field of battle until our horse broke in among them. There were 2 caziques among the 5 prisoners we made. As we were quite fatigued and hungry we returned to our quarters, buried the 2 soldiers, one of whom had been shot in the neck and the other in the ear, posted strong watches, then ate our supper and retired to rest. Francisco López de Gomara, in his account of this battle, says, that previous to the arrival of Cortés with the cavalry, the holy apostle Saint Jacob or Saint Peter in person had galloped up on a grey-colored horse to our assistance. I can only say, that for the exertion of our arms and this victory, we stand indebted to our Lord Jesus Christ. And that in this battle every individual man among us was set upon by such numbers of the enemy, that if each of them had merely thrown a handful of earth upon us we should have been buried beneath it. Certain it is, therefore, that God showed his mercy to us here, and it may, indeed, have been one of the 2 glorious apostles Saint Jacob or Saint Peter who thus came to our assistance. Perhaps on account of my sins I was not considered worthy of the good fortune to behold them. For I could only see Francisco de Morla on his brown horse galloping up with Cortés, and even at this very moment, while I am writing this, I can fancy I see all passing before my eyes just as I have related it. Although I, an unworthy sinner, was not considered worthy of beholding one of the glorious apostles face to face, yet again I never heard any of the 400 soldiers, nor ever Cortés himself, nor any of the many cavaliers, mention this wonder, or confirm its truth. We should certainly have built a church, and have called the town Santiago, or San Pedro de la Victoria, and not Santa Maria de la Victoria. If, therefore, what Gomara relates is true, then we must indeed have been bad Christians not to have paid greater respect to the assistance which God sent us in the person of his holy apostles, and for having omitted to thank him daily for it in his own church. Nevertheless, I should feel delighted if this historian has spoken the truth, although I must confess that I never heard this wonder mentioned before reading his book. Nor have I ever heard any of the conquistadores speak of it who were present at the battle. Chapter 35. How Cortés assembles all the caziques of this province, and what further happened. I have above related that in this battle we took 5 prisoners, among whom were 2 chiefs. Aguilar, who understood their language, often discoursed with them, and from some remarks which they made, concluded that we might employ them as delegates to their countrymen. Having communicated his thoughts to Cortés, he proposed they should be set at liberty, and dispatched with a message to the caziques and other inhabitants of the district. To this Cortés assented, ordering both the prisoners to be presented with blue glass beads, while Aguilar told them many things which he knew would please the inhabitants and prove advantageous to us. He assured them, that after this battle, which had been entirely of their own seeking, they had nothing further to fear from us, and commissioned them now to assemble all the caziques of the district. For we were very desirous of communicating with them. Everything Aguilar said was done with the view of inclining the Indians to make peace with us. The prisoners most willingly complied with our wishes, which they communicated to the caciques and principal personages among the inhabitants, telling them how we longed to become their friends. This message was in so far successful, that they resolved to send us 15 of their Indian slaves with fowls, baked fish, and maize bread. These slaves had their faces blackened, and were completely covered with ragged cloaks. When these personages appeared in the presence of Cortés, he received them very friendly. Aguilar, on the contrary, asked them in an angry tone, why they had come with such painted faces, appearing rather to seek war than peace. If they were desirous of making peace, continued he, persons of rank should be deputed to us, not slaves. This they were to communicate to those who had sent them. We, however, treated these black faces very kindly, presenting them moreover with blue beads in token of peace, and in order to gain the good wishes of the inhabitants. And sure enough, the very next day above 30 of the principal Indians, well dressed, appeared in our quarters, bringing with them fowls, fruits, and maize bread. And begged permission of Cortés to burn and bury the bodies of their fallen countrymen, in order that they might not create a pestilence in the air, or become a prey to the lions and tigers. This being granted, they brought along with them a great number of Indians to burn the bodies, and bury them according to their custom. Cortés himself went to watch their proceedings, when they assured him they had lost above 800 killed, without counting the wounded. Adding, that at present they durst not enter into any treaty with us, as the day following all the chiefs and principal personages of the district would assemble to take our offers of peace into consideration. Cortés, who profited by every circumstance, said smilingly to us, "It appears to me, gentlemen, that the Indians stand in great awe of our horses, and imagine that these and our guns alone fight the battle. A thought has just struck me which will further confirm them in this notion. You must bring here the mare of Juan Sedino which foaled on board a short time ago, and fasten her here where I am now standing. Then bring also the stallion of the musician Ortiz, which is a very fiery animal, and will quickly scent the mare. As soon as you find this to be the case, lead both the horses to separate places, that the caciques may neither see the horses, nor hear them neigh, until I shall be in conversation with them." All this was accordingly done. He likewise ordered our largest cannon to be heavily loaded with gunpowder and ball. A little after midday, 40 caciques arrived in great state and richly clothed according to their fashion. They saluted Cortés and all of us, perfumed us with their incense, begged forgiveness for what had happened, and promised to be friendly for the future. Cortés answered by our interpreter Aguilar, reminding them, with a very serious look, how often he had wished them to make peace with us, and how, owing to their obstinacy, we were almost upon the point of destroying them with the whole of the inhabitants of this district. We were vassals of the mighty king and lord the Emperor Charles, he further added, who had sent us to this country with orders to favor and assist those who should submit to his imperial sway. Which we would assuredly do if they were amicably inclined towards us. If, however, they were not so, the tepuzels, so the Indians called our cannon, would be fired off, which were already embittered against them in some measure on account of the attack they had made upon us. Cortés, at this moment, gave the signal for firing our largest cannon. The report was like a sudden clap of thunder, the ball whizzing along the hills, which could be distinctly heard as it was midday and not a breath of air stirring. The caciques who had never seen this before appeared in dismay, and believed all Cortés had said, who, however, desired Aguilar to comfort and assure them he had given orders that no harm should be done them. At this moment the stallion was brought and fastened at a short distance from the spot where Cortés and the caciques were holding the conference. As the mare was likewise near at hand, the stallion immediately began to neigh, stamp the ground and rear itself, while its eyes were continually fixed on the Indians who stood in front of Cortés's tent, as the mare was placed behind it. The caciques, however, thought the animal was making all these movements against them and appeared greatly agitated. When Cortés found what effect this scene had made upon the Indians, he rose from his seat, and walking to the horse, took hold of the bridle, and desired his servant to lead it away. Aguilar, however, was to make the Indians believe that he had ordered the horse not to do them any injury. While all this was going on, above 30 Indian porters, whom they termed tamims, arrived with fowls, baked fish, and various fruits. these porters, on account of their loads, had perhaps not been able to follow the caziques fast enough. A lively discourse was now kept up between Cortés and the caziques, who in the end left us perfectly contented, with the assurance that the following day they would return with a present. Chapter 36. How all the caziques and calicones of the river Grijalva arrive with presents, and what happened after this. On the following morning, it was one of the last days in March, 1519, a number of caziques, with the principal personages of the Tabasco district and surrounding neighborhood arrived. They paid us profound reverence, and brought a present, consisting in 4 diadems, some lizards, earrings, 4 ducks, figures like dogs, others with Indian faces, 2 sandals with golden soles, and various other trifling trinkets of gold, whose value I have forgotten. There were also cloaks as the Indians wear them, which are very commodious. The present altogether was of little value, most likely the province altogether possessed few riches, and was certainly not to be compared to the 20 females with which they presented us, among whom one was a very fine woman, who subsequently became a convert to Christianity, and was named Dona Marina. Cortés was vastly pleased with this present, and held, by means of Aguilar, a long discourse with the caziques, telling them among other things, that their present was very acceptable. But he had something further to beg, namely, that they should again return to their dwellings with their wives and children. He should not consider the peace really concluded unless within the space of 2 days all the inhabitants had returned to the village. The caziques upon this issued the necessary orders, and in a couple of days all the families had returned. They showed the same readiness to comply with Cortés's wishes when he desired them to do away with their idols and human sacrifices. He likewise, as well as he could, gave them some idea of our holy Christian faith, and how we only adored one God. We also showed them a very pious figure, representing the Mother of God holding her blessed Son in her arms, and explained to them how we paid reverence to this figure, and by it to the Mother of God who was in heaven. Hereupon the caziques answered, that they were much pleased with this great Teclasiguata, and that they should much like to keep it in their village. In their language, Teclasiguata means a woman of distinction. Cortés promised them they should have it, and for this purpose ordered a pretty altar to be built. In the same way our carpenters, Alonso Yanez and Alvaro Lopez, were desired to construct a very high cross. Cortés also further asked the caziques, why they had thus for the 3rd time commenced war with us, though we had always sought to be at peace with them. They answered, that they were sorry enough for it, and we had forgiven them. For the rest it was at the instigation of their brother, the cazique of Champetin, who had previously accused them of cowardice for not having attacked us when we arrived off the coast with 4 ships under another commander. Meaning most probably Grijalva. The same advice was also given them by our Indian interpreter, who had run away from us in the night time, telling them not to leave us any peace day or night, as we were but few in number. Cortés desired that he should be delivered up to us, but they declared they did not know what had become of him, as on the unfortunate termination of the battle he had immediately took to flight. This, however, was an untruth, as we were well aware how dearly the poor devil had paid for his advice, as shortly after the battle he was seized and sacrificed to their gods. On being questioned as to where they got their gold and the trinkets, they answered from the country towards the setting of the sun, and pronounced the words Culhua and Mexico. As at that time we did not comprehend the meaning of these words, we paid little attention to them. We, however, questioned our other interpreter Francisco, who remained with us from our former expedition under Grijalva, but he knew very little of the Tabasco language, being only acquainted with the Culhuan, that is to say the Mexican. He told Cortés, partly by signs, that Culhua lay at a great distance before us, at the same time continually mentioning the word Mexico, Mexico. We were then still ignorant what he wished to convey to us. The day following the cross and altar were erected, and the figure of the Holy Virgin being placed thereon, we all fell down upon our knees before it, while Father Bartolomé de Olmedo read Mass. The caziques and chief Indians were present. On this occasion also the village of Tabasco was in all solemnity named Santa Maria de la Victoria. And Father Olmedo, with the assistance of Aguilar, said many excellent things to the 20 females who were presented to us, concerning our holy religion. That they should abandon their belief in idols, and no longer bring them sacrifices, for they were not gods but evil spirits, they had up to this moment lived in gross error, and should now adore Christ, our Lord. After this address the women were baptized, and she of whom I have already spoken was named Dona Marina. This was a lady of distinction, the daughter of a powerful cacique and a princess who had subjects of her own, which, indeed, you might see from her appearance. The circumstances which occasioned her being brought into our power I will relate hereafter. The names of the other Indian females who were baptized I cannot now bring to mind. But these were the first who were converted to Christianity in New Spain, and were distributed among Cortés's chief officers. Dona Marina, who was the prettiest, the most active and lively of the number, was given to Portocarrero, who was a stout cavalier and cousin to the Earl of Medellin. When he subsequently left for Spain, Cortés took Marina unto himself, and had a son by her, who was named Don Martin Cortés, and became Comptoir of Santiago. We remained 5 days in this spot, partly to cure our wounds, partly for the sake of those who suffered from pain in the groins, but who soon recovered here. Cortés employed these days in useful conversation with the caciques, and talked to them about the emperor, our master, of his numerous lordly vassals, and the advantage they would gain by having subjected themselves to him. As, for the future, in all their difficulties they would only have to apply to him, and wherever he might be he would come to their assistance. The caciques thanked him for this offer. They solemnly declared themselves to be vassals of our great emperor, and these were the first among the inhabitants of New Spain who subjected themselves to his majesty. As the day following was Palm Sunday, Cortés desired them to come early in the morning to pray before the Holy Mother of God and the Cross. He also sent for 6 Indian carpenters to assist ours in making a cross on a high ceiba tree, near the village of Cintla, where the Lord had granted us the great victory. This cross was made in a manner so as to be very durable, for the bark of the tree, which always grows to again, was so cut as to form that figure. Lastly, Cortés desired the Indians to bring out all their canoes in order to assist us in re-embarking, for we were desirous of setting sail on that holy day, as, according to our pilots, our present station was not secure from the north winds. Early the next morning the caciques and the principal personages, all with their wives and children, made their appearance in the courtyard, where we had erected the altar and cross, and collected the palm branches for our procession. Upon this Cortés, with the officers and all our men, rose and made a solemn procession. Both our priests, the Father Bartolomé de Olmedo, belonging to the Order of the Charitable Brethren, and Juan Diaz, were dressed in their full canonicals, and read Mass. We prayed before the cross and kissed it, the caciques and Indians all the while looking on. After the ceremony was finished the principal Indians brought 10 fowls, baked fish, and all kinds of greens, which we enjoyed very much. We now took our leave, and Cortés repeatedly recommended them to take care of the image of the Holy Virgin and the cross, and to hold the chapel in due reverence, in order that salvation and blessings might come upon them. We all embarked in the evening, and on Monday morning we set sail with a good wind. We always kept close to the shore, and steered in the direction of San Juan de Ulua. As we coasted along, the weather being most favorable, we who had been here with Grijalva, and were well acquainted with these parts, pointed out to Cortés La Rambla, which the Indians call Aguajaluco. Further on, the coast of Tonala or San Antonio, the great river Guacasualco, the elevated snow mountains, Sierras Nevadas, and those of San Martin. We also showed him the split rock forming 2 points, which stretch out into the sea, and somewhat resemble the figure of a chair. We then showed him the river Alvarado, further on the river Banderas, where we made the 16,000 pesos. The Isla Blanca and Isla Verde, also the Isla de Sacrificios, where, under Grijalva, we found the idols with the Indians who had been recently sacrificed. In this way we pretty quickly arrived at San Juan de Ulua, which we reached on Holy Thursday about noon. I shall never forget how Alonso Hernandez Portocarrero just about this time remarked to Cortés, "Methinks we are now certainly arrived in that country, of which those gentlemen who have been here twice before, sung. Cata Francia, Montesinos." Cata Paris, la ciudad. Cata los aguas de Duero. Du van a dar en la mar. I tell you, only look at this rich country, and keep strict command over us. Cortés, who well knew what he meant, said in return, if God will only grant us that good fortune in arms which he gave to Roland, the paladin, then with your assistance and that of the other gentlemen cavaliers, we shall succeed in everything else. This happened just at the moment when Cortés was entering the river Alvarado, which circumstance is also mentioned by Gomra. Chapter 37. How Dona Marina herself was a cazique, and the daughter of distinguished personages. Also a ruler over a people and several towns, and how she came to Tabasco. Previous to going into any details here respecting the powerful Moctezuma, his immense kingdom of Mexico, and its inhabitants, I must relate what I know of Dona Marina. She was born a ruler over a people and country, for her parents had the dominion of a township called Painala, to which several other townships were subject, lying about 24 miles from the town of Guacazualco. Her father died when she was very young, and her mother married another young cazique. By him she had a son, of whom it appears they were both very fond, and to whom, after their death, they designed to leave their territories. In order, however, that the daughter of the first marriage might not stand in his way, she was conveyed secretly during night time to an Indian family in Xicalango, they spreading the rumor she had died. Which gained further belief from the circumstance that a daughter of one of her female slaves happened to die at the time. The Indians of Xicalango did not keep the young girl themselves, but gave her to the inhabitants of Tabasco, by whom she was presented to Cortés. I knew her mother and half-brother myself, the latter having already reached manhood, and governed the township jointly with his mother. When they were subsequently both converted to Christianity, the latter was named Martha and her son Lazaro. I was well acquainted with the whole of this circumstance. For in the year 1523, when Mexico and several other provinces had been subdued, and Cristobal de Oli had rebelled in the Higueras, Cortés came to Guacazualco, and on that occasion visited Marina's birthplace. Most of the inhabitants of Guacazualco accompanied Cortés on this expedition, I myself was also among the number. As Dona Marina, in all the wars of New Spain, Tlaxcala, and at the siege of Mexico, had rendered the greatest services in capacity of an interpretress, Cortés carried her everywhere with him. During this journey it also was that he married her to a cavalier of the township of Orizaba, named Juan Zaramillo. Among others, there was present as a witness a certain Aranda of Tabasco, through whom this circumstance became immediately known. These are the true particulars of the whole case, not, however, as related by Gomra. For the rest, Marina had the most extensive influence in New Spain, and did with the Indians what she pleased. While Cortés was staying in Guacazualco, he ordered all the caziques of the province to assemble, and advised them to adopt our holy religion. On this occasion the mother and brother of Dona Marina also made their appearance with the other caziques. They recognized each other immediately. The former, however, appeared to be in the greatest anxiety, thinking that they had merely been called there to be killed. Dona Marina, however, desired them to dry away their tears, and comforted them by saying they were unconscious of what they were doing when they had sent her away to the inhabitants of Xicalango, and that she freely forgave the past. By this means God certainly directed everything for her best, turned her away from the errors of heathenism, and converted her to Christianity. Thus destined, she likewise bore a son unto her master Cortés, and then married a cavalier named Juan Zaramillo. All this I consider of much greater importance than if she had been presented with the sole dominion of the whole of New Spain. She likewise gave presents to her relatives on their return home. What I have related is the strict truth, and can swear to it. Gomra's account respecting this is wholly erroneous, and he adds many other circumstances which I shall leave without comment. This, however, is certain, that the whole affair reminds one of the history of Joseph and his brethren in Egypt, when they came into his power. After this diversion into matters which subsequently took place, I must relate how we first managed to understand Dona Marina. She was conversant with the language of Guacazualco, which is the Mexican, and with that of Tabasco. Aguilar, however, merely understood the latter, which is spoken throughout the whole of Yucatan. Dona Marina had, therefore, first to make herself understood to Aguilar, who then translated what she said into Spanish. This woman was a valuable instrument to us in the conquest of New Spain. It was, through her only, under the protection of the Almighty, that many things were accomplished by us. Without her we never should have understood the Mexican language, and, upon the whole, have been unable to surmount many difficulties. Let this suffice respecting Dona Marina. I will now relate how we arrived in San Juan de Ulua. Chapter 38. How we arrive with our vessels in San Juan de Ulua, and what we did there. On Holy Thursday, in the year of our Lord 1519, we arrived with our whole squadron in the harbor of San Juan de Ulua. As Alaminos well remembered this spot from the expedition under Grijalva, he brought our ships to anchor in a place where they were sheltered from the north wind. We had scarcely lain here half an hour when we espied 2 large canoes, which are called here pirogues, filled with a number of Indians, making straight for Cortez's vessel, which, from the large flag hanging from the masthead, they recognized as our commander's ship. They climbed on board without any ceremony, and inquired for the Tlatoan, which, in their language, means master. Dona Marina understood their question, and pointed to Cortez. They, therefore, turned to him, paying him great reverence after the Indian fashion, and bid him welcome. Their master, they said, who was a servant of the great Moctezuma, had sent them in order to ascertain who we were and what we came to seek in his country. We had only to inform them of what we wanted for our ships, and they would see that it was provided. Cortez thanked them for their kindness, through Aguilar and Dona Marina, presented them with some blue glass beads, and ordered some meat and drink to be placed before them. After they had taken some refreshment, he told them we were merely come here to make their acquaintance, and open a trade with them. We had not the remotest intention of doing them an injury, nor need they apprehend anything from our arrival. The ambassadors now returned, well contented, to their homes. The following morning, Good Friday, we disembarked our horses and cannon near some sandhills which here run along the whole coast. Our artilleryman Mesa placed the cannon on a very advantageous spot, and we erected an altar where mass was immediately performed, for Cortez and the other chief officers' huts were constructed of green boughs. The rest of us likewise constructed huts, and slept 3 together. The horses also were well provided for. The whole of Good Friday was spent in this work. And on the Saturday many Indians arrived, who had been sent by a man of distinction, named Quitlalpatoc, governor under Moctezuma. This personage was afterwards christened Ovendillo. They had axes with them, and cut off an additional quantity of branches to make a better finish to Cortez's hut, which they then overhung with large pieces of cloth, to keep out the heat, which was already very great. They also brought along with them fowls, maize bread, and plums, which were then nice and ripe. Also, if I rightly recollect, they had with them some gold trinkets. All these things they handed over to Cortez, adding, that the governor himself would come the next day and bring with him a further supply of provisions. Cortez joyfully accepted of these presents, and ordered various kinds of toys we had brought for barter to be given them, with which they were uncommonly delighted. On Easter Day, the governor indeed appeared in person, as had been assured us. His name was Tuthlil, and he was one of the farmer generals of the Mexican Empire. He was accompanied by another person of distinction, called Quitlalpatoc. We subsequently learnt that both these personages were appointed governors over the provinces Cotaztlan, Tustepec, Guazpaltepec, and Tlateteclo, and other townships recently subdued. They were followed by a great number of Indians, carrying the presents, consisting of fowls and greens. Tuthlil, having ordered the others to stand back a little, walked up to Cortez, and made him 3 most reverential bows, after the Indian fashion, which he repeated on turning to us who stood nearest. Cortez bid both welcome, then embraced them, and desired them to wait a little, as he would afterwards give them a more circumstantial answer. In the meantime he ordered the altar to be fitted up as prettily as possible. Francisco Bartolome and Father Juan Diaz performed Mass. Both the governors and the principal personages of their suite were present during the ceremony, after which Cortez sat down to dinner with them. After the table had been cleared, Cortés, with the assistance of Aguilar and Dona Marina, entered into conversation with the Mexican officials and the caciques, telling them we were Christians, and subjects of the greatest monarch of the world, whose name was Emperor Charles, and that he had many great personages among his vassals and servants. We had come by his command to their country, of which and its powerful monarch who now reigned over it, his majesty had heard long ago. As far as regarded himself, he was desirous of becoming his friend, and had to disclose many things to him, in the name of his emperor, which he would listen to with delight. In order that a good understanding might be established between him and his subjects, they should acquaint him with the place where their monarch resided, that he might pay his respects to him, and make the necessary disclosures. To which Tuthlil answered in a rather imperious tone, "Since you are but just arrived, it would be more fitting that you, previous to your desiring an interview with my monarch, should accept this present, which we have brought you in his name, and disclose your wishes to me." He then brought forth, out of a species of box, a quantity of gold trinkets, of beautiful and skilful workmanship, besides more than 20 packages of stuffs very prettily worked of white cotton and feathers. These they presented to Cortés, with various other costly things, which, owing to the number of years which have since elapsed, I cannot now remember, besides provisions, consisting in quantities of fowls, fruits, and dried fish. Cortés accepted all this with a joyful countenance, presenting these gentlemen in return with glass beads resembling brilliants, and other things we brought from Spain. He begged of them to desire the inhabitants of the different districts to commence trading with us, as we possessed various articles which we were desirous of exchanging for gold. This they promised to do. Cortés then ordered an armchair to be brought, beautifully painted and adorned with inlaid work, some pieces of precious stones, wrapped in cotton cloth, perfumed with musk, a necklace of imitation pearls, a scarlet cap, with a medal, on which was represented the holiest George on horseback, with lance in hand, killing the dragon. Cortés addressed Tuthlil, and said, that he presented this chair to his monarch Moctezuma, that he might sit in it when he should pay him a visit, and a string of pearls to wind around his head on the same occasion. All of which were presents from the emperor our master, who had sent these things to his monarch in token of friendship and as a proof of the esteem in which he held him. He ought now to inform us where and when he could personally wait upon him. Tuthlil accepted the presents, and said, in return, that his master Moctezuma, as he was also a great monarch, would on his side be equally delighted to learn something about our great emperor. He would hasten to lay the presents before him, and return with his answer. Tuthlil had with him very clever painters, for there were such in Mexico, and he ordered them to sketch the likeness and whole person of Cortés, with the dress he wore. Also all the other chief officers, the soldiers, our vessels, horses, Dona Marina, and Aguilar, even our 2 dogs, the cannon, the balls. In short, everything they could fix their eyes on belonging to us, these paintings they took along with them to show to their monarch. In order, however, to convey to him a still greater idea of our power, Cortés ordered our cannon to be heavily laden with powder, so as to produce a very loud report, commanding also Alvarado and the other cavaliers to mount their horses, to hang bells around the necks of the latter, and to gallop up in full speed in presence of Moctezuma's ambassadors. Cortés also mounted his horse, and said to the others, it would be capital if we could gallop across these sandhills at full speed. But, as we should so easily stick in the sand, it will be better for us to ride 2 and 2 along the seashore at low water. He then gave the command of the horse to Alvarado, whose brown mare was a spirited animal, and very swift. All this was done in presence of the Mexican ambassadors. But, that they might likewise see the cannon fired, Cortés, under the pretense of having something further to communicate, took them and several other principal personages to a spot where they might have a good view of it. The weather was perfectly calm, and when the cannon was fired, the stone balls flew with a tremendous crash along the sand hills, re-echoing for a length of time. The Indians were terribly startled, and ordered their painters to represent this likewise, to them so novel a sight, that they might show it to Moctezuma. One of our men had on a casque, which was partly gilt. Tuthlil, who was much more enlightened than any of his companions, remarked, when his eye fell upon it, that it bore a great resemblance to a helmet which belonged to their most ancient forefathers, and now adorned the head of their warrior god Huitzilopochtli. Moctezuma, he further added, would certainly be uncommonly pleased if he could likewise see this casque. Cortés, on hearing this, ordered the casque to be presented to him, thereby expressing the wish, that he should like to satisfy himself that the gold of this country was similar to what we find in our rivers. If they would send him the casque full of gold dust, he would send it to our great emperor. Upon this Tuthil took leave of Cortés and all of us, promising to return speedily, while Cortés, under the most tender of embraces, made him every profession of friendship. After this personage had taken his departure, we learnt that he was not merely a distinguished statesman, but also the most nimble pedestrian at Moctezuma's court. He did, indeed, use the utmost expedition to bring his monarch information, and hand over to him the paintings and presents. The great Moctezuma was vastly astonished at everything he heard and saw, and yet he was pleased. But, when at last he espied the casque, and compared it with that of the idol Huitzilopochtli, he no longer doubted for an instant that we belonged to that people, whom his forefathers had prophesied would, one time or other, come and subdue the country. Concerning these things Gomra has adduced much of which he had been ill-informed. I will not, however, detain myself by contradicting him, but continue my narrative. Chapter 39. How Tuthil makes his report to Moctezuma, and gives him our presents, as also what further took place in our camp. After the departure of Tuthil with the presents which Cortés sent to his monarch, Moctezuma, the other governor, Quitlalpatac, remained behind in our camp. He took up his quarters in a kind of hut, at a distance from ours, and ordered Indians to bake maize bread, procure the fowls, fruits, and fish, which the province had to furnish, for the table of Cortés and his officers. We other soldiers, if we wished to get our bellies full, were compelled to catch shell and other fish ourselves. In the meantime numbers of Indians arrived from the above-mentioned provinces, over which the two officials sent by Moctezuma were governors, bringing with them some gold trinkets of small value, and fowls, which they gave us in exchange for our goods, consisting in glass pearls and such like, with which we were all provided, having experienced the value of these during the expedition under Grijalva. 6 or 7 days may have thus been spent, when Tuthil returned in the morning with more than 100 Indian porters, all heavily laden, accompanied by a great Mexican cazique, who both in countenance, stature, and deportment greatly resembled Cortés, and on that account only had been selected by his monarch to accompany the deputation. For, as was related, when Tuthil brought forth the picture representing Cortés, all the grandees who were present with their monarch Moctezuma, immediately observed that he resembled a person of distinction named Quintalber. This was the same person who now accompanied Tuthil. We therefore called one the Cortés of this place, and the other the Cortés of that place. We must now, however, learn what the ambassadors did when they came into the presence of Cortés. First of all they touched the ground at his feet with the hand, they then perfumed him and all the Spaniards who were present, with pans made of clay. Cortés gave them a most cordial reception, and desired them to sit down at his side. The cazique Quintalber was commissioned to discuss matters jointly with Tuthil. Both, therefore, told Cortés he was most welcome in their country. And after a good deal of talking on both sides, they produced the presents and spread them out on a mat, over which they had first thrown some cotton cloths. The first was a round plate, about the size of a wagon wheel, representing the sun, the whole of the finest gold, and of the most beautiful workmanship. A most extraordinary work of art, which, according to the account of those who weighed it, was worth above 20,000 gold pesos. The second was a round plate, even larger than the former, of massive silver, representing the moon, with rays and other figures on it, being of great value. The third was the casque, completely filled with pure grains of gold, as they are found in the mines, worth about 3,000 pesos, which was more to us than if it had been 10 times the value. As we now knew for certain there were rich gold mines in the country. Among other things there were also 30 golden ducks, exactly resembling the living bird, and of splendid workmanship, further figures resembling lions, tigers, dogs and apes. Likewise 10 chains with lockets, all of gold, and of the most costly workmanship, a bow with the string and 12 arrows, and 2 staffs 5 palms in length, like those used by the justices, all cast of the purest gold. Further, they brought small cases containing the most beautiful green feathers, blended with gold and silver, and fans similarly worked, every species of game likewise cast in gold. In short, such a number of objects, which from the many years since elapsed I cannot now altogether remember. There were alone above 30 packages of cotton stuffs, variously manufactured and interworked with variegated feathers. When the great cacique Quintalbern Tuthlil handed over these presents to Cortés, they begged of him to accept of them in the same friendly disposition with which their monarch sent them, and to distribute them among his tullies. Upon this they began to unfold what their monarch had in particular commissioned them to say, which was as follows: he, Moctezuma, was delighted with the arrival of such courageous men in his states, as we, according to the accounts he had received and judging from the occurrence at Tabasco, certainly must be. He wished very much to see our great emperor, who was such a powerful monarch, of whom, although residing at such a vast distance, he had already gained some knowledge, and he would send him a present of some valuable stones. He was likewise ready to furnish us with everything we might require during our stay. But as for Cortés calling upon him, we had better give up all thoughts of that, as it was not necessary, and would be accompanied with great difficulties. Cortés thanked them most sincerely for their kindness, gave to each a couple of shirts made of Holland, blue beads, and other trifles, begging of them to return to their great monarch Moctezuma, and tell him that our emperor and master would take it very unkind, after we had come from such distant countries and crossed such vast seas, merely with the intention of paying our respects to Moctezuma, if we returned without fulfilling this object. He wished, therefore, to proceed to his residence and himself to receive his commands. The ambassadors answered, that they would mention all this to their monarch, but that any waiting upon him would be superfluous. Cortés upon this gave them out of our poverty a cup, of Florentine workmanship, gilt and surrounded with a quantity of relieved foliage, besides those shirts made of Holland, and other things. All these were to be presented to Moctezuma, and he desired them to take his answer to him. Both the delegates then departed, while Quitlalpatac remained alone behind in our camp, commissioned, it appeared, by the 2 other officials of Moctezuma, to provide provisions for us out of the neighboring districts. Chapter 40. How Cortés goes in search of another harbor and a good spot to found a colony, and what further happened. After the Mexican ambassadors had again taken their departure, Cortés ordered 2 vessels to sail further on and explore the coast. The command of these was given to Francisco de Montejo, with orders to follow the same course taken by Grijalva. He was to sail on for the space of 10 days, and search for a good harbor and convenient spot to form a settlement. For in the sandy region we were now staying it was impossible to live, on account of the gnats, the inhabited districts, moreover, being too far distant. Alaminos and El Manquillo, who were already acquainted with these waters, piloted the vessels. Montejo departed and arrived in the waters of Rio Grande, near Panuco, as far as we had gone with Grijalva, but on account of the heavy currents there he could proceed no further. He, therefore, returned to San Juan de Ulua, bringing us no other news than that they had seen at a distance of about 36 miles further on a town, which to all appearance was fortified. This place was called Quiahuitztlan, having a harbor, which, according to the opinion of Alaminos, was secure from the north wind. 10 or 12 days were spent by Montejo in this expedition out and home. Quitlalpatac, who had remained to furnish us with provisions, soon ceased to do so altogether, which, of course, created a great scarcity of food. Our cassave bread had likewise become quite mouldy and swarmed with worms, so that we had nothing to eat if we did not procure ourselves shellfish. In the commencement the Indians had certainly brought us gold and fowls for our goods, but now they no longer came in such great numbers as at first, and those who did come appeared quite shy and reserved. We, therefore, anxiously awaited the return of the 2 ambassadors from Mexico. After some days had elapsed Tuthlil indeed returned with a great number of Indians. They observed the same courteous behavior as on the previous occasion, perfuming Cortés and all of us, and then brought forth their presents, consisting in 10 packages of mantles, richly worked in feathers. Further, for calchihuitls, a species of green stone of uncommon value, which are held in higher estimation with them than the smaragdus with us. Lastly, there were also all kinds of gold trinkets, which I heard valued at 3,000 pesos. The great cacique Quintalber had fallen ill on the journey, and consequently remained behind. Tuthlil and Quitlalpatac, therefore, alone fulfilled Moctezuma's commission, and assured us that he had most graciously accepted of our present. Regarding the 4 calchihuitls they observed, that those were intended as a present to our emperor, as each of them was worth more than a load of gold. For the rest it was unnecessary to send any more messengers to Mexico, neither was there any further mention to be made of a personal interview between their monarch and Cortés. Although, it was very unpleasant to the latter that his visit to Moctezuma should thus be declined in dry words, yet he thanked them most kindly, and added to some of us who were present, really this Moctezuma must be a great and rich gentleman. Nevertheless, if God be willing, we shall one day visit him in his palace. We only wish, returned we soldiers, that we were once nicely engaged with him. All this took place just about the hour of Ave Maria. The bell, therefore, announced that we should assemble ourselves around the cross, which we had erected on an elevated sandhill. While we were all on our knees before it, and repeating the Ave Maria, Tuthlil and Quitlalpatac inquired why we thus humbled ourselves so greatly before that pole. Cortés immediately turned to Bartolomé de Olmedo, and remarked to him, "This is a good opportunity, Father, to give these people some notion of our holy religion through our interpreters." This Father Olmedo accordingly did in a manner which would have done honor to the greatest of theologians. He first of all explained that we were Christians, and then expatiated on the whole substance of our belief. He then proved that their idols were useless things, evil spirits, which fled away from the presence of the cross. On such a cross, he continued, the Lord of heaven and earth suffered death, we believed in him only, and prayed to him as the only true God, Jesus Christ, who suffered death for the salvation of the human race. Who rose again on the 3rd day, and ascended into heaven, that he would again appear to hold judgment over the living and the dead. Upon this followed everything that was edifying, which the Indians comprehended well, and which they assured us they would relate to their monarch. Cortés then explained to them, that among the many reasons which had induced our great emperor to send us here, one was that they should abandon forever the religion of their cursed idols, abolish human sacrifices, and abstain from kidnapping. He, therefore, must beg of them to erect crosses like this in their towns and on their temples, and also the figure of the Holy Virgin, with her most excellent Son, then God would bestow great blessings on them. In short, there were many expressions replete with excellent feeling, which I am unable wholly to report, and therefore will rather leave in my pen. Our men now commenced to barter with the Indians, who had arrived with Tuthlil for what they had brought, and obtained various kinds of things, all of inferior gold, which we gave to our sailors for catching us fish. This was the only means we had of stilling our hunger. Cortés was well aware of this, and secretly enjoyed the idea. However, the creatures of Diego Velázquez drew his attention to it, and thought he ought not to permit such a species of traffic. We shall further see what happened on this account. Chapter 41. What happened on account of our bartering for gold, and of other things which took place in our camp. This bartering for gold being continued with the Indians, the adherents of Diego Velázquez remonstrated with Cortés, and asked him how he could suffer such a thing. Diego Velázquez, they added, had not sent him hither, that the soldiers should put most of the gold in their pockets. It ought to be made known, that henceforth no one but Cortés himself should barter for gold, and that every one should render an account of the gold in his possession, in order that the emperor's fifths might be deducted therefrom. It was, moreover, necessary to appoint a treasurer. Cortés confessed they were in the right, and allowed them to choose a treasurer themselves. But, not until their choice had fallen on one Gonzalo Mejia, did he show what his real intentions were. Then he said to them with a heavy frown on his brow, "Only consider, gentlemen, how hard our comrades have to fare, since provisions totally fail. In order that they might not hunger, I have up to this moment overlooked this system of bartering, and indeed it produces but a mere trifle. I hope, with the assistance of God, that our affairs will take a better turn by and by. Everything has its two sides to be looked at, and as we have now, in compliance with your wishes, ordered that no more bartering for gold shall be allowed in future, we have to see whence we are henceforth to obtain provisions. Gomara is in the wrong, when he relates, that Cortés issued that order, on this occasion, to make Moctezuma believe we cared little about gold. This monarch knew very well how the matter stood on this point, from the time of our arrival under Grijalva in the Bandera stream. He might also easily guess what we were after, when we begged of him to send us the cask full of golden grains, and our daily bartering for that metal. The Mexicans, indeed, are not the kind of folks to be thus imposed upon. However this may be, one fine morning the Indians, who had resided near us in the huts and were accustomed to furnish us with provisions and bring gold for barter, had all secretly left with Quitlalpatoc. This, we subsequently learnt, was done by the commands of Moctezuma, who had forbidden all intercourse with Cortés, which he had been induced to do from his attachment to his idol gods. These were named Tezcatlipoca and Huitzilopochtli, the former being the god of hell and the latter the god of war, to whom Moctezuma daily sacrificed some young children, that they might disclose to him what he should do with us. His intention was to take us prisoners if we would not re-embark, and employ some to educate children, while others were to be sacrificed. For his idol gods, as we afterwards discovered, advised him not to listen to Cortés, and to take no notice of what we had sent him word concerning the cross and the figure of the Blessed Virgin. This was also the reason why his men had gone away so secretly. Affairs having assumed such a posture, we now daily expected that hostilities would break out, and were particularly on our guard. It was during one of these days that I was standing sentinel on the sand hills with another soldier, when we espied 5 Indians approaching along the shore. Not to alarm our camp with such a trifle we allowed them to come up. They all appeared very good-humored, made their obeisance to us after their fashion, and begged of us, by signs, to conduct them to our camp. Upon which I said to my companion, I will take them there, while you remain where you are, for at that time my legs were not so infirm as they are now, in my old age. When I presented them to Cortés, they paid him the profoundest respect, and continually repeated the word, Lopulutio, Lopulutio, which in the Totonac language means Lord, Great God. In dress and language this people differed entirely from the Mexicans, whom Moctezuma had sent to our camp. They had large holes bored in their underlips, in which they wore pieces of blue speckled stone, or thin plates of gold. The holes in their ears were still larger in size, and adorned with similar ornaments. Neither Aguilar nor Dona Marina understood their language, but the latter inquired of them whether there was any nayevados, or interpreter, among them. Upon which 2 of them answered that they understood the Mexican language, and now the discourse immediately commenced. They bid us welcome, and stated that their ruler had sent them hither to inquire who we were, and that he would be delighted to be of any use to such powerful men as we were. They would have waited upon us earlier if they had not shunned the people of Culhua, namely, the Mexicans, meaning as much as villains, who had been with us. Most probably these people had heard of our battles at Tabasco and Patoncan. They at least knew that the Mexicans had secretly departed from us 3 days ago. Cortés learned from them many things which were of the greatest importance to him, particularly respecting the enemies and opponents of Moctezuma. Cortés, therefore, was most friendly to these people, gave them various kinds of presents, and desired them to return to their ruler and acquaint him that he would visit him shortly in person. From this moment we called these Indians by no other name than Lopulutios. However, it was impossible for us to remain on these sand hills, on account of the long-legged and small gnats, which they call Chechens, and are the worst of all. We could get no sleep for them. Moreover, we had no kind of provisions left. Our cassave bread was quite mouldy and uneatable, on account of the worms, with which it swarmed. It was, therefore, no wonder that several of our men, who had Indian possessions in the island of Cuba, should wish to return home. Which was in particular the case with all the friends and creatures of Velázquez. Cortés, observing this disposition, gave orders for our departure to Cuahuitztlan, which had been seen by Montejo and Alaminos, and where the vessels would be secure from the north winds, being sheltered by the rock above mentioned. While preparations were making for our departure, the whole of Diego Velázquez's adherents united to remonstrate with Cortés. They asked him how he was to commence the march without provisions. It was, indeed, quite impossible to proceed further on by sea. Already 35 of our men had died either of the wounds they received at Tabasco, of sickness, or of hunger. The country we were now in was extensive, the population numerous, and the inhabitants would, no doubt, attack us in a few days. It was, therefore, most advisable to return to Cuba, and render an account to Diego Velázquez of the gold we had bartered for, of which we possessed a good deal. To this might be added the present sent by Moctezuma, the golden sun, silver moon, the cask full of gold dust, and all the other precious things, which I have above mentioned. To which Cortés answered, that he did not consider it advisable to return without having even seen the country. Up to this moment we had no reason to complain of ill luck, on the contrary, God had everywhere lent us his support. If we had lost any of our men, such things were to be expected in warlike undertakings. We should first explore the country more thoroughly. And with regard to provisions, there was sufficient maize in the country, with which we must make a shift for the present. By these arguments Cortés succeeded in quieting the partisans of Diego Velázquez. Yet it was of short duration, for they held secret meetings, and commenced setting all manner of intrigues on foot to bring about our return to Cuba. How far they succeeded we shall presently see. Chapter 42. How we elected Hernando Cortés Captain General and Chief Justice until we should receive the Emperor's commands on this head, and what further happened. I have already remarked how the relatives and friends of Diego Velázquez united to stop our further progress, and bring about our return to Cuba. Cortés, on his part, however, was no less active, and managed with his friends to get himself appointed our Captain General. In this the following personages acted the chief part: Alonso Hernández Portocarrero, Pedro de Alvarado, with his 4 brothers Jorge, Gonzalo, Gómez, and Juan. Further, Cristobal de Oli, Alonso de Avila, Juan de Escalante, Francisco de Lugo, myself, and many other cavaliers and officers. Francisco de Montejo soon perceived what our intentions were, and kept a sharp lookout upon everything that was going on. I was drawn into this affair in the following manner. At midnight, Portocarrero, Escalante, and de Lugo, to whom I stood somewhat related, both of us, moreover, being born at the same place, called upon me in my quarters, and said, "Bernal Díaz del Castillo, take your arms and follow us, we are to accompany Cortés, who is going to make the rounds." When we had arrived at some distance from my hut, they again commenced, "We have something to tell you, sir, but you must keep it a secret, for it is of great importance. And those of Diego Velázquez's partisans who mess with you must know nothing about it. We are of opinion that Cortés does not act rightly towards us. At Cuba he made known that he was going out to found a colony, and now we hear that he was not empowered to do so, but was merely sent out to barter for gold, and then to return to Cuba with all we should make. If this takes place, we are altogether ruined men, and Diego Velázquez will himself comfortably pocket the gold, and keep it, as he has on previous occasions. Do but reflect, sir, that this is the 3rd expedition of the kind which you have accompanied, that you have spent your whole in them, and undergone so many fatigues, risked your life, and suffered from wounds, all for nothing. This we cannot allow. We cavaliers are sufficient in number, your friends one and all, and we must insist that Cortés founds a colony here, in the name of his Majesty. We must also find means to acquaint our sovereign immediately with this. Promise that you also will be one of us. We have united to elect Cortés our Captain General. It would, indeed, be rendering God and our King a great service." To all this I answered that I considered it equally inadvisable to return to Cuba, and that I was quite ready to give my consent towards electing Cortés Captain General and Chief Justice, until His Imperial Majesty should have communicated his wishes to us on that point. As this plan went round from one to another, the partisans of Diego Velázquez, who were much more numerous than we, soon got wind of it, and boldly asked Cortés what intrigues had been set on foot to form a colony here, and why he should shirk from rendering the account which was due to him by whom he had been appointed head of the expedition. Diego Velázquez would certainly be ill-pleased with such proceedings. We could not do otherwise than re-embark. All his intrigues with the men were useless. To found a colony, we were in want both of provisions, men, and everything else to ensure success. Cortés, without showing the least irritability, answered, that he was quite of their opinion, and had not the remotest intention to act contrary to the instructions and wishes of Diego Velázquez, and immediately issued orders that every one who had come with him should repair on board by the next day. As soon as we others, who had confederated, heard this, we declared to Cortés that he was doing wrong in thus wishing to deceive us. At Cuba he had publicly announced that he was going out to found a colony, and now it appeared it was merely for the sake of trafficking. We begged of him, for the sake of God and our king, not to break his word, but to found a colony, as was required of us, to promote the interests of His Majesty and the service of God. It would be impossible for us to return here at any future time, as the inhabitants would certainly not permit us to land, but, if a colony was once founded, soldiers from every island in these parts would come flocking hither in order to assist us. Diego Velázquez had deceived us when he falsely announced that he was empowered by His Majesty to found colonies. We were, therefore, determined to found one, and left it to the choice of the others if they wished to return to Cuba. Cortés at first refused to comply, and only submitted after much begging and entreating, as the saying goes, "What you desire is my wish." He, however, made the condition that we should nominate him Chief Justice and Captain General, and, what was worse, that a fifth part of the gold should fall to his share which remained after deducting the fifths for His Majesty, concerning all which and everything else, the royal secretary Godoy was to draw up a formal deed. Upon this we resolved that a town should be built, and called Villa Rica de la Vera Cruz, as we arrived off this coast on Holy Thursday, and stepped on land on Good Friday. The addition of Villa Rica, rich town, was owing to what Puerto Carrero had some time previous said to Cortés, he might look upon these rich countries, he would know how to govern them. Meaning to say thereby, that he wished Cortés to be appointed Captain General. After the ceremony of laying the first stone of the town was ended, we nominated the alcaldes and regidors. The chief alcaldes were Alonso Portocarrero and Francisco de Montejo. Cortés purposely appointed the latter because he was not on the best terms with him. To give all the names of the regidors would be superfluous, and it must suffice to mention their names as they appear in the course of this narrative. We also erected a pillory inside the town, and a gallows outside. Pedro de Alvarado was appointed city major, Cristobal de Ali, colonel, Juan de Escalante, alguacil major, treasurer, Gonzalo Mexi Mejia, bookkeeper, Alonso de Avila. Standard-bearer, a certain Carrar, as Villarreal, who first filled this post, had got into disgrace with Cortés about an Indian female of Cuba, and was obliged to relinquish it. Ochoa of Biscay and Alonso Romero were nominated alguacils of the camp. The reader will wonder that I have not yet mentioned the name of one of our principal men, Gonzalo de Sandoval, though he was such a renowned officer, being second to Cortés only, and particularly distinguished by our emperor himself. There is no other reason than that Sandoval was still very young, and that we did not make so much of him and other brave officers then as we did subsequently. When we saw all his real qualities developed in a manner that drew forth unbounded praise from Cortés and every soldier, indeed he was considered equal to Cortés himself. Gomara has likewise related a good deal respecting these matters, of which he has been ill-informed. I could not leave this unnoticed, however beautiful his style of writing may be, in which his strength really lies. Chapter 43. How the partisans of Diego Velázquez would not acknowledge the power we had conferred upon Cortés, and what further took place. The partisans of Diego Velázquez, finding we had elected Cortés Captain General, and appointed the other officers just mentioned, were terribly annoyed and vexed. They armed themselves in small troops, and threw out the most insolent language against Cortés and those among us who had chosen him Captain General. All this they considered should not have been done without the consent of the whole of the officers and soldiers. Diego Velázquez had merely empowered Cortés to barter with the natives. In short, their dissatisfaction rose to such a pitch, that our party was afraid matters would be carried much farther, and end in hostilities. Cortés now secretly desired Juan de Escalante to intimate that we should demand the instructions to be produced which he had received from Velázquez. This was accordingly done, and Cortés pulled them out from under his waistcoat, handing them over to the royal secretary to be read aloud. And sure enough the words were, "After you have bartered for as many precious things as possible, you shall return home." This document was signed by Velázquez, and countersigned by his private secretary Andrés de Duero. Upon this we desired of Cortés that these instructions should be entered into the appointment we had given him, and announced by a public crier, as had been done at Cuba, in order that his Majesty might convince himself of the true state of things. And that everything was done to further his sovereign interest only. This step was most agreeable to our purpose, as the Bishop of Burgos, Don Juan Rodriguez de Fonseca, was wrongly informed respecting these proceedings, and only labored to ruin us, as we subsequently learnt. The partisans of Diego Velázquez, however, were not to be silenced by this. And as the election had been made without their knowledge, they considered it illegal, and maintained that they were not called upon to obey his commands, but were determined to return to Cuba. Cortés answered, that he would not compel them to remain, but would discharge anyone who might wish it, even if he himself should, in the end, remain alone behind. By this some were silenced. Juan Velázquez de León, who was closely related to Velázquez, Diego de Ordaz, Escobar, whom we commonly termed the Page, Pedro de Escudero, and others of Velázquez's party, still continued refractory, and things at last came to such a pass that, in the end, they formally refused to obey Cortés. In such a state of affairs it was necessary to adopt some stronger measure, which was carried into execution with our consent. We seized the persons of the above-mentioned refractory officers, bound them in chains, and kept watch over them as if they had been prisoners. Respecting these circumstances Gomra has again been misinformed, and not a word is to be credited of anything he says on the subject. Chapter 44. How Pedro de Alvarado was ordered to make an excursion into the interior of the country, in order to procure maize and other provisions. And what further happened. It was now resolved that Pedro de Alvarado should make an excursion into the interior to explore the country, gain further knowledge of some townships which we knew by name, and procure maize and other provisions, of which we were in the greatest want. For this purpose 100 men were selected, among whom were 15 crossbowmen and 6 musketeers. Above half, moreover, were adherents of Velázquez. The rest of us, on whom Cortés could fully depend, remained with him, in order that no conspiracy might be set on foot against him. Alvarado, during this expedition, visited some small townships which were subject to a greater one, called, in the Acolhua language, Conquistador. This language is that of Mexico and Moctezuma. And when we speak of persons of Acolhua, we must always understand subjects of his empire. Alvarado nowhere met with any inhabitants, but found sufficient proofs in the temples that boys and full-grown people had very recently been sacrificed. For the altars and walls were covered with drops of fresh blood. The flint knives with which the unfortunate victim's breast is cut open to tear the heart away, and the large stones on which they are sacrificed, still lay in their proper places. Most of the bodies thus seen by our men were without arms or legs, which, according to the accounts of the Indians, had been devoured. Our men were perfectly horror-struck at such barbarities. However, I will not waste another word on the subject, for we found the same thing over again in every district we visited in this country. Alvarado found these districts well stocked with provisions, but so completely deserted by the inhabitants that he could only find 2 Indians to assist the men in carrying maize. Every soldier, therefore, was compelled to take a load of greens and fowls, and in this way the detachment returned to our camp with a good supply of provisions, and without having encountered any disaster. This was all the damage our men did, although they had so many opportunities of doing more, Cortés having most strictly forbidden any wanton outrage, that there might not be a repetition of what happened on the island of Cozumel. We were overjoyed with the provisions, for when man can satisfy his appetite, he forgets half his sufferings. Gomera mentions another expedition in this place, which, he says, Cortés himself undertook, with 400 men, to explore the interior of the country, but here again he must have been misinformed. For there was no other made than the one I have just mentioned. In the meantime Cortés was not inactive, but did all in his power to gain the adherence of Diego Velázquez. One was presented with some of the gold we had made, for with gold mountains are removed, another was silenced by considerable promises. He likewise set the whole of them at liberty, excepting Juan Velázquez de Leon and Diego de Ordaz, who were lying bound in chains on board a vessel. However, both these were also shortly after released, and they became true friends to him, of which they subsequently gave sufficient proofs. Gold, indeed, was not spared on this occasion, for they were only to be tamed by that means. As soon as greater union was thus restored, it was resolved that we should march for the township Cuahuitzlan, which I have above mentioned. Our vessels were also at the same time to set sail and run into the harbor, lying about 4 miles from the latter place. Our march lay along the coast, and on our route we killed a large fish which had been thrown on shore. We then came to a pretty deep river, on whose banks the town of Vera Cruz at present lies. This we crossed by means of some old canoes we found here, and by ferryboats. I, however, swam across. On the opposite bank of the river lay several small townships, subject to one more extensive called Sempoala. This was the home of the 5 Indians who came to Cortés in the character of ambassadors, and who were called by us Lopolucios. We found the idol temples stained with spots of blood, the apparatus for perfuming and sacrificing, a quantity of parrot feathers, and several packages of paper stitched one over the other, resembling our Spanish linen. We nowhere met any Indians. For as they had never before seen people like unto us, nor any horses, they had all run away from fear, so that we were forced to go hungry to bed. The next day we marched inland in an easterly direction. Of course we had not the least knowledge of the road we were taking, and we turned at a venture into a beautiful meadow, where we found wild deer grazing. Pedro de Alvarado chased one of these on his brown mare, and managed to wound it with his lance, but the animal escaped over some heights. In the meantime 12 Indians made their appearance, inhabitants of the district, where we were encamped for the night, bringing with them some fowls and maize bread, which, they told Cortés, by means of our interpreter, had been sent us by their cazique, who had likewise desired we should visit his township, which lay at a distance of 1 sun, say a day's march, from our present station. Cortés returned them sincere thanks for their great kindness, and we marched on until we came to a small township, where a short time previous several human beings had been sacrificed. As the kind reader would be disgusted with hearing of the numbers of male and female Indians we found butchered along every road and in every village we passed through, I will be silent on that head, and merely add that a supper was provided for us in the small village where we had arrived. Here we also learnt that the road to Cuahuitzlan, which latter lay on a hill, passed through Sempoala, where we next arrive. Chapter 45. How we marched into Sempoala, which at that period was a very considerable township, and what we did there. After we had slept in the village, where the 12 Indians had quartered us, and accurately ascertained the road we were to take to Cuahuitzlan, we left very early in the morning for that place. Cortés sent 6 of the Indians before us to acquaint the caziques of Sempoala that we were approaching, and to beg permission to visit them. The 6 other Indians remained behind as our guides. The whole of us marched forward in the best order, while our cannon and other arms were ready for use at a moment's notice. Besides this sharpshooters were always in advance, all strong active fellows, whom as well as the horse no one could elude. We were not further than 3 miles from Sempoala, when we were met by 20 Indians who came to welcome us in the name of their cazique. These carried in their hands pineapples, most deliciously scented, and of a deep red color, which they presented to Cortés and the others who sat on horseback, adding that their ruler awaited us in his quarters. For on account of his corpulency he had been prevented from coming out to meet us himself. Cortés thanked them kindly for their attentions, and we marched forward. As we passed along the houses of the town we were greatly surprised, for a town of such magnitude we had not yet met with. And when we saw that all around had the appearance of a luxurious garden, and that the streets were filled with people of both sexes, we returned most fervent thanks to God for having allowed us to discover such a country. The vanguard of our horse was naturally very much in advance, and had arrived in the great square and up to the dwellings where our quarters were prepared. As the walls a few days previous had been newly plastered with lime, which these Indians prepare uncommonly well, and the sun was shining full upon them at the time. One of our horse soldiers came galloping up to Cortés at full speed to inform him that the walls here were built of silver. Aguilar and Dona Marina immediately saw that this was lime fresh laid on, which of course created abundance of laughter. We never omitted on subsequent occasions to remind the man of it, joking him that everything white appeared to him like silver. When we arrived at our quarters the fat cazique came out in the courtyard to receive us. The man was, indeed, excessively corpulent, wherefore I shall always distinguish him thereby. He paid Cortés the greatest respect, and perfumed him according to the custom of the country, who then embraced him in return. After these welcomes we were shown into our quarters, which were very comfortable, and so spacious that there was sufficient room for us all. Food was next set before us, among which there was maize bread and several baskets full of plums, of which there were great quantities, these being just then in season. As we were greatly famished, and had not for a length of time seen such quantities of provisions at once, some of us called the place Villariciosa, luxurious town, and others Sevilla. Cortés gave strict orders that the inhabitants should not be molested in the slightest degree, and also that none of us should leave our quarters. It being announced to the fat cazique that we had finished dining, he sent word to Cortés that he was desirous of paying him a visit, and immediately after he arrived with a considerable number of distinguished personages, who wore heavy golden ornaments and richly worked mantles. Cortés rose to meet them at the entrance of our quarters, and received them most kindly. After the first compliments were passed the fat cazique handed a present to him which he had brought, consisting in golden trinkets and cotton stuffs, but of little value. The cazique constantly repeated, Lo Pelucio, accept this in favorable kind, if we had more to give we should have brought it. Cortés desired Dona Marina and Aguilar to acquaint him how grateful he was for so much kindness, and he had merely to inform him in what way he in return could be of service to him and his people. We were the vassals of the great Emperor Charles, who had dominion over many kingdoms and countries, and who had sent us out to redress wrongs wherever we came, punish the bad, and make known his commands that human sacrifices should no longer be continued. To all this was added a good deal about our holy religion. After the fat cazique heard this he sighed deeply, and complained most bitterly about Moctezuma and his governors. It was not long ago that he had been subdued by the former, and robbed of all his golden trinkets. His sway was so excessively oppressive, that he durst not move without his orders. Yet no one had sufficient courage to oppose him, as he possessed such vast towns and countries, such numbers of subjects and extensive armies. Cortés answered that he would relieve him of the oppression under which he groaned, but for the present moment he could not occupy himself with such matters. He had first of all to pay a visit to his accals, so ships are termed in their language, and prepare our quarters in XXIII, where they would further talk the matter over. The fat cazique said he was perfectly satisfied with this, and the next morning we left Sempoala. 400 Indian porters, who, in this district, are termed temens, were sent to accompany us. Each of these porters is capable of carrying a weight of 50 pounds to a distance of 20 miles. We were all highly delighted that each of us had a man apiece to carry our baggage. For previously every one had to carry his own knapsack, the 5 or 6 Cuba Indians we had with us being of little use. Dona Marina and Aguilar said that according to the custom of this country the caziques were bound in times of peace to lend their porters to any one who required them. From this moment we always demanded them wherever we came. After the first day's march we stayed the night at a small township not far from XXIII. It was wholly uninhabited, and the people of Sempoala furnished us with food for supper. Gomara allows Cortés to pass several days at Sempoala, and then form the confederacy and rebellion against Moctezuma. This, together with the account he gives of the number of Cuba Indians we were said to have brought with us, is wholly false. For, as I have stated, we left Zempoala immediately on the following morning after our arrival. Where and what caused the different tribes to revolt I will afterwards relate. For the present we shall make our entry into XXIII. Chapter 46. How we march into XXIII, which was a town with fortifications, and were most friendly received. The next morning about 10 o'clock we arrived in the principal township XXIII, which is built on the steep declivity of a rock, and would certainly be difficult to take if defended. We put no trust in the peace which reigned through the country, and marched in the best order with the greatest precaution. Our troops were preceded by the cannon, that it might be ready at hand if required. Here it was that Alonso de Avila, a severe and haughty man, ran a soldier named Alonso of Villanueva, who had only one arm, through the empty sleeve of his coat, with the point of his lance, because he marched out of the ranks. From that moment we termed the man the one-armed of Villanueva. However, I shall likewise be accused of marching out of the ranks, if I relate such trifles. I cannot deny it, and will, therefore, immediately fall in again. We arrived in the midst of the town without meeting any one, and were not a little surprised at this circumstance, as the inhabitants had left that very morning, when they found we were approaching their dwellings. On the most elevated point of the fortress there was an open space in front of the queues and large houses of their idols, and here we first met with 15 well-dressed Indians, who were carrying perfuming pans. With these they went up to Cortés, perfumed him and all who were near at the time, bid us welcome, and most humbly begged forgiveness for not having come out to meet us, and confessed that fear of ourselves and horses had prevented them. And that they had first wished to know who we were. We had now only to make ourselves comfortable, they added, and that very evening they would see that all the inhabitants returned to their houses. Cortés thanked them most kindly for their good reception, and told them many things about our holy religion and our great monarch, as was customary with us wherever we came. He also presented them with a few green glass beads and other trifles we had brought from Spain, they supplying us with fowls and maize bread in return. While the first welcomings were going on it was announced to Cortés that the fat cacique of Zempoala was approaching in a sedan, supported by numbers of distinguished Indians. Immediately upon his arrival he renewed his complaints against Moctezuma, in which he was joined by the cacique of this township and the other chief personages. He related so much of the cruelties and oppression they had to suffer, and thereby sobbed and sighed so bitterly that we could not help being affected. At the time when they were subdued, they had already been greatly ill-used. Moctezuma then demanded annually a great number of their sons and daughters, a portion of whom were sacrificed to the idols, and the rest were employed in his household and for tilling his grounds. His tax-gatherers took their wives and daughters without any ceremony if they were handsome, merely to satisfy their lusts. The Totonacs, whose territory consisted of upwards of 30 townships, suffered like violence. Cortés consoled them as well as he could by means of our interpreters. He promised and assured them that he would put an end to such oppression and ill-usage. It was particularly for this object that His Majesty had sent us to their country. They should, therefore, keep up their spirits, and they would soon see what he was about to do for their good. This in some measure seemed to comfort them. Though Cortés was unable wholly to allay the fear in which they stood of the great Moctezuma. We soon had proof of this on the very spot. For, during our discourse with these caciques, some Indians belonging to the district announced that just then 5 Mexican tax-gatherers had arrived. At this information the caciques turned quite pale with fear. They left Cortés and hastened to receive the unexpected guests, for whom an apartment was immediately cleared and dinner set on table. Cacao in great quantities was in particular served up to them, which is the principal beverage of the Indians. As the house of the cacique was in the neighborhood, the Mexicans passed by our quarters, but behaved with such reserve and so haughtily, that they neither addressed Cortés nor any of us. They wore richly worked mantles and maltadas similarly manufactured, which were then still in fashion among them. The hair of their head was combed out quite glossy and tied up in a knot in which were stuck some sweet-scented roses. Every one carried a stick with a hook, and had an Indian slave with a fan to keep off the flies. They were accompanied by a great number of distinguished personages from the country of the Totonacs, who remained around them until they arrived in their quarters and had sat down to dinner. After this was finished they sent for the fat cazique and the other chiefs of the townships, and scolded them under severe threats for having received us. They had no business with us, added they. This was by no means the wish of their master Moctezuma, without whose command and permission they ought not to have provided us with quarters, nor given us any golden trinkets. They would have to pay dearly for all this. At present, however, they must find 20 Indians and an equal number of females, in order that by sacrificing them they might appease the gods for the evil service which had thus been rendered. Cortés, who observed how restless every one appeared, desired Dona Marina and Aguilar to explain the reason of all this, and who the strange Indians were. Marina knew all that had passed, and told him accordingly. Upon which he sent for the fat cazique, with the chiefs of the townships, and questioned them himself as to who the strangers were whom they treated so ceremoniously. They answered, that these were tax-gatherers of the great Moctezuma, who had remonstrated with them for having received us without his previous permission, and now required 20 persons, of both sexes, for a sacrifice to the god of war, in order that he should grant them the victory over us. They had likewise been assured, that Moctezuma would take us prisoners and turn us into slaves. Upon this Cortés consoled and bid them take courage, assuring them he would punish the Mexicans for it, as both he himself and his troops were willing, and had the power to do so. Chapter 47. How Cortés ordered the 5 Mexican tax-gatherers to be imprisoned, and no further obedience to be paid Moctezuma, nor tribute to be exacted, and of the rebellion which was now excited against this monarch. Cortés further said to the caziques, they were aware he had already assured them that the emperor, our master, had specifically commissioned him to punish all those who did evil, and in particular, no longer to suffer kidnapping nor human sacrifices. As the Mexican tax-gatherers now required human beings of them for those sacrifices, he would take and keep them prisoners until Moctezuma should learn the reason why he had done so, and was made acquainted with the other violent measures they were accustomed to commit against them, their wives and daughters. The caziques were excessively alarmed that Cortés should require this at their hands, and durst not venture to lay hands on the tax-gatherers of the mighty Moctezuma. But Cortés exhorted them for such a length of time that they at last took courage, seized their persons, and fastened them, in their fashion, to long poles, by collars, which went round the neck, so that they could not even move themselves. One of them, who made resistance, was whipped into the bargain. Upon this Cortés commanded the caziques no longer to obey the mandates of Moctezuma, nor to pay him tribute, and to make these his wishes known to all those tribes with whom they were allied and friendly, adding that they should inform him whether there were tax-gatherers in other districts, that he might also send to take them prisoners. The rumor of all this quickly spread through the whole country, as the fat cazique dispatched messengers to that end, while the chiefs, who had accompanied the Mexican tax-gatherers, hastened back to their townships to relate the wonderful news. When the Indians learnt this astounding, and to them so important an occurrence, they said to one another, that such great things could not have been done by men, but only by tulis, which sometimes mean gods, sometimes demons. Here in the former sense. Which was the reason they termed us tulis, from that moment, and I beg the reader to observe, that whenever in future I speak of tulis in affairs relating to us, that we are meant thereby. All the caziques were of opinion that we should sacrifice the prisoners, that they might not return to Mexico and relate what had befallen them. Cortés, however, strictly forbade this, and placed a strong watch over them. About midnight he ordered the sentinels into his presence, and said to them, pay particular attention to what I say. Take 2 of the most active of the prisoners, now in our hands, and bring them into my quarters. This must be done with great circumspection, so that the Indians of this township may know nothing of it. When the 2 men were brought before Cortés, he did as if he was unconscious they were Mexicans, and questioned them, by means of interpreters, as to whence they came, and why they had been taken prisoners. To which they answered, that the caziques of Sempoala, and of this township, had seized upon their persons in secret understanding with us. Cortés, however, positively assured them, that he was totally ignorant of the whole matter, and was very sorry it should have happened. He immediately ordered food to be given them, and otherwise to be kindly treated, and commissioned them to acquaint their monarch, Moctezuma, that we were all his sincerest friends and most devoted servants. That they might not suffer any further ill treatment, he added, they should be set at liberty and he would severely reprimand the caziques, by whom they had been imprisoned. He was ready to render them any service in his power, and he would likewise release their 3 companions. They themselves, however, had better get out of sight as quickly as possible, that they might not be retaken by the inhabitants and killed. Both the prisoners said, they should be very thankful for their liberty, but were afraid of falling again into their enemies' hands, as they were compelled to pass through their country. Cortés therefore ordered 6 sailors to take the Mexicans in a boat to a certain point on the coast, 12 miles distant, where they would be out of the Sempoalan territory. All this was dexterously managed, and when daylight appeared the caziques and other chiefs were not a little surprised to find only 3 prisoners remaining. These they insisted should be sacrificed, but Cortés feigned to be highly incensed at the escape of the 2, and said he was determined to guard the others himself. To this end he ordered chains to be brought from our vessels, with which the prisoners were bound, and in that way taken on board, where their chains were taken off again. They received the kindest treatment, and were assured they would be sent back to Mexico in a very short time. The caziques of Sempoala, XXIII, and those from the country of the Totonacs, now assembled and explained the position in which they were placed at present, as no doubt Moctezuma, upon the first intelligence of the imprisonment of his tax-gatherers, would put his army in motion and fall upon them, the consequence of which would be their total extirpation. But Cortés assured them, with the most pleasing smile on his countenance, that he and his brothers who were with him would be their protection, and he who should dare to molest them, should forfeit his life. Upon this the caziques, one and all, promised to unite their whole armed force to ours against Moctezuma and his allies. On this occasion Diego de Godoy drew up a formal deed of their subjection to the scepter of His Majesty the Emperor, and notice was sent of this to the different townships of the province. As there was no further talk of tribute, and tax-gatherers no longer made their appearance, these people were almost out of their senses for excessive joy in having shaken off the Mexican yoke. Chapter 48. How we resolved to found Villa Rica de la Vera Cruz and construct a fortress on the low meadows, in the neighborhood of some salt springs and the harbor, where our vessels were anchored, and what further happened. After we had thus formed an alliance with the 30 townships of the Totonac Mountains, which had revolted from Moctezuma and submitted of their own free will to the scepter of our sovereign, we immediately hastened to profit by the circumstance and found Villa Rica de la Vera Cruz. The spot we made choice of lay at about 2 miles distance from the fortress of XXIII, in the valley beneath. We first of all marked out the ground for the church, the market, the magazines and other public buildings belonging to a town. We then set off part of the ground to form a fortress, and nothing could exceed the assiduity with which the walls of the foundation were carried up, the woodwork completed, the turrets and loopholes constructed with the parapets. Cortés himself put the first hand to it, carried a basket filled with stones and earth on his shoulders, and worked at the foundations. The caziques and all of us followed his example, and every part of the work was carried on with like vigor. Some were mixing mortar, fetching water, burning chalk, baking bricks and tiles, others prepared the food and cut wood. The smiths hammered hard at the nails and other ironwork. In short, from the highest to the lowest showed the greatest activity, while the Indians lent us such efficacious aid, that in a short time the church and other buildings were quite finished, and the fortress nearly so. In the meantime Moctezuma received the intelligence at Mexico, that his tax-gatherers had been imprisoned by our allies, that the latter had renounced obedience to him, and that all the Totonac townships had revolted. He was excessively enraged against Cortés and the whole of us, and ordered one of his powerful chiefs to make war upon the tribes which had revolted, and extirpate them to a man. Against us he would march in person at the head of an immense army, commanded by many generals. While preparations for this purpose were being made, the 2 prisoners whom Cortés had liberated arrived in Mexico. When Moctezuma learnt that Cortés had restored them to liberty, and himself sent them to Mexico with the commission to offer his services to their monarch, the Almighty softened down the hardness of his heart. And he resolved to make inquiries as to what our intentions were. To this end he dispatched 2 of his young nephews, accompanied by 4 aged men, who were caziques of distinction, to our quarters, sending with them a present consisting in gold and cotton stuffs. These men were commissioned to thank Cortés for the liberation of his 2 tax-gatherers, but at the same time to make heavy complaints respecting these tribes who had presumed to revolt from him. Merely because we had taken them under our protection, and now refused all further obedience and to pay tribute. At present he was merely withheld from putting his threat into execution of exterminating them totally, out of consideration for us, since we inhabited their dwellings. For, in our persons he recognized that people whose arrival in this country had been foretold by his ancestors, and who were of the same lineage with himself. However, they would not long rejoice in their treachery, and he should know how to deal with them at some future period. Cortés received these messengers very kindly and accepted their present, which was worth above 2,000 pesos. He assured them that he as well as all the rest of us were friendly disposed, and ready to serve Moctezuma, and that it was in this spirit we had taken the 3 other tax-gatherers under our protection, who were now immediately brought forth from our vessels, clothed and delivered up to the ambassadors. Neither did Cortés on his part suppress the complaints he had to make against Moctezuma, for he told them, that Quitlalpatac, his governor, had passed a night in our quarters, and had been uncourteous enough not to call upon him. He was, certainly, convinced that such behavior had not been commanded by Moctezuma, but had emanated from the natural ill-breeding of the man. Honorable treatment, however, had so much worth in our estimation, that for this reason only had we paid a visit to the townships where we now were. Moctezuma, therefore, ought to pardon the people for our sakes. But as to their complaints respecting the refusal to pay tribute, it was to be imagined that they could not serve 2 masters at once, as they had, during our stay here, sworn allegiance to our emperor. For the rest, he and his companions would shortly wait upon Moctezuma himself, when these matters could be altogether amicably adjusted. After this and other declarations, Cortés presented both these distinguished young personages and their 4 venerable companions, who were men of the first consequence, with blue and green colored beads, paying them the greatest possible respect. As the meadows in this neighborhood were well adapted for cavalry exercise, Cortés desired Alvarado, who had an excellent brown mare, and our other good riders, to go through the different maneuvers. By which we quite won the hearts of these messengers, who returned highly satisfied to Mexico. About this time Cortés lost his horse, for which reason Ortiz, the musician, and Bartolomé Garcia, the mountaineer, gave up their dark brown horse to him, which was one of the best among the whole troop. For the rest, our allies in the mountains and the inhabitants of Zempoala had stood in no little awe of Moctezuma, as they believed nothing less than that he would instantly invade their country with a great army to extirpate them. But, when they found that even several of his relatives arrived, bringing presents, and that they comported themselves so submissively to Cortés, they began more and more to fear us, and the caziques said to one another, "These must necessarily be Tullies, as even Moctezuma himself stood in awe of us and sent us presents." If they had previously formed a great idea of our power, it was now vastly augmented by this unexpected circumstance. Chapter 49. How the fat cazique and other chief men of the country come and complain to Cortés, that a garrison of Mexicans had been thrown into the strong fortress of Tzimpancinco, committing great depredations, and what further took place. After the Mexican messengers had taken their leave, the fat cazique with several other distinguished personages from among our allies called upon Cortés, and begged of him to repair to a township called Tzimpancinco, 2 days' journey, or about from 32 to 36 miles from Zempoala. As a number of Mexican warriors had assembled there, destroying their fields and plantations, falling upon their subjects, and doing all manner of mischief. Cortés manifested great sympathy for them, but scarcely knew what answer he should give, as he had promised them every assistance. He, therefore, desired them to retire, until he should have considered the matter a little. After he had bethought himself for a short time, he turned smilingly round to us who were standing near him and said, "Methinks, gentlemen, we already pass here for great heroes. Indeed, after what has happened with the tax-gatherers, these people must look upon us as gods, or a species of beings like their idols. Now, I am of opinion it is best to strengthen them in this notion. And that they may think that one single man of us is sufficient to dislodge the Mexicans from the fortress of Tzinpancinco, we will send thither old Heredia of Biscay. The malignancy of his features, his huge beard, his half-mangled countenance, his squinting eyes and lame leg, constitute him the most fitting person for this object, besides which he is a musketeer." Cortés then sent for the man and said to him, "You must go with the caziques to the river which flows about a mile from this spot. When you have arrived there, do as if you were thirsty, and wish to wash your hands, then fire off your musket. This shall be a signal for me to send some one after you, who will, in my name, desire you to return. All this is done in order that the Indians may suppose us to be deities, and as you have not one of the most pleasing countenances, I trust they will take you by preference to be some idol." Heredia, who had served many years in Italia, perfectly well knew how to perform his part, and gladly undertook this matter. Cortés now ordered the fat cazique, and the other chief Indians who were expecting succors from us, into his presence again, saying to them, "I send this my brother with you to drive the Mexicans out of the fortress, and to bring those whom he does not kill prisoners to me." When the caziques heard this they stood in utter amazement, not knowing whether Cortés was in earnest. But finding he did not change countenance, they began to convince themselves that this was really his intention, and marched away in company of Heredia. When he had arrived between the mountains he loaded his musket and shot it off in the air, that it might be heard by every Indian in the district. The caziques themselves sent notice to the different townships, that they had a tule with them, and were marching to Tzinpancinco in order to kill the Mexicans there. I have mentioned this laughable circumstance, that the reader may see what artifices Cortés employed to throw dust into the eyes of the Indians. Of course, when Heredia arrived at the river he was recalled. The caziques returning with him, to whom Cortés said, he had formed a different plan. His friendship for them was so great, that he would accompany them himself with some of his brothers, in order to take a survey of the country and the fortress. They had only to furnish 400 porters to convey the cannon, and to return to us next morning early. All this was accordingly done, and as soon as daylight had broken forth, we moved forward, 400 in number, with 14 horse and a sufficient number of matchlocks and arquebus. On this occasion some of Diego Velázquez's adherents again began to murmur, declaring that Cortés might proceed further with those who wished to follow him, but as for themselves they were determined to return to Cuba. How this matter terminated we shall see in the following chapter. Chapter 50. How some of Diego Velázquez's adherents refused to take any further part in our proceedings, and declared their determination to return to Cuba, seeing that Cortés was earnestly bent upon founding a colony, and had already commenced to pacify the inhabitants. Next morning when our petty officers went round to our different quarters and called upon the men to march out with their arms and horses, the partisans of Velázquez insolently answered, that they would take no further part in any expedition, but wished to return home to their possessions in Cuba. They had already lost enough, by allowing themselves to be led away by Cortés to join him in the first instance. They now, however, would desire him to fulfill the promise, which he had made in the camp on the Downs, namely, to grant those their discharge who wished to return to Cuba, and provide them a vessel and the necessary provisions. 7 men now declared they were positively determined to return home. Cortés, therefore, desired they should be brought before him, and asked them, why they wished to play him such a vile trick. They answered in rather an angry tone, that they could not help feeling astonished, he should think of founding a colony with a handful of men in a country full of towns possessing many thousands of inhabitants. They were suffering from indisposition, quite tired of roving about, and desired to return to their settlements in Cuba. He ought, therefore, to grant them their discharge according to promise. To this Cortés answered, in the mildest manner possible, that he had made such promise indeed, but that they would be acting in a manner forgetful of their duty to desert the standard of their captain at a time when he was meditating an expedition, at the same time he commanded them to embark themselves immediately. And provided them with a vessel, cassave bread, a bottle of oil, a quantity of vegetables, and such things as ships generally take on distant voyages. One of these men, a certain Moron of Del Biamo, had a well-trained horse, and exchanged it most profitably with Juan Ruano for some valuable property the latter had at Cuba. When these men were about to set sail, the rest of our troops, headed by the alcaldes and regidors of the town of Vera Cruz, repaired to Cortés and begged of him to issue an order that no one should leave the country. An order which both the service of God and His Majesty required, declaring that they considered every one merited death who could think of such a thing, surrounded as we were by such numerous enemies. Nor could we look upon them in any other light than men who wished to desert their commander and his standard in the midst of battle and in the moment of the greatest danger. Cortés, nevertheless, did as if he was desirous of discharging the malcontents, but soon after countermanded this order. All they got for their pains was contempt and disgrace, while Moron in the bargain was done out of his horse, which Juan Ruano had no wish to return him. Upon this Cortés gave orders for our march, and we arrived without any accident in Cinpancinco. Chapter 51. What happened to us at Cinpancinco, and how, on our return to Zempoala, we destroyed all the idols, likewise of other matters. The first day we marched 20 miles, and arrived at Zempoala, where we passed the night. Here 2,000 Indian warriors, divided into 4 troops, stood ready to join us. The second day, towards nightfall, we arrived at the plantations in front of Cinpancinco, and took the road leading into that fortress, which wound up between large and steep rocks. The inhabitants were most likely apprised of our approach. For immediately 8 Indians of distinction and several Papas came out to us, making signs of peace, and asked Cortés, with tears in their eyes, why we were going to kill them, as they had done nothing against us. We bore the character of doing good only wherever we might come, and of putting a stop to the oppression of nations, and for that reason had even imprisoned the tax-gatherers of Moctezuma, between the warriors of Zempoala, who accompanied us. And themselves there existed an inimical feeling, already of ancient date, respecting a dispute of territory and boundaries, and these people had no other object in view than to plunder and destroy them. Under our protection, there was, indeed, generally speaking, a Mexican garrison in their township, which, however, had returned home, upon the news that we had imprisoned the tax-gatherers. They, therefore, begged of us not to proceed any further, and to be merciful towards them. When these representations were made known to Cortés through our interpreters, he immediately ordered Alvarado and Cristobal de Oli, with us who were nearest to him, to march off to the Zempoalans and command them not to advance any further. Though we used the utmost expedition to fulfill these orders, yet we already found them plundering the plantations. This made Cortés excessively angry. He ordered the chiefs of the Zempoalans into his presence, and severely remonstrated with them for such behavior. He commanded them, with heavy threats, to bring him all the plunder, and not to set a foot into the town. They had trumped up a false story to us, he told them, merely to be enabled, under our protection, to plunder their neighbors and then to sacrifice them, whereby they had deserved death. Our emperor had not sent us to this country to commit such crimes, and they had better mind not again to fall into such guilt, as none of them would escape alive if it happened again. After this earnest reproof, the caciques and chiefs of Zempoala brought the prisoners and the turkey fowls they had captured. The first, Cortés ordered to be set at liberty, and the latter were restored to their owners. Upon which he commanded the Zempoalans, in a very angry tone, to return to their camp and there remain for the night. The caciques and papas of Cinpancinco, with other inhabitants of the surrounding neighborhood, having witnessed this act of justice, and seeing altogether how friendly Cortés was disposed, and the good deeds which he manifested, were the more susceptible of the things he told them about our holy religion, respecting the abolishment of their human sacrifices and kidnapping, the discontinuation of other abominations and obscenities, with other matters salutary to their well-being. They appeared so well inclined that they assembled the inhabitants of the surrounding districts, and formally declared themselves vassals of the emperor, our master. On this occasion, likewise, numerous complaints were made against Moctezuma, which all terminated with instances of his oppression similar to what we had heard from the Sempoalans and Quiahuitzlans. The next morning very early Cortés sent for the chiefs and caciques of the Sempoalans. In fear and anxiety had they passed the while, in consequence of his anger for having attempted to deceive us with a pack of lies. He brought about a reconciliation and good understanding between them and the inhabitants of Tzinpancinco, which was never afterwards interrupted. Upon this we again put ourselves in motion, and marched back to Sempoala, but took a different route over 2 townships friendly with the Tzinpancincans, where we rested ourselves, as we were greatly fatigued, and the sun was excessively hot. In one of these townships, a certain Mora, of Ciudad Rodrigo, took some fowls out of an Indian hut, which so greatly incensed Cortés that he ordered a rope to be tied around the fellow's neck, and would have had him hung up if Alvarado, who was standing next to Cortés, had not cut the rope in 2 with his sword, and thus released the poor devil, who had the fear of death before his eyes. I have merely mentioned this trait to convince the curious reader how exemplary Cortés acted, and of the necessity of being strict under similar circumstances. Mora subsequently lost his life in a battle we fought on a mountain in the province of Guatemala. After we had left these 2 townships in peace, we found the fat cacique with the chiefs of Sempoala in some huts which they had constructed for us, where they were waiting our arrival with various kinds of provisions which they had brought with them. Although Indians, they readily perceived what a good and holy thing is justice, and that Cortés' declaration of our having come into these countries to put an end to all oppression, perfectly agreed with his conduct on our entry into Tzinpancinco. They, therefore, became the more united to us. We passed the night in these huts, and returned next morning, in company of our Indian friends, to Sempoala. Indeed, the only wish of the Sempoalans was now, that we should never leave their country again, fearing Moctezuma would send an army about their ears. They, therefore, proposed to Cortés, since such a close and friendly alliance now subsisted between us, and we could look upon each other as brothers, that we should choose wives from among their daughters and relatives, that our posterity might descend from one and the same stock. In order that this more intimate connection might be brought about, they immediately made a good beginning by presenting us with 8 females, all daughters of caciques. One of these, the niece of the fat cacique, was given to Cortés. And Puerto Carrero was presented with the daughter of another powerful cacique, whom they called Quesco. All these young women were finely dressed out after the fashion of the country. They wore beautiful shifts, had golden chains about their necks, golden rings in their ears, and had other Indian females to wait upon them. When the fat cacique presented these, he said to Cortés, Tekel, which signifies sir, in their language, these 7 women are intended for your chief officers, and this my niece, who herself holds dominion over a country and a people, I have destined for you. Cortés joyfully accepted of the young women, and returned thanks to the chiefs, remarking, at the same time, that he should gladly recognize in these women, the bonds of brotherly union between us. But now they should likewise renounce their idols, and no longer bring them human sacrifices. It grieved him sorely whenever he reflected on the monstrous heresy in which they lived. Henceforth he would neither see nor hear of these abominations, of human sacrifices and unnatural offences, then only could a permanent and brotherly union subsist between us. Above all things the women must be converted to Christianity, before we could think of taking them. Further, all unnatural crimes must be put a stop to, and young men must cease to go about in female garments, to make a livelihood by such cursed lewdness. Indeed, hardly a day passed by that these people did not sacrifice from 3 to 4, and even 5 Indians, tearing the hearts out of their bodies, to present them to the idols and smear the blood on the walls of the temple. The arms and legs of these unfortunate beings were then cut off and devoured, just in the same way we should fetch meat from a butcher's shop and eat it. Indeed, I even believe that human flesh is exposed for sale cut up, in their tayangs, or markets. All these atrocities, added Cortés, must cease from this moment, then only could our union be sincere, and should we be able to make them lords over additional countries. To this the caciques, the papas, and all the other personages answered, that it would be impossible to abolish their idols and the human sacrifices, for everything that was good they received from these idols. They made their seeds grow and granted them all necessaries, but with regard to the unnatural crimes, they would strive in future to put an end to them. This unsatisfactory answer made a most disagreeable impression on Cortés and all of us. For, indeed, we could no longer bear to look upon their barbarities and the dissolute life which they led. Cortés spoke a long time to us upon the subject. He brought many holy and useful lessons to our mind, and observed that we could do nothing which would be more beneficial to this people, and more to the glory of God, than to abolish this idolatry with its human sacrifices. It was certainly to be expected that the inhabitants would rise up in arms. If we proceeded to destroy their idols, we should, however, make the attempt, if even it were to cost us our lives. Upon this we all arrayed ourselves as if we were preparing for battle, and Cortés acquainted the caciques that we were now going out to destroy their idols. When the fat cacique heard this, he ordered the other chiefs to call out the warriors in their defense, and when we were about to mount up a high temple where the sacrifices were made, I forget now how many steps led to the top. He and the other chiefs became outrageously furious. They went menacing up to Cortés, and asked him, why he was going to destroy their gods. Such an insult they would not suffer, it would be their and our destruction. Cortés now also lost patience, and answered, he had already told them several times they should not sacrifice to these monsters, who were nothing more than deceivers and liars. There was now, therefore, no alternative left him than to lay violent hands on them himself, and hurl them from their bases. He must look upon them as his worst enemies, and not as friends, since they would put no faith in his advice. He was well aware what design their chiefs and armed warriors had in hand. His forbearance was at last exhausted, and any opposition would cost them their lives. These threats were most intelligibly interpreted to the Indians by Dona Marina, who also put them in mind of Moctezuma's army, which every moment might fall upon them. They, therefore, turned the question another way, and declared, that they were not worthy of laying hands on their gods. If we durst venture to do so, they supposed we must, for we could not resist the temptation. But they would never give their consent. They had scarcely done speaking when more than 50 of us began to mount the steps of the temple. We tore down the idols from their pediments, broke them to pieces, and flung them piecemeal down the steps. Some of these idols were shaped like furious dragons, and were about the size of young calves, others with half the human form, some again were shaped like large dogs, but all were horrible to look at. When the caciques and papas thus beheld these monsters lying crumbled on the ground, they set up a miserable howl, covered their faces, and begged forgiveness of the idols in the Totonac language. As they were unable to protect them against the Tulis, nor durst they attack us for fear of Moctezuma. It did not, however, end here, for their armed warriors who had now come up began to fly their arrows at us. Finding matters had taken such a turn, we seized the fat cacique, 6 papas, and several of the chief personages. And Cortés declared to them, that if the attack was not instantly stayed they should all forfeit their lives. Upon this the fat cacique commanded his men to desist, and when quiet was somewhat restored they began to negotiate about terms of peace, which was concluded as shall shortly be related. In this place I have only further to add, that our march to Tsimpancinco was the first expedition Cortés made towards the interior of New Spain, and that it turned out greatly to our advantage. The historian Gomara here again tells his fables of the many thousands of human beings we destroyed at Tsimpancinco. The curious reader, however, may sufficiently convince himself from my account what little faith is to be placed in his history, however beautiful the style may be in which it is written. Chapter 52. How Cortés erects an altar, and places thereon the image of the Blessed Virgin with a cross, after which Mass was said, and the 8 Indian females baptized. After peace had been restored between us, the caciques, papas, and other chiefs, Cortés ordered the fragments of the idols we had destroyed to be carried away and burnt. These orders were executed by 6 papas who came forth from a particular house, into which they carried the broken pieces and burnt them. The dress of these priests consisted in a long black cloak, white cassock, without sleeves, which hung down to the feet, and in a species of hood, which some wore greater, some less in size. Their dress was completely clogged together with blood, with which they were besmeared from head to foot, and impeded in their walk. They likewise smelt most offensively of sulfur and putrid flesh. We subsequently learnt that these papas were sons of distinguished personages. They were forbidden to marry, but were wholly given to unnatural offences, and fasted on certain days. Generally speaking, I never saw them eat anything else than the seeds of the cotton tree. They may, however, have partaken of other food for all I know. When the idols were burnt, Cortés said everything that was edifying to the Indians by means of our interpreters. Now, he said, we could look upon them as our true brothers, and lend them every powerful assistance against Moctezuma and the Mexicans, he having already acquainted the former that he was no longer to make war upon them, nor to exact tribute. Instead of their idols, he would give them our own blessed Virgin and Saint, the Mother of Jesus Christ, in whom we believed, and to whom we prayed, that she might intercede and protect them in heaven. The Indians listened with great good nature to this and many other things, which Cortés explained to them, concerning our holy religion. Every mason in the town was now set to work to bring chalk, which was in great abundance here, to clean away the blood from the walls of the queues, and plaster them well over. The day following this work was finished and an altar erected, which was covered with cotton cloth. The Indians were likewise ordered to bring a quantity of their splendid and sweet-scented roses with small branches of trees. Of these a garland was plaited, which was constantly to be renewed, that the place might remain pure and undefiled. 4 papas were selected by Cortés to take charge of this. But their hair was previously shorn off, which they wore, as I have before remarked, very long and bristly. Their dirty cloaks were taken off, and white ones put on, which, with the other part of their dress, they were in future to keep perfectly clean. In order, however, that they might have some one to look over them in their new occupation, Cortés nominated Juan de Torres, an old lame invalid of Córdoba, to dwell near the altar, in the capacity of anchorite. The carpenters likewise made a cross which we erected on an elevated base, well plastered over with lime. The next morning early Father Olmedo said Mass. A regulation was also made that in future the copal of this country should be used instead of our usual incense, and the inhabitants were taught to make wax candles from the wax of the country. Of which, up to this moment, they had made no manner of use. These candles were always to be kept burning on the altar. The principal caciques of the district and village attended Mass. But the chief ornaments there were the 8 Indian females, who in the meantime had remained with their parents and relatives. These were now baptized after an edifying discourse had preceded the ceremony. The niece of the fat cacique, a very ugly woman, was named Dona Catalina, and presented to Cortés, who accepted her with every appearance of delight. The daughter of Quesco, on the other hand, was most beautiful for an Indian female, and received the name of Dona Francisca, and fell to the lot of Portocarrero. The 6 remaining young women, whose names I have totally forgotten, were given to some other of our soldiers. The Mass and baptismal ceremony being concluded, the caciques and principal personages took their leave, and from this moment the best feelings subsisted between us, for they were highly delighted that Cortés had accepted their daughter. We, therefore, returned to our new town Vera Cruz amidst the most joyous professions of friendship, and we shall soon see what happened there. The good reader, however, may feel assured that nothing of any consequence further took place at Sempoala than what I have related, and that herein Gomara and the other historians have completely erred. Chapter 53. How we arrived in our town of Vera Cruz, and what happened there. We arrived at Vera Cruz, in company of the most distinguished personages of Sempoala, on the same day that a ship had run in there from Cuba. The captain's name was Francisco de Sacido, but we always called him the Gallant, from his extravagance in beautifying his outward person, being altogether a perfect fop. He was said to have been at one time butler to the Admiral of Castile, and was born at Medina de Riosico. Along with him were 10 soldiers, and a certain Luis Marin, a most distinguished officer, who afterwards became one of our chief commanders in the Mexican campaigns. Both the former had horses, one a stallion, and the other a mare. These men brought us intelligence that Diego Velázquez had obtained authority from Spain to trade and found colonies wherever he liked, and was appointed Adelantado of Cuba. All this pleased his adherents excessively, in particular the latter preferment. The building of the fortress having solely occupied us for a length of time, and now in such a forward state that we could lay the woodwork, we began to grow tired of doing nothing. Almost the whole of us, therefore, addressed Cortés in a body, representing to him, that we had now been 3 months in this country, and high time we should just convince ourselves how much truth there was in the boasted power of Moctezuma. Of which so much had been said, we would gladly risk our lives in it, and therefore begged he would make preparations for this expedition. But, previous to commencing our march, we ought first to give some proof of our most humble submission to His Majesty our Emperor, by forwarding him a complete account of everything that had befallen us since our departure from Cuba. We also proposed that all the gold we had bartered for, and the presents sent by Moctezuma, should be forwarded to His Majesty. In answer to which Cortés said, that our ideas accorded exactly with his own, and that he had already spoken to the same effect to several of the cavaliers. There was merely one circumstance which caused him to hesitate, namely, that if each person took the portion of gold which fell to his share, too little would remain to be worthy of His Majesty's acceptance. For this reason he commissioned Diego de Ordaz and Francisco de Montejo, who were thorough men of business, to see what they could make out of those men whom they might expect would demand their share. This was accordingly done, and they represented to every one that we were desirous of sending His Majesty the Emperor a present in gold, which, considering it was the first, ought indeed to be something valuable. In order, however, to make this possible, nothing remained but that each one should give up his share of the gold which had been made up to this moment. A great number of officers and soldiers had already signed their hands to that effect. Yet every one was at liberty to act herein as he thought proper. Here was the paper, which every one who chose could put his hand to. Every one, without exception, signed his name to the document, and agents were chosen to be dispatched to Spain. These were Alonso Portocarrero and Francisco de Montejo, to whom Cortés himself had already given above 2,000 pesos. The best vessel of our squadron, furnished with the necessary provisions and manned with 15 sailors, was selected to convey them. The charge of the vessel was given to 2 pilots, one of whom was Anton de Alaminos, from his being so well acquainted with the passage through the Bahama Channel, and the first who had ventured that road. Upon this all of us, in common, drew up an account of our adventures expressly for His Majesty, relating everything that had happened to us, and Cortés himself, as he assured us, likewise wrote a very circumstantial narrative, which, however, was not given us to read. The account was signed by all the authorities of the new town and 10 soldiers, of which I myself was one. But there was likewise another account drawn up by all the officers and soldiers, the contents of which will be fully explained in the following chapter. Chapter 54. Concerning the account of our adventures, with the letter, which we sent His Majesty the Emperor, through Portocarrero and Montejo, the letter being attested by some officers and soldiers. This account very properly opened with those distinguished marks of respect which were due to our great Emperor and Master. Then followed a complete account of our expedition, from the day of our departure from Cuba up to our arrival on the coast of Mexico, and the day the account was drawn up. We did not omit to state that we had merely been induced to join the expedition from a promise that we were going to found a colony, and how Diego Velázquez had given Cortés secret instructions merely to confine himself to the trade of barter. That Cortés, conformably to this, had indeed wished to return to Cuba with the gold we had made. That, however, we had compelled him to remain here and found a colony, for which purpose we had elected him Captain General and Chief Justice, until we should receive His most gracious Majesty's pleasure on this head. We had, moreover, promised him a 5th part of all the gold that should remain after deducting the 5ths for His Majesty. We then mentioned the name of Francisco Hernández de Córdoba, as the first discoverer of this country. The expedition which followed upon that under Juan de Grijalva, of our landing on the island of Cozumel, and of our fortunate discovery of Geronimo de Aguilar, and other things. We described our negotiations with the great Moctezuma, mentioning his power and riches, of which the things he had given us to present to His Majesty, consisting in the sun of gold and moon of silver, and the cask of gold dust. As it is found in the mines, as also the other articles of solid and manufactured gold, were small proofs. After this we spoke about the extent of the country, its population, the arts, customs, and religion of the inhabitants, of whom we sent 4 as a sample, whom we had liberated from a wooden cage at Sempoala, where they were being fattened for a sacrificial feast. We then mentioned something about ourselves, how we were in all 450 armed men in the midst of so many warlike tribes, how our expedition had merely for its object to serve God and His Majesty. And, in the position we were now placed, how much depended upon a man being at our head who was acquainted with the country, and in whom we could repose all trust. We most humbly begged of His Majesty not to confer the command of this country upon any one of his officers. From its extent and vast riches, it was worthy of being ruled by a royal prince or some other great personage. We all feared that the Archbishop Don Rodriguez de Fonseca, whom His Majesty had entrusted with the government of Indian affairs, had destined the command to one of his own creatures, namely, a certain Diego Velázquez, who was then Viceroy of Cuba. This favor, however, was entirely owing to the presents which the bishop received from Velázquez, consisting in the most valuable townships of his imperial domains wherever any gold was to be found. As His Majesty's most humble and faithful servants, we could not neglect to bring this under his imperial notice, and we had resolved to wait until our agents had thrown themselves at His Majesty's feet to hand over our letters. And His Majesty should have acquainted them with his imperial wishes, which we, whatever they might be, would honor in the very dust. If the Archbishop Fonseca in the meantime sent any one to take the command, we should not obey him until we had informed His Majesty of it, wherever he might be. We begged of His Majesty, for the present, to confer the command on Cortés. This prayer we accompanied by such high-flown praise of Cortés, how faithful and devoted he was to His Majesty, that we elevated him to the very skies. This closed the letter, which was drawn up with great discernment, and divided into chapters. This letter was signed by all the officers and soldiers who belonged to Cortés' party. We also took the precaution of keeping other copies. After the letter was quite finished, Cortés desired to read it, and when he found how faithfully the account was drawn up, and himself so highly praised, he was vastly pleased, returned us hearty thanks, and promised us golden mountains. He, however, observed, that it would be better to make no allusion to the 5th part of the gold which we had promised him, also to suppress the names of the first discoverers of the country. Indeed, we subsequently learnt that Cortés, in his account, never mentioned a word either about Córdoba, or of Grijalva, but reserved all the honor and merit to himself. Nevertheless the men were not wanting among us who answered the objections made by Cortés, saying it was our bounden duty to narrate every circumstance to His Majesty as it had really taken place. Our agents took charge of the letters, and were bound down by a promise not to touch at the Havana under any pretense whatever, nor run into the harbor of El Marine, where Francisco de Montejo had possessions. This was done that Velázquez might receive no intelligence of our doings. They certainly promised, but neglected to observe these orders, as will be seen. Everything being now ready for their departure, Father Olmedo said Mass, and we commended them to the guidance and protection of the Holy Ghost. On the 26th of July, 1519, they set sail from San Juan de Ulua, and arrived pretty soon at the Havana. Here Francisco de Montejo left our chief pilot Alaminos no peace, persuading him to sail along the coast in the direction of his settlement, where he pretended he would take in a fresh supply of cassave bread and bacon. Puerto Carrero was greatly displeased with this conduct. However, the landing was effected. The night following a sailor swam secretly on shore, and forwarded Diego Velázquez letters from his adherents, giving him an account of all that had passed. We afterwards learnt that Montejo himself had sent this man, who, besides this, spread the news everywhere along the route he journeyed. We shall now see what steps Velázquez took upon this. Chapter 55. How Diego Velázquez is informed by his agents that we had sent messengers with letters and presents to our king, and what further took place. Diego Velázquez received intelligence of everything we had done, partly by the letters which had been secretly conveyed to him, and were said to be of Montejo's own writing, and partly from the sailor, who swam on shore for that purpose. When he heard of the valuable present which we sent to His Majesty, and of the agents we had selected for the purpose, he grew excessively angry, and threw out the most heavy curses against Cortés, against his own private secretary Duero, and the treasurer Almador de Lares. He then immediately ordered 2 small but very swift sailing vessels to be fitted out, and furnished with as great a number of men and firearms as could be got together at the moment. These vessels were given in command of 2 officers named Gabriel de Rojas and Guzman, who were ordered to repair to the Havana, and to capture the vessel which conveyed our agents and the gold. Both vessels arrived, after 2 days' sail, in the Bahama roads, and made every inquiry of the fishermen and coasters whether they had seen a ship of considerable tonnage pass that way. All the accounts they received went to show that she must have left the roads, as the wind had constantly been favorable. They, therefore, tacked up and down a considerable time, but, discovering no trace of her, they returned to Santiago. If the first accounts had made Diego Velázquez dispirited, he was now the more so when he found the ship had escaped. His friends now advised him to send someone to Spain to lay his complaints before the President of Indian Affairs, with whom he stood in great favor. Velázquez also laid a formal accusation against Cortés and all of us, in the Royal Court of Audience at Santo Domingo, and also before the Hieronymite brethren, who were viceroys of that island. These brothers were then 3 in number, Father Luis de Figueroa, Father Alonso de Santo Domingo, and Father Bernardino de Manganido. They lived together in the cloister of Majorada, 8 miles from Medina del Campo. The answer they gave Diego Velázquez was not very consoling. For, when they found, from our papers, what great things we had done, they declared that no reproach could be made either to Cortés or his troops. We had merely addressed the Emperor our master, and sent him a present of such considerable value as had not been seen in Spain for a length of time. This they might say in all justice, for Peru was then still unknown winky face. On the contrary, we had merited a most noble remuneration at His Majesty's hands. Besides coming to this decision, the Hieronymite brothers commissioned the licentiate Zuazo, who was either purposely sent to Cuba for this purpose, or at least had arrived there only a few months previous, to examine into this affair of Velázquez on the spot itself. The turn which this matter had taken completely prostrated his spirits for many days together. At last he again aroused himself, and gave orders to fit out every ship in the island, and to enlist officers and men. His intention was to send out such a powerful fleet as would soon overcome Cortés and the whole of us. Indeed, he spared no trouble. He traveled himself from place to place, and from one settlement to another, and where he could not call in person, he at least sent letters, and invited all his friends to join the armament. In this way he succeeded, after the space of 11 or 12 months, to fit out a fleet of 18 sail, carrying 1,300 soldiers and sailors, for, as the affair was carried on with great party spirit, his relations and every distinguished person of Cuba, as well as every one who had a commandery, considered themselves bound to take part in the undertaking. The command of this fleet was given to a cavalier named Pamphilo de Narvaez, a man of high stature and great bodily strength, with a voice amazingly powerful, and an imperious look in his countenance. He was a native of Valladolid, very wealthy, and had married a widow at Cuba named Maria de Valenzuela, who possessed several lucrative Indian townships. For the present, however, we will leave this expedition to itself, and turn to our agents, who had most favorable weather for their voyage, and arrived safe at the place of destination, as we shall see in the following chapter. The good reader will do me the justice to consider, with respect to the irregular mode of narrating which I appear to pursue, that I am bound to mention the occurrences in this my history in the order they follow each other. Chapter 56. How our agents passed through the Bahama Channel with the most favorable wind, and arrived in Castile after a short passage, and of our success at court. Our agents had a most favorable voyage to the Havana, and thence through the Bahama roads. Their further course was equally prosperous, and they very soon arrived at the Tercera Isles, and from there to Sevilla, where they hired a carriage and posted to the imperial court residence, at that time in Valladolid. Here the Archbishop Fonseca governed at will, he being, moreover, President of Indian Affairs, and the Emperor then still very young, and residing in Flanders. Our agents waited upon the Archbishop, in the full expectation of being well received with thanks. They handed over to him the letters with the details of our adventures, also the presents, with the valuable things, and begged of him to forward all this to his Majesty by a courier, whom they would accompany themselves. However, instead of meeting with a kind reception, they were very coolly received, and dismissed with a few dry and harsh words. They begged of him to mention the great services which Cortés and his men had rendered his Majesty, and repeatedly urged him to send the letters and presents to the Emperor, that he might learn everything as it had really taken place. He, however, answered in a very haughty tone, desiring them not to give themselves any further trouble. He would fully inform his Majesty of what had taken place, not, however, according to their story, but conformably to truth. That, namely, we had rebelled against Velázquez. This was followed by many other sharp rebukes. About this time also, Benito Martin, chaplain to Velázquez, arrived in Valladolid, preferring heavy accusations against Cortés and all of us, which set the Archbishop more and more against us. Francisco de Montejo had not the courage to step forward and defend our cause. But Portocarrero, as cousin to the Earl of Medellin, durst presume the more. He therefore took up the question, and most urgently begged of the Archbishop to give them a quiet hearing, and not to answer them so harshly. They demanded nothing further of him than to forward the presents to his Majesty. They had a right to ask this, for we were servants of the crown, and merited a remuneration, but not the remarks he had allowed himself to make. These words so greatly incensed the Archbishop, that he ordered Portocarrero to be thrown into prison, on account of some previous affair which had come to his ears. He having, namely, 3 years ago, carried off a married woman, named Maria Rodriguez, of Medellin, and taken her to India. Such was the first reception which our presents and services met with in Spain, and nothing remained for our agents but to hold their tongues for the present, and wait until a more favorable time and opportunity should present itself. The Archbishop now forwarded his account to the Emperor, who was then in Flanders, in which he extolled the merits of his creature Velázquez to the very skies, saying everything that was bad of Cortés and all of us. Nor did he mention one single word about our letters. Upon this Portocarrero, Montejo, Martin Cortés, the father of our general, the licentiate Núñez, who was reporter to the Royal Council, and a near relation to Cortés, determined to dispatch a courier of their own to the Emperor in Flanders. They fortunately possessed duplicates of all our dispatches and letters, as also a list of all the presents we had destined for His Majesty. With these papers they likewise sent a separate letter to the Emperor with complaints against the Archbishop and the whole of his doings with Diego Velázquez. In this resolution they were backed by other cavaliers who were at variance with the Archbishop, who, upon the whole, had many enemies on account of his haughty behavior and the abuse he made of the important offices he filled. And as the great services we had rendered to God and His Majesty, in whom we had alone reposed our trust, were looked upon in a favorable light, it also happened that His Majesty made the strictest inquiries into the whole affair. His Majesty was so highly pleased with what we had done, that the dukes, marquises, earls, and other cavaliers, for days together spoke of nothing but Cortés, our courageous behavior, our conquests, and of the riches we had sent over. It was owing to this as well as to the unfaithful and distorted account which the Archbishop had drawn up respecting these matters, and particularly because he had not sent all the presents, but kept the major part to himself, that he fell from that moment into His Majesty's displeasure. In the meantime the Archbishop's agents in Flanders had sent him information of all that had passed, which vexed him in no small degree, and if previously he had blackened Cortés and all of us to His Majesty, he now boldly accused us of high treason. But the Lord very soon bridled his rage, for 2 years after he received his dismissal, and then in his turn experienced the curse of malice and contempt. We, on the contrary, were looked upon as loyal men who had rendered services to the crown, as shall be mentioned in the proper place. For the present the Emperor informed our agents, that he would himself shortly visit Spain to investigate the matter more closely and reward us. Our agents, therefore, awaited His Majesty's arrival in Spain. Before I proceed any further with my narrative, I must answer one question, which several cavaliers have very justly put to me. Namely, how it was possible for me to relate these things, as I was not present myself, but making the campaign in New Spain, when our agents were dispatched with the letters and presents. And met with this ill treatment from the Archbishop of Rosano? To which my answer is, that our agents forwarded to us, the true conquistadores, verbatim all that had passed between them and the latter, as also the favorable decision which the emperor came to in our behalf. Of which Cortés sent copies to all the towns where we happened to be stationed, to show us how favorably everything had terminated, and what a great enemy we had in the Archbishop. After this digression we will return to our quarters in New Spain, and see what happened there in the meantime. Chapter 57. What took place in our camp after the departure of our agents to His Majesty with the gold and the letters. And the instance of severity which Cortés was compelled to give. The suspicions of Velázquez's adherents were again aroused at the departure of our agents, and the following occurrence took place a few days after. A conspiracy was set on foot by Pedro Escudero, Juan Cormino, Gonzalo de Umbria, a pilot, the priest Juan Diaz, Bernardino de Coria, who afterwards became a citizen of Chiapa, and was father of a certain Centeno, and some seamen of Gibraltar. All these were excessively embittered against Cortés, some because he had refused to grant them the promised discharge to return to Cuba, others because they had lost their share of the gold by the present which had been sent to the emperor. And the seamen because they could not forget the lashes which he had given them on the island of Cozumel for stealing the flitches of bacon. They had determined to seize upon one of our small vessels, to sail to Cuba, and acquaint the Viceroy Diego Velázquez that he had merely to send to the Havana and the possessions of Montejo in order to capture our agents with all the riches. We concluded from this that the conspirators had been counseled by persons of authority among our officers, since they knew that Montejo, notwithstanding the strict injunctions which he had received to the contrary, had landed at his commandery. The affair was already so far advanced that the conspirators had sent on board the necessary provisions of cassave bread, oil, dried fish, water, and such like, and were about to set sail, when one of them, Bernardino de Coria, began to repent. Called upon Cortés at midnight, and discovered the whole plot to him. Cortés first of all made an accurate inquiry into the names and number of the conspirators, as also into the reasons and the way they intended carrying out the plot. He then ordered the sails, the compass, and the rudder to be taken from the vessel which was to have conveyed them. Upon which he closely examined the conspirators, when they immediately made a full confession, and mentioned the names of others who were implicated. These names were for the present very prudently suppressed, and proceedings were merely taken against those who stood most prominent in the affair. A council of war having been held with all the usual formalities, Pedro Escudero and Juan Cormino were sentenced to be hung, the pilot Gonzalo de Umbria to have his feet cut off, and the sailors to receive 200 lashes each. If Father Juan had not been a priest he would likewise have shared a similar fate, as it was he merely suffered for a time the dread of suspense which indeed must have been terrible enough. I shall never forget how Cortés cried out, with a sigh, and deeply affected, at the moment he signed the death warrants, "What a fortunate thing if I were unable to write, then should I neither be able to sign a death warrant." This same exclamation likewise frequently falls from judges who have to decide over life and death. In which expression, however, they merely repeat the words of the barbarous Emperor Nero, when in the commencement of his reign he showed so goodly a disposition. The sentences being executed, Cortés immediately set out for Zempoala, having previously ordered that 200 men, with all our horse, should follow him. The distance to this place was a good 20 miles. Pedro de Alvarado was absent during this time, having 3 days beforehand been sent with 200 men into the mountains in search of provisions, which were extremely scarce. Orders were, therefore, left behind for him to march to Zempoala on his return, where arrangements would be made for our further route to Mexico. Alvarado, consequently, was not present when the executions took place. Chapter 58. How we came to the resolution of marching to Mexico, and of destroying all our vessels, which was done with the sanction and by the advice of all Cortés' true adherents. While preparations were going on at Zempoala for our march into the interior, numerous consultations were held with Cortés respecting everything connected with it. We, his trustworthy adherents, proposed that all the vessels should be run on shore. in order at once to cut off all possibility of further mutiny, when we should have advanced far into the interior of the country. In which case, likewise, the pilots and sailors would be of greater use to us than by idling their time away in the harbor. I am well aware that the idea of destroying our vessels originated with Cortés himself, and that he merely shoved it on our shoulders for this reason, that if payment for the vessels should be demanded of him, he could throw the blame on us, and say that all was done at our own request, so that we both individually and collectively should have to assist in repaying the damages. This resolution was immediately adopted, and Cortés ordered the alguacil major, Juan de Escalante, a young man of very great courage, and who was a close adherer to him, utterly hating Diego Velázquez because he had neglected to give him any considerable commandery in Cuba, to take all the anchors, ropes, sails, in short everything that might be of use to us out of the vessels, and run the latter all on shore, with the exception of the boats. The pilots, the old ship's masters, and those seamen who were unable to make the campaign with us, were to remain behind in the town, and employ themselves in catching fish with our 2 dragnets in the harbor, where the former were in great abundance. Juan de Escalante punctually obeyed these orders, and arrived in Zempoala with an additional company formed of the sailors, of whom several became very excellent soldiers. The next thing Cortés did was to call all the caciques of the mountain tribes together, who had revolted from Moctezuma, and formed an alliance with us. He gave them to understand that they were to assist in the building of the church, the fortresses, and houses of our new town. This man, continued he, taking Juan de Escalante by the hand, is my brother, him you must obey in everything. And to him you must apply if you require assistance against the Mexicans. He will himself at all times march out in your defense. The caciques in reply, said, they were ready to obey him in everything, and perfumed Juan de Escalante after their fashion, which I can still well remember he unwillingly submitted to. For the rest he was a man you could trust in all matters, and who fully possessed the confidence of Cortés. For which reason the latter entrusted him with the command of the town and harbor, as one in whom he could place implicit reliance, in case, during his absence, Diego Velázquez should set anything on foot against him. Gomara here relates, that Cortés ordered the vessels to be sunk, and that he did not disclose his intentions to us of visiting the great Moctezuma himself at Mexico. But we Spaniards are, indeed, not the people who require so much pressing to move forward, or who desire to sit quietly down in a place where neither advantage nor military honor is to be gained. Gomara also says, that Pedro de Irico was the person left behind in command of Vera Cruz. This, however, is quite erroneous, for it was Juan de Escalante who was appointed commander and alguacil major of New Spain. Pedro de Irico, indeed, would scarcely have been entrusted with the command of a company, much less, therefore, with such an important post. Nothing should be given to a man that does not belong to him, and nothing should be taken from him to which he is entitled. Chapter 59. Of the speech which Cortés made to us after our vessels were destroyed, and how we prepared for our march to Mexico. After the vessels had been run ashore before our eyes, and we the officers and soldiers were one morning after Mass all standing around Cortés, the discourse turned upon various military topics, when he begged our attention for a few minutes, as he had some proposal to make to us. He then addressed us at great length, as near as possible, to the following effect. We already knew of the campaign which was in contemplation. It was of such a nature, that the aid of Jesus Christ, our Lord, only could bring us forth victorious from all the battles and engagements which awaited us. But, notwithstanding all the trust we reposed in God, we should not ourselves be wanting in courage and activity. Should we be worsted, which Almighty God forbid, considering our small numbers we could expect no other assistance than from above, and that of our own arms, as we had no longer any vessels to return to Cuba. Cortés then adduced many beautiful comparisons from history, and mentioned several heroic deeds of the Romans. We answered him, one and all, that we would implicitly follow his orders, as the die had been cast, and we, with Caesar, when he had passed the Rubicon, had now no choice left. Besides which, everything we did was for the glory of God and His Majesty the Emperor. After this speech, whose penetrating eloquence and charming powers I am unable to repeat, Cortés ordered the fat cacique into his presence, and reminded him of the care and reverence which was due from him to the Church and the Cross. For himself he was now about leaving for Mexico, he added, to oblige Moctezuma, for the future to abolish all robbery and the human sacrifices. He also told him he should require 200 porters to transport our cannon, and 50 of his best warriors to accompany us. When we were about to put ourselves in motion, a soldier arrived from Vera Cruz, whom Cortés had dispatched there to fetch more men. He brought a letter from Juan de Escalante, announcing that a vessel had been seen off the coast, to which he had made various signals by means of smoke and other things. Had hung out white flags and rode up and down the coast on horseback dressed in scarlet, to attract the attention of those on board. He did not doubt for an instant but all this had been observed by the men on board, yet they made no signs of running into the harbor. He had made inquiries along the coast as to where the vessel had put in, and found she was lying at anchor in the mouth of a small river, at the distance of about 9 miles. He therefore awaited Cortés' orders as to what further steps he was to take. As soon as Cortés had read the letter he gave the command of all the troops, then at Zempoala, to Alvarado conjointly with Gonzalo de Sandoval. This was the first time Sandoval had been put in command, for those military qualities, by which he so greatly distinguished himself all the rest of his life, now began to develop themselves. Properly speaking, the command ought to have devolved upon Alonso de Avila, which therefore created ill blood between him and Sandoval. Upon this Cortés mounted horse, selected 4 of our cavalry, and 50 of the most nimble-footed men amongst us, and marched to Vera Cruz, where we arrived that very night. Chapter 60. How Cortés arrived with us at the spot where the vessel lay at anchor, and captured 6 soldiers and sailors of the said vessel, who had stepped on shore, also what further took place. As soon as we had arrived at Vera Cruz, Juan de Escalante came up to Cortés and told him, it would be best to make off for the strange vessel that very night, otherwise she might heave anchor and steer for the wide ocean. Cortés himself might take his rest and allow him to manage the affair with 20 men. To this Cortés answered, he could not rest as long as there was anything to be done, and he was determined to go in person with the men he had brought along with him. We accordingly set off on our march along the coast, without even tasting a morsel of food before we left. On our road we soon captured 4 Spaniards, who had been ordered to take possession of the country in the name of Francisco de Garay, Viceroy of Jamaica. They had been sent on shore by an officer named Alonso Alvarez de Pinedo, who a few days previous had left a settlement on the banks of the Panuco. One of the 4 Spaniards, named Guilan de la Loa, had drawn up a formal deed of having taken possession of the country, which was signed by the 3 others. After the prisoners had made this disclosure to Cortés, he inquired of them under what pretense Garay had sent them out to take possession of the country. To which they gave the following answer. In the year 1518, when the fame of our having discovered this country, under Córdoba and Grijalva, and of the 20,000 pesos which it produced Diego Velázquez, had spread through the whole of the West Indies. Antón de Alaminos and another pilot who had made the voyage of discovery with us, persuaded Garay to petition His Majesty, that the discovery of all the countries which might lie to the north of the river St. Peter and Paul might be granted to him. Trusting to the patrons he had at the court of Madrid, he dispatched his house steward, Torralva, to Spain, who managed to obtain for him the appointment of adelantado and vice-regent of all countries north of the river just mentioned. Garay, in consequence of this appointment, fitted out 3 vessels with 270 men, besides horses and the necessary provisions. The command of these he entrusted to an officer named Alonso Alvarez Pinedo, who at present was lying at a distance of about 280 miles from this place in the river Panuco, where he intended to found a colony. For the rest, added the prisoners, they had merely obeyed the commands of that officer, and were therefore not answerable for anything they had done. Cortés was very much pleased with these fellows, on account of the disclosure they had made. He tried to gain them over to his interest, and inquired of them, if it were possible to capture the vessel. Guilan de la Loa, the most distinguished of the prisoners, thought it might be done, and he, with his comrades, would hail the ship's shallop on shore. This they accordingly tried, but, notwithstanding all their shouting and signals, no one moved from the vessel. No doubt we must have been observed by them, for the captain knew all about us, and he had particularly cautioned his men to be upon their guard, not to fall into the hands of Cortés. We had now, therefore, no other course left than to try to entice the shallop on shore by some other stratagem. For this purpose Cortés desired the prisoners to take off their clothes, and 4 of our men to put them on, who were to remain behind. The rest of us marched back along the road we had come, and halted behind a mountain, as soon as we were out of sight of the vessel. Here we remained until midnight, when all was dark around. We then, without the least noise, put ourselves in motion, and made for the landing place, in the neighborhood of which we concealed ourselves, so as to be invisible to any one excepting our 4 disguised soldiers. As soon as daylight had broken forth, the latter made signals to the vessel with their cloaks and hats, upon which the shallop put off with 6 sailors, 2 of whom had water bottles in their hands, and immediately stepped on shore. We watched until the 4 others should have done the same. Our 4 disguised men were in the meantime washing their hands, and doing everything else to hide their faces. Those in the shallop cried out, "What the deuce are you about there? Why don't you come on board?" One of our men then answered, "Come on shore for a few minutes, and see what the place is like." They found, however, the voice to be that of a stranger, and put off with the shallop to the vessel again, notwithstanding all the signals our men were making. We others were very desirous of sending a few musket shots after them, but Cortés would not permit us, saying, we ought to allow them to go off quietly, and he would communicate with their commander himself. All the prisoners we made, therefore, were the 4 above mentioned, and the 2 who had stepped out of the shallop, and we returned to Vera Cruz without having tasted a morsel of food. Such are the true particulars of the whole matter, and not as Gama relates, who even makes Garay himself present on this occasion, though he did not visit these parts in person until some time after, having sent the 3 officers with the vessels before him. I shall speak more particularly of this in the proper place. Chapter 61. How we set out on our march to the city of Mexico, and, upon the advice of the caciques, take our road over Tlaxcala. What took place here, and of the battles we fought. After we had got all in readiness for our march to Mexico, we held a consultation as to the route we should take. The chiefs of Zempoala preferred the road through the province of Tlaxcala, as the inhabitants were friendly with them and deadly enemies of the Mexicans. They had likewise equipped 40 of their best warriors to accompany us, who, indeed, proved of the greatest utility to us on this journey. They also gave us 200 porters to convey our cannon. For, at that time, we poor soldiers had no other baggage than our weapons, with which in hand we stood, walked, and slept. We had not even any other covering to our feet than light shoes, but we were always ready for battle. It was about the middle of the month of August, 1519, that we broke up our quarters at Zempoala. During our march we observed the strictest order, while our sharpshooters and a great number of our most active men were always in advance. On the first day we arrived in the township of Xalapa, and from there to Socoquina, which is very strongly situated, the access to it being very dangerous, and surrounded by numerous trained vine trees. Dona Marina and Aguilar told the inhabitants a good deal about our holy religion, and how we were subjects of the Emperor Don Carlos V, who sent us out to bring them back from kidnapping and sacrificing human beings. As they were in friendship with the Zempoalans, and paid no tribute to Moctezuma, we found them very well inclined towards us, and we received hospitable treatment. We erected a cross in every township, and explained its signification to the inhabitants, and what great veneration was due to it. From Socoquina we marched over a high mountain, through a pass, to Texutla. Here, likewise, the inhabitants were friendly to us, because they refused to pay any further tribute to Moctezuma. It was from this township that we first arrived into a rugged and wild mountain district. The population ceased, and, in the very first night, we had excessive cold, with hail showers. Add to which, our provisions were totally gone, and the wind so keen which blew across the snow mountains, that we shook again with the frost. Indeed, no one can wonder at this, for we had come so suddenly from the hot climate of Cuba. the town of Vera Cruz, and the neighboring coast, into a cold country. Whatever calamity might befall us, we had only our weapons for protection, and were, moreover, totally unaccustomed to the cold. From this place we arrived at another mountain pass, where we found some houses and huge temples for human sacrifices. Near these, heaps of wood were piled up for the use of the idol worship. Neither did we here again meet with any food, the weather continuing bitterly cold. Our route now lay across the territory of the township Xochitlan. We sent before us 2 Indians of Sempoala to the cazique, to acquaint him of our approach, and beg of him to give us an hospitable reception. As the inhabitants of this district were subject to Moctezuma, everything wore a different aspect, and we marched forward with the utmost precaution and in close array. For the rest, we were as much pleased with this spot as with many a Spanish town, on account of the numerous and beautifully whitewashed balconies, the dwellings of the caziques, and the elevated temples wholly built of stone and lime. We, therefore, called it Castel Blanco, which name it still retains, for a Portuguese soldier, who was among our troops, assured us, the place was very like the town of Castelo Blanco in Portugal. The cazique, on receiving information of our arrival, came out to meet us with the principal inhabitants. His name was Olintical, and he led us into his habitation, where he gave us but little to eat, and that with bad will. After the repast, Cortés, by means of our interpreters, put all manner of questions to the cazique respecting the affairs of his monarch, Moctezuma, and we learnt a good deal about the great armies which were stationed in the conquered provinces, besides those on the boundaries themselves, and the provinces which bordered on them. He spoke of the great and strong city of Mexico, how it lay in the midst of the waters, and that it was only by means of bridges and canoes that a person could go from one house to another. Every house was provided with a balcony at the top, and was so completely isolated by means of moats, that they might separately be considered as so many castles, and, as such, capable of defense. The town was approached by 3 roads, each of which was cut through in 4 or 5 several places, to admit the water. Across these sections, wooden bridges were built. It was merely requisite to break down these bridges, and all access to Mexico was cut off. Lastly, the cazique also mentioned the great quantity of silver and gold, the numerous precious stones and great riches of Moctezuma. In fact, there was no end to the praises he bestowed upon his monarch. Cortés and all of us were vastly astonished at everything the man related of Moctezuma's power and greatness. However, instead of being thereby disheartened, we only the more earnestly desired to try our fortune against the fortresses and bridges, for such is the very spirit of a Spanish soldier. While the impossibility of which Olintical spoke seemed to us a mere nothing. Mexico was, indeed, strongly fortified, and even more so than mentioned by the cazique. A person ought to have seen it himself to form an idea of it, a description can convey none. For the rest, added the cazique, Moctezuma is accustomed to obedience from every one, and he feared Moctezuma's resentment when he should learn that we had entered the township without his permission, and had been provided with provisions. Upon which Cortés, by means of our interpreters, spoke to him as follows: I give you to understand that we have come here from very distant countries, by command of our Emperor and Master Don Carlos, who has among his numerous vassals many powerful princes, to acquaint your great Moctezuma that he shall no longer permit kidnapping and human sacrifices, nor conquer any more territories, and that he must obey the commands of the Emperor our master. In the same way I also declare to you Olintical, and the other caziques now present that you must relinquish those human sacrifices, no longer eat human flesh, and abstain from committing unnatural offences and other abominations customary with you. For such are the commandments of the God in whom we believe, and whom we adore, from whom come life and death, and who will once receive us into his heaven. As the Indians made no answer to all this and many other things he said of our holy religion, Cortés turned to us, and said, I think, gentlemen, we can do nothing further here than erect a cross, to which Father Olmedo answered, I think, sir, that even this would be doing too much at present, for these people, as subjects of Moctezuma, are neither afraid nor shy of us, and would undoubtedly destroy the cross. What we have disclosed to them concerning our religion is sufficient until the time they shall be susceptible of understanding more of it. In compliance with this advice, no cross was erected here. On this expedition we had a large dog with us, the property of Francisco de Lugo. As the animal did nothing but bark the whole night, the caciques asked our friends of Sempoala whether it was a lion or a tiger which we employed for the purpose of tearing the Indians to pieces. The Sempoalans answered that we indeed let it loose upon those who attacked us. They gave similar answers to questions concerning our cannon, telling them we loaded these with stones, and killed every one therewith at whom we shot, that our horses were as nimble as deer, that they galloped against whomsoever we desired. Certainly these must be Tullies, said Olintical and the other chiefs. That they are indeed as you see them now before you, continued the Sempoalans, therefore take great care not to arouse their displeasure. Whatever you may do, they are sure to know, they penetrate your very thoughts, and have even imprisoned the tax-gatherers of your great Moctezuma, and commanded the inhabitants of the mountains and us of Sempoala not to pay any more tribute. They have likewise torn down our Tullies from the temples, and placed theirs there instead. The tribes of the Tabasco and Sinpancinco were conquered by them, and, however powerful Moctezuma may be, he nevertheless sent them presents. Now they have visited you, and you have given them nothing, therefore you cannot too speedily correct the mistake you have made. From this it may be seen that our confederates perfectly understood how to boast of us, nor was it long before the caciques brought us 4 chains, 3 neck ornaments, and a few lizards, all of gold, though of an inferior quality. Besides this there was a package of cotton cloths, and 4 women to bake our bread. Cortés thanked them very kindly for these presents, and offered to render them services in return. One certain spot in this township I never shall forget, situated near the temple. Here a vast number of human skulls were piled up in the best order imaginable, there must have been more than 100,000, I repeat, more than 100,000. In like manner you saw the remaining human bones piled up in order in another corner of the square, these it would have been impossible to count. Besides these, there were human heads hanging suspended from beams on both sides. 3 papas stood sentinel on this place of skulls, for which purpose, it was told us, they were particularly appointed. Similar horrible sights we saw towards the interior of the country in every township, and even in Tlaxcala. Cortés inquired of the cacique Olintical, which was the best and most easy road to Mexico. That one, answered the cacique, over Colula, which is a very large town. Our friends of Sempoala, however, advised us not to take that road, as the inhabitants of Colula were a treacherous people, and Moctezuma had always a strong garrison in that town. We had better choose the road over Tlaxcala was their opinion. For there the inhabitants were their friends, and sworn enemies to the Mexicans. This advice was followed by Cortés, and the Almighty blessed his choice. Before our departure we required an additional 20 of their best warriors to join our ranks, which were accordingly granted us by the cacique. The next morning we commenced our march to Tlaxcala, and first arrived in the small township of Zacatzinco. From this place we sent before us to the Tlaxcalans 2 of the principal men of Sempoala, who well knew how to blazon forth our praise, and were upon intimate terms of friendship with the latter. We gave them a letter to these, although we knew they could not read it, and a Flanders hat surmounted by a colored feather, as they were worn at that time. I will relate in the following chapter what further took place. Chapter 62. How we commenced our march upon Tlaxcala, and sent messengers before us, to obtain the sanction of the inhabitants to pass through their country, how they took our messengers prisoners, and what further happened. On our march from Castelblanco we were, if possible, doubly precautious. Our sharpshooters were always in advance, the cavalry kept surrounding our troops, our muskets were loaded, the matches lighted, and, in short, we were ready for action at a moment's notice. We first arrived in the small township of Zacatzinco, where the inhabitants presented us with a golden chain for the neck, some packages of cotton stuffs, and 2 Indian females. As above remarked, we dispatched 2 distinguished personages of Sempoala to Tlaxcala, who were to announce our approach, and say we came as friends, and hoped they would receive us as such. We found it the more necessary to send this message, as we learnt in XXV, that the whole of Tlaxcala was up in arms against us. They were already informed of our having left that place, and concluded from the number of warriors we had with us out of Sempoala and Xochitlan, tributary to Moctezuma, that we came with hostile intentions. They had quite concluded we were going to act like the Mexicans, who always, under some fraudulent pretense or other, marched into their country when intent upon plunder. When, therefore, the messengers arrived with our letter and the Flanders hat, and were about to deliver our commission, they were even refused a hearing, and immediately thrown into prison. We awaited their return for 2 days, during which time Cortés explained to the inhabitants as usual, the nature of our holy religion, who our emperor was, the sinfulness of human sacrifices, and the other abominations they practiced. He also demanded 20 of their warriors to accompany us. These they readily furnished us, and after we had commended ourselves to the protection of the Almighty, we broke up our quarters on the 3rd day and marched for Tlaxcala. On our route we were met by our 2 messengers, who had been secretly released by their friends. All Tlaxcala was making warlike preparations against us. They appeared quite downcast, and durst scarcely inform us of what they had seen and heard. Having at last taken courage, they related how they had been immediately seized and thrown into prison, and what terrible threats had been thrown out against us and themselves. Now we will rise up, it had been told them, and destroy those whom yon term tullies. We shall soon see whether they are so courageous as you have mentioned. We will devour both you and them together, for you are come under fraudulent pretenses, and at the instigation and in the spirit of the traitor Moctezuma. The messengers might say what they liked in contradiction to this, it was all to no purpose. When Cortés and we others heard this lofty language, and how they awaited us completely equipped for war, we did not think altogether so light of the matter. Nevertheless, we one and all cried out, well, then, since it cannot be otherwise, forward. For good or ill luck. We commended ourselves to the protection of God, and unfurled our standard, which was borne by the ensign Corral. The inhabitants of the small township, where we passed the night, informed us, that the Tlaxcalans would march against us to prevent our entering into their country. Of this opinion were also our friends of Sempoala. As we were marching along, our only discourse was how we should attack the enemy. Our cavalry was to gallop up 3 abreast, with lances fixed, and run the Indians full in the face. At the same time they were to be particularly upon their guard that the enemy did not lay hold of the lances with their hands. Should such, however, be the case, the rider was to keep the tighter hold of his lance, give his horse the spur, and either by a sudden jerk wrest it out of the enemy's grasp, or drag him along with it. The reader will perhaps ask, why we took these precautions though we had not yet come in sight of the foe. I can answer this with Cortés' own words, who spoke to us as follows: You are aware, gentlemen, of the smallness of our numbers, we must, therefore, be the more upon our guard, and fancy the enemy will each moment fall upon us. Nor is this sufficient, we must imagine ourselves already fighting, as if the battle was begun. Every soldier is fond of catching hold of the enemy's lance with his hand, but considering the smallness of our numbers, we must now particularly guard ourselves against it. For the rest, you are not in need of my advice, for I have always found that you do things much better than I am able to instruct you. Under similar discourses we had already advanced about 8 miles, when we came up to an enormous entrenchment, built so strongly of stone, lime, and a kind of hard bitumen, that it would only have been possible to break it down by means of pickaxes, and if defended would have with difficulty been taken. We halted on purpose to inspect this fortification, and Cortés inquired of the Xochitlans, for what purpose it stood there. They told him that it was built by the Tlaxcalans, on whose territory we were now entering, against the great Moctezuma, with whom they were continually at war, to protect them against his hostile incursions. After we had examined this structure for some time, and each expressed his opinion upon it, Cortés cried out, Let us follow our standard, gentlemen. It bears the figure of the Holy Cross, and in that sign we shall conquer. To which we unanimously added, Forward. Whatever may happen, for God is our only strength. We now continued our march onwards in the cautious manner above mentioned, and had not proceeded far when our vanguard observed at no very great distance about 30 Indians, who had been sent out to reconnoiter. This was immediately communicated to us. They had broad swords, which are used with both hands, the edges of which are made of hard flint, and are sharper than our steel swords. They were also armed with shields, lances, and had feathers stuck in their hair. Cortés ordered some of our cavalry to go in among them, and try, if possible, to capture one, but not to inflict any wounds. These were followed at a distance by 5 others, to assist them should they fall into an ambush. The rest of our army marched direct for the narrow pass, but with the utmost circumspection, as our friends had assured us that we should undoubtedly meet with a large body of the enemy in some hiding place or other. When the 30 Indians above mentioned found our cavalry approaching them, and saw how they beckoned to them with their hands, they began to retreat slowly, and arranged themselves again in order. Whenever our men attempted to take any of them prisoners, they defended themselves right valiantly with their swords and lances, wounding several of our horses. The blood of our men now also began to boil, who, in return, killed 5 of the Indians. At that moment a swarm of more than 3,000 Tlaxcalans rushed furiously from an ambush, pouring forth a shower of arrows upon our cavalry, who now immediately closed their ranks. At the same time we fired among them with our cannon, and so at last we obliged the enemy to give ground, though they fought bravely and with a good deal of maneuvering. On our side we had 4 wounded, of whom 1 died a few days after, if I still remember rightly. 17 of the enemy lay dead, and the number of their wounded was very considerable. As it was growing very late they continued to retreat, and we to follow them. As soon as we had passed over the mountain we came into a plain, and found numerous plantations of maize and maguey, from which the inhabitants make their wine. We took up our night's quarters near a brook, and for want of oil we dressed the wounds of our men with the fat of a corpulent Indian who had been killed. We made our supper off young dogs, which we found here in great numbers. For, although the inhabitants had left all their plantations and taken the dogs with them, these animals during the night time had come back to their old places again. And we were thus able to catch a good many, and so procured ourselves some very delicious joints. The whole of this night we kept a most vigilant lookout. We placed outposts in all quarters. Our horses stood ready saddled and bridled, and the rounds were regularly made. I will, however, break off here, and relate our further battles in the next chapter. Chapter 63. Of the terrible battles we fought with the Tlaxcalans, and what further happened. The next morning, after we had commended ourselves to God in prayer, we broke up our quarters. Each company marched in close order, and our cavalry were to be particularly upon their guard. Were either to advance suddenly, or fall back upon us, according as circumstances might be, and at all events to watch that our ranks were nowhere broken, and that no one strayed from his own company. After we had marched onwards for some time we came up with 2 large bodies of the enemy, amounting to about 6,000 men. They set up a most terrific noise with their drums and trumpets, and yelled awfully. They then let fly their arrows, threw their lances at us, and upon the whole were most daringly valiant. Cortés now ordered us to halt, and dispatched 3 Indians, whom we had made prisoners the day before, to the enemy, requesting them to stay hostilities, as we were very desirous of looking upon them as brothers and friends. At the same time he ordered one of our warriors, Diego de Godoy, who was the royal secretary, to pay particular attention to everything that should take place, in order that if any reproach were made us for having destroyed any of the Indians, he might give evidence, and be able to prove that we on our side had shown every disposition for peace. The prisoners went off with this message to the enemy, but not the slightest notice was taken of it. On the contrary, they attacked us so furiously that we could no longer look idly on. Forward! Saint Jacob is with us. On to the enemy, cried Cortés. And in an instant we greeted the Indians so sharply with our firearms, that numbers were immediately killed and wounded, among the former 3 chiefs. After this first volley they fell back to about the distance of a musket shot, where they took up their position. Here an army of above 40,000 warriors, commanded by their general-in-chief Xicotencatl, lay in ambush. Their standards bore his colors, white and variegated. As the ground here was full of deep cavities, our cavalry were completely useless, until by using the greatest precaution they managed to pass over these. This was not done without considerable risk, for the enemy plied their bows and lances with great dexterity, having, moreover, the advantage of the higher ground. The stones from their slings were no less annoying. But all this only lasted until we had gained the level ground. For now we richly rewarded them for their pains, and killed great numbers. Yet we durst not venture to open our ranks. For the instant any one stepped out to assist any other soldier or officer, he was that moment dangerously wounded. We were, therefore, obliged to keep our ranks firmly closed, and by degrees had to contend with more than 20 different divisions, which was, indeed, pretty hot work. Besides all this, the Indians kept continually throwing sand in our faces to blind us. Here, indeed, the great mercy of God alone could save us. The chief object of the enemy was to capture one of our horses, in which they did not altogether fail. For, as Pedro de Moran on his well-trained mare, attended by 3 others of our cavalry, was attempting to break through the enemy's ranks, the Indians wrenched the lance out of his hand, and fell furiously upon him with their broadswords, wounding him severely. They gave his mare such a terrific cut with the same weapon in the neck, that the animal instantly fell down dead. If Moran's 3 companions had not immediately hastened to his assistance, he would have shared his horse's fate. For this gave our whole company time to come up. I must again repeat, that the worst was, we had to keep ourselves so close together in order not to run the danger of being cut off, which of course greatly encumbered our movements. Nevertheless, we were obliged to open our ranks to rescue the mare and Moran, whom they were already dragging off half dead. The mare we were obliged to relinquish, though we managed to cut the girth asunder in order at least to save the saddle. In this battle we had 9 wounded. As for the enemy, I believe on this occasion we killed 4 of their chiefs. We pushed forward shoulder to shoulder, and made considerable havoc with our swords. The enemy retreated, carrying off the dead mare, which was subsequently cut into pieces to be sent into every township of Tlaxcala. As we afterwards learnt, the horses' shoes, the Flanders hat, and the letter we sent them, were brought as an offering to their idols. The mare belonged to Juan Sedino, who, on the previous day, was wounded in 3 several places, and had, therefore, lent her to Moran. This Moran was a capital horse soldier, and died a few days after. At least, I do not remember to have seen him again after this battle. We had fought for a good hour, and our firearms must have done considerable destruction among the enemy who stood so crowded together. Every man among us did his duty, and we fought away like brave warriors, for in all truth we were placed in greater jeopardy this time than we had ever been before. Numbers of the Indians lay dead on the field of battle, among whom were 8 of the principal chiefs, all sons of old caciques, who dwelt together in the chief town of the country. At last our enemies retreated in good order, which we were glad enough to see, for we could scarcely stand any longer from over-fatigue, nor durst we think of following the enemy. Add to which, the ground was greatly to our disadvantage, partly on account of the number of straggling houses, partly on account of a species of pits in which many of the inhabitants dwelt. This battle was fought on the first 2 days of September, 1519, near the village of Tehuacacinco, and we returned fervent thanks to God for having rescued us from such great peril and for the victory we had gained. After the battle, we fell back to some temples, which were very high, and large enough to serve us for castles. We dressed the wounds of our men with the fat of Indians, as we had done on previous occasions. 5 of our horses were wounded, and 15 men, of whom 1 subsequently died. Upon this we took our suppers, and made a good meal off the number of dogs and fowls which we found in the dwellings. Before, however, we lay down to rest, we posted our sentinels, and continually patrolled during the night. Not before all these things were properly ordered did we lie down, and slept till morning. For the rest, we made 15 prisoners, among whom were 2 of the most distinguished personages. But we could never discover how many we killed or wounded, as it was customary with the Tlaxcalans immediately to carry off the wounded and dead from the field of battle. Chapter 64. How we quartered ourselves in the township of Tehuacacinco, and what we did there. As the battles we fought had greatly fatigued us, besides that several of our men and horses were wounded, we made a day of rest, repaired our crossbows, and supplied ourselves with arrows. The next morning Cortés said to us, it would be no harm if our horse were to gallop up and down the country a little. The Tlaxcalans might otherwise think we had had enough of it in the last battle. We must show them that we are constantly at their heels. And indeed it was better that we began ourselves than wait until we should be attacked, that the enemy might not suppose we had been too greatly weakened, and had lost our courage. Besides this, the country round about was quite level, and thickly populated. We therefore ordered out 7 horse, some crossbowmen, and several musketeers, in all 200 men, without including our confederates. Every possible precaution had been previously made to secure our camp. On our march through the townships we captured 20 Indians of both sexes, but in no way molested them. Our allies, however, who were barbarous characters, could not refrain from setting fire to many houses where they had found quantities of fowls and young dogs. After we had again returned to our quarters, Cortés ordered the fetters to be taken off the prisoners, and food to be given them. Dona Marina and Aguilar then addressed them very affectionately, and gave to each some glass beads, adding, at the same time, that in future they should not be so foolish, but make peace with us. As we were very desirous of looking upon them as brothers, and would protect them as such. We also set the first 2 Indians at liberty whom we had captured, and gave them a letter with the commission to tell the chief of the provinces that we were not come in any way to injure the Tlaxcalans, but merely wished to take the road through their country to Mexico, there to have an interview with Moctezuma. Both these delegates punctually followed our orders, and arrived at the headquarters of Xicotencatl, which lay, if I remember rightly, about 6 miles from our camp, in the township of Tehuacinco. Having, in the absence of the father, fulfilled our commission to the younger Xicotencatl, he told them, we had only to come to his father's township, there they would make peace, after they had satiated themselves with the flesh of our bodies, and had honored their gods with the sacrifice of our blood and hearts. The next morning we should behold his answer with our own eyes. As the last battles were still fresh in our memories, we did not exactly relish the haughty answer with which our delegates returned. Cortés, nevertheless, received them most kindly, perceiving, from their return, that they no longer stood in awe of us, and with the view that they should once more be dispatched as messengers of peace, he gave them some additional strings of beads. For the rest he made the most minute inquiries respecting the commander Xicotencatl, and the number of his troops, and found that the latter were much more numerous than in the last battle. He had now 5 chiefs under him, each of whom commanded 10,000 men. These troops were enumerated in the following manner. First of all came the 10,000 men of Xicotencatl's division, next a similar number under another powerful cacique called Maxixquitzin. Then a like number under the distinguished cacique Chiquimeclatecatl, 10,000 under the cacique of Tapoyanco, named Tecapanica, and an equal number under the cacique Quexopsin, altogether thus 50,000 men. Each troop had its standard and arms, the latter being a large white bird, with outspread wings, as if preparing to fly, and resembled an ostrich. Besides this, every chief had his particular insignia of war and colors, in the same way as our Spanish dukes and earls. At first we did not believe anything of all this, but found afterwards that it was perfectly true. And since we were human beings, and feared death, we all confessed to Father Olmedo and the priest Juan Diaz, which occupied them the whole of the night, neither did we fail to offer up fervent prayers to the Almighty to grant us victory. Under such like occupations the following day broke forth on which we were to fight the battle, of which I shall speak in the next chapter. Chapter 65. Of the great battle we fought with the Tlaxcalans, and what further took place. It was the following morning, on the 5th of September, 1519, that we equipped ourselves for battle. Our horse were first arranged in order, then the foot soldiers, and even our wounded were forced to go along with us, if only to swell out our numbers, and do what lay in their power. The crossbowmen received orders that some were merely to load, while others fired, and this always in platoons. The musketeers received similar orders, and the remaining portion of our men, who were armed with swords and shields, were principally to strike at the enemy in the region of the belly, in order to stop them from venturing so near to us as they had the time before. Every one was also particularly cautioned not to leave the ranks. It was also the particular duty of our cavalry not to leave each other in the lurch, always to attack in full gallop, and only aim at the face and eyes. The ensign corral received a guard of 4 men, and in this way we sallied forth from our camp, with our standard flying. We had scarcely proceeded a quarter of a mile when we found the fields covered with warriors. They had large feather knots on their heads, waved their colors, and made a terrific noise with their horns and trumpets. Indeed, the pen that would wish to describe everything we saw here, would not find it such an easy task. This was indeed a battle of as fearful and dubious an issue as well could be. In an instant we were surrounded on all sides by such vast numbers of Indians, that the plain, here 6 miles in breadth, seemed as if it contained but one vast body of the enemy, in the midst of which stood our small army of 400 men. The greater part wounded and knocked up with fatigue. We were also aware that the enemy had marched out to battle with the determination to spare none of us, excepting those who were to be sacrificed to their idols. When, therefore, the attack commenced, a real shower of arrows and stones was poured upon us. The whole ground was immediately covered with heaps of lances, whose points were provided with 2 edges, so very sharp that they pierced through every species of cuirass, and were particularly dangerous to the lower part of the body, which was in no way protected. They fell upon us like the very Furies themselves, with the most horrible yells. We employed, however, our heavy guns, muskets, and crossbows, with so much effect, and received those who pressed eagerly upon us with such well-directed blows and thrusts, that considerable destruction was made among their ranks. Nor did they allow us to approach so near to them as in the previous battle. Our cavalry, in particular, showed great skill and bravery, so that they, next to the Almighty, were the principal means of saving us. Indeed, our line was already half broken. All the commands of Cortés and our other officers to restore order and form again were fruitless, the Indians continually rushing upon us in such vast crowds that we could only make place with sword in hand to save our line from being broken. Our only safety was owing to the great number of the enemy itself, for they stood so closely crowded that each shot we fired must have done great execution among them. They left themselves altogether no room to maneuver in, while many of the chiefs, with their men, were not even able to mix at all in the engagement. Besides this, disagreements and inimical feelings had arisen out of the previous battle between the commander-in-chief Xicotencatl and another chief, the son of Chiquimeclatical. Xicotencatl had accused the latter of not having done his duty, who, in reply, said, he had discharged it better than he. So that in this battle neither lent the other any assistance, and Chiquimeclatical had even commanded XXIV not to take any part in the combat. To all this must be added, that the enemy had been taught in the former battle to fear our horse, cannon, swords, and crossbows, not to forget the courage we displayed. It must likewise be borne in mind that a merciful God had lent us extraordinary powers during the engagement. As Xicotencatl met with no obedience from 2 of his principal officers, we, on the contrary, fighting on the more bravely, and killing great numbers of their men, who, as well as the wounded, were immediately hurried from the field of battle. So that we never came to see any of their killed, the Indians at length grew exasperated against those 2 chiefs who had thus left them in the lurch, and now fought with less vigor. It is, however, probable that one of their chief commanders had fallen, for they retreated in good order. Our cavalry, indeed, pursued them a short distance in full gallop, but were soon compelled to return, from fatigue. As soon as we had got rid of this vast crowd, we returned most fervent thanks to the Almighty. We had, however, only lost 1 man, but, on the other hand, 60 of us were wounded, with all our horses. I myself carried off 2 wounds, one of which was on my head from the stone of a sling, and the other by an arrow piercing my ankle, but neither of them were so bad as to compel me to leave the battle, or disable me from doing duty. This, however, was the same case with the majority of my comrades, for, if a wound was not dangerous, they still continued to perform duty, as the number of those who came off whole would have been too small to make head against the enemy. We now returned to our quarters, overjoyed at our victory, and offered up fervent thanks to God. We buried our dead in one of the subterranean dwellings, that the Indians might not discover us to be mortal as well as themselves, but still continue to fancy us gods. We, therefore, heaped up a quantity of earth over the spot, that even the stench of the decomposing body might not betray the dead. The fat of the Indians, as before, served us to dress our wounds. Oh, the distress we suffered here! We had neither oil for our wounds nor salt to our food. To all this was added the misfortune of having nothing to shelter us from the keen wind, which blew across the Sierra Nevada, and made us shake again with cold. We, nevertheless, kept up our spirits, and this night we slept more soundly than on the previous one, as we had better regulated our outposts and the patrols. Chapter 66. How we sent a message next day to the caciques of Tlaxcala to bring about peace between us, and the determination they came to upon this. In the last battle we had taken 3 distinguished personages prisoners. These Cortés sent with the 2 others whom we had previously taken, and once before dispatched with a message to the caciques of Tlaxcala, desiring them in our name to make peace with us, and allow us to march through their country to Mexico, as we had before requested of them. If they still refused, we would exterminate them all. It would, however, grieve us if they drove us to such extremities, as we were well inclined, and would gladly look upon them as brothers. Nor should we have done thus much if they themselves had not driven us to it. Besides this, Cortés said many other kind things to gain their friendship. The delegates arrived betimes in the chief town of Tlaxcala, and delivered their message in a full assembly of the caciques, whom they found conversing with several old men and papas. Every one still appeared very downcast on account of the unfavorable issue of the battle, the loss of their chiefs, their sons and relations who had fallen, and at first would not even listen to our messengers. At last they came to the resolution to consult all the astrologers, papas, and fortune-tellers, a species of conjurers whom they call taconaguas. These being assembled, they were desired to discover by their witchcraft and enchantments, what sort of people we were, and whether it was possible to overcome us if they continued to harass us night and day. They were also to give a decisive answer as to whether we were really tulis, that is to say evil spirits, as the inhabitants of Sempoala had assured them, and lastly, what nourishment we took. All this they were most minutely to investigate. The soothsayers, conjurers, and papas, who were in great numbers, immediately began their exorcisms and enchantments, after their fashion. And they pretended to have discovered, by means of their art, that we were human beings made of flesh and bone, that we ate dogs, fowls, bread and fruits, as they did, if we could get them. And that we did not devour the Indians, and much less the hearts of those we had slain. Our friends of Sempoala, namely, had told them all manner of foolish things about us. Not only that we were tulis, but that we devoured the hearts of the Indians, that the flashes of our bombards shot off like lightning. That our dog was a tiger or a lion, and that we let loose our horses upon the Indians when we wished to kill them. But the worst thing these soothsayers and papas affirmed was, its being impossible to conquer us excepting during the night time, for we were helpless as soon as the sun, from which we received all our strength, had gone down. This affirmation seemed a capital hint to the caciques. They therefore sent orders to their captain-general, Xicotencatl, to fall upon us as soon as possible with a large force during night time. This, Xicotencatl did not fail to do. He drew out 10,000 of his bravest troops, marched towards our quarters, and fell upon us from 3 several points at once, with the utmost fury. They made this attack with perfect assurance, believing they had merely to show themselves and they should be able to capture us immediately, and sacrifice us to their idols. But the Almighty had ordered things differently. For, however silently they approached, they found us perfectly upon our guard, as the outposts and patrols had come running in at the first noise they heard and given the alarm. As, moreover, we were accustomed to sleep in our clothes with our weapons in our hands, the horses always ready bridled and saddled, and our cannon loaded, we gave the enemy such a rough reception with our muskets and crossbows. and cut among them so vigorously with our swords, that they soon had enough of it and turned their backs. The country before us was quite level, and the moon shone bright, so that our cavalry were able to follow the flying enemy to a considerable distance. Next morning we found about 20 of them dead and wounded, so that their loss must have been considerable, and they experienced, no doubt, that this fighting at night time was not exactly so pleasant. It is also said they were so exasperated against the soothsayers and papas, that 2 of them were butchered for a sacrifice. In this night's combat we lost one of our friends of Sempoala, and 2 of our men besides a horse were wounded. The number of prisoners we made were 4. The kind reader may well conceive that we were not a little overjoyed that this affair terminated so fortunately. We fervently thanked God for the assistance he had lent us, buried our friend of Sempoala, dressed our wounds, and lay ourselves down to rest for the remaining part of the night. But not without previously taking every precaution to secure our camp as usual. It was only the following morning we were able to discover our true condition. There was not one among us who had not, up to this moment, received 1, 2, or 3 wounds, and all were more or less weakened by fatigues and hardships. Xicotencatl continued to hover around us, and we had already lost 55 of our men, some of whom were killed on the field of battle, others had died of disease and from excessive cold. 12 of our men were knocked up with fatigue, and even our commander-in-chief himself and Father Olmedo were suffering from fever. But no one can wonder at this. For among all the hardships we had to undergo, we never durst for one moment leave our heavy weapons out of our hands. To all these discomforts was added the severity of the weather, and particularly our great want of salt, which we could find no means of obtaining. It was also natural that we should begin to think what would be the final issue of this campaign, and if we once got out of the present snare where we were next to bend our steps. For the idea of penetrating into Mexico appeared to us perfectly laughable, when we considered the great power of that state. If even we succeeded in making the same good terms with the people of Tlaxcala as we had done with the Sempoalans, what would become of us if we ever came to an engagement with the great armies of Moctezuma? We were totally ignorant as to how matters stood in our fortress at Vera Cruz, and our men there knew as little what had become of us. Certainly there were among us plenty of valiant cavaliers and soldiers of great courage in battle, who showed no less wisdom in our counsels, nor did Cortés ever speak or do anything without previously consulting them. With the historian Gomara it is always thus: Cortés did this, Cortés did that, Cortés was there, Cortés left there. Just as if all this had been a mere nothing. If even, as Gomara affirms, Cortés had had an iron frame, he could not possibly have been everywhere, and have done everything himself. What good is it to make use of such expressions? He could only say, that Cortés was an excellent captain, as indeed he was, and this would have been enough. I was forced to make this remark, for besides the protection which the Almighty lent us in all our undertakings, His blessing was upon the arm of us soldiers and the advice we gave Cortés. And it was only in this way all things could have terminated so well. I will not, however, detain the reader with this preamble of great deeds, for it has little to do with the principal object of this history. I am more pleased to relate, that we unanimously swore to protect his person, and begged of him, that as God had rescued us out of such extreme danger and spared our lives, to set our prisoners at liberty and send them again to the caziques. And desire of them to conclude peace with us, adding, that we should pardon what had taken place, as also the death of the horse. Neither must I omit to mention the fine manly spirit which Dona Marina, though one of the daughters of the country, showed upon every occasion. We heard nothing the whole day long but of being butchered and devoured by the inhabitants. She had with her own eyes beheld how we had been completely surrounded by our enemies in the recent battles, how we were all wounded and suffering from disease, yet she never appeared disheartened. But, on the contrary, displayed a courage much beyond that of her sex. When the prisoners were about departing, again to make offers of peace to the enemy, she and Aguilar gave them every instruction as to what they were to say. That peace was to be concluded within the space of 2 days, otherwise we would march forward, lay waste the whole country, force our way into their towns, and put every living being to the sword. I must, however, again return to Gomara, who never mentions a single word about our killed and wounded, or the hardships we underwent, as if everything of itself turned to our advantage. Indeed, those who furnished him with the account must have been badly informed themselves. Did it never once occur to him, that his work would be highly interesting to all of us conquistadores, and that we would not repress the truth when we had read it? But to return to my narrative, our delegates went straightway to the chief town of Tlaxcala, where the elder XXIII abode. If I still remember rightly, we sent a letter with them, although we knew the Indians could not understand it. There was likewise an arrow with the letter. They found the two chief caciques in council with the other principal personages. I will give their answer in the following chapter. Chapter 67. How we again sent messengers to the caciques of Tlaxcala in order to induce them to make peace, and the resolution they came to upon this. The two chief caciques to whom our messengers addressed themselves were Maxixquetzin and the elder XXIII, father of the captain general of the same name, who was commonly termed the younger. They fulfilled their commission, and the caciques remained for a time silent and undecided, when the Almighty inclined their hearts to conclude a peace with us. They called a meeting of all the caciques and chief personages who had weight in the townships, as also of their friends from the province of XXIV. All having met in the township of Maxixquetzin and the elder XXIII, which held the first rank, the latter who were men of good understanding addressed the meeting to the following effect. Though we may not, perhaps, give the exact words, yet, from what we afterwards learnt, it was to this effect: brothers and friends. You yourselves know how often these Tullies, who are now in our country, ready to fight at a moment's notice, have offered us peace, and assured us that they have come as friends to our assistance. Nor can you have yet forgotten the numbers of prisoners they have taken, though they never do them any harm, but always restore them to liberty. Thrice have we attacked them with the whole of our forces, both by day and by night, but we have not been able to conquer them. On the contrary, they have killed many of our subjects, numbers of our sons, relations, and chiefs in these battles. They now again request us to come to terms of peace, and those of Sempoala who are encamped with them, assure us they are enemies to Moctezuma and the Mexicans, and have commanded them and the tribes of the Totonac Mountains not to pay any more tribute to him. We all very well know that the Mexicans for a space of more than 100 years have annually made incursions into our country. Indeed, they have completely shut us up within our own territory. We cannot get beyond to fetch salt for our victuals, nor cotton for our clothing. If any one of us ever ventures beyond the mountains, he very seldom returns home alive. The treacherous Mexicans and their allies kill all our people that fall into their hands, or at least make slaves of them. Our Takelnaguas, soothsayers, and papas have told us their opinion of these Tullies. That they are very powerful and courageous we have experienced ourselves. We feel, therefore, inclined to make peace with them. Whether they are men or Tullies, in both cases an alliance with them will be useful to us. Let us, therefore, dispatch 4 of our chiefs to their camp with good provisions, and show them love and an inclination to make peace, that they may assist and protect us against our enemies. We will invite them into our country, and present them with females from among our countrywomen, that we may become one people with them. For, according to the assurance of the messengers whom they have sent to offer us peace, they have women with them. The caciques upon hearing this proposition all declared they were agreeable to it, and resolved that a treaty for peace should be set on foot, and the Captain General XXIII and the other commanders should be ordered to stay all hostilities. For which end they instantly dispatched messengers. The younger XXIII, however, would by no means listen to these orders, but evinced excessive grief and used harsh language. As affairs stood there was no need of suing for peace, he said. Many of the Tullies were already killed, besides one of their horses. He would fall upon us the night following and destroy us all. When the elder XXIII, Maxixquetzin, and the other caciques received this answer, they were so exasperated that they immediately sent orders round to all the officers and the whole army not to obey XXIII in anything which related to an attack upon us, and altogether to stay all hostilities against us. Neither would XXIII submit to these orders, so that it was found necessary to send the 4 old men, who were appointed to make a treaty of peace between us, the Tlaxcalans and inhabitants of XXIV. To these refractory fellows in order to bring them to reason. These 4 men, however, stood in such awe of the young hothead that they neglected to fulfill their commission. As 2 or 3 different occurrences took place at the same time, I must relate what comes first in order, and give an account of our excursion to another township which lay in the neighborhood. Chapter 68. How we came to the determination of marching to a township in the neighborhood of our camp, and what happened upon this. After 2 days had passed by without our doing anything worthy of notice, we proposed to Cortés that we should make an excursion to a township situated about 4 miles from our encampment, to the inhabitants of which we had fruitlessly made overtures of peace. We determined upon taking them by surprise during night time. Not with the intention of injuring, killing, wounding, or taking the inhabitants prisoners, but merely to procure provisions, frighten them a little, and make new offers of peace according as circumstances might be. This township was called Zumpanzingo, and was the chief of many smaller ones. The district Tecadcungapacingo, where we had taken up our quarters, stood likewise under it. The whole country round about moreover being covered with straggling houses and villages. Cortés fell in with this proposal, and we accordingly commenced our march shortly before daybreak with all our men who were best able to bear the fatigue, 6 of our cavalry, 10 crossbowmen, and 8 musketeers. The command was taken by Cortés himself, although he was suffering from the tertian ague. For the rest all necessary precautions were taken for our camp. We had marched to a distance of about 6 miles before daylight appeared, and the wind which blew across the snow mountains was so keen, that we shook again with cold. Our horses likewise felt the frost very sensibly. 2 of them indeed got the gripes and trembled like aspen leaves, at which we were greatly concerned, for we thought they would have died. Cortés therefore ordered them back to our camp. We arrived in front of Zumpanzingo before sunrise. The inhabitants, having observed our approach, had fled from their dwellings. Their minds full of the most horrible ideas they had formed of us, they kept crying out to one another to beware of the Tullies. They kill all, it was said, and spare neither young nor old. Finding how greatly they feared us, we halted in a courtyard until daylight had fully broken forth, that we might not injure any of the people in the dark. On the summit of the highest temples in the township we observed some papas and other old men of distinction, who, when they found we remained quiet without doing the least harm, took courage and came down to Cortés. They commenced by making excuses for not having sent us provisions, or any one with offers of peace, though we had demanded both of them. They assured us that no one was to blame for all this but the commander Xicotencatl, who had forbidden them, and was at that moment stationed in the immediate neighborhood. They could not help feeling afraid of this man, as he had all their warriors as well as all those out of the land of Tlaxcala under his banners. Cortés answered them by means of our interpreters, Dona Marina and Aguilar, whom we carried along with us wherever we went. They were told to allay their fears, and desire the caciques of the chief township to come and make peace with us, as war would only bring misfortune down upon them. This was the message which the papas were to deliver. For we had not yet received any answer from the other ambassadors whom we had sent to the chiefs of Tlaxcala, neither had their 4 distinguished personages yet arrived. Previous to their departure the papas, however, brought us more than 40 fowls and turkeys, besides 2 women to bake our bread. Cortés thanked them very kindly for this present, and demanded 20 Indians to carry them to our camp. These immediately came forward without evincing any signs of fear, carried the provisions and remained with us until evening. After presenting them with a few trifles they returned highly delighted to their homes. As we did no one any injury, the inhabitants greatly extolled our kind behavior, the papas and chief personages also informing the Captain General, Xicotencatl, that they had given us provisions and 2 females, which grieved him sorely. The same information was sent to the elder caciques, who were delighted when they learned how we could have destroyed them all during the night, but that instead of doing any harm we had only made offers of peace. They, therefore, ordered provisions to be sent us daily, with everything else we might require. The orders to the 4 principal personages who were commissioned to make terms of peace with us were also renewed. They now no longer delayed, but repaired to our quarters and brought us provisions and other presents. We then returned to our camp, much pleased with the victuals and the Indian females. Chapter 69. How we found on our return to our encampment that new intrigues had been set on foot, and the answer Cortés gave to certain representations which were made to him. On returning to our headquarters from Zumpanzingo with a good supply of provisions, and delighted with the peace we had concluded with the inhabitants, we met with nothing but complaints and discontent. We heard of nothing else than the imminent dangers we were daily exposed to in this campaign, nor did our arrival mend matters. Foremost among the discontented were those again who possessed settlements and Indian commanderies at Cuba, nor did they confine themselves to murmuring in secret, but 7 of them, whose names, for honor's sake, I will refrain from mentioning, confederated together, and repaired to the quarters of Cortés. One of them was chosen spokesman. He was a man eloquent in address, and perfect master of the subject he was about to speak on. He began in the kindly tone of giving advice, and desired Cortés to consider our wounds, how disabled and knocked up we were by the excessive hardships we had to undergo day and night, by constant battling, patrolling the country, standing at the outposts, and reconnoitering about. They had calculated, he said, that we had already lost 55 of our men since our departure from Cuba. Neither did we know how matters stood with our garrison at Vera Cruz. Though the Almighty had everywhere granted us victory, it was merely out of the abundance of His mercy towards us. It was not right to calculate too long upon His mercy and forbearance, for that would be tempting Him. The pitcher goes to the well until it is broken, and one morning or other we should undoubtedly be sacrificed to the idols. God in His mercy might certainly avert this. But then also it was necessary we should return to Vera Cruz and there remain quiet, where we should be surrounded by our friends and allies, the tribes of the Totonac Mountains. Until we had fitted out a vessel and sent to Diego Velázquez and to the islands for a fresh supply of men and other necessaries. What a good thing if our vessels had been preserved, or at least a couple, in case of accident. But, alas! He had followed the advice of men who did not consider the instability of fortune, and who had totally destroyed the last means of escape. May God forbid, said they, that you and those whose advice it was, may not yet have to rue it. The measure of our miseries is already full, our condition begins to be insupportable, and the life we lead is worse than that of beasts of burden. When these have gone their day's journey, their load is taken off, food is given them, and they are allowed to take rest. We, on the contrary, are always under arms, nor do we ever take our clothes off. He might compare the histories of the Romans, of Alexander the Great, and of the most celebrated generals, continued they, and he would find that none of them ever destroyed a fleet, when similarly situated as we were. A mere handful of men amidst numerous and warlike tribes. He would have to answer for his own death and the destruction of us all. He should at least attempt to save ours in his own life, and march back to Vera Cruz, while we were still at peace with the country. They would gladly have mentioned all this earlier to him, but the vast numbers of the enemy by which we had been daily surrounded had given them no opportunity. This, however, was now at last presented them by the quiet demeanor of the foe. For the rest, the enemy would certainly return. The 3 days which Xicoténcatl had allowed to pass by was merely in expectation of a fresh supply of men. We could not think of coming to another trial of strength as we had done up to this moment. These and other representations they made to Cortés, and held up their heads pretty high the whole time. As, however, all was said under the guise of giving good advice, Cortés answered them very mildly, as nearly as possible in these words: much of what you have been representing to me has not escaped my own notice. But, what I have seen above all things, and of which I have gained the most convincing proofs, is this, that the whole world could not produce Spaniards who are so brave, and fight so courageously, and who could bear hardships as well as we do. Indeed, we should have been inevitably lost if we had not continually held our weapons in our hands, kept patrolling and watching day and night, and boldly encountered all weathers. We are indebted to our safety by having manfully borne these and other greater hardships. The Almighty certainly lent us His aid, yet I cannot imagine to myself a greater piece of heroism, when I bring back to my recollection the vast crowds of the enemy, how they locked us in on all sides with their troops, and fell upon us with their broad swords, particularly in that battle where they killed one of our horses. At that critical moment I learnt more of your noble character than on any former occasion. And since the Almighty rescued us out of that battle, I have gained the hope that our future endeavors will be crowned with success. I can call you to witness, that I was never found for an instant to lack courage in any of the dangers I have shared with you, nor have you, I must add, ever proved unworthy of the trust one reposed in you. It was perfectly true what Cortés said of himself, for he was always found foremost in battle. Neither must you forget, gentlemen, continued he, that up to this moment the Almighty has lent us his protection, and we may confidently hope he will not desert us in future, for from our first arrival in this country we have announced his holy religion to the different tribes according to the best of our abilities and destroyed the idols. We may also, in trusting to God and our mediator the holy Apostle Peter, consider the war in this province at an end, since Xicotencatl and the other chiefs no longer show themselves, because they fear us on account of the destruction we made among their troops in the late battles, or it may be they are unable to rally their men again. The inhabitants of Zumpanzingo willingly furnish us with provisions, while the surrounding tribes continue peaceably in their villages. With regard to our vessels, it was, indeed, requisite they should be destroyed, and if I did not consult all of you on the occasion I had sufficient reason for pursuing that course after the occurrence on the Downs, which, however, I will not enter into here. The course you advised me to adopt on the former occasion, and your present discontent, both emanate from the same bad feeling. But you should remember that there are several cavaliers among our troops who are not of the same opinion with yourselves, who request and counsel that we should continue as heretofore to repose our trust in God alone, and faithfully fulfill our duties in his holy service. You are, however, perfectly justified in saying that the most renowned generals of Rome even cannot boast of such military exploits as we can. Future historians will also have to relate, if God be willing, greater things of us than of them. We shall continually be reaping harvests of glory, because strict justice and Christian feeling are everywhere our guides, and also because our endeavors are exerted in the service of God and of our Emperor. You cannot, gentlemen, have weighed the matter well if you suppose we could save ourselves by a retreat, for the instant these people were to observe this, and though we should depart from them in profound peace, the very stones of the ground would be raised up against us. And in the same way the Indians now stare at us as if we were beings of a superior order, or rather gods, as they term us, they would then consider us cowards and poltroons. We might, you say, settle ourselves quietly down among our allies, the tribes of the Totonac Mountains. To which my answer is, that even they would rise up against us immediately they perceive we are turning back without marching on to Mexico. For if we leave them, and they refuse to pay tribute to Moctezuma as heretofore, he will send his armies against them not merely to subdue, but to compel them to declare war with us. And if they are not desirous of being annihilated, what other course could they pursue? In this way, where we had thought to have friends, we should be preparing ourselves enemies. What reflections would the powerful Moctezuma make, and what judgment would he pass upon our previous speeches and the messages we sent him if we were to turn back? He would think we had been jesting with him. Thus you see, gentlemen, it looks bad one way and worse another. The most prudent step we can take for the present is to maintain our ground here in this thickly populated valley where we can obtain provisions in abundance. Today we have fowls, tomorrow dogs, and thus, thank God, we shall always have plenty of food. Salt and warmer clothing are really at present the only great privations we suffer. You further state, that we have lost 55 men since our departure from Cuba from famine, cold, fatigue, disease, and from wounds, that our numbers are very small, and all of us more or less suffering from ill health. But, on the other hand, you must remember that God has given us the power of numbers, and that war is ever accompanied by loss of men and horses. Today we have provisions, the next day none. And you must also bear in mind that we are not come into this country to seek repose, but to fight valiantly about whenever it may be necessary. I, therefore, beg of you, gentlemen, who are cavaliers, and who have up to this moment behaved so courageously, and whom despondency so ill suits, to drive from your minds all remembrance of Cuba and everything you have left behind there. Show yourselves brave soldiers as you have hitherto, for next to God, who is our strength, all depends upon the valor of our arms. With this answer the deputies repaired to their partisans, who all declared they could not contradict anything our general had stated, and remarked that we had certainly departed from Vera Cruz with the full intention of marching to Mexico. But that at present we were better informed as to the strength of that city and its numerous troops. The Tlaxcalans themselves never mentioned the Mexican name but with terror. We said the Sempoalans were at peace with us, but we had as few certain proofs of that as of the state of affairs in Mexico. Up to this moment we had altogether suffered so much that if we were once again so furiously attacked as we had been in the late battles, we should be unable to stand against them. Suppose even they were to remain quiet for the present, our march to Mexico would, nevertheless, be a monstrous undertaking, and they were surprised at the man who could desire it and issue commands to that effect. To all this Cortés replied rather angrily, "Even then it is better to die like a brave warrior, as the poets say, than to live a coward." We others who closely adhered to our general, and had consented to the destruction of our vessels, and appointed him captain general, agreed with all he had said, and desired him in a loud voice not to trouble himself any further about their talk and complaints, but to order everything, with the aid of God, as circumstances might require, and to rely on our faithful assistance. Herewith an end was put to all their cabals. They certainly continued their murmurings against Cortés, and cursed us who adhered to him, and the Sempoalans for having proposed this route. Making altogether use of language which little beseemed them, but for the time being they remained quiet, and obeyed our general even to a wink. In the meantime the elders of Tlaxcala again sent peremptory orders to Xicotencatl not to attack us, but to send us provisions and repair to our camp in person to conclude a treaty of peace with us. This was the desire of all the caciques and principal personages of XXIV and Tlaxcala. A message was at the same time forwarded to each of his officers, commanding them not to obey him in anything which had not reference to a conclusion of peace. These orders were dispatched no less than 3 successive times to Xicotencatl, information having been received that he was not only determined to lend a deaf ear to these injunctions, but to fall upon us the very next night. For which purpose he had assembled 20,000 warriors. Thus ever presumptuous and haughty, he now again refused to listen to their commands, and we shall see in the following chapter how this terminated. Chapter 70. How the Captain Xicotencatl assembled 20,000 chosen warriors to make an attack upon us in our camp, and what happened upon this. The caciques, Maxixcotzin and the elder Xicotencatl, with all the chief personages of the principal town of Tlaxcala, had now for the 4th time issued orders to their captain general not to approach our camp, and commanded the other officers not to accompany him unless he called upon us to make peace. Xicotencatl lay in our immediate neighborhood, and was terribly exasperated at this, yet he determined to send us 40 Indians with provisions, consisting in fowls, bread, and fruits. This present was also accompanied by 4 disgusting old Indian females and a quantity of copal and parrot feathers. We, of course, concluded that these people came with peaceable intentions. They perfumed Cortés when they were brought into his presence, and thus addressed him, without observing the courtesies customary among them: "These presents are sent you by the General Xicotencatl, that you may eat, in case you are tullies. As the people of Sempoala have assured us. If you require a sacrifice with them, kill these 4 women, and devour their flesh and their hearts. As we do not know what your wish is on this head, we have not sacrificed them for you. But if you are human beings, be contented with the fruit and the fowls, and if you are kind-hearted tullies, take the copal and the parrot feathers as an offering." Cortés answered, by means of our interpreters, that he was desirous of making peace, not war, which he had already made known to them. He was come into their country to beg of them, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, and of our great Emperor Don Carlos, to abstain from human sacrifices. We were all human beings made of flesh and bone like themselves, and not tullies, but Christians. We killed no one, excepting when we were attacked, then, indeed, we destroyed our enemies, whether it happened to be day or night. He was very thankful for the provisions, but now they should likewise have the good sense to send us messengers of peace. We readily perceived that these people whom Xicotencatl had dispatched to us were spies, who came to gain the necessary information respecting the accesses to our camp, and the number of our troops, of the horses and the cannon, and everything else. They remained with us the whole day and following night. From time to time some returned to Xicotencatl, and others again arrived in their stead. All this greatly surprised our friends of Sempoala, as it was not customary with them to stay night and day in an enemy's camp without some particular design. This accordingly aroused their suspicions, which were further confirmed by some hints which fell from two old men of Zumpanzingo that Xicotencatl stood ready with a large army to fall upon us unawares. At first they had laughed at the idea, thinking it a mere piece of bragging, and had, therefore, not mentioned it to Cortés. Dona Marina, to whom they had made this known, immediately brought the intelligence to our general, who, to fathom this matter more deeply, ordered 2 of the Tlaxcalans, who appeared to be honest fellows, to be seized. When they confessed that Xicotencatl had sent them as spies into our camp. These men were then liberated, and several others seized, who all gave the same answer, adding, that their commander Xicotencatl was merely waiting their information to fall upon us the following night with the whole of his troops. After Cortés had convinced himself of the true state of affairs, he commanded us to be upon our guard, and to hold ourselves ready for action. He also imprisoned 17 other of the spies, some of whom he ordered to have their thumbs cut off, others the whole hand, and to be sent back in that condition to Xicotencatl, with the information that this was his mode of punishing such messengers. He might now come whenever he liked in the night or by daytime, we would wait for him here 2 whole days, if we had not been peaceably inclined. We should ourselves have attacked and annihilated both his army and himself long before this. It was now, however, high time he should desist from his folly, and send us a sincere token of peace. The unfortunate beings who had thus been dismembered, arrived in Xicotencatl's headquarters just as he was on the point of marching off with his whole army to fall upon us in the dark. When he saw his spies before him in that condition, and learnt why they had been so treated, his pride and conceit fell at once. To this was added, that a certain chief, with whom he had quarrelled on account of the late battles, had left the camp with the men under his command. Chapter 71. How 4 chief personages arrived in our camp to negotiate terms of peace with us, and what further happened. We now despaired of concluding the peace we so greatly desired, and therefore began to prepare for battle. We cleaned and sharpened our weapons, provided ourselves with arrows, and were making other preparations for an engagement. When one of our outposts came suddenly running up with the tidings that a number of Indians of both sexes were advancing along the principal road of Tlaxcala, straightway to our quarters, laden with packages. One of our horse had rode up to watch their movements more closely, and now also came galloping up with the news that the procession was fast approaching our camp, and merely halted from time to time to take a little rest. Cortés and all of us were highly delighted with this piece of news, for we hoped they were coming with tidings of peace, which, indeed, was really the case. He issued orders that no alarm should be sounded, and for all of us to remain quiet in our huts as if we were unconscious of their approach. When the Indians had arrived at our camp, 4 principal personages stepped forth from among the porters, who had been commissioned by the elder caciques to conclude a treaty of peace with us. They made the sign of peace, which consisted in bending the head forwards. They then walked straightway to the hut which Cortés inhabited. They first touched the ground with their hands, and then kissed it, bowed themselves 3 times, and perfumed with copal. They then began as follows: all the caciques of Tlaxcala, with their subjects, allies, friends, and confederates, make peace and friendship with Cortés and his brothers, the Tullies. They beg forgiveness for having commenced hostilities, instead of uniting in friendship with them, which had merely been done under the impression that we were friends of Moctezuma and the Mexicans, who had been their most deadly enemies from time immemorial. And what had strengthened them in this suspicion was, our being accompanied by such numbers of the tribes who were tributary to that monarch, who was accustomed to fall into their country under various pretenses, and carry off their wives and children. They had this time again feared some foul stratagem was on hand, and therefore had put no faith in our ambassadors. They had not commenced the attack in the first instance when we marched into their country, neither was it done at their instigation or command, but assured us it was the Conquistadors, a rude and wild mountain tribe, who imagined they would have been easily able to overcome our small numbers, carry us off prisoners, and send our hearts to the Tlaxcalan chiefs, in order to gain their good wishes. They now came to beg forgiveness, and would daily bring us a sufficient supply of provisions. They hoped we would accept of these they now brought with the same kind feeling in which they were offered. In the space of 2 days the chief commander Xicotencatl, with the other caciques, would call himself, and further prove how fervently the whole of Tlaxcala desired to make peace and friendship with us. After the chiefs had done speaking, they again bowed themselves, touched the ground with their hands, and kissed it. Cortés, with great dignity and earnestness depicted in his countenance, returned them the following answer through our interpreters: he had certainly great cause to refuse them a hearing, or to make any compact of friendship with them. For, upon our first entering into their country, he had offered them peace, and announced that he intended to assist them against their enemies the Mexicans. Yet they would not believe him, and had even been upon the point of killing our ambassadors, and had made 3 murderous attacks upon us, and, by way of a finish, had also sent spies into our camp. In the battle we had fought with them, we could have killed many more of the troops, and we even grieved for those whose lives had thus been sacrificed, but we had been driven to it. He had resolved to carry the war into the very town where the old caciques dwelt. But as they now came to sue for peace, he was willing to receive them kindly in the name of our emperor, and was also pleased to accept of the provisions which they had brought. They should now tell their chiefs to repair hither in person, or send him some better warranty of peace. If they refused to come, he would put his army in motion, and attack them at their very doors. They were, moreover, to approach our camp during daytime only, for if they came at night, we would put them all to the sword without mercy. After Cortés had given them this answer, he presented the messengers with blue beads for the caciques, in token of peace. They then took leave, and turned off to some Indian dwellings which lay in the neighborhood, leaving there the Indian females whom they had brought along with them to prepare the bread, fowls, and a dinner for us. Besides this there were 20 Indians who furnished the wood and water for cooking, and indeed they prepared us a most delicious meal. Being now convinced that they earnestly desired peace, we returned hearty thanks to God, who had thus ordered things. Indeed it was high time, for we were all in a terrible state of exhaustion, and were sick of a war to which there seemed no end. As the good reader may well imagine. With respect to these proceedings, Gomara has again mixed up many untruths. One time he makes Cortés mount up to the top of a mountain, and thence look over the township of Zumpanzingo, and yet it lay quite close to our camp, and he must have been blind indeed who could not see it straight before him. He also relates that the soldiers said things which I will not repeat here, though he would make one believe he had all from good authority. There is not the slightest foundation for all his assertions. There never was a commander in this world who was so strictly obeyed as Cortés, nor will it ever again fall to the lot of any man to be so. No such thought ever entered the minds of our men, excepting on the occasion which I have related above. Even the representations which were made to Cortés, mentioned in the preceding chapter, were all given in the tone of advice. Those who made them did so with a good intention, and imagined they were in the right, and though they differed with him in opinion, they paid him strict obedience. Is it, then, any wonder that a general should listen to good advice from intelligent soldiers, particularly when his troops are so awkwardly situated as ours were? I am only sorry when I reflect that all Gomara's untruths will be credited, because his style of writing is so eloquent. Chapter 72. How ambassadors arrive in our camp from Moctezuma, and of the presents they brought with them. After the Almighty, in his great mercy, had granted us the victory in the battles against the Tlaxcalans, our fame was spread to every district, and even reached the ears of the mighty Moctezuma, in the great city of Mexico. If we had been previously looked upon as tulis, or a species of gods, their idea of our bravery now became the more exalted, and terror seized the whole country when we had broken the great power of the Tlaxcalans with such a handful of men, and compelled them to sue for peace. And so it also happened that the powerful king of Mexico, Moctezuma, either in the great goodness of his heart, or because he began to fear our approach to his metropolis, dispatched 5 men of distinction to our camp in the land of Tlaxcala to welcome us on our arrival, and to assure us of the excessive delight he felt at the great victories which we had gained over such numerous armies. This message was accompanied by a valuable present in gold trinkets of various workmanship, worth about 1,000 pesos, and of packages of cotton stuffs as much as 20 men could carry. He likewise wished us to know that it was his desire to become a vassal of our emperor, and the great pleasure he felt to find that we were so near his metropolis. That he was every way well disposed towards Cortés and all the Tullies his brothers. He likewise wished to know from us what annual tribute in gold, silver, jewels, and cotton stuffs he was to forward to our great emperor, which would save us the trouble of coming to Mexico. He should, indeed, be pleased to see us, but our march there would be a terrible one, through a sterile and rocky country. And the fatigues which we should have to undergo grieved him the more when he considered the impossibility to remove those difficulties out of our way. To this Cortés answered, that he was very thankful for such kind feeling, as also for the presents, and the offer to pay tribute, but he must beg of the ambassadors not to leave again before we had reached the metropolis of Tlaxcala, when he would deliver to them his answers for their monarch. The real fact was, he did not feel well enough just then, as the day previous he had taken a purgative of manzanilla, which latter is found on the island of Cuba, and is very wholesome when its use is rightly understood. Chapter 73. How the Captain General Xicotencatl arrives in our camp to negotiate terms of peace, the speech he made, and what further happened. Cortés was still discoursing with the ambassadors of Moctezuma, and about to dismiss them, to retire to rest, for the fit of ague was again coming upon him, when it was announced that the General Xicotencatl was approaching, with several caziques. They were clothed in cloaks, white and party-colored, that is, one half of the cloak was white and the other colored, for these were their national colors in time of peace. The number of distinguished personages who accompanied Xicotencatl amounted altogether to about 50. When they had arrived in Cortés' quarters, they paid him the most profound reverence, after their fashion, and burnt a quantity of copal before him. Cortés received them most friendly, and desired them to take place near him. Upon which Xicotencatl said, he came, in the name of his father, of Maxixcoatzin, and of all the caziques of the Republic of Tlaxcala, to beg of us to admit them to our friendship. He, at the same time, in their name, came to do homage and promise obedience to our emperor and master, and to beg forgiveness for having taken up arms against us. They had done this because they were ignorant as to who we were. Indeed, they believed we had been sent by their enemy Moctezuma, who had often before used fraud and treachery to enter their country for the sake of plunder. And they now thought he contemplated another attack upon them. They, therefore, considered themselves bound to advance boldly into the field to protect their persons and their country. They were, however, very poor, and possessed neither gold, silver, jewels, nor cotton stuffs. They were in want of salt to savor their victuals, as Moctezuma would not allow them to stir out of their country to procure it. Their forefathers had certainly possessed some gold and precious stones, but this had from time to time been delivered up to Moctezuma, to prevent their total destruction. All this had happened a long time ago, and now they had nothing left wherewith to make us a present. It was not their fault, but their poverty, yet they were well disposed. After this preamble Xicotencatl brought various other accusations against Moctezuma and his allies. The latter, he said, were all hostile to their country, and left them no peace. They had certainly, up to this moment, defended themselves bravely at all times, but found that all their endeavors were fruitless against us. Although they had renewed the conflict several times, we were invincible. Hard experience at length taught them who we were, and they now desired to become our friends, and the vassals of the great Emperor Don Carlos. For, they were convinced, that in alliance with us, they would be able to live in security and peace with their wives and children, and not be each moment exposed to the incursions of the treacherous Mexicans. Xicotencatl made various other offers of his services in the name of his country. This Xicotencatl was a tall man, broad-shouldered, and well-built, with a large fresh-colored face, full of scars, as if pitted with the smallpox. He may have been about 35 years of age, and was earnest and dignified in his deportment. Cortés thanked him most sincerely, saying, he would acknowledge them as vassals of our emperor, and would, for the future, look upon them as our friends. Upon this Xicoténcatl begged he would repair to the metropolis of his country, where all the caciques, elders, and papas were expecting us with impatience. Cortés answered, that he would comply with his request as soon as possible. For the present he had still some business to transact with the ambassadors of Moctezuma, and as soon as he had finished this he would visit them. He then continued to address them in a harsher tone of voice, and mentioned the repeated attacks they had made upon us. He would certainly bear them no malice, and freely forgave all the past, but they must sacredly observe the peace which he had granted them, and show no inconstancy in their conduct. If they did he would assuredly destroy their town and put all the inhabitants to the sword, and no longer listen to them, but carry on a war of extirpation to the very last. Xicoténcatl, and all the distinguished personages who were with him, assured Cortés they would faithfully abide by their promise, and that they were ready to offer themselves as hostages in proof of their sincerity. Upon this followed various other discourses between Cortés, Xicoténcatl, and the principal men of his suite. We presented them with blue beads for themselves, the elder Xicoténcatl and most of the other caciques, with the assurance that we intended soon to visit their metropolis, which we desired they would announce to their countrymen. The Mexican ambassadors were present during the whole of this interview, and heard the friendly offers which the Tlaxcalans made us of their services. And were not at all pleased with the peace we had concluded, and easily foresaw it would prove disadvantageous for their country. When, therefore, Xicoténcatl had taken his leave, they remarked rather smilingly to Cortés, that he should not repose any trust in their assurances of friendship and kind offers. All this was sheer deceit, and nothing but treachery was hidden in their sentiments. They merely wished thereby to entice us into their town, when they could fall upon us unawares and destroy us all. We should remember how often they had attacked us with their whole army, but finding open force of no avail, they now, after so many of their numbers had been killed and wounded, would try their chance with fine words and a pretended show of peace. To this Cortés answered with an air of determination, that he no way troubled himself about their intentions. If their suspicions proved true he would put the Tlaxcalans all to death. They might attack him by night or day, in the open field or in the town, it was all the same to him, and to convince himself as to how matters really stood he was determined to visit their metropolis. When the Mexican ambassadors found him thus determined, they begged of him to remain for at least another 6 days in his present quarters, that they might first send messengers to communicate with Moctezuma, and would return again with his answer in the time specified. To this Cortés consented, partly on account of his ague, partly because he thought the warnings the Mexicans had given him might not be altogether so unfounded as he imagined. In that time he could also gain more certain proofs of the real intentions of the Tlaxcalans. As everything now wore a peaceable aspect, and the whole country from the town of Vera Cruz up to our present quarters, was inhabited by friendly tribes and our allies, Cortés ventured to forward a letter to Juan de Escalante, who had remained behind there in garrison. He desired him to complete the buildings, and then gave him an account of the great victories we had gained since our arrival in Tlaxcala, and how we had compelled the inhabitants to sue for peace. He also desired him to make a day of thanksgiving, and in every way to favor our allies of the Totonac Mountains. Lastly, he requested him to send 2 bottles of wine which he had buried in a certain corner of his quarters there, and some holy wafers, as we had none left. Escalante sent a speedy answer with the things Cortés required. It may easily be imagined how joyously this news was received at Vera Cruz, without my spending many words upon it. During these days we erected a majestic cross in our quarters, and Cortés had one of the temples in our neighborhood cleansed and fresh plastered by the inhabitants of Zumpanzingo, and some other Indians. But, to return to our new friends, the caciques of Tlaxcala, the postponement of our visit greatly distressed them, yet they continued to send us fowls and figs, which were now just in season, and a daily supply of provisions. This they did with the best of good will, nor would they ever take anything in return. On the contrary, they daily more earnestly begged of Cortés not to delay his visit any longer. Our general, however, was desirous of waiting the 6 days for the return of the Mexican ambassadors, and he each time put off the Tlaxcalans with some friendly excuse. The Mexicans faithfully kept their word, and at the expiration of the above-mentioned time 6 distinguished personages arrived from Mexico with a rich present from Moctezuma, in value above 3,000 pesos. Consisting in gold trinkets of various workmanship, 200 pieces of cotton stuffs, interwoven with feathers and other productions of Mexican art. When they handed over these presents to Cortés, they informed him that Moctezuma was greatly delighted at the successful state of our affairs. For the rest, he requested us most urgently not to bring any Tlaxcalans into his dominions, for whatever purpose it might be, and upon the whole not to trust them. They were merely watching to rob us of our gold and other valuables, as they were quite poverty-struck themselves, and possessed no fine cotton cloaks. This evil design they cherished the more fervently, as they knew that we were on friendly terms with them, and had received presents in gold and cotton stuffs. Cortés accepted these presents with every appearance of delight, and thanked them, with the assurance that he would render Moctezuma good services in return. If he should discover that the Tlaxcalans really bore treachery at heart, they would have to pay very dearly for it. He, however, trusted that such thoughts were remote from their minds, and he would now repair thither in person to see how much truth there was in their statement. In the midst of this discourse several messengers arrived from Tlaxcala, bringing Cortés information that all the old caciques of the country were on their road to pay us a visit, and conduct us into their city. On learning this, Cortés requested the Mexican ambassadors to stay with us 3 days before they departed again to their monarch with his answer, for that, at present, he was about to grant terms of peace to the Tlaxcalan chiefs. Chapter 74. How the old caciques of Tlaxcala arrived in our camp and invited Cortés, and all of us to visit their city, and what further happened. The old caciques of Tlaxcala, finding that we did not arrive in their city, determined to call upon us themselves, and set out, some on foot and some in sedans and a species of hand-barrow. Besides those I mentioned above, Maxixquitzin and the blind Xicotencatl, the elder, there were Guaxalasima, Chiquimeclatical, and Tecapanica of Tapoyanco. Their suite was composed of several distinguished personages. When they arrived in presence of Cortés, they paid him the profoundest respect, making him and us who stood around 3 deep bows. They likewise perfumed with copal, touched the ground with their hands, and kissed it. The elder Xicotencatl then addressed Cortés as follows. Malinche. Malinche. Often have we begged of you to forgive the hostile attacks we made upon you. We have already explained to you that we imagined you were in league with Moctezuma. Indeed, if we had known before what we now do, instead of refusing you admission, we would not only have marched out to meet you by the shortest route with a quantity of provisions, but have come to the very coast where your vessels lie, in order to conduct you hither. But, as you have now pardoned all this, I am come with all the caciques to beg of you to accompany us immediately to our city, and to construct in good part the reception which we intend to give you there according to the best of our abilities. Stay all other business for the present, Malinche, we beg of you, and go with us now. We greatly deplore that the Mexicans should have attempted to poison your mind with all manner of falsehoods respecting us, and that this should alone have withheld you from paying us a visit. We are quite accustomed to their slanders. You must not believe them, no, nor even listen to them, for all their actions and words are full of deceit. To which Cortés said, with serenity depicted on his countenance, he knew years ago that we should one time visit this country. They were a brave people, and he was astonished they should have treated us as enemies. With regard to the Mexicans who were now present, they were merely waiting his commands to return to their monarch Moctezuma. He joyously accepted of their invitation to visit their city, and thanked them for the provisions they had sent, and also for all their other kind offers. They might depend upon our services in return. The reason why he had not visited them before this was solely owing to our want of men to transport the Tepusques, so they termed our cannon. When they heard this, they appeared exceedingly pleased, and immediately cried out, "How? Was it nothing but this, and you would not tell us?" And, sure enough, scarcely half an hour elapsed before there were 500 porters on the spot, so that next morning early we were enabled to set out for the metropolis of Tlaxcala. We marched forward as usual, with the heavy guns, the horse, the crossbowmen, and musketeers, in close order. Cortés had also requested the Mexican ambassadors to accompany us, in order that they might convince themselves that the people of Tlaxcala were sincere. To allay their apprehensions, he assured them they should live in his own quarters, and not be molested. Before, however, I proceed with my narrative, I must explain how it happened that Cortés was termed Malinche by all the tribes through whose territories we had passed. I myself in future will call him by that name, excepting there where it would be improper. This name was given to him because our interpretress Dona Marina was always about his person, particularly when ambassadors arrived, and in our negotiations with the several caciques, as on those occasions she interpreted for both parties. They therefore called him the Captain of Marina, and contracted that appellation in the word Malinche. This name was likewise given to Juan Pérez de Artena of Puebla, because he always accompanied Dona Marina, and to Geronimo de Aguilar for a similar reason. The former of these two even retained the name of Juan Pérez Malinche. Our entry into the metropolis of Tlaxcala took place 24 days after we had crossed the confines of the country, the 23rd day of September, in the year of our Lord 1519. Chapter 75. How we marched into the city of Tlaxcala, and were received by the old caciques, of the present they made us, and how they brought us their daughters and nieces, and what further happened. When the caciques found that our baggage was moving forward, they hastened before us to make the necessary preparations for our reception, and to adorn our quarters with green boughs. We had arrived within a mile of their city when they again came out to meet us, accompanied by their daughters, nieces, and other distinguished personages, in which those of the same kin or same family or tribe kept together. Without that of Tapoyanco, which held the 5th degree, there were 4 tribes. The inhabitants of the other townships also kept flocking up, all distinguished by the national colors of their respective dresses, which, for want of cotton, were very prettily and neatly manufactured of colored niquin. Next came the whole body of papas, of whom there were great numbers in the temple service. They carried the pans with glowing embers, and perfumed us. Some of them had on long white cloaks, after the fashion of surplices with capes, as worn by our canons. The hair of their heads was long and matted together, so that it would have been an impossibility to have put it in any shape or order without cutting it off. Besides this, it was completely besmeared with blood, which trickled down over their ears. For they had been sacrificing that very day. The nails of their fingers were uncommonly long, and they held down their heads on approaching us, in token of humility. It was told us that these men were greatly revered for their religion. The principal personages now gathered themselves around Cortés' person, and formed a guard of honor. When we entered the town, the streets and balconies could scarcely contain the numbers of men and women who had come out to see us. Delight was depicted on every countenance, and 20 baskets full of roses were brought us. Of various colors and sweetly scented, which were presented to Cortés and the other soldiers whom they considered officers, and particularly to those who sat on horseback. In this way we gradually arrived to some spacious courtyards, where quarters had been prepared for us. Here Xicotencatl the elder and Maxixcotzin took Cortés by the hand and conducted him into his apartments. For each of us there was a separate bed, filled with a species of dried grass, and covered with cloaks of niquin. Our friends of Sempoala and Xochitlan were quartered in our vicinity in a similar manner. Cortés then requested that the ambassadors of Moctezuma might lodge with him. We soon discovered that goodwill and friendly feeling were universal towards us here, and we therefore somewhat relaxed in our ordinary precautions. The officer whose duty it was to post our sentinels and order the patrols, remarked to Cortés, that, as everything wore such a friendly aspect there, our usual watchfulness would not be required. This may be very true, answered our general, yet we will not relinquish that excellent custom. Though the people here may be very good, we must not trust too much to this peace, but always be upon our guard as if we expected each moment to be attacked. Many a general has been ruined by carelessness and overconfidence. We, who are a mere handful of men, and have been precautioned by Moctezuma himself, though he may not exactly have been in earnest, must be ready for action at a moment's notice. The two chief caciques, the elder Xicotencatl and Maxixquetzin, were very much hurt at the military precautions we took, nor did they strive to hide their feelings from Cortés, but spoke to him as follows: Malinche. If we are to draw a conclusion from the steps you are taking, you either look upon us as your enemies, or at least you place no confidence in us and the treaty of peace which has been concluded between us. You post sentinels and order your men to patrol the streets as formerly, when both armies stood in hostile array against each other. This you have not done of your own accord, Malinche, but because the Mexicans have secretly whispered to you fears of treachery, wishing thereby to estrange you from us. Believe us, you cannot put any faith in what they say. You are now in the midst of us, everything we have is at your service, our own persons and our children, and we are ready to suffer death for you. Ask for as many hostages as you like, and you shall have them. Cortés and all of us admired and were moved at the kind and graceful manner in which the old men expressed themselves. Our captain said he required no hostages, he had merely to make use of his eyes to convince himself that all was perfectly safe. These military precautions were ever customary with us, and they were not to take umbrage on that account. He thanked them for their kind intentions, and promised to render them great services in return. After this explanation, other persons of distinction arrived with a quantity of provisions, consisting of fowls, maize bread, figs, and vegetables. We had, indeed, everything in the greatest abundance during the whole of the 20 days we lay in this town. Chapter 76. How Mass was said in the presence of a great number of caciques, and of the present the latter brought us. The next morning early Cortés ordered an altar to be constructed, and Mass to be said, as we now again had a supply of wine and holy wafers. Father Olmedo lying ill of the fever, which had greatly weakened him, the priest Juan Diaz officiated for him, Maxixquetzin, the elder Xicotencatl, and several other caciques were present. After Mass, Cortés retired to his quarters. Those among us who were always about his person accompanied him. We were also followed by the old caciques and our interpreters, who were indispensable in such company. The elder Xicotencatl now informed Cortés that it was the general wish of the inhabitants to make him a present, if agreeable to him. Cortés answered that he should at all times be most happy to receive one. They accordingly spread some mats on the floor, and over these a few cloaks, upon which they arranged 5 or 6 small pieces of gold, a few stones of trifling value, and several parcels of manufactured niquin, altogether a very poor present, and not worth 20 pesos. The caciques, on presenting these things to Cortés, said to him, with a smile on their countenance, Malinche, we can easily imagine that you will not exactly experience much joy on receiving a present of such wretched things as these. But we have told you before that we are poor, possessing neither gold nor other riches, as the deceitful Mexicans, with their present monarch Moctezuma, have by degrees despoiled us of everything we had. Do not look to the small value of these things, but accept them in all kindness, and as coming from your faithful friends and servants. These presents were at the same time accompanied by a quantity of provisions. Cortés accepted of all this with every appearance of delight, and assured the old men that, since these things came from them, and were given with such great goodwill, they had more value in his estimation than a whole house full of gold. And that he accepted of them in that light. These words he accompanied with numerous other kind sayings and assurances of the esteem he entertained for them. The caciques had also agreed among themselves to present us the most beautiful of their daughters and nieces. The old Xicotencatl, therefore, again addressed Cortés, in order, Malinche, that you may have a still clearer proof of our good feeling towards you, and to show you how glad we are to do anything which we imagine may please you. We have resolved to give you our daughters in marriage, that they may have children by you. We should like to be completely fraternized with such good and brave men as you are. I myself have a daughter, who is very beautiful, and has never been married, whom I have destined for you. Maxixquetzin and most of the other caciques continued in the same strain, begging of us to take their daughters for our wives. These requests were accompanied by various other proffers of friendship, and XXIII and XXIII passed the whole day with us. The latter was blind with age. In order, therefore, to form to himself some idea of Cortés, he drew his hand over his hair, his face, his beard, and the whole of his body. Cortés answered, with respect to the women, that he himself and all of us were very grateful for them, and that we should take the first opportunity of rendering them a kindness in return. "What is your opinion?" said Cortés, turning to Father Olmedo. "Would this not be the proper moment to desire these people to abolish their idols and the human sacrifices? From fear of the Mexicans, they will undoubtedly do anything we require of them." "It will be time enough," answered the priest, "when they bring us their daughters, then we shall have the best opportunity of telling them that we cannot accept of them until they have promised to abstain from their human sacrifices. If they comply, it is well; if they refuse, we know what our duty and our religion require of us." Chapter 77. How the Caciques presented their daughters to Cortés and all of us, and what further happened. The day following, the old Caciques came and brought 5 young women with them, who, for Indian females, were in every sense handsome, and neatly dressed. Each had, in addition, a young woman as maid-in-waiting, and all were daughters of Caciques. On this occasion, XXIII thus spoke to Cortés: "Malinche, this is my daughter, she is still a virgin, and has never been married. Take her to yourself, and give the others to your officers." Cortés received the young women from his hand, and appeared very pleased, declaring that he would now consider these females as our own, but desired that they should, for the present, remain with their fathers. The Caciques inquired the reason of this, when Cortés replied, "I have no other reason than that I am bound first to fulfill my duty to the God whom we adore, and to the Emperor our master, which is to require of you to abolish your idols. The human sacrifices, and other abominations practiced among you, and exhort you to believe in him in whom we believe, who alone is the true God." Besides this, he told them many other things concerning our holy faith, which Dona Marina and Aguilar explained right well to them. Similar discourses took place on every occasion. Cortés at the same time showed them the image of the Holy Virgin, holding her inestimable Son in her arms. And he explained to them how that represented the Blessed Virgin Mary. She was now high in the heavens above, and was the mother of our Lord Jesus Christ, whom she held in her arms, conceived by the Holy Ghost. That she was a virgin before, after, and during his birth. She was our mediator with her heavenly Son, our God. To this he added many other things concerning our holy religion, and concluded by saying, "If you are, indeed, our brothers, and you are really inclined to conclude a lasting peace with us, and if we are to take and keep your daughters as affectionate husbands should do, they must abandon their horrible idols, and believe in the Lord God whom we adore. They would soon discover the beneficial effect of this, blessings would be showered down upon them, the seasons would be fruitful, and all their undertakings would prosper. After death their souls would be transplanted to heaven, and partake of eternal glory. For, by the human sacrifices which they made to their idols, who were nothing but devils, they would be led to hell, where eternal fire would torment their souls." For the present Cortés said nothing further to them respecting their idols, as he had often before spoken to them concerning these. In answer to all this, they said to Cortés, "Malinche, we have heard all this from you on former occasions, and willingly believe that this your God and this illustrious woman are right good beings. But you should reflect how very recently you have arrived in our country, and you have but just entered our city. You should certainly give us time to learn more of your doings, manner of behavior, and nature of your gods. And when we shall have satisfied ourselves respecting their qualities, we shall certainly make choice of those we consider best. How can you ask us to abandon our gods whom we have adored for so many years, and prayed and sacrificed to them? But if we should even do so to please you, what would our papas, our young men, yes, even our boys, say to it? Believe us, they would all rise up in arms. The papas, indeed, have already spoken to our tulis, who have told them not to abolish our human sacrifices, nor any other of our ancient customs, otherwise they would destroy our whole country by famine, pestilence, and war." We might conclude from this straightforward and fearless answer, that it would be useless to insist any longer on this point, and that they would rather allow themselves to be killed than abolish their human sacrifices. Even Father Olmedo, who was a profound theologian, found himself compelled thus to address Cortés on the subject. My opinion is, sir, that you should no longer urge this matter with these people. It is not acting right to force them to become Christians. I could likewise wish that we had not destroyed the idols at Sempoala. This I am convinced ought not to be done until the people have gained some knowledge of our holy religion. What, indeed, do we gain by pulling down their idols from the temples? They have merely then to repair to another temple. But, on the other hand, we should never cease to exhort them with our pious lessons. In this way the time will certainly arrive, when they will find that our intentions and our advice are good. In this same strain the three cavaliers Alvarado, Leon, and Lugo likewise spoke to Cortés, assuring him that Father Olmedo was in the right, and that they perfectly agreed with him, that it would be inadvisable again to touch upon this point with the caciques. Here, accordingly, the subject was dropped, and Cortés confined himself to ordering the idols to be taken down from a temple which had been recently built in the neighborhood. The latter to be cleansed and fresh plastered, and the image of the Blessed Virgin to be placed on it. To this the caciques readily consented, and when all was finished Mass was said, and the daughters of the caciques were baptized. Xicotencatl's daughter was named Dona Luisa, when Cortés took her by the hand and presented her to Alvarado, saying, at the same time, to Xicotencatl, that he to whom he had given her was his brother and a chief officer under him, who would certainly treat her well, and with whom she would live happily. To this Xicotencatl said he was perfectly agreeable. The niece or daughter of XXIII received the name of Dona Elvira. She was very beautiful, and was presented, if I still remember rightly, to Leon. The others were given to Ali, Sandoval, and Avila, who all subjoined their Christian names to theirs as if they had been young ladies of noble birth. Upon this it was also explained to the caciques why we always erected 2 crosses wherever we formed a camp and passed the night, assuring them amongst other things that their gods feared them. All this the caciques listened to with great attention. But before I continue my narrative I must add a few words about Xicotencatl's daughter, Dona Luisa, who was given to Alvarado. The whole of Tlaxcala took the greatest interest in her welfare, and honored her as a woman invested with command. Alvarado, who was a bachelor, got a son by her, who was named Don Pedro, and also a daughter, Dona Leonora, who is now the wife of Don Francisco de la Cueva, a cavalier of distinction, and a relation of the Duke of Albuquerque. She is already the mother of 4 or 5 sons, all valiant cavaliers. She is an excellent lady, and a daughter worthy of such a father, who, as every one knows, is Comptroller of Santiago and Chief Justice and Viceroy of Guatemala. Nor is she less worthy of the house of Xicotencatl, for the latter ranked very high in Tlaxcala, and was looked upon as a king. Chapter 78. How Cortés gained some information respecting Mexico from Xicotencatl and XXIII. Cortés one day took the caciques aside, and put several questions to them respecting the situation and affairs of Mexico. Xicotencatl, as the more intelligent and distinguished personage, answered his queries, and XXIII, who was likewise a man of high rank, assisted him from time to time. Moctezuma, said Xicotencatl, had such a vast army, that when he intended to conquer any large township, or of falling into any province, he invariably ordered 100,000 warriors into the field. They, the Tlaxcalans, had often experienced this in the many wars which they had waged with the Mexicans for upwards of 100 years. When Cortés here interrupted them with the question, how they had managed to escape from being in the end subdued by such a vast army, they replied, that they had, indeed, often been worsted by the Mexicans, and lost many of their men, who were either killed in battle, or taken prisoners and sacrificed to the idols. But that they likewise had slain numbers of the enemy and taken many of them prisoners. Neither did the Mexicans ever approach so unobserved, but that they received some previous notice of their movements. In these cases they made every effort that lay in their power, could always depend on the assistance of the Huexincancans, and, according to circumstances, either assailed the enemy or pursued a system of defense. Besides this, another circumstance was greatly in their favor, namely, that the Mexicans were excessively hated in all the provinces and among all the tribes which Moctezuma had subdued and plundered. And that the warriors who were forced to serve in his army fought with reluctance and with little courage. In this way, then, they defended their country as well as they could. The greatest overthrow they ever experienced was from the Tlaxcalans, whose town lay about a day's march from Tlaxcala. The inhabitants there were a most deceitful set. In that town it was that Moctezuma usually assembled his troops, whence they generally commenced their march during night time. Maxixquetzin here observed, that Moctezuma had strong garrisons in every town, besides the warriors who marched out from the metropolis to the field of battle. Every province was compelled to pay him tribute, consisting in gold, silver, feathers, precious stones, cotton stuffs, as well as Indians of both sexes, some of whom he took into his service, and some were sacrificed. He was altogether such a powerful and wealthy monarch, that he accomplished and obtained everything he desired. His palaces were filled with riches and calchahuas stones, on which he seized wherever he came. In short, all the wealth of the country was in his possession. They then gave such an account of the magnificence and splendor of his court, that if I here felt inclined to repeat what they told us, I should never finish. Also of the number of his wives, some of whom he now and then gave in marriage to his relations, the great strength of his metropolis, how it lay in the midst of a lake, and the great depth of the latter. Several causeways, they added, led to this city, which were intersected in various places, over which wooden bridges were built, under which canoes could pass. But, if they were removed, the space between every two sections became an island, and all entrance to the town was completely cut off. Nearly the whole of the houses of the city were built in the water, and it was only possible to get from one building to another by means of drawbridges or canoes. Balconies were attached to each house, which were provided with a kind of breastwork, so that the inhabitants were able to defend themselves from the tops of the houses. Yet the whole town was well supplied with sweet water from the spring of Chapultepec, which lay about 2 miles from the town, whence the water was partly conveyed to the houses by means of pipes, partly in boats through the canals, and then retailed to the inhabitants. With respect to the weapons employed by this nation, they consisted in 2-edged lances, which they threw by means of a thong, and would penetrate through any cuirass. They were likewise excellent shots with the bow and arrow, and carried pikes with blades made of flint, which were of very skillful workmanship and as sharp as razors. Besides these, they carried shields, and wore cotton cuirasses. They likewise employed a great number of slingers, who were provided with round stones, long pikes, and sharp swords, which are used with both hands. To explain all this they brought forth large pieces of Niquin, on which were depicted their battles and their art of warfare. When Cortés and we others considered we had gained sufficient information of these things, the discourse turned on subjects of greater importance. Our friends told us how and whence they came into this country, and how they had settled themselves there. How it came that, notwithstanding their vicinity to the Mexicans, they resembled each other so little, and lived in perpetual warfare with each other. The tradition was also handed down from their forefathers, that in ancient times there lived here a race of men and women who were of immense stature with heavy bones, and were a very bad and evil-disposed people, whom they had for the greater part exterminated by continual war, and the few that were left gradually died away. In order to give us a notion of the huge frame of this people, they dragged forth a bone, or rather a thigh bone, of one of those giants, which was very strong, and measured the length of a man of good stature. This bone was still entire from the knee to the hip joint. I measured it by my own person, and found it to be of my own length, although I am a man of considerable height. They showed us many similar pieces of bones, but they were all worm-eaten and decayed. We, however, did not doubt for an instant, that this country was once inhabited by giants. Cortés observed, that we ought to forward these bones to His Majesty in Spain by the very first opportunity. The caciques also mentioned another tradition which had come down from their forefathers. A certain god, to whom they paid great honors, had informed them that there would one time come from the rising of the sun, out of distant countries, a people who would subject and rule over them. If we were that people they should feel delighted, for we were courageous and good-hearted. This old prophecy was also brought up when we were negotiating terms of peace with them, and they had chiefly offered us their daughters in order to bring about a relationship between us and themselves, and to obtain assistance against the Mexicans. This they had communicated to their idols. We were all greatly astonished at this account, and inquired of each other in amazement, whether all they told us could be true. Cortés said to them, that we came, indeed, from the rising of the sun. The emperor, our master, had purposely sent us, that we might become their brothers, as he had had some previous knowledge respecting their country. May God in his mercy grant, continued Cortés, that we may be the means of saving you from eternal perdition. To which we all added, Amen. The good reader will now, no doubt, have heard sufficient of our discourses with the people of Tlaxcala. And I myself shall be glad to cut them short here, as I have many other things to relate besides these. Among others, in particular, the burning mountain of XXIII, which, at the time we were in Tlaxcala, happened to be emitting more flames than usual, and Cortés and all of us, to whom a volcano was something new, regarded it in astonishment. Diego de Ordaz, one of our chief officers, entertained the bold idea to inspect this wonder more minutely, and begged leave of our general to ascend the mountain, who granted this request. Ordaz took 2 of our men with him, and desired some of the chief personages of XXIII to accompany him. They certainly did not refuse, but tried to deter him by assuring him, that when he should have ascended the Popocatépetl, for so they termed this volcano, halfway, he would not be able to advance further on account of the trembling of the earth, and the flames, stones and ashes which were emitted from the crater. They themselves never durst venture higher than to where some temples were built to the Tullies of Popocatépetl. And indeed they left Ordaz when he arrived at that spot. The latter, however, boldly continued to ascend with our 2 soldiers until he had reached the summit. While they were still ascending, the volcano began to emit huge flames of fire, half-burnt and perforated stones, with a quantity of ashes. And the whole mountain shook under their feet to the very foundation. They then halted for an hour, until they found that the smoke and fire gradually began to diminish and less ashes to fall. They then continued to ascend until they reached the crater, which was perfectly round and about a mile in diameter. From this elevation they could plainly discern the great city of Mexico, with the whole of its lake, and the surrounding townships. For this mountain only lies about 48 miles from Mexico. After Ordaz had well viewed everything and sufficiently enjoyed and wondered at the sight of Mexico and its suburbs, he again returned with the 2 soldiers and the Indians of XXIII to Tlaxcala. The inhabitants there considered this undertaking to be extremely venturesome, and even we ourselves who had never seen a burning mountain before, were perfectly astonished at the account which Ordaz gave Cortés of his hazardous enterprise. Indeed at that time it might well be termed hazardous. Subsequently, to be sure, several other Spaniards and Franciscan monks ascended to the mouth of this volcano, but Ordaz was nevertheless the first who had ventured. When, therefore, he afterwards again returned to Spain, he begged permission of His Majesty to bear a volcano in his coat of arms. These arms are at present borne by his nephew of the same name, living at Puebla. As long as we remained in this country we never again saw the mountain throw out so much fire, or heard of its making such a heavy rumbling noise, as on this occasion, and not until the year 1539 did it burst out again. Enough, however, of this mountain, we now pretty well know what it is. Subsequently we saw many other volcanoes, as those of Nicaragua and Guatemala, after which that of XXIII is scarcely worth noticing. I have still to mention that in Tlaxcala we found houses built of wood, in the shape of cages, in which numbers of Indians, of both sexes, were confined, and fattened for their sacrifices and feasts. We never hesitated a single moment to break them down and liberate the prisoners. These unfortunate beings, however, never durst leave our side, and this was the only means of saving them from being butchered. From this moment Cortés gave orders to break open these cages wherever we came, for we found them in every township. We all showed our horror of these atrocities, and earnestly reproved the caciques for it, who then promised no longer to kill and devour human beings. I say they promised, but but that was all, and if we were but an instant out of sight the same barbarities were committed. It is now, however, high time to think of our march to Mexico. Chapter 79. How our Captain Hernando Cortés and all our officers and soldiers determined to march to Mexico. We had now been 17 days in Tlaxcala, and had heard so much during that time respecting the immense treasures of Moctezuma, and the splendor of his metropolis, that Cortés resolved to hold a consultation concerning our march to Mexico. With all those officers and soldiers amongst us whom he presumed were inclined to advance further on. In this council of war it was agreed that we should commence our march thither without delay. Various opinions, however, were expressed on the occasion in our camp. Many maintained that it would be acting over rashly to venture with a mere handful of men into a strongly fortified city, whose monarch had such vast numbers of warriors at his command. But Cortés declared that all arguing on this point was useless. We could not alter the resolution we had come to, and we had on every occasion expressed our desire to pay our respects personally to Moctezuma. When those who were averse to this step saw his determination, and that the majority of us warriors were devoted with our very hearts to him, crying out, "Forward, now or never," they ceased to make any further opposition. Those who opposed us were those again who had possessions in the island of Cuba. We other poor soldiers were ready to sacrifice our very existence in battle, and to undergo all manner of fatigues for God and our sovereign. When Xicotencatl and XXIII were convinced that it was our determination to march to Mexico, they grew anxious on our account. They urgently dissuaded Cortés from it, and warned him not to put the slightest trust in Moctezuma, nor altogether in any of the Mexicans, to put no faith in his show of veneration, his courteous and humble talk. All their professions of friendship, said they, and even their very presence had treachery at the bottom, for what they give at one moment they take away at another. They advised us to be upon our guard night and day. For they were perfectly assured that the Mexicans would fall upon us when we were least prepared to defend ourselves. Neither were we to spare life to any of them, if it should come to a battle. To the young man that he might not again take up arms against us, to the old man that he might not do us injury by his counsel. They gave us many similar precautions, and our captain assured them how grateful he was for it, and otherwise showed them every possible kindness, made them and the other caciques various presents, and divided among them a great portion of the fine stuffs which had been presented to him by Moctezuma. Cortés at the same time remarked to the caciques, that it would be the best possible thing if peace and friendship could be brought about between themselves and the Mexicans. That they might no longer continue in the disagreeable necessity of making shift with other things for want of cotton, salt, and other wares. To this Xicotencatl immediately replied, that with the Mexicans a treaty of peace was a mere formality. Enmity, nevertheless, always clung fast to their hearts. It was the characteristic of this people to plot the foulest treacheries under the semblance of profound peace. No reliance could be placed on their promises, their words were empty sounds, and he could not remind and beg of us too often to be upon our guard against the snares of this vile people. Next came into consideration the route we should take in our march to Mexico. Moctezuma's ambassadors, who still remained with us, and wished to act as our guides, maintained that the best and most level road lay through the town of Colula, whose inhabitants, as subjects of Moctezuma, would be ready to lend any assistance. We were also unanimously of opinion that this was the road we ought to take. But the caciques of Tlaxcala, on the contrary, were quite downcast, when they learnt our determination, and maintained that we ought to march over XXIII, whose inhabitants were their relatives and friends, and that we ought not to take our road through Colula, where Moctezuma was accustomed to form his vile stratagems. Their arguments, however, were of no avail. Cortés adhered to his resolution of marching over that town. His reason for taking that road was because this town, according to general report, was thickly populated, had many beautiful towers, and large quays and temples, and lay in a beautiful valley, surrounded by extensive townships well stocked with provisions. Indeed, at that time even, Colula, when viewed at a distance, had the appearance of our great city of Valladolid of Old Castile. At Colula, moreover, we should have our friends of Tlaxcala in the immediate neighborhood. We could not, therefore, select a more proper spot to form our plans of reaching the city of Mexico without coming into contact with the great body of its troops. For in all truth, if God had not mercifully assisted us with his heavenly arm, and lent us strength in the moment of need, it would not have been possible for us to have achieved what we did. After a long deliberation thus, the route over Cholula was fixed upon, and Cortés sent to acquaint the inhabitants with our intentions, more particularly as, notwithstanding they dwelt so near, they had dispatched no ambassadors to us, nor shown any of those attentions which were due to us who came in the name of our great monarch, who, he added, had the good of the people of Cholula at heart. He at the same time desired that all the caciques and papas of the town should repair to our quarters, and swear allegiance to our sovereign master, otherwise he should look upon them as our enemies. While Cortés was dispatching this message, and making other arrangements, it was announced to him that 4 ambassadors had arrived with presents in gold from the powerful Moctezuma, who, indeed, never dispatched any messengers from his court if not provided with presents by him. He would have considered it an insult offered to us if he had not done so. I will relate in the following chapter what message these ambassadors brought. Chapter 80. How the great Moctezuma dispatched 4 ambassadors to us, all men in high authority, with presents in gold and cotton stuffs, and what they said to our captains. When Cortés admitted the 4 ambassadors into his presence, they paid him and we other warriors, who stood around his person, the most profound respect, and placed before him the presents, consisting of valuable gold trinkets of various workmanship, worth about 10,000 pesos. And in 10 packages of cotton stuffs, most beautifully interwoven with feathers, all of which our general received with a friendly smile. They then said that their monarch could not help feeling astonished that we had made such a long stay among a poor and uncivilized people, who were even not fit for slaves, but at the same time so viciously disposed, so treacherous and thievish, that some day or night when we least expected it they would murder us merely for the sake of plunder. Moctezuma begged of us rather to visit his town, where, at least, we might enjoy the good things it offered, though even these should be below our deserts, and not equal to what he could wish. We should be regularly supplied with the necessary provisions, though these had all to be brought into their city from other parts. These expressions of friendship were merely sent by Moctezuma in order to entice us from Tlaxcala, being aware that we stood in close friendship with its inhabitants, and that the caciques to strengthen the union had given their daughters to Malinche and his officers. For he would easily conjecture that nothing good could ensue to the Mexicans from our alliance with them, and this was the reason why he baited us with gold and other presents that we might enter into his territory, or that we should, at least, quit the country of the Tlaxcalans. The Tlaxcalans were personally acquainted with these ambassadors, and they told our captain that all of them were great personages and landed proprietors, who had subjects of their own. These ambassadors Moctezuma employed on the most important matters only. Cortés returned them many thanks, in the most flattering manner, for their civilities and the expressions of friendship they made in the name of their monarch, and he desired them to say that in a short time he would pay his respects to him. He then invited them to pass some time amongst us. About this time Cortés also sent 2 of our chief officers in advance to communicate with Moctezuma and view the great city of Mexico, and inspect its strong fortifications and other works of defense. These officers were Alvarado and Vázquez de Tapia. They set out on their march, and the 4 ambassadors who had brought the last present remained with us as hostages. Our 2 officers were accompanied by the other messengers who had previously arrived. At that time I was suffering from a severe wound, accompanied by fever, and could procure no medicine to relieve my sufferings, so that I cannot now recall to my memory how far these 2 officers proceeded on their journey. This, however, I have not forgotten, that as soon as it was known that Cortés had sent these cavaliers at a venture to Mexico, it met with universal disapprobation, and we desired that they might be recalled from their journey, as nothing could ensue from this but a mere view of that city. And a dispatch was accordingly sent after them, with orders for their immediate return to our camp. They were not long returning, as Tapia had been attacked by fever on the road. When the ambassadors who accompanied them related this to Moctezuma, he was very curious to know something about the features and the height of these 2 tulis, who had been on their way to Mexico, and whether they were officers. These ambassadors, it appears, informed him, that Alvarado was a man whose countenance was particularly graceful and noble, shone like the sun, and that he was an officer. They had indeed taken a faithful likeness of him, and gave him the name of Tonatio, which he retained ever after among them, and signifies the son, son of the sun. Of Tapia, that he was a man of a very stately deportment, powerful, and likewise a chief officer. Moctezuma was sorely grieved to hear of their return. His ambassadors, however, had correctly delineated their physiognomies and stature, for Alvarado was in every sense beautifully proportioned in body, noble in his gait, had very pleasing features, and an amiable manner of expressing himself. So that there always appeared a smile on his countenance. In the same way Tapia, notwithstanding a certain expression of bodily strength which he had about him, had great nobleness in his carriage. For the rest, we were not a little delighted when they reappeared in our quarters. Nor did we make a secret of our opinion, that their mission had not exactly been the most prudent of Cortés' resolves. But I will say nothing further of this matter, as it has little to do with my history. Chapter 81. How the inhabitants of Colula dispatched 4 Indians to us, all men of no distinction, to apologize for not having visited us in Tlaxcala, and what further happened. I mentioned in the preceding chapter that our captain had sent a message to Colula, inviting the inhabitants of that town to visit us in Tlaxcala. When the caciques there received this message, they merely thought proper to send us 4 Indians of mean rank, and apologized for not appearing themselves, on account of indisposition. These messengers neither brought any provisions nor anything else with them, but in a few dry words offered the excuse just mentioned. The caciques of Tlaxcala who were present when these messengers arrived, were struck with their appearance, and remarked to Cortés that this message was a real insult to him and all of us, since these messengers were Massa whales, and people of mean condition. This circumstance induced Cortés to dispatch 4 Indians of Sempoala to Colula, telling them to acquaint the inhabitants there that he should expect an embassy from them within the space of 3 days, consisting of men of rank and authority. The distance between them and him was merely 20 miles, and if no one appeared within the stated time, he should consider the town of Colula in rebellion against us. If, however, the embassy he required did make its appearance, it was his intention to reveal matters of importance to them, for the salvation of their souls, and salutary to their whole existence. He would then also look upon them as friends and brothers, in the same way as he considered their neighbors the Tlaxcalans. If, however, our proposals met with their entire disapprobation, and if they did not consider our friendship worthy of acceptance, we should be far from troubling them with our presence. When the inhabitants of Colula were made acquainted with this friendly declaration, they sent word that the reason why they could not come to Tlaxcala was, because they were at enmity with the inhabitants, and were well aware how they and their ruler Moctezuma had been slandered by them. We had merely to quit the town of Tlaxcala and the boundaries of that province, and if then they did not do their duty towards us, we might look upon them in the light we had threatened, and treat them accordingly. Our captain considered this excuse perfectly reasonable, and we therefore resolved upon marching to Colula. When the caciques of Tlaxcala saw that our determination was fixed, they thus addressed Cortés: "Then you rather put your trust in what the Mexicans say, than in us who are your friends? We have often impressed on your mind how particularly you should be upon your guard with the people of Colula, and against the power of Mexico in general. However, in order that you may have assistance in case of need, we have armed 10,000 of our warriors to accompany you." Cortés expressed his thanks to these excellent men for their good wishes, and deliberated with us as to the policy of entering with such a large army into a country whose friendship we were desirous of gaining. After mature consideration, we came to the conclusion that 2,000 men would be a sufficient number to join us, and Cortés accordingly begged our friends for so many, and the rest were thus forced to remain at home. Chapter 82. How we arrived in the town of Colula, and the brilliant reception we met with. Early one morning we broke up our quarters, and left for the town of Colula. We marched onward in the best order possible. For, as I have before remarked, we were always doubly on our guard wherever we suspected hostilities. The first day's march brought us to a river which flows about 4 miles this side of Colula, and we took up our night's quarters at a spot where now a stone bridge is built across the river. Here, huts and mess rooms had been erected for our accommodation. This same night ambassadors arrived from the caciques of Colula, all personages of the first rank, to bid us welcome in their territory. They brought us provisions, consisting of fowls and maize bread, and announced to us that all the caciques and papas would call to give us a friendly reception, and begged we would excuse them for not having come out immediately. Cortés returned them thanks through Dona Marina and Aguilar for the provisions and their kind intentions. We then laid ourselves down to rest, after we had posted the necessary sentinels and ordered the patrols. With break of day we put ourselves in motion, and marched direct for the town, within a short distance of which we were met by the caciques, papas, and numbers of other Indians who had come out to welcome us. Most of them were clad in a species of cotton cloak, similar in shape to our marlotas. These cloaks are also worn by the Capotecas Indians. They all appeared friendly, and well disposed towards us. The papas carried along with them earthen censers, with which they perfumed our officers and those soldiers who stood nearest. When the papas and other chief Indians saw the Tlaxcalans who had accompanied us, they begged of Dona Marina to remind Cortés that it was not proper for their enemies to enter into the town with weapons in their hands. Cortés then ordered the officers and the whole of us to halt, and spoke to us as follows: I am of opinion, gentlemen, that, previous to our entering into Colula, we should, by kind words, elicit from these papas and caciques what their real intentions are. They seem hurt that these our friends the Tlaxcalans should have accompanied us, and are, indeed, perfectly right in what they say, wherefore it is my intention to acquaint them, in a mild manner, with our reasons for visiting their city. You know already, from the Tlaxcalans, that these people are treacherous by nature. It is, therefore, most prudent we should first desire them to take an oath of allegiance to our sovereign. He then desired Dona Marina to call the caciques and papas around him where he sat on horseback, all of us being close at his side. 3 of the principal caciques and 2 papas immediately appeared in Cortés' presence, and addressed him thus: Malinche, you must not harbor any suspicion against us for not having come to Tlaxcala to pay our respects to you there. And because we did not send you any provisions. We were not wanting in good wishes towards you, but Maxixquetzin, Xicotencatl, and the whole of Tlaxcala are at enmity with us. They have too grossly slandered us and our great monarch, and now they no longer abide by words, but have the audacity to be upon the point of entering, all armed, into our city, under your protection. We earnestly beg you will tell them to return to their own country, or at least command them to remain outside in the fields, and not to march into our city in such a manner. The rest of you are at liberty to enter at any time, and are perfectly welcome. As soon as our captain was informed of this their reasonable request, he sent for Alvarado and Ali, and commissioned them to beg of the Tlaxcalans to erect themselves huts and barracks outside the town, and not to follow us there except those of them who transported our heavy guns, and our friends of Sempoala. These officers were, at the same time, to inform them what had occasioned these orders, and the great fear in which all the caciques and papas stood of them. That they should be duly informed of the day when we commenced our march through Colula to Mexico. Lastly, they were desired not to grieve on account of this change. When the inhabitants of Colula perceived the arrangements which Cortés had made respecting the Tlaxcalans, they appeared more easy. Upon which Cortés acquainted them that our sovereign and master, whose subjects we were, was a powerful monarch, who had under his command many great kings and caciques. We were sent by him into this country to acquaint them, in his name, that, in future, they were no longer to worship idols, make human sacrifices, eat human flesh, and were to abstain from committing unnatural crimes, and all other abominations. We had come to their town because the road to Mexico lay through it, whither we were going to hold a conference with the great Moctezuma, and we were also desirous of considering them as brothers. Cortés further said that other great caciques had already sworn obedience and submission to our sovereign, and he hoped they would follow their example. In answer to this, they said that we really demanded too much. We had scarcely seen them before we required of them to abolish their tullies, which they could not think of complying with, but as regarded doing homage to our sovereign, in so far they would yield to our wishes. They accordingly made a verbal promise of allegiance, but not with the usual formalities, in presence of a royal notary. Upon this we made our entry into the city of Kalola. The tops of the houses and streets were everywhere crowded with people to gaze upon us. And who can wonder? They had never before seen men like ourselves, nor any horses. Through this mass of people we were conducted to our quarters, consisting of several large apartments, in which all of us, with our friends of Sempoala and the Tlaxcalans who transported our baggage, found plenty of room. And we were immediately supplied with abundance of good victuals. Chapter 83. How the inhabitants of Kalola concerted a plan, at the instigation of Moctezuma, to murder us all, and what further happened. The splendid reception we met with at Kalola was certainly well meant and honest on the part of the inhabitants, yet a most rapid change took place. Moctezuma, namely, through his ambassadors, had concocted a plan with the inhabitants to murder us all. The latter were ordered to arm themselves in all secrecy, and act in concert with 20,000 of his troops, who were already on their road, and would enter Kalola by stealth, when they were to fall upon us unawares in a body, harass us day and night. Take as many of us prisoners as they could, and send us bound to Mexico. These orders were accompanied with great promises and presents of jewels, and other precious things, among them a golden drum. The papas also received instructions to sacrifice 20 of us to their idols. All this was nicely planned, and ready to burst forth. Moctezuma's troops lay for a part hid among the woods, about 2 miles from Kalola, another portion had been secretly admitted into the dwellings of the Kalolans. All were well armed, and the balconies of the houses had been strengthened by breastworks, the streets barricaded by heaps of earth, and intersected by deep holes, so as to render our horse useless. Some houses had even been filled with neck straps, ropes made of twisted hides, and long poles, to which we were to be bound and transported to Mexico. But the Almighty had willed this otherwise, and all their designs were frustrated, as the kind reader will shortly see. For the present we were lodged in good quarters, and received a regular and plentiful supply of provisions during the first days. And though all seemed in profound peace, we did not relax in our excellent custom of keeping a sharp lookout, and, indeed, a visible change was taking place, for, on the 3rd day, provisions were no longer brought us. Nor did any cazique or papa make his appearance among us. If any Indian did approach our quarters from curiosity, he merely came with derisive smiles, as if to convey that something unexpected was going to befall us. Cortés, perceiving this, desired the ambassadors of Moctezuma, who still remained with us, to order the caziques to send us provisions as usual. Some wood and water was now indeed brought us, but the old man who came with it assured us that there was no more maize left in Kalola. That very day even other ambassadors had arrived from Moctezuma, who joined those staying with us, and delivered their monarch's message to Cortés without any show of courtesy, and in an impudent tone of voice. Saying that their monarch desired we should not come to his city, as he could not provide for our sustenance there. To this they required an immediate answer, they being in a hurry to return with our reply to Mexico. As soon as Cortés saw what a sad turn affairs had taken, he spoke with much reserve, and answered the ambassadors in the most courteous manner possible, telling them how greatly he was astonished that so powerful a monarch as Moctezuma should so often change his mind. In the meantime he begged of them to postpone their return until the following day, when he would be able to say in how far we could comply with their monarch's wishes. If my memory is correct, he likewise presented them with a few strings of glass pearls. It is, however, certain that they promised to remain until the morrow. As soon as this conference had ended, Cortés called us all together, and told us to be particularly upon our guard, as the inhabitants, no doubt, had some evil design in hand. He then sent for the principal cazique, whose name has slipped my memory, and desired him, if he could not come in person, to send someone else. But received an answer that he was indisposed, and that neither he nor any other of the chiefs could come. Cortés, perceiving this unfavorable aspect of affairs, ordered 2 papas to be brought into his presence from a large CU adjoining our quarters, where several other papas had assembled together. This was accordingly done with every mark of respect due to their persons. Cortés commenced by presenting each with a calchahuis, a stone which they prize as much as we do a smaragdus. He then, in a most affectionate manner, inquired of them what had caused the fear which had seized the caciques, the other chiefs, and the papas, and why they no longer called upon us, though we had sent them invitations. One of these papas appeared to hold a superior rank, as of a bishop, above the others. All the queues of the town stood under him, and the inhabitants paid him the profoundest veneration. This personage stated, in reply to Cortés, that the papas did not entertain any fear for us. If the cacique and other chief personages would not make their appearance, he was very willing to call upon them. And he doubted not for an instant but that they would immediately repair to our quarters. Cortés desired him accordingly to go and call them. In the meantime he would detain the other papa. It was not long before this chief priest reappeared in our quarters, bringing along with him the caciques and the other principal personages of the district. Cortés inquired of them what cause they had had to fear us, and why they no longer sent us anything to eat. Adding, that if our stay in their town was burdensome to them, we would leave the very next morning for Mexico. To pay our respects to their monarch Moctezuma, they had merely to furnish us with a requisite number of their porters to convey our baggage and the tepuzques, that is, our cannon, and to send us provisions. The cacique was so embarrassed at what Cortés had said, that he scarcely durst open his mouth. But at length promised us the provisions we required, although he had been, he added, commanded by Moctezuma, his sovereign, to withhold them, and not to allow us to proceed any further on our march. During this conference, 3 of our Sempoalan friends entered, and secretly acquainted Cortés that they had found deep holes in the streets adjoining our quarters, which were thinly covered over with sticks and earth, so as to be imperceptible to the eye, unless by close inspection. They had the curiosity to remove the earth from off one of these holes, and found, sticking up at the bottom, numbers of short stakes sharply pointed. And no doubt placed there to wound our horse when they fell into the holes. Heaps of stones had been gathered on the tops of the houses, and the latter strengthened by breastworks made of burnt bricks. Every preparation had been made for an attack, and another street was strongly barricaded by large wooden beams. At this same moment 8 Tlaxcalans also arrived from their quarters outside the town, and said to Cortés, "Are you ignorant, Malinche, of the treacherous designs which are going on in this town? We have been given to understand that the Tlaxcalans last night sacrificed 7 persons to their god of war, among them 5 children, in order to obtain from him a promise of victory over you. And we also know that all their goods, wives, and children have been sent out of the town." On learning this piece of news, Cortés desired these men to return to their quarters and tell their chiefs to hold themselves in readiness to fall into the town at a moment's notice. Then, turning to the cacique, papas, and chiefs of Colula, he told them to allay their fears. To remain true to the promise they had made with respect to our monarch, otherwise he should find himself obliged to punish them severely. He had already acquainted them that, on the following morning, he intended to take his departure for Mexico. And he should require 2,000 of their warriors to join his army, a like number having been furnished by the Tlaxcalans. The chiefs, in reply, assured Cortés of their willingness to comply with his wishes. They would find him the number of warriors and porters he required. They then took their leave to make the necessary preparations, and appeared perfectly confident, for they thought we should not be able to stand against their warriors and the army of Moctezuma, which lay in ambush in the defile. And that they should be able either to kill us or take us prisoners, as we should be unable to use our horses on account of the deep holes. They likewise ordered their men to block up all the outlets of the town, and so enclose us in the narrow streets, as we intended leaving next morning. Every one was to be particularly on his guard, and to perform his part at the right time. They would also send 2,000 men in advance, and as we did not dream of what was going to take place, they would make easy work with us, take us prisoners without danger, and carry us off bound to Mexico. There was no doubt as to their success, for they had sacrificed to their god of war, and obtained a promise of victory from him. While they were thus making sure of victory, Cortés made every effort to discover their plans, and commissioned Dona Marina to present the 2 papas he had first spoken to, with additional calchahuas stones. and acquaint them that Malinche was very desirous of having a second interview with them. Dona Marina was quite an adept in such matters, and succeeded by means of the presents, to induce them to accompany her into our general's quarters, who then desired them to disclose everything faithfully to him, which, as priests and men of rank, who would disgrace themselves by telling lies, they were doubly bound to do. He also assured them that the trust they reposed in him should not be betrayed, particularly as we were going to leave next day, and in order to give more weight to his words, he made them considerable promises. The Papas then confessed that their sovereign Moctezuma could come to no resolution with himself as to whether he ought to allow us to march towards his metropolis, and that he changed his mind several times in one day. At one time he sent orders, that when we should arrive in Colola, we were to be treated in the most respectful manner, and they were to accompany us to his city. At another time he sent word that our march to Mexico was contrary to his wishes. And now his gods, Tezcatlipoca and Huitzilopochtli, in whom he reposed all confidence, had advised him to kill us, or have us taken prisoners in Colola. The day before he had sent 20,000 warriors to this place, of whom one half was already secreted in the town, the other among the mountain defile in the neighborhood. These troops had been informed of our intended departure, and of the mode in which the attack was to be made upon us, as also of the 2,000 men of Colola who were to accompany us, and how 20 of our men were to be sacrificed to the idols of Colola. After Cortés had elicited all this from them, he presented both the Papas with several of the most beautiful cloaks, enjoining them to betray nothing of what had passed between him and themselves. If they did, they should certainly forfeit their lives on his return from Mexico. That very night our general called a council of war, consisting of the most sensible and experienced soldiers of our small army, to deliberate what our next step should be. Opinion, as generally happens under such circumstances, was much divided. Some proposed that we should change our route altogether and take the road over XXIV. Others were of opinion that we should preserve peace at any sacrifice and return to Tlaxcala. We others, however, maintained, that if we left the contemplated treachery of the Cololans unpunished, the Mexicans would play us worse tricks in other places, and as we had once gained a footing in this vast territory, it would be better for hostilities to break out here, where, besides that, provisions were plentiful, we could do more execution than in the open field. And immediately to acquaint the Tlaxcalans with our determination, that they might join us in the combat. This plan, in the end, received unanimous consent, and the following morning was fixed on for the day of our departure. We therefore fastened up our knapsacks, which indeed was no great trouble, as we had very little baggage with us. Our attack upon the Indians was to be made in the spacious square adjoining our quarters, which was surrounded by high walls. Here we should be able to pay them out according to their deserts. As to the ambassadors of Moctezuma, we merely told them, that some villains of Colola had formed a conspiracy against us, and had attempted to lay it all to the door of their sovereign Moctezuma and his ambassadors. But that we could not for a moment give credence to this, though for the present we must beg of them not again to leave our general's headquarters, and to break off all further intercourse with the inhabitants of the town, in order to erase from our minds all suspicion of an understanding between the latter and themselves. They could also act as our guides on our march to Mexico. The ambassadors assured us that neither their sovereign Moctezuma, nor they, were aware of anything we had mentioned to them. We, however, placed a guard over their persons, fearing they might depart without our knowledge, and relate to Moctezuma how we had discovered the conspiracy. During the whole of this night we were particularly on our guard and all under arms, the horses were ready saddled and bridled, strong watches were posted in various places, and one patrol followed the other. As we were sure we should be attacked that night by the united forces of Mexico and Colola. Of this we obtained further certainty from an old Indian female, the wife of a cacique, who taking compassion on the youth and good looks of Dona Marina, knowing at the same time that she possessed many fine things, had induced her to follow her home to save her from the impending carnage. For, according to her account, we were all to be killed that night or the day following. This woman assured her that Moctezuma had issued the most peremptory orders to this effect, and had therefore sent an army of Mexicans, who were to join the Cololans and spare none of us alive, excepting those they could make prisoners, who were to be sent bound to Mexico. On hearing this, the old woman added, she was induced from a compassionate feeling to disclose it to her. She advised her to pack up her goods in all haste and come and live in her house. She should have her second son for husband, the brother of the young man then present. Dona Marina, who was altogether very shrewd, thus answered the old woman, I am thankful indeed, good mother, for your kind warning. I would go with you this instant if I could find any one to carry away my mantles and gold trinkets, for I have a pretty good quantity of both. Wherefore I beg of you, good mother, wait a few moments here with your son, and we will leave together during the night, for these tulies have their ears and eyes everywhere. The old woman placed perfect confidence in what she had said, and continued chatting with her for some time. Dona Marina then put several other questions to her, as to the manner in which we were to be killed. How and when the plan had been formed. The answers which the old woman returned perfectly agreed with the account of the two papas. Marina then questioned her as to how she had come to the knowledge of that, which the Tlaxcalans had thought to keep so secret. I know all this from my husband, returned she, who is the chief of one of the quarters of this town, and who has already joined the men under his command, to make the necessary preparations, and join the troops of Mexico in the mountain defile. Both armies will meet and cut down all the tulies. All this I have known 3 days ago, for my husband has been presented with a golden drum, and the 3 other chiefs with splendid cloaks and gold trinkets, with orders to take all the tulies prisoners and send them to Mexico. Dona Marina artfully concealed the real impression all this made upon her mind, and said to the old woman, How delighted am I to learn that your son, to whom you intend to marry me, is a man of high rank. We have now been discoursing about matters which were intended to be kept a secret. I will now go and pack up my things. In the meantime you wait for me here, for I cannot carry all my goods alone. You, your son, my future brother, must assist me to decamp. The old woman swallowed all this, and stationed herself at some particular spot with her son. In the meantime Dona Marina related to our general the whole of the discourse she had had with the old woman. Cortés immediately ordered the latter into his presence, and put further questions to her respecting the plans of the treacherous Tlaxcalans. Everything she related corresponded with the account of the two papas. Cortés then ordered her to be detained in close custody that she might not return and disclose anything to her companions. When morning arrived it was quite amusing to behold the air of contempt and the confidence which was depicted in the countenances of the caciques, the papas, and of the Indians in general. They appeared as if they had already caught us in a snare. They sent a larger body of their troops than we had demanded of them, yet there was sufficient room to hold all these besides our own men in the square adjoining our quarters, which may be seen to this hour as a memento of that bloody day. Though it was very early when the troops of Tlaxcala arrived in our quarters, yet they found us quite ready for the day's work. The largest gate of this enclosed square was occupied by that portion of our troops who were armed with swords and shields, who were ordered not to allow egress to any Indian who bore arms. Our general had mounted his horse, surrounded by several of us as a guard to his person, and when he saw how early all the caciques, papas, and warriors had assembled in the morning, he cried out in a loud voice, How impatient these treacherous people are to get us among the defile and satiate themselves with our flesh, but the Almighty will order things differently from what they expect. He then inquired for the two papas who had disclosed the plot to him, and was informed that they were waiting outside with other caciques, and wished to be admitted. Upon which Cortés sent our interpreter, Aguilar, to desire them to return home, as he had no occasion for them at that moment. This was done that no harm might befall them when we should fall upon the Indians, and as a recompense for the services they had rendered us. Our general, seated on horseback, with Dona Marina at his side, then severely upbraided the caciques and papas. Why had they, said he to them, wished to murder us all the preceding night, though we had not done them the smallest injury? Had we said or done anything to justify this treacherous movement? Had he done anything more than exhorted them, as he had all the different tribes through whose territories he had passed, to abolish their human sacrifices and abstain from eating human flesh, to commit no unnatural crimes, and to lead a better life than they had hitherto? He had, further, merely spoken to them about our holy religion, and certainly thereby done them no violence. For what purpose had they collected all those long poles with the nooses and ropes in the house adjoining the large queue? Why had they during the last 3 days barricaded the streets, intersected the latter by deep holes, and fortified the tops of their houses with breastworks? Why had they sent away from the town their wives, children, and all their goods? All this sufficiently proved their treacherous designs, which were no longer to be concealed. They had even refused to provide us food, and in mockery had sent us merely wood and water, as if to make us believe they had no maize left. He was perfectly aware that large troops of warriors had secreted themselves in the defile near the town, laying in wait for us when we should be on our road to Mexico. During the past night they had been joined by several other troops. In reward for our having looked upon them as brothers, and announced what our God and our sovereign had commissioned us to reveal to them, they wished to murder us, and eat our flesh, for which purpose they had already prepared the dishes, the salt, the pepper, and the tomates. If they intended to kill us, why did they not attack us boldly in the open field as beseemed brave warriors, as their neighbors the Tlaxcalans had done? He was fully acquainted with all their designs, how they had promised to sacrifice 20 of us to their god of war, and that they had sacrificed 7 Indians 3 nights ago to him, that he might grant them victory over us. But all his promises were full of lies and deceit. Their gods had no power whatever over us, and their evil deeds, with all their treachery, would recoil upon themselves. When the caciques, papas, and the other principal personages heard this, all of which Dona Marina most intelligibly interpreted to them, they confessed that what Cortés had said was perfectly correct, but added that they were not the guilty persons, everything having been done at the instigation of Moctezuma's ambassadors, in accordance with his commands. To which Cortés answered, that the Spanish laws did not allow such treachery to pass by unpunished, and that they would be punished for it with the loss of their lives. At this moment he ordered a cannon to be fired, which was the signal for us to fall upon them. A great number of these people were put to the sword, and some were burnt alive, to prove the deceitfulness of their false gods. Before a couple of hours had elapsed our friends of Tlaxcala came storming out of their camp into the town, and fought courageously with the troops of Colula in the streets, who strove to drive them back. They then dispersed themselves about the town for the sake of plunder, and taking prisoners, nor were we able to prevent them. The following day more troops arrived from Tlaxcala, who committed worse depredations, so deeply rooted was their hatred against Colula. At length our compassion was aroused, and we ordered the Tlaxcalans to stay all further hostilities, and Cortés commanded all the chiefs into his presence, when he addressed them at some length, and requested them to return to their camp. Which they accordingly complied with, the Sempoalans alone remaining within the town. While all this was going on, several caciques and papas arrived from other quarters of the town, who were said to have taken no part in this treacherous movement. Which may, indeed, have been the case, as in this large town every quarter had its own regiment and peculiar regulations. These people begged Cortés and all of us to pardon them, as the real traitors had now received their deserved punishment. In this prayer they were joined by our friends, the 2 papas, who had first discovered the plot to us, and the old wife of the Indian chief, who was to have been Dona Marina's mother-in-law. Cortés at first appeared very little disposed to listen to their prayers, but at length he sent for the 2 ambassadors of Moctezuma, whom we had kept in close confinement. He began by telling them, that though the whole town, with all its inhabitants, had merited total destruction, he would, nevertheless, substitute mercy for justice in consideration of their monarch Moctezuma, whose subjects they were. But he expected they would in future show a better disposition towards us, and give us no further cause to renew such a scene as had just taken place, otherwise they would undoubtedly forfeit their lives. He next sent for the caciques of the Tlaxcalan camp, and ordered them to liberate the prisoners they had taken, as they had now sufficiently revenged themselves. It was with difficulty we could persuade the Tlaxcalans to comply with this, for they maintained that the Colulans had deserved a good deal more at their hands for the many times they had suffered from them. However, as it was Cortés' wish, they liberated a great number of their captives, but carried off a great deal of booty, consisting in gold, cloaks, cotton, salt, and other matters. Cortés then brought about a reconciliation between these two tribes, and as far as I know, the good understanding which grew up between them was never after disturbed. He then desired the caciques and papas to order all the inhabitants into the town again, and to open the tayangs or markets, at the same time assuring them that no further harm should befall them. The chiefs accordingly promised that all the inhabitants should return to the town within the space of 5 days, as most of them had fled to the woods. And added, that they feared Cortés would elect a cacique to whom they might be averse in the room of him who had been killed in the recent attack. Our general, however, merely inquired who the rightful successor was according to their laws. And on being informed the late cacique's brother, he appointed him governor. As soon as the town was again filled with people, and the markets frequented as usual, Cortés assembled the papas, chiefs, and the principal inhabitants, and explained to them the nature of our holy religion. And showed them the necessity of abolishing their idolatry and human sacrifices, and their other abominations. He likewise showed them the delusion they lived under with respect to their idols, which were nothing but evil spirits from whom they could expect nothing but falsehood. They should remember how these had lately promised them the victory over us, and how all their promises had terminated. They should, therefore, pull down and destroy those lying and deceitful idols, or leave that work to us, if they declined doing it themselves. At present he desired they would clear and fresh plaster one of their temples, that we might fit it up for a chapel and erect a cross there. These words seemed to cheer them up a little, and they gave a solemn promise to destroy their idols, but continually postponed the fulfillment whenever we put them in mind of it. On this matter Father Olmedo set Cortés' mind at ease, by assuring him it would be of little use if even the Indians did abolish their idols, unless they had previously received some notion of our religion and faith. We ought first to see what impression our march into Mexico would make upon them. Time alone could be our surest guide as to our further proceedings. For the present we had done sufficient by admonishing them to piety, and by erecting a cross there. Respecting the town of Colula, I have further to remark, that it lay in a valley, and was surrounded by the townships Tepica, Tlaxcala, Chalco, Tecamacalco, Huexinco, and so many others that I am unable to enumerate them all. The country furnished quantities of maize and various leguminous plants, and particularly maguey, from the sap of which the inhabitants make their wine. In the town itself various kinds of earthenware pots are made, embellished with black and white colors, which are burnt in, with these it supplies Mexico and the neighboring provinces. In this respect Colula is equally celebrated in this country, as the towns Talavera and Valencia are in Spain. At that time Colula had above 100 very high towers, the whole of which were queues or temples, on which the human sacrifices were made and their idols stood. The principal cu here was even higher than that of Mexico, though the latter was, indeed, magnificent and very high. It is said to have contained 100 courts, and an idol of enormous dimensions, the name of which I have forgotten, which stood in great repute. And people came from various parts to sacrifice human beings to it and bring offerings for the dead. I well remember when we first entered this town, and looking up to the elevated white temples, how the whole place put us completely in mind of Valladolid. I must now say a few words respecting the troops which Moctezuma had dispatched here. These lay in ambush in the immediate vicinity of the town, and had planted stakes in the ground, and dug deep holes to render our cavalry incapable of acting. But when they were informed of what had taken place there, they immediately returned to Mexico to bring the intelligence to Moctezuma. However rapidly their departure may have been, we, nevertheless, were immediately apprised of it by the two distinguished personages who were with us. Moctezuma was excessively vexed and grieved at the news, and instantly ordered a number of Indians to be sacrificed to his warrior god Huitzilopochtli, that he might reveal to him whether he should obstruct our march to Mexico, or allow us peaceable entrance into his metropolis. 2 whole days did he spend with his papas in devotional exercises, and in sacrificing human beings to his idols, and at length was advised by them to send us ambassadors to apologize for the occurrence at Colula. He was further to allow us to march into Mexico, under every show of friendship, but when we had entered the town to deny us provisions and water, break down the bridges, shut us in, and put us all to the sword. If they attacked us in a body, and from all sides at once, not one of us could escape. Not till then were the great sacrifices to be instituted, as well in honor of the warrior god Huitzilopochtli, who had given the oracle, as in that of the god of hell, Tezcatlipoca. Our legs, thighs, and arms were to be eaten at their feast, and our entrails, with the remaining part of our bodies, were to be thrown to the serpents and tigers, which they kept confined in wooden cages, as will be mentioned in the proper place. It may well be imagined that the chastisement we gave the inhabitants of Cholula spread like wildfire through the whole of New Spain. If, previously, the battles of Patoncan, Tabasco, Singapasinga, and Tlaxcala, had spread the fame of our invincible courage, and obtained for us the name of Tulis or gods of a fearful nature, we were now looked upon as divinities of a superior order, from whom nothing could be kept a secret, and the greatest veneration was consequently paid to us. The kind reader has now, no doubt, heard enough of this occurrence at Cholula, and I myself would gladly break off here, but must add a word or two about the wooden cages we saw in this town. These were constructed of heavy timber, and filled with grown-up men and little boys, who were fattening there for the sacrifices and feasts. These diabolical cages Cortés ordered to be pulled down, and sent the prisoners each to their several homes. He likewise made the chiefs and papas promise him, under severe threats, never again to fasten up human beings in that way, and totally to abstain from eating human flesh. But what was the use of promises which they never intended to keep? These are, among others, those abominable monstrosities which the Bishop of Chiapa, Las Casas, can find no end in enumerating. But he is wrong when he asserts that we gave the Cholulans the above-mentioned chastisement without any provocation, and merely for pastime. I can, however, produce as witnesses to the contrary the pious Franciscan friars who were the first monks our emperor dispatched thither after the conquest of New Spain. These venerable men were purposely sent to Cholula to make the minutest investigation into this affair. They gained all their information from the elders and papas of the town itself, and they were fully convinced that everything had really taken place as I have related above, and, indeed, if we had not made an example here, we should have lived in constant alarm, as we were completely surrounded by Mexican and Cholulan troops, who were everywhere lying in ambush. If we had been destroyed at that time, New Spain would certainly not have been so speedily conquered, a second armament would not so easily have found its way there. And if it had, there would have been hard work with the Indians who defended the coasts, and they would have continued in their idolatrous worship. I have myself heard the very pious Franciscan brother Toribio Motelmea say that it would certainly have been better if we could have avoided spilling so much blood, and the Indians had not given us the cause to do so. But it had this good effect, that all the inhabitants of New Spain became convinced that their idols were nothing but deceitful demons, and they experienced how much happier they were when they discontinued to worship them or sacrifice to them. And it is a fact, that the inhabitants of Cholula, from that moment, cared very little about their idols. They took down the large one from the principal CU, and either hid it somewhere or destroyed it altogether. We, at least, never saw that one again, and they placed another there in its stead. Chapter 84. The negotiations we set on foot with the great Moctezuma, and the ambassadors we sent him. We had now lain a fortnight in Cholula, and any further stay there would have been waste of time. All the inhabitants had returned to their dwellings, and the markets were again filled with goods and merchants. Peace had been concluded between them and their neighbors the Tlaxcalans. A cross erected, and much of our holy faith explained to the inhabitants. Besides this, we discovered that Moctezuma had sent spies into our quarters to gain intelligence as to our future plans, and whether we really intended marching to his metropolis. His two ambassadors, who were still with us, also forwarded him due information, from time to time, of all that was going on. Our captain now called a council of war of those officers and soldiers in whom he could place implicit confidence, and of whose wisdom and courage he entertained the highest respect. In this council it was resolved we should dispatch a most friendly and flattering message to Moctezuma, as near as possible to the following effect: we had now, in compliance with the commands of our sovereign, journeyed over many seas. And through far distant countries, solely for the object of paying our personal respects to him, the monarch of Mexico, and of disclosing things to him which would prove of the greatest advantage to him. We chose the road over Cholula because his ambassadors had proposed that route, and had assured us that the inhabitants were his subjects. We met with the best of receptions, and were well treated during the first 2 days of our stay there, when we discovered that a vile conspiracy had been set on foot to destroy us all. Which, however, could not prove otherwise than a failure, as we were endowed with the faculty of knowing things beforehand, and it was utterly impossible to do anything without our knowledge. We had, therefore, punished a number of those who had concocted that treacherous movement, but we had, at the same time, abstained from punishing all those who had taken part in it, in consideration that the Cholulans were his subjects. And from the deep veneration we entertained for his person, and the great friendship we bore him. It was, however, to be regretted that the caciques and papas should have unanimously declared that all had been done at his commands, and planned by his own ambassadors. Of this, however, we had not believed a single word, as it seemed impossible to us that so great a monarch, who always styled himself our friend, could have consented thereto. On the contrary, we expected from him that, in case his gods had whispered to him to treat us hostilely, he would have attacked us in the open field, although it was all the same to us whether we were to fight about in a town or in the open field, or during night or daytime, as we easily overthrew those who ventured to attack us. As we were fully convinced of his friendship, and were very desirous to make his personal acquaintance, and to discourse with him, we intended marching to Mexico to lay our monarch's commission before him. When Moctezuma received this message, and found that we in no way considered him implicated in the occurrence which had taken place at Cholula, he again, as we were told, began to fast with his papas, and to sacrifice to his gods, of whom he wished to know whether he was to admit us into his metropolis or not. They pronounced in the affirmative, as, when we were once there, he would be able to slay us at his pleasure. His chief officers and papas were of the same opinion, and thought that, if he did not admit us into the city, we might commence hostilities against his subjects, and call in the assistance of the Tlaxcalans, the Totonac, and other tribes who were at enmity with the Mexicans, and in alliance with us. To obviate all this, the surest way would be to follow the wise counsel which Huitzilopochtli had given. The day had now arrived which had been fixed for our departure, and, just as we were about to break up our quarters, other ambassadors arrived, with presents from Moctezuma. Chapter 85. How the powerful Moctezuma sends a valuable present in gold to us, and the message which accompanied it, and how we all agree to commence our march upon Mexico, and what further happened. When Moctezuma was made acquainted with what we said concerning our friendship towards him, and the confident manner in which we had expressed ourselves, he again felt embarrassed, and was amazed at the idea that nothing could be concealed from us, and that he might attack us whenever he liked, within the city walls or in the open field, by day or by night, it was all the same to us. He thought of our war with the Tlaxcalans, of the battles we had fought at Patoncan, Tabasco, Singapasinga, and Cholula, and grew quite perplexed and dispirited. He several times altered his resolutions, until at last he determined upon sending us 6 of his principal courtiers with a present in gold and trinkets of various workmanship, worth altogether above 2,000 pesos. Besides several packages of cotton stuffs most beautifully manufactured. When these messengers were introduced into Cortés' presence, they touched the ground with their hands, and kissed it, and thus addressed our general, with signs of the deepest veneration, Malinche. Our ruler and monarch, the mighty Moctezuma, sends you this present, and begs you will accept of it with the same kind feeling he bears you and your brothers. He at the same time desires us to express his regret for the late occurrence at Cholula, and to assure you it would be pleasing to him if you would castigate that evil-minded and lying people more severely, since they had wished to heap the infamy of their vile proceedings upon him and his ambassadors. We might, they continued, rest assured of his friendship, and repair to his metropolis as soon as we should think proper. Being as we were men of vast courage, and the ambassadors of so great a monarch, he would receive us with due honors, and only regretted that, owing to the situation of his metropolis in the midst of a lake, He should not be able to furnish our table with the victuals he otherwise could wish. The greatest respect would everywhere be paid us, and he had also sent orders to the different townships we should pass through to furnish us with everything we required. Besides these, there were many other civilities they mentioned in their monarch's name. Cortés, to whom our interpreters had explained this message, accepted the present with every appearance of delight. He embraced the ambassadors, and presented them with various articles of cut glass. Every officer and soldier amongst us congratulated himself upon this favorable turn which affairs had taken, and at the monarch's invitation to visit Mexico, for our desire to see that city daily grew upon us. Particularly upon those who had no possessions in Cuba, and had accompanied the previous expeditions under Córdoba and Grijalva. Cortés returned the ambassadors a kind answer to all they had said, and arranged that 3 of them should remain with us to show us the road, while the others were dispatched to Mexico, to acquaint their monarch that we had already set out on our march thither. When the 2 old caciques of Tlaxcala found that Cortés was earnestly bent on marching to Mexico, they appeared excessively grieved, and reminded Cortés how frequently they had warned him, and could not do so too often, to dissuade him from marching into a town of such vast extent and power, and which possessed various means of carrying on a murderous war. The Mexicans would certainly, one day or other, fall upon us unawares, and it would be a wonder if we escaped alive out of their hands. To convince us how well they were inclined towards us, they would, however, gladly furnish us with 10,000 of their warriors, under the command of their most able generals, with a sufficient supply of provisions. Cortés thanked them for their kind offers, and explained to them that it would not be proper to enter Mexico at the head of so large an army, particularly as the hatred between themselves and the Mexicans was so excessive. 1,000 men was all he required to transport our cannon and baggage, and clear the road before us. These 1,000 men were immediately upon the spot, all strong and fine young fellows, and we were just upon the point of commencing our march when the caciques and chiefs of Zempoala, who had remained with us all this time, and rendered us such valuable services, called upon Cortés and hoped he would return with them to Zempoala. They were determined, they said, not to march over Cholula to Mexico, as they were quite convinced it would be ours and their destruction. Theirs, because they were the most distinguished personages of Zempoala, who had not only been the chief means of inducing their countrymen to refuse all further obedience and to pay tribute to Moctezuma, but also of seizing his tax-gatherers. Cortés, in answer to this, desired them to allay their fears. He was sure no harm would befall them, for, if they marched along in our company, who would dare to molest either? He therefore begged of them to alter their determination, and remain with us, and promised them all manner of riches. But all his entreaties, added to Marina's friendly advice, were fruitless, and they refused to accompany us, upon which Cortés cried out, God forbid that we should force these people, who have rendered us such valuable services, to go with us against their inclination. He then ordered several packages of the very finest cotton stuffs to be divided among them, and likewise sent the fat cacique 2 packages for himself and his nephew Quesco, who was also a powerful cacique. He wrote, at the same time, to his lieutenant Juan de Escalante, who was alguacil major of Vera Cruz, mentioning all that had befallen us, and that we were on our march to Mexico. He particularly cautioned him to keep a sharp lookout upon the inhabitants of the country, desired him by all means to hasten the completion of the fortress, and to take the inhabitants there under his protection against the Mexicans, and also not to suffer our men to molest them in any way. This letter was given in charge of the Zempoalans, and we then commenced our march forward with every military precaution. Chapter 86. How we set out on our march to Mexico, what happened to us on our route, and the message Moctezuma sent us. On our march from Cholula, we adopted our usual precautions. A few of our cavalry were always in advance to explore the territory, and these were closely followed by a number of our best foot to assist them in case of an ambush, and to clear any obstruction from the road. Our cannon and muskets were ready loaded, while our cavalry rode 3 and 3 together on the flanks of our troops to lend immediate assistance should anything occur, all the rest of our men marching in close order. I am very particular in mentioning all this that my readers may convince themselves of the great precautions we observed on this march. On the first day we arrived at a spot where there were a few scattered dwellings on a rising ground, subject to XXV, and, if I mistake not, bear the name of Iscalpan, and lie about 9 miles from Colula. Here we found all the caciques and papas of XXV assembled, who were friendly with the Tlaxcalans. They had brought along with them other tribes from the neighborhood of the volcano, and presented Cortés with a quantity of provisions and a few trinkets of gold, begging him, at the same time, not to consider the small worth of the latter, but the goodwill with which they were given. They then one and all dissuaded him from marching to Mexico, representing to him the strength of the city, the vast numbers of warriors there, and all the dangers we should be exposed to. Seeing, however, that they could not alter our determination, they instructed us as to the road we should take, and told us that, as soon as we had laid back the mountain pass, we should come to 2 broad roads, one of which led to Chalco, the other to Tlalmanalco, both of which townships were subject to the Mexican Empire. One of these roads was in excellent condition, and passable, and in so far it would be the best we could take. The other had been rendered impassable by numbers of large pine and other trees which had been felled and thrown across the road to prevent our marching that way. A little way further up the mountain, the good road along which it was supposed we would march had been intersected and palisaded, and Mexican troops were lying in ambush there. And others had been stationed in this pass to fall upon us and put us to the sword. They therefore advised us to leave the good road, and turn into the one leading to Tlalmanalco, which had been rendered impassable by the fallen trees. They would lend us sufficient hands to clear away the latter, in which they would be assisted by the Tlaxcalans who were with us. Cortés returned them many thanks for their present and good advice, assuring them he was determined, with the assistance of Providence, to continue his march, and would take the road they had pointed out. The next morning very early we again moved forward, and, towards noon we reached the summit of the mountain, where we found the 2 roads exactly as described by the inhabitants of XXV. Here we halted for a short time to reconsider what had been told us respecting the Mexican troops which we should find stationed in the pass. Cortés then inquired of the 2 Mexican ambassadors which of the 2 roads they would advise him to turn into, the one which had been blocked up by a fall of timber, or the smooth road. They told him into the latter, because it led to Chalco, a town of considerable magnitude, where we should meet with a good reception, as it was subject to Moctezuma. The other road, blocked up by the trees, was very dangerous in places, and was rather roundabout, leading, moreover, to a township much inferior to Chalco. Cortés, however, determined for the other road, and we marched through the mountains in the closest possible order. Our Indian friends set diligently to work to clear away the heavy trees, and even to this day many of the latter are still to be seen lying on the roadside. When we had reached the summit of the mountain, it began to snow so fast that the ground was soon covered with it. We now began to descend, and we took up our night's quarters in some scattered huts, which had the appearance of taverns for the accommodation of Indian merchants. We likewise found abundance of food here, and, notwithstanding the severity of the weather, we posted our sentinels as usual, and made regular patrols. The next morning we broke up our quarters, and arrived, about the hour of high mass, in the township of Tlalmanalco, where we met with very kind and hospitable treatment. Immediately upon the news of our arrival, numbers of people gathered about us from the neighboring townships of Chalco, Amaquemican, Ayotzinco, and from various other small places whose names I have forgotten. The last mentioned town has a harbor, where canoes ply up and down. These tribes made us a present in common, consisting in gold, worth about 150 pesos, 2 packages of cotton stuffs, and 8 females. Malinche, said they, in handing these over to Cortés, may it please you to accept of the present we have here brought you, and from this moment we hope you will look upon us as your friends. Cortés received it with every appearance of delight, and promised to assist them whenever they might require his aid. While we were thus standing around him, he desired Father Olmedo to give them some notion of the Christian religion, and to admonish them to abolish their idol worship, with which the Father complied, and made similar disclosures to them as we had done to the inhabitants of the other townships we had visited. They acknowledged that all was very good which he told them, and that they would consider that matter more maturely at some future period. We likewise spoke to them about the vast power of our emperor, and how he had sent us to this country to put an end to all robbery and oppression. We had scarcely touched this string when they began to throw out bitter accusations against Moctezuma and his tax-gatherers, but out of the hearing of the Mexican ambassadors. The Mexicans, they said, robbed them of everything they possessed, abused the chastity of their wives and daughters, before their eyes, if they were handsome, and carried them forcibly away to toil hard in base servitude. They themselves were compelled to transport wood, stones, and maize, both by water and by land, to the monarch's extensive maize plantations, and to relinquish the produce of their own land for the maintenance of the great temple. In short, their complaints knew no end, and, owing to the many years which have since elapsed, I cannot now remember them all. Cortés, in the most affectionate manner, gave them every consolation in his power, which Dona Marina interpreted to them exceedingly well, adding, however, that, at present, our general could not redress their wrongs. They would have to bear with these hardships for some time yet, when they would certainly be released from this state of oppression. He then requested 2 of their principal personages to repair in all secrecy, with 4 of our friends from Tlaxcala, to the spot where the other road had been intersected, mentioned by the inhabitants of XXIII, to ascertain how matters stood, and if any troops were stationed there. But the caciques assured our general that it was not necessary to repair thither for that purpose, as all the palisades had been taken away, and the hole filled up again. The Mexicans had, indeed, cut through a dangerous pass some 6 days ago, and stationed a strong body of troops there to prevent our passing that way. But, since that time, they had been advised by their god of war to allow us to march forward unmolested, and not to attack us until we should be within the city, and then to kill us all. The caciques likewise begged of us to remain with them, and they would provide us with everything we might require. Believe us, they added, you must not go to Mexico, for we know how great the strength of that city is, and what large bodies of troops are there. If you once enter that city, you will all be put to death. Cortés replied to this well-meant advice with the serenest countenance in the world, and assured them that neither the Mexicans nor any other people had the power to deprive us of life. This was in the hands of the God in whom we believed. We had to fulfill our commission to Moctezuma, to all the caciques and papas, and were therefore determined to march straightway to Mexico. We should only require 20 of their men to accompany us. He would do his utmost for them, and, immediately upon his arrival there, demand justice for them, and that neither Moctezuma nor his tax-gatherers should oppress them as heretofore. These promises spread an expression of joy over the countenance of every Indian present, and the 20 men whom Cortés required, instantly joined us. And, just as we were about to leave, other ambassadors arrived from Moctezuma, whose message I will relate in the next chapter. Chapter 87. How the powerful Moctezuma again sends ambassadors to us with a present of gold and cotton stuffs, that monarch's message to Cortés, and the answer he returns. As I have before said, we were about to continue our march, when 4 distinguished Mexicans arrived in our quarters, with a message from Moctezuma, accompanied by a present in gold and cotton stuffs, and thus addressed Cortés. After they had shown the usual signs of veneration, Malinche, our sovereign, the mighty Moctezuma, sends you this present. He desires us to express his sorrow for the many hardships which you have been compelled to undergo on your tedious journey from such distant countries to behold his person. He now likewise, again renews the offer to pay you a quantity of gold, silver, and calchahuas stones, in shape of tribute to your monarch, and as a present to you and the other Tullies who are with you. But, at the same time, he again begs of you not to advance any further, but to return from whence you came. He promises to send abundance of gold, silver, and jewels, for your emperor, to the harbor on the sea coast. He will present you with 4 loads of gold, and your companions with 1 each, but he altogether forbids you to enter into Mexico, as all his troops are under arms to oppose you. Add to which, the only access to the metropolis is by 1 narrow causeway, and we could not supply you with provisions there. Besides these, the ambassadors offered many other reasons in order to dissuade us from advancing any further. However unpleasant this disclosure might sound in his ears, Cortés, nevertheless, embraced the ambassadors most affectionately, and accepted the presents, the value of which I cannot now remember. I must also remark that Moctezuma never sent any message to us which was not accompanied by some present in gold. On this occasion Cortés again told the ambassadors that he was surprised how their master, who had styled himself our friend so very many times, and was so powerful a monarch, could so often change his mind. Desire a thing one day, to countermand it the next. With respect to his offer of the gold for our emperor and ourselves, we were thankful for his kind intentions, as also for the presents they now brought with them, and he would certainly some day render him valuable services in return. He would ask them himself if it would be acting right after we had advanced within such a short distance of his metropolis, to turn back without fulfilling our monarch's commission. Moctezuma should place himself in our position and consider, if he had sent ambassadors to a monarch of his own rank, how he would like it, if they returned home after arriving almost at his palace, without once seeing that monarch or fulfilling their commission to him. How would he receive these ambassadors when they appeared before him? Would he not look upon them as cowards and spiritless beings? Our emperor, at least, would not look upon us in any other light, and treat us accordingly if we returned so to his court. We had now no choice left, and we must get into his metropolis one way or other. In future, therefore, we begged their monarch would not send any more ambassadors with such messages. He, Cortés, was determined to see and speak to Moctezuma himself personally, to acquaint him with the object of our mission. All we required of him was merely an audience, for the moment our stay in his metropolis became irksome to him we would leave and return to the place whence we had come. With regard to the alleged scarcity of provisions, we were accustomed to content ourselves with little. He had better, therefore, make up his mind to receive our visit, as we could not possibly relinquish our purpose of seeing Mexico. With this answer Cortés sent the ambassadors back to their monarch, and we continued our march. As we had been so often warned by the people of XXIV and Chalco, and we were aware that Moctezuma had been advised by his idols and papas to allow us to enter the city and then fall upon us, we became more thoughtful. For we were likewise mortals and feared death. We were now, therefore, doubly upon our guard, more particularly as the country was thickly populated, and we made short days' marches. We arranged the manner in which we were to enter the city, and commended ourselves to the protection of God, and we felt confident hopes, that as the Lord Jesus had up to this moment watched over us in all our perils, he would also shield us against the power of Mexico. We took up our night's quarters in Iztapalapan, where we found an excellent supper awaiting us. This town lay half in the water and half on the dry land, on the slope of a small hill, where, at present, a public house is built. After Moctezuma had learnt our answer to his message, he dispatched his nephew Cacamatzin, Prince of Tezcuco to us, in great pomp, to bid us welcome. The first intimation of this prince's approach was brought in by our outposts, who announced to our general that a great number of Mexicans were advancing, arrayed in their most splendid mantles and showed signs of peace. It was still early in the day, just as we were about to break up our quarters, and Cortés consequently ordered us to halt, until we should learn the purport of this visit. At this moment 4 distinguished personages came up to him, and made signs of the profoundest veneration, and announced to him that Cacamatzin, Prince of Tezcuco, and nephew to Moctezuma, was approaching. And they begged that Cortés would await his arrival, as he would come almost immediately. It was indeed not long before this prince made his appearance in such splendor and magnificence as we had not yet seen in any of the Mexican chiefs. He was seated in a beautiful sedan, which was decorated with silver, green feathers, and branches made of gold, from which hung quantities of precious stones. This sedan was supported on the shoulders of 8 distinguished personages, who, we were assured, were likewise caciques over townships. When the procession had arrived in front of Cortés' quarters, they assisted the prince out of the sedan, and swept clean every inch of ground before him, and then introduced him into the presence of our commander. After the usual compliments, Cacamatzin addressed Cortés as follows: Malinche, I and these chiefs are come here to wait upon you, and to provide all those things for you and your companions which you may require, and to conduct you to the quarters we have prepared for you in our city. All this is done at the command of our monarch, the powerful Moctezuma. When we contemplated the splendor and majesty of these caziques, and particularly of the nephew of Moctezuma, we could not help remarking to each other, if these appear in so much splendor, what must not the power and majesty of the mighty Moctezuma himself be? When Cacamatzin had done speaking, Cortés embraced him, and said many fine things to this prince and the great personages around him, and presented the former with 3 pieces of polished stone, of a pearly hue, containing various figures in different colors, and the other chiefs with blue glass beads. He then again thanked him for the attentions which Moctezuma had thus far shown him, and inquired what day he should be able to thank Moctezuma in person. This conference being ended, we continued our march. We were accompanied by the caziques who had come out to meet us and their numerous suite, with all the inhabitants of the surrounding neighborhood, so that we could scarcely move along for the vast crowds of people. The next morning we reached the broad high road of Iztapalapan, whence we for the first time beheld the numbers of towns and villages built in the lake, and the still greater number of large townships on the mainland, with the level causeway which ran in a straight line into Mexico. Our astonishment was indeed raised to the highest pitch, and we could not help remarking to each other, that all these buildings resembled the fairy castles we read of in Amadis de Gaul. So high, majestic, and splendid did the temples, towers, and houses of the town, all built of massive stone and lime, rise up out of the midst of the lake. Indeed, many of our men believed what they saw was a mere dream. And the reader must not feel surprised at the manner in which I have expressed myself, for it is impossible to speak coolly of things which we had never seen nor heard of, nor even could have dreamt of, beforehand. When we approached near to Iztapalapan, 2 other caziques came out in great pomp to receive us. One was the Prince of Cuitlahuac, and the other of Coyohuacan. Both were near relatives of Moctezuma. We now entered the town of Iztapalapan, where we were indeed quartered in palaces, of large dimensions, surrounded by spacious courts, and built of hewn stone, cedar and other sweet-scented wood. All the apartments were hung round with cotton cloths. After we had seen all this, we paid a visit to the gardens adjoining these palaces, which were really astonishing. And I could not gratify my desire too much by walking about in them and contemplating the numbers of trees which spread around the most delicious odors, the rose bushes, the different flower beds, and the fruit trees which stood along the paths. There was likewise a basin of sweet water, which was connected with the lake by means of a small canal. It was constructed of stone of various colors, and decorated with numerous figures, and was wide enough to hold their largest canoes. In this basin various kinds of waterfowls were swimming up and down, and everything was so charming and beautiful that we could find no words to express our astonishment. Indeed, I do not believe a country was ever discovered which was equal in splendor to this, for Peru was not known at that time. But, at the present moment, there is not a vestige of all this remaining, and not a stone of this beautiful town is now standing. We had not been long here before the caziques of this town, and of Coyohuacan arrived with a present, worth about 2,000 pesos, for which Cortés returned them many thanks, and showed the caziques every possible kindness, and explained, by means of our interpreters, many important things to them relative to our holy religion, and the great power of our emperor. Iztapalapan was at that time a town of considerable magnitude, built half in the water and half on dry land. The spot where it stood is at present all dry land, and where vessels once sailed up and down, seeds are sown and harvests gathered. In fact, the whole face of the country is so completely changed that he who had not seen these parts previously, would scarcely believe that waves had ever rolled over the spot where now fertile maize plantations extend themselves to all sides. So wonderfully has everything changed here in a short space of time. Chapter 88. The magnificent and pompous reception which the powerful Moctezuma gave to Cortés and all of us, on our entrance into the great city of Mexico. The following morning we left Iztapalapan accompanied by all the principal caziques above mentioned. The road along which we marched was 8 paces in breadth, and if I still remember ran in a perfectly straight line to Mexico. Notwithstanding the breadth, it was much too narrow to hold the vast crowds of people who continually kept arriving from different parts to gaze upon us, and we could scarcely move along. Besides this, the tops of all the temples and towers were crowded, while the lake beneath was completely covered with canoes filled with Indians, for all were curious to catch a glimpse of us. And who can wonder at this, as neither men like unto ourselves, nor horses, had ever been seen here before. When we gazed upon all this splendor at once, we scarcely knew what to think, and we doubted whether all that we beheld was real. A series of large towns stretched themselves along the banks of the lake, out of which still larger ones rose magnificently above the waters. Innumerable crowds of canoes were plying everywhere around us. At regular distances we continually passed over new bridges, and before us lay the great city of Mexico in all its splendor. And we who were gazing upon all this, passing through innumerable crowds of human beings, were a mere handful of men, in all 450, our minds still full of the warnings which the inhabitants of XXIV, Tlaxcala, and Tlaumanalco, with the caution they had given us not to expose our lives to the treachery of the Mexicans. I may safely ask the kind reader to ponder a moment, and say whether he thinks any men in this world ever ventured so bold a stroke as this? When we had arrived at a spot where another narrow causeway led towards Coyohuacan, we were met by a number of caciques and distinguished personages, all attired in their most splendid garments. They had been dispatched by Moctezuma to meet us and bid us welcome in his name, and in token of peace they touched the ground with their hands and kissed it. Here we halted for a few minutes, while the princes of Texcoco, Iztapalapan, Tlaquipa, and Coyohuacan hastened in advance to meet Moctezuma, who was slowly approaching us, surrounded by other grandees of the kingdom, seated in a sedan of uncommon splendor. When we had arrived at a place not far from the town, where several small towers rose together, the monarch raised himself in his sedan, and the chief caciques supported him under the arms, and held over his head a canopy of exceedingly great value, decorated with green feathers, gold, silver, calcahuas stones, and pearls, which hung down from a species of bordering, altogether curious to look at. Moctezuma himself, according to his custom, was sumptuously attired, had on a species of half-boot, richly set with jewels, and whose soles were made of solid gold. The four grandees who supported him were also richly attired, which they must have put on somewhere on the road, in order to wait upon Moctezuma. They were not so sumptuously dressed when they first came out to meet us. Besides these distinguished caciques, there were many other grandees around the monarch, some of whom held the canopy over his head, while others again occupied the road before him, and spread cotton cloths on the ground that his feet might not touch the bare earth. No one of his suite ever looked at him full in the face, every one in his presence stood with eyes downcast, and it was only his four nephews and cousins who supported him that durst look up. When it was announced to Cortés that Moctezuma himself was approaching, he alighted from his horse and advanced to meet him. Many compliments were now passed on both sides. Moctezuma bid Cortés welcome, who, through Marina, said, in return, he hoped His Majesty was in good health. If I still remember rightly, Cortés, who had Marina next to him, wished to concede the place of honor to the monarch, who, however, would not accept of it, but conceded it to Cortés, who now brought forth a necklace of precious stones, of the most beautiful colors and shapes, strung upon gold wire, and perfumed with musk, which he hung about the neck of Moctezuma. Our commander was then going to embrace him, but the grandees by whom he was surrounded held back his arms, as they considered it improper. Our general then desired Marina to tell the monarch how exceedingly he congratulated himself upon his good fortune of having seen such a powerful monarch face to face, and of the honor he had done us by coming out to meet us himself. To all this Moctezuma answered in very appropriate terms, and ordered his two nephews, the princes of Texcoco and Coyohuacan, to conduct us to our quarters. He himself returned to the city, accompanied by his two other relatives, the princes of Cuitlahuac and Tlaquipa, with the other grandees of his numerous suite. As they passed by, we perceived how all those who composed His Majesty's retinue held their heads bent forward, no one daring to lift up his eyes in his presence, and altogether what deep veneration was paid him. The road before us now became less crowded, and yet who would have been able to count the vast numbers of men, women, and children who filled the streets, crowded the balconies, and the canoes in the canals, merely to gaze upon us? Indeed, at the moment I am writing this, everything comes as lively to my eyes as if it had happened yesterday. And I daily become more sensible of the great mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ, that he lent us sufficient strength and courage to enter this city. For my own person, I have particular reason to be thankful that he spared my life in so many perils. As the reader will sufficiently see in the course of this history, indeed I cannot sufficiently praise him that I have been allowed to live thus long to narrate these adventures, although they may not turn out so perfect as I myself could wish. We were quartered in a large building where there was room enough for us all, and which had been occupied by Ashiakatl, father of Moctezuma, during his lifetime. Here the latter had likewise a secret room full of treasures, and where the gold he had inherited from his father was hid, which he had never touched up to this moment. Near this building there were temples and Mexican idols, and this place had been purposely selected for us because we were termed tulis, or were thought to be such, and that we might dwell among the latter as among our equals. The apartments and halls were very spacious, and those set apart for our general were furnished with carpets. There were separate beds for each of us, which could not have been better fitted up for a gentleman of the first rank. Every place was swept clean, and the walls had been newly plastered and decorated. When we had arrived in the great courtyard adjoining this palace, Moctezuma came up to Cortés, and, taking him by the hand, conducted him himself into the apartments where he was to lodge, which had been beautifully decorated after the fashion of the country. He then hung about his neck a chaste necklace of gold, most curiously worked with figures all representing crabs. The Mexican grandees were greatly astonished at all these uncommon favors which their monarch bestowed upon our general. Cortés returned the monarch many thanks for so much kindness, and the latter took leave of him with these words: "Malinche, you and your brothers must now do as if you were at home, and take some rest after the fatigues of the journey." Then returned to his own palace, which was close at hand. We allotted the apartments according to the several companies, placed our cannon in an advantageous position, and made such arrangements that our cavalry, as well as the infantry, might be ready at a moment's notice. We then sat down to a plentiful repast, which had been previously spread out for us, and made a sumptuous meal. This our bold and memorable entry into the large city of Tenochtitlan, Mexico, took place on the 8th of November, 1519. Praise be to the Lord Jesus Christ for all this. If, however, I have not exactly related every circumstance that transpired at the moment, the reader must pardon me for the present. Chapter 89. How Moctezuma, accompanied by several caciques, pays us a visit in our quarters, and of the discourse that passed between him and our general. After Moctezuma had dined, and was informed that we had likewise left table, he set out from his palace in great pomp, accompanied by a number of his grandees and all his relations, to pay us a visit. Cortés, being apprised of his approach, advanced to the middle of the apartment to receive him. Moctezuma took him by the hand, while others brought in a species of chair of great value, decorated, according to Mexican fashion, with gold beautifully worked into various shapes. The monarch then invited our general to seat himself next to him. Moctezuma then began a very excellent discourse, and, first of all, expressed his delight to entertain in his kingdom and city such courageous cavaliers as Cortés and all of us were. A couple of years ago he had received intelligence that some other officer had made his appearance in the province of Champadon, and a year later, of a second, who had been off the coast with 4 vessels. He had long desired to see Cortés, and, since his wishes were now fulfilled, he was ready to render us any services, and provide us with everything we might require. He was now convinced that we were those people of whom his earliest forefathers had spoken, a people that would come from the rising of the sun and conquer these countries. After the battles we had fought at Patoncan, Tabasco, and those against the Tlaxcalans, which had been represented to him by pictures, all further doubt had vanished from his mind. To which Cortés answered, that we should never be able to repay him for all the kindnesses he had shown us. We indeed came from the rising of the sun, and were servants and subjects of a powerful monarch, called Don Carlos, who had numerous distinguished princes among his vassals. Our monarch had received intelligence of him, Moctezuma, and of his great power, and had expressly sent us to his country to beg of him and his subjects to become converts to the Christian faith, for the salvation of their souls. And that we only adored one true God, as he had previously, in some degree, explained on the downs to his ambassadors Tuthlil, Quitalpatoc, and Quintalber, all of which, however, would be more fully explained to him at some future period. When this discourse was ended, Moctezuma presented to our general various kinds of valuable gold trinkets, and a smaller portion of the same kind to each of our officers, with 3 packages of cotton stuffs, splendidly interwoven with feathers. And to every soldier 2 similar packages. All this he gave with every appearance of delight, and in all he did he showed his excellent breeding. He likewise inquired, after the presents had been distributed, whether we were all brothers, and subjects of our great emperor. To which Cortés replied in the affirmative, assuring him we were all united in love and friendship towards each other. In this way a pleasant discourse was kept up between Moctezuma and Cortés, though it was of short duration, as this was the monarch's first visit, and he was unwilling to be too troublesome thus early. He then ordered his house steward to provide us the necessary provisions, consisting in maize, fowls, and fruits, and also grass for our horses. To furnish women to grind our corn with stones, and bake the bread, after which the monarch took leave of us with great courtesy, Cortés and all of us conducting him to the door. Our general now issued strict commands that no one should stir from headquarters until we had gained some certain knowledge as to how matters really stood. Chapter 90. How our general, the day following, paid a visit to Moctezuma, and of the discourse that passed between them. The next day Cortés determined to visit Moctezuma in his own palace. He therefore first sent to inquire after his health, and whether it would be agreeable to the monarch to receive a visit from him. Our general took with him 4 of our principal officers, namely, Alvarado, Leon, Ordaz, and Sandoval, besides 5 soldiers, of whom I was one. When our arrival was announced to Moctezuma, he advanced to the middle of the apartment to meet us, being solely attended by his nephew, as the other grandees were only allowed to enter his apartments upon very important occasions. After the first compliments had passed between the monarch and our general, they shook hands, and Moctezuma conducted Cortés to an elevated seat, and placed him at his right hand. The rest of us were also desired to sit down on chairs which were brought in for us. Cortés then, by means of our interpreters, addressed Moctezuma at considerable length. He said that all his and our wishes were now fulfilled, as he had reached the end of his journey, and obeyed the commands of our great emperor. There only now remained to disclose to him the commandments of our God. We were Christians, believing in one true God only, Jesus Christ, who suffered and died for our salvation. We prayed to the cross as an emblem of that cross on which our Lord and Savior was crucified. By his death the whole human race was saved. He rose on the 3rd day, and was received into heaven. By him, heaven, earth, and sea, and every living creature was formed, and nothing existed but by his divine will. Those figures, on the contrary, which he considered as gods, were no gods, but devils, which were evil spirits. It was very evident how powerless and what miserable things they were, since in all those places where we had planted the cross, those gods no longer durst make their appearance. Of this his ambassadors were fully convinced, and he himself would, in the course of time, be convinced of this truth. He begged he would also pay particular attention to something else he had to communicate. Here Cortés very intelligently explained to him how the world was created, how all people were brothers, and sons of one father and mother, called Adam and Eve. And how grieved our emperor was to think that so many human souls should be lost, and sent to hell by those false idols, where they would be tormented by everlasting fire. For this reason he had sent us hither to put an end to so much misery, and to exhort the inhabitants of this country no longer to adore such gods, nor sacrifice human beings to them. And also to abstain from robbery and committing unnatural offenses. In a very short time our emperor would send to this country men of great piety and virtue, of whom there were numbers in our country, and who would explain these things more fully to them. Of all this we were merely the first messengers, and could only beg of them to support us in our labors, and assist us in their completion. As Moctezuma was about to answer, Cortés stopped short, and, turning to us, said, "Verily, I am determined they shall comply with this, and let this be the commencement of our work." Moctezuma, in reply, expressed himself as follows: Malinche. What you have just been telling me of your God has, indeed, been mentioned to me before by my servants, to whom you made similar disclosures immediately upon your arrival off the coast. Neither am I ignorant of what you have stated concerning the cross and everything else in the towns you passed through. We, however, maintain silence, as the gods we adore were adored in bygone ages by our ancestors. We have, once for all, acknowledged them as good deities, in the same way as you have yours, and therefore let us talk no further on this subject. Respecting the creation of the world, we likewise believe it was created many ages ago. We likewise believe that you are those people whom our ancestors prophesied would come from the rising of the sun, and I feel myself indebted to your great emperor, to whom I will send a present of the most valuable things I possess. It is now 2 years ago that I received the first intelligence of him by some vessels which appeared off my coast belonging to your country, the people on board of which likewise called themselves subjects of your great emperor. Tell me, now, do you really all belong to the same people? Cortés assured him we were all servants of the same great emperor. That those vessels were merely sent out in advance to explore the seas and the harbors, to make the necessary preparations for our present expedition. Moctezuma likewise remarked that then even he had contemplated allowing some of those men to penetrate into the interior of his country, from his great desire to see them, and had intended to pay them great honors. Since the gods had now fulfilled his greatest desires, and we now inhabited his dwellings, which we might look upon as our own, we could rest from our fatigues, and enjoy ourselves, and we should not want for anything. Although he had sometimes sent us word not to repair to his metropolis, he had done so with great reluctance. He had been forced to act so on account of his subjects, who stood in great awe of us, and believed that we whirled fire and lightning around us, and killed numbers of men with our horses. That we were wild and unruly tullies, and such like nonsense, as he had now gained personal knowledge of us, and convinced himself that we were likewise formed of flesh and bone, and men of great understanding, with great courage. He entertained even a more elevated opinion of us than he had previously, and was ready to share all he possessed with us. Upon this, Cortés assured him that we felt ourselves vastly indebted to him for the very kind feeling he evinced on our behalf. Moctezuma, who was always of a merry disposition, though never, for an instant, forgetful of his high station, now continued in a more humorous style, as follows: I am perfectly well aware, Malinche, what the people of Tlaxcala, with whom you are so closely allied, have been telling you respecting myself. They have made you believe that I am a species of god, or tully, and that my palaces are filled with gold, silver, and jewels. I do not think, for an instant, that reasonable men as you are can put any faith in all their talk, but that you look upon all this as nonsense, besides which, you can now convince yourself, Malinche, that I am made of flesh and bone as you are. And that my palaces are built of stone, lime, and wood. I am, to be sure, a powerful monarch. It is likewise true that I have inherited vast treasures from my ancestors, but with regard to anything else they may have told you respecting me, it is all nonsense. You must just think of that as I think of the lightning and burning flames which you are said to whirl about in all directions. To this Cortés answered, likewise laughingly, we knew, from old experience, that enemies neither tell the truth nor speak well of each other. We had, however, long ago convinced ourselves that there was not another such a noble-minded and illustrious monarch as himself in this quarter of the world, and that the great idea our emperor had formed of him was well founded. During this discourse, Moctezuma secretly desired his nephew to order his house steward to bring in some gold trinkets and 10 packages of fine stuffs, which he divided among Cortés and the 4 officers who were present. We 5 soldiers obtained each 2 gold chains for the neck, in value about 10 pesos each, besides 2 packages of cotton stuffs. The gold which Moctezuma gave away upon this occasion was estimated at above 1,000 pesos. But what was more, everything he gave away was given with the best of goodwill, and with an air of dignity which you might expect in so great a monarch. As it was already past noon, Cortés began to fear that any longer stay might be troublesome to the monarch, and said to him, in rising from his seat, "We are daily becoming more and more indebted to your majesty for so many kindnesses. At present it is time to think of dinner." The monarch, in return, thanked us for our visit, and we took leave of each other in the most courteous manner imaginable. We now returned to our quarters, and acquainted our fellow soldiers with the kind reception the monarch had given us. Chapter 91. Of Moctezuma's person, disposition, habits, and of his great power. The mighty Moctezuma may have been about this time in the 40th year of his age. He was tall of stature, of slender make, and rather thin, but the symmetry of his body was beautiful. His complexion was not very brown, merely approaching to that of the inhabitants in general. The hair of his head was not very long, excepting where it hung thickly down over his ears, which were quite hidden by it. His black beard, though thin, looked handsome. His countenance was rather of an elongated form, but cheerful, and his fine eyes had the expression of love or severity, at the proper moments. He was particularly clean in his person, and took a bath every evening. Besides a number of concubines, who were all daughters of persons of rank and quality, he had 2 lawful wives of royal extraction, whom, however, he visited secretly without anyone daring to observe it, save his most confidential servants. He was perfectly innocent of any unnatural crimes. The dress he had on one day was not worn again until 4 days had elapsed. In the halls adjoining his own private apartments there was always a guard of 2,000 men of quality, in waiting, with whom, however, he never held any conversation unless to give them orders or to receive some intelligence from them. Whenever for this purpose they entered his apartment, they had first to take off their rich costumes and put on meaner garments, though these were always neat and clean. And were only allowed to enter into his presence barefooted, with eyes cast down. No person durst look at him full in the face, and during the 3 prostrations which they were obliged to make before they could approach him, they pronounced these words, "Lord. My Lord. Sublime Lord." Everything that was communicated to him was to be said in few words, the eyes of the speaker being constantly cast down, and on leaving the monarch's presence he walked backwards out of the room. I also remarked that even princes and other great personages who come to Mexico respecting lawsuits, or on other business from the interior of the country, always took off their shoes and changed their whole dress for one of a meaner appearance when they entered his palace. Neither were they allowed to enter the palace straightway, but had to show themselves for a considerable time outside the doors, as it would have been considered want of respect to the monarch if this had been omitted. Above 300 kinds of dishes were served up for Moctezuma's dinner from his kitchen, underneath which were placed pans of porcelain filled with fire, to keep them warm. 300 dishes of various kinds were served up for him alone, and above 1,000 for the persons in waiting. He sometimes, but very seldom, accompanied by the chief officers of his household, ordered the dinner himself, and desired that the best dishes and various kinds of birds should be called over to him. We were told that the flesh of young children, as a very dainty bit, was also set before him sometimes by way of a relish. Whether there was any truth in this we could not possibly discover. On account of the great variety of dishes, consisting in fowls, turkeys, pheasants, partridges, quails, tame and wild geese, venison, musk swine, pigeons, hares, rabbits, and of numerous other birds and beasts. Besides which there were various other kinds of provisions, indeed it would have been no easy task to call them all over by name. This I know, however, for certain, that after Cortés had reproached him for the human sacrifices and the eating of human flesh, he issued orders that no dishes of that nature should again be brought to his table. I will, however, drop this subject, and rather relate how the monarch was waited on while he sat at dinner. If the weather was cold a large fire was made with a kind of charcoal made of the bark of trees, which emitted no smoke, but threw out a delicious perfume. And that his majesty might not feel any inconvenience from too great a heat, a screen was placed between his person and the fire, made of gold, and adorned with all manner of figures of their gods. The chair on which he sat was rather low, but supplied with soft cushions, and was beautifully carved. The table was very little higher than this, but perfectly corresponded with his seat. It was covered with white cloths, and one of a larger size. For very neat and pretty young women held before the monarch a species of round pitcher, called by them zicals, filled with water to wash his hands in. The water was caught in other vessels, and then the young women presented him with towels to dry his hands. 2 other women brought him maize bread baked with eggs. Before, however, Moctezuma began his dinner, a kind of wooden screen, strongly gilt, was placed before him, that no one might see him while eating, and the young women stood at a distance. Next 4 elderly men, of high rank, were admitted to his table, whom he addressed from time to time, or put some questions to them. Sometimes he would offer them a plate of some of his viands, which was considered a mark of great favor. These grey-headed old men, who were so highly honored, were, as we subsequently learnt, his nearest relations, most trustworthy counselors and chief justices. Whenever he ordered any victuals to be presented them, they ate it standing, in the deepest veneration, though without daring to look at him full in the face. The dishes in which the dinner was served up were of variegated and black porcelain, made at Cholula. While the monarch was at table, his courtiers, and those who were in waiting in the halls adjoining, had to maintain strict silence. After the hot dishes had been removed, every kind of fruit which the country produced was set on the table, of which, however, Moctezuma ate very little. Every now and then was handed to him a golden pitcher filled with a kind of liquor made from the cacao, which is of a very exciting nature. Though we did not pay any particular attention to the circumstance at the time, yet I saw about 50 large pitchers filled with the same liquor brought in all frothy. This beverage was also presented to the monarch by women, but all with the profoundest veneration. Sometimes during dinner time, he would have ugly Indian humpbacked dwarfs, who acted as buffoons and performed antics for his amusement. At another time he would have jesters to enliven him with their witticisms. Others again danced and sung before him. Moctezuma took great delight in these entertainments, and ordered the broken victuals and pitchers of cacao liquor to be distributed among these performers. As soon as he had finished his dinner the 4 women cleared the cloths and brought him water to wash his hands. During this interval he discoursed a little with the 4 old men, and then left table to enjoy his afternoon's nap. After the monarch had dined, dinner was served up for the men on duty and the other officers of his household, and I have often counted more than 1,000 dishes on the table, of the kinds above mentioned. These were then followed, according to the Mexican custom, by the frothing jugs of cacao liquor, certainly 2,000 of them, after which came different kinds of fruit in great abundance. Next the women dined, who superintended the baking department. And those who made the cacao liquor, with the young women who waited upon the monarch. Indeed, the daily expense of these dinners alone must have been very great. Besides these servants there were numerous butlers, house stewards, treasurers, cooks, and superintendents of maize magazines. Indeed there is so much to be said about these that I scarcely knew where to commence, and we could not help wondering that everything was done with such perfect order. I had almost forgotten to mention, that during dinner time, 2 other young women of great beauty brought the monarch small cakes, as white as snow, made of eggs and other very nourishing ingredients, on plates covered with clean napkins. Also a kind of long-shaped bread, likewise made of very substantial things, and some packle, which is a kind of wafer cake. They then presented him with 3 beautifully painted and gilt tubes, which were filled with liquid amber, and a herb called by the Indians tabaco. After the dinner had been cleared away and the singing and dancing done, one of these tubes was lighted, and the monarch took the smoke into his mouth, and after he had done this a short time, he fell asleep. About this time a celebrated cazique, whom we called Tapia, was Moctezuma's chief steward. He kept an account of the whole of Moctezuma's revenue, in large books of paper which the Mexicans call a mattel. A whole house was filled with such large books of accounts. Moctezuma had also 2 arsenals filled with arms of every description, of which many were ornamented with gold and precious stones. These arms consisted in shields of different sizes, sabers, and a species of broadsword, which is wielded with both hands, the edge furnished with flint stones, so extremely sharp that they cut much better than our Spanish swords. Further, lances of greater length than ours, with spikes at their end, full 1 fathom in length, likewise furnished with several sharp flint stones. The pikes are so very sharp and hard that they will pierce the strongest shield, and cut like a razor, so that the Mexicans even shave themselves with these stones. Then there were excellent bows and arrows, pikes with single and double points, and the proper thongs to throw them with, slings with round stones purposely made for them. Also a species of large shield, so ingeniously constructed that it could be rolled up when not wanted. They are only unrolled on the field of battle, and completely cover the whole body from the head to the feet. Further, we saw here a great variety of cuirassas made of quilted cotton, which were outwardly adorned with soft feathers of different colors, and looked like uniforms. Morions and helmets constructed of wood and bones, likewise adorned with feathers. There were always artificers at work, who continually augmented this store of arms. And the arsenals were under the care of particular personages, who also superintended the works. Moctezuma had likewise a variety of aviaries, and it is indeed with difficulty that I constrain myself from going into too minute a detail respecting these. I will confine myself by stating that we saw here every kind of eagle, from the king's eagle to the smallest kind included, and every species of bird, from the largest known to the little colibris, in their full splendor of plumage. Here were also to be seen those birds from which the Mexicans take the green-colored feathers of which they manufacture their beautiful feathered stuffs. These last-mentioned birds very much resemble our Spanish jays, and are called by the Indians quetzals. The species of sparrows were particularly curious, having 5 distinct colors in their plumage: green, red, white, yellow, and blue. I have, however, forgotten their Mexican name. There were such vast numbers of parrots, and such a variety of species, that I cannot remember all their names, and geese of the richest plumage, and other large birds. These were, at stated periods, stripped of their feathers, in order that new ones might grow in their place. All these birds had appropriate places to breed in, and were under the care of several Indians of both sexes, who had to keep the nests clean, give to each kind its proper food, and set the birds for breeding. In the courtyard belonging to this building, there was a large basin of sweet water, in which, besides other water fowls, there was a particularly beautiful bird, with long legs, its body, wings, and tail variously colored, and is called at Cuba, where it is also found, the epirus. In another large building, numbers of idols were erected, and these, it is said, were the most terrible of all their gods. Near these were kept all manner of beautiful animals, tigers, lions of 2 different kinds, of which one had the shape of a wolf, and was called a jackal. There were also foxes, and other small beasts of prey. Most of these animals had been bred here, and were fed with wild deer's flesh, turkeys, dogs, and sometimes, as I have been assured, with the offal of human beings. Respecting the abominable human sacrifices of these people, the following was communicated to us: the breast of the unhappy victim destined to be sacrificed was ripped open with a knife made of sharp flint. The throbbing heart was then torn out, and immediately offered to the idol god in whose honor the sacrifice had been instituted. After this, the head, arms, and legs were cut off and eaten at their banquets, with the exception of the head, which was saved, and hung to a beam appropriated for that purpose. No other part of the body was eaten, but the remainder was thrown to the beasts which were kept in those abominable dens, in which there were also vipers and other poisonous serpents, and, among the latter in particular, a species at the end of whose tail there was a kind of rattle. This last-mentioned serpent, which is the most dangerous, was kept in a cabin of a diversified form, in which a quantity of feathers had been strewed. Here it laid its eggs. And it was fed with the flesh of dogs and of human beings who had been sacrificed. We were positively told that, after we had been beaten out of the city of Mexico, and had lost 850 of our men, these horrible beasts were fed for many successive days with the bodies of our unfortunate countrymen. Indeed, when all the tigers and lions roared together, with the howlings of the jackals and foxes, and hissing of the serpents, it was quite fearful, and you could not suppose otherwise than that you were in hell. I will now, however, turn to another subject, and rather acquaint my readers with the skillful arts practiced among the Mexicans, among which I will first mention the sculptors, and the gold and silversmiths, who were clever in working and smelting gold, and would have astonished the most celebrated of our Spanish goldsmiths. The number of these was very great, and the most skillful lived at a place called Escapuzalco, about 4 miles from Mexico. After these came the very skillful masters in cutting and polishing precious stones, and the calchahuas, which resemble the emerald. Then follow the great masters in painting, and decorators in feathers, and the wonderful sculptors. Even at this day there are living in Mexico 3 Indian artists, named Marcos de Aguino, Juan de la Cruz, and El Crispello, who have severally reached to such great proficiency in the art of painting and sculpture, that they may be compared to an Apelles, or our contemporaries Michelangelo and Barragute. The women were particularly skillful in weaving and embroidery, and they manufactured quantities of the finest stuffs, interwoven with feathers. The commoner stuffs, for daily use, came from some townships in the province of Conquistador, which lay on the north coast, not far from Vera Cruz, where we first landed with Cortés. The concubines in the palace of Moctezuma, who were all daughters of distinguished men, were employed in manufacturing the most beautiful stuffs, interwoven with feathers. Similar manufactures were made by certain kind of women who dwelt secluded in cloisters, as our nuns do. Of these nuns there were great numbers, and they lived in the neighborhood of the great temple of Huitzilopochtli. Fathers sometimes brought their daughters from a pious feeling, or in honor of some female idol, the protectress of marriage, into these habitations, where they remained until they were married. The powerful Moctezuma had also a number of dancers and clowns. Some danced in stilts, tumbled, and performed a variety of other antics for the monarch's entertainment. A whole quarter of the city was inhabited by these performers, and their only occupation consisted in such like performances. Lastly, Moctezuma had in his service great numbers of stone cutters, masons, and carpenters, who were solely employed in the royal palaces. Above all, I must not forget to mention here his gardens for the culture of flowers, trees, and vegetables, of which there were various kinds. In these gardens were also numerous baths, wells, basins, and ponds full of limpid water, which regularly ebbed and flowed. All this was enlivened by endless varieties of small birds, which sang among the trees. Also the plantations of medical plants and vegetables are well worthy of our notice. These were kept in proper order by a large body of gardeners. All the baths, wells, ponds, and buildings were substantially constructed of stonework, as also the theaters where the singers and dancers performed. There were upon the whole so many remarkable things for my observation in these gardens and throughout the whole town, that I can scarcely find words to express the astonishment I felt at the pomp and splendor of the Mexican monarch. In the meantime, I am become as tired in noting down these things as the kind reader will be in perusing them. I will, therefore, close this chapter, and acquaint the reader how our general, accompanied by many of his officers, went to view the Tlatelolco, or Great Square of Mexico. On which occasion we also ascended the great temple, where stood the idols Tezcatlipoca and Huitzilopochtli. This was the first time Cortés left his headquarters to perambulate the city. Chapter 92. Our general takes a walk through Mexico, and views the Tlatelolco, the Great Square, and the chief temple of Huitzilopochtli. We had already been 4 days in the city of Mexico, and neither our commander nor any of us had, during that time, left our quarters, excepting to visit the gardens and buildings adjoining the palace. Cortés now, therefore, determined to view the city, and visit the great market, and the chief temple of Huitzilopochtli. He accordingly sent Geronimo Aguilar, Dona Marina, and one of his pages named Orteguilla, who, by this time, understood a little of the Mexican language, to Moctezuma, to request his permission to view the different buildings of the city. Moctezuma, in his answer to this, certainly granted us permission to go where we pleased, yet he was apprehensive we might commit some outrage to one or other of his idols. He, therefore, resolved to accompany us himself, with some of his principal officers, and, for this purpose, left his palace with a pompous retinue. Having arrived at a spot about halfway between his palace and a temple, he stepped out of his sedan, as he would have deemed it a want of respect towards his gods to approach them any otherwise than on foot. He leant upon the arms of the principal officers of his court, others walked before him, holding up on high 2 rods, having the appearance of scepters, which was a sign that the monarch was approaching. He himself, whenever he was carried in his sedan, held a short staff in his hand, one half of gold, the other of wood, very much like that used by our judges. In this way he came up to the temple, which he ascended, in company with many papas. On reaching the summit he immediately began to perfume Huitzilopochtli, and to perform other ceremonies. Our commander, attended by the greater part of our cavalry and foot, all well armed, as, indeed, we were at all times, had proceeded to the Tlatelolco, by command of Moctezuma. A number of caciques had come to meet us on our road there. The moment we arrived in this immense market, we were perfectly astonished at the vast numbers of people, the profusion of merchandise which was there exposed for sale, and at the good police and order that reigned throughout. The grandees who accompanied us drew our attention to the smallest circumstance, and gave us full explanation of all we saw. Every species of merchandise had a separate spot for its sale. We first of all visited those divisions of the market appropriated for the sale of gold and silver wares, of jewels, of cloths interwoven with feathers, and of other manufactured goods, besides slaves of both sexes. This slave market was upon as great a scale as the Portuguese market for Negro slaves at Guinea. To prevent these from running away, they were fastened with halters about their neck, though some were allowed to walk at large. Next to these came the dealers in coarser wares, cotton, twisted thread, and cacao. In short, every species of goods which New Spain produces were here to be found. And everything put me in mind of my native town Medina del Campo during fair time, where every merchandise has a separate street assigned for its sale. In one place were sold the stuffs manufactured of Niquin, ropes, and sandals. In another place, the sweet maguey root, ready cooked, and various other things made from this plant. In another division of the market were exposed the skins of tigers, lions, jackals, otters, red deer, wild cats, and of other beasts of prey, some of which were tanned. In another place were sold beans and sage, with other herbs and vegetables. A particular market was assigned for the merchants in fowls, turkeys, ducks, rabbits, hares, deer, and dogs, also for fruit sellers, pastry cooks, and tripe sellers. Not far from these were exposed all manner of earthenware, from the large earthen cauldron to the smallest pitchers. Then came the dealers in honey and honey cakes, and other sweetmeats. Next to these, the timber merchants, furniture dealers, with their stores of tables, benches, cradles, and all sorts of wooden implements, all separately arranged. What can I further add? If I am to note everything down, I must also mention human excrements, which were exposed for sale in canoes lying in the canals near this square, and is used for the tanning of leather. For, according to the assurances of the Mexicans, it is impossible to tan well without it. I can easily imagine that many of my readers will laugh at this. However, what I have stated is a fact, and, as further proof of this, I must acquaint the reader that along every road accommodations were built of reeds, straw, or grass, by which those who made use of them were hidden from the view of the passers-by, so that great care was taken that none of the last-mentioned treasures should be lost. But why should I so minutely detail every article exposed for sale in this great market? If I had to enumerate everything singly, I should not so easily get to the end. And yet I have not mentioned the paper, which in this country is called a mattle. The tubes filled with liquid amber and tobacco, the various sweet-scented salves, and similar things, nor the various seeds which were exposed for sale in the porticos of this market, nor the medicinal herbs. In this marketplace there were also courts of justice, to which 3 judges and several constables were appointed, who inspected the goods exposed for sale. I had almost forgotten to mention the salt, and those who made the flint knives. Also the fish, and a species of bread made of a kind of mud or slime collected from the surface of this lake, and eaten in that form, and has a similar taste to our cheese. Further, instruments of brass, copper, and tin. Cups, and painted pitchers of wood. Indeed, I wish I had completed the enumeration of all this profusion of merchandise. The variety was so great that it would occupy more space than I can well spare to note them down in. Besides which, the market was so crowded with people, and the thronging so excessive in the porticos, that it was quite impossible to see all in one day. On our proceeding to the great temple, and passing the courtyards adjoining the market, we observed numbers of other merchants, who dealt in gold dust as it is dug out of the mines, which was exposed to sale in tubes made of the bones of large geese, which had been worked to such a thin substance, and were so white that the gold shone through them. The value of these tubes of gold was estimated according to their length and thickness, and were taken in exchange, for instance, for so many mantles, ziquipeals of cacao nuts, slaves, or other merchandise. On quitting the market, we entered the spacious yards which surround the chief temple. These appeared to encompass more ground than the marketplace at Salamanca, and were surrounded by a double wall, constructed of stone and lime. These yards were paved with large white flagstones, extremely smooth. And where these were wanting, a kind of brown plaster had been used instead, and all was kept so very clean that there was not the smallest particle of dust or straw to be seen anywhere. Before we mounted the steps of the great temple, Moctezuma, who was sacrificing on the top to his idols, sent 6 papas and 2 of his principal officers to conduct Cortés up the steps. There were 114 steps to the summit, and, as they feared that Cortés would experience the same fatigue in mounting as Moctezuma had, they were going to assist him by taking hold of his arms. Cortés, however, would not accept of their proffered aid. When we had reached the summit of the temple, we walked across a platform where many large stones were lying, on which those who were doomed for sacrifice were stretched out. Near these stood a large idol, in the shape of a dragon, surrounded by various other abominable figures, with a quantity of fresh blood lying in front of it. Moctezuma himself stepped out of a chapel, in which his cursed gods were standing, accompanied by 2 papas, and received Cortés and the whole of us very courteously. Ascending this temple, Malinche, said he to our commander, must certainly have fatigued you. Cortés, however, assured him, through our interpreters, that it was not possible for anything to tire us. Upon this the monarch took hold of his hand and invited him to look down and view his vast metropolis, with the towns which were built in the lake, and the other towns which surrounded the city. Moctezuma also observed, that from this place we should have a better view of the great market. Indeed, this infernal temple, from its great height, commanded a view of the whole surrounding neighborhood. From this place we could likewise see the 3 causeways which led into Mexico, that from Iztapalapan, by which we had entered the city 4 days ago. That from Tlaxcala, along which we took our flight 8 months after, when we were beaten out of the city by the new monarch Cuitlahuatzin. The 3rd was that of Tepeaquila. We also observed the aqueduct which ran from Chapultepec, and provided the whole town with sweet water. We could also distinctly see the bridges across the openings, by which these causeways were intersected, and through which the waters of the lake ebbed and flowed. The lake itself was crowded with canoes, which were bringing provisions, manufactures, and other merchandise to the city. From here we also discovered that the only communication of the houses in this city, and of all the other towns built in the lake, was by means of drawbridges or canoes. In all these towns the beautiful white plastered temples rose above the smaller ones, like so many towers and castles in our Spanish towns, and this, it may be imagined, was a splendid sight. After we had sufficiently gazed upon this magnificent picture, we again turned our eyes toward the great market, and beheld the vast numbers of buyers and sellers who thronged there. The bustle and noise occasioned by this multitude of human beings was so great that it could be heard at a distance of more than 4 miles. Some of our men, who had been at Constantinople and Rome, and traveled through the whole of Italy, said that they never had seen a marketplace of such large dimensions, or which was so well regulated, or so crowded with people as this one at Mexico. On this occasion Cortés said to Father Olmedo, who had accompanied us, "I have just been thinking that we should take this opportunity, and apply to Moctezuma for permission to build a church here." To which Father Olmedo replied, that it would, no doubt, be an excellent thing if the monarch would grant this, but that it would be acting over hasty to make a proposition of that nature to him now, whose consent would not easily be gained at any time. Cortés then turned to Moctezuma, and said to him, by means of our interpretress, Dona Marina, "Your Majesty is, indeed, a great monarch, and you merit to be still greater. It has been a real delight to us to view all your cities. I have now one favor to beg of you, that you would allow us to see your gods and tulis." To which Moctezuma answered, that he must first consult his chief papas, to whom he then addressed a few words. Upon this, we were led into a kind of small tower, with one room, in which we saw two basements resembling altars, decked with coverings of extreme beauty. On each of these basements stood a gigantic, fat-looking figure, of which the one on the right hand represented the god of war Huitzilopochtli. This idol had a very broad face, with distorted and furious-looking eyes, and was covered all over with jewels, gold, and pearls, which were stuck to it by means of a species of paste, which, in this country, is prepared from a certain root. Large serpents, likewise, covered with gold and precious stones, wound round the body of this monster, which held in one hand a bow, and in the other a bunch of arrows. Another small idol which stood by its side, representing its page, carried this monster's short spear, and its golden shield studded with precious stones. Around Huitzilopochtli's neck were figures representing human faces and hearts made of gold and silver, and decorated with blue stones. In front of him stood several perfuming pans with copal, the incense of the country. Also the hearts of 3 Indians, who had that day been slaughtered, were now consuming before him as a burnt offering. Every wall of this chapel and the whole floor had become almost black with human blood, and the stench was abominable. On the left hand stood another figure of the same size as Huitzilopochtli. Its face was very much like that of a bear, its shining eyes were made of Tetzcat, the looking-glass of the country. This idol, like its brother Huitzilopochtli, was completely covered with precious stones, and was called Tezcatlipoca. This was the god of hell, and the souls of the dead Mexicans stood under him. A circle of figures wound round its body, resembling diminutive devils with serpents' tails. The walls and floor around this idol were also besmeared with blood, and the stench was worse than in a Spanish slaughterhouse. 5 human hearts had that day been sacrificed to him. On the very top of this temple stood another chapel, the woodwork of which was uncommonly well finished, and richly carved. In this chapel there was also another idol, half man and half lizard, completely covered with precious stones. Half of this figure was hidden from view. We were told that the hidden half was covered with the seeds of every plant of this earth, for this was the god of the seeds and fruits. I have, however, forgotten its name, but note that here also everything was besmeared with blood. And the stench so offensive that we could not have stayed there much longer. In this place was kept a drum of enormous dimensions, the tone of which, when struck, was so deep and melancholy that it has very justly been denominated the drum of hell. The drum skin was made out of that of an enormous serpent. Its sound could be heard at a distance of more than 8 miles. This platform was altogether covered with a variety of hellish objects, large and small trumpets, huge slaughtering knives, and burnt hearts of Indians who had been sacrificed, everything clotted with coagulated blood, cursed to the sight, and creating horror in the mind. Besides all this, the stench was everywhere so abominable that we scarcely knew how soon to get away from this spot of horrors. Our commander here said, smilingly, to Moctezuma, "I cannot imagine that such a powerful and wise monarch as you are, should not have yourself discovered by this time that these idols are not divinities, but evil spirits, called devils. In order that you may be convinced of this, and that your papas may satisfy themselves of this truth, allow me to erect a cross on the summit of this temple. And, in the chapel, where stand your Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca, give us a small space that I may place there the image of the Holy Virgin, then you will see what terror will seize these idols by which you have been so long deluded." Moctezuma knew what the image of the Virgin Mary was, yet he was very much displeased with Cortés' offer, and replied, in presence of 2 papas, whose anger was not less conspicuous, "Malinche. Could I have conjectured that you would have used such reviling language as you have just done, I would certainly not have shown you my gods. In our eyes these are good divinities, they preserve our lives, give us nourishment, water, and good harvests, healthy and growing weather, and victory whenever we pray to them for it. Therefore we offer up our prayers to them, and make them sacrifices. I earnestly beg of you not to say another word to insult the profound veneration in which we hold these gods." As soon as Cortés heard these words and perceived the great excitement under which they were pronounced, he said nothing in return, but merely remarked to the monarch with a cheerful smile, "It is time for us both to depart hence." To which Moctezuma answered, that he would not detain him any longer, but he himself was now obliged to stay some time to atone to his gods by prayer and sacrifice for having committed gratitude, by allowing us to ascend the great temple, and thereby occasioning the affronts which we had offered them. "If that is the case," returned Cortés, "I beg your pardon, great monarch." Upon this we descended the 114 steps, which very much distressed many of our soldiers, who were suffering from swellings in their groins. The following is all I can communicate with respect to the size or circumference of this temple, but previously reckon upon the reader's kind indulgence, if I should make any misstatement. For at the time when all these things were going on, I was thinking of anything but writing a book, but rather how best to fulfill my duty as a soldier, and to act up to the commands of our General Cortés. However, if I remember rightly, this temple occupied a space of ground on which we should erect 6 of the largest buildings, as they are commonly found in our country. The whole building ran up in rather a pyramidical form, on the summit of which was the small tower with the idols. From the middle of the temple up to the platform there were 5 landings, after the manner of barbicans, but without any breastworks. A perfect idea of the form of this temple may be gained from the pictures which are in the possession of several of the conquistadores. I have one myself, which every one must have seen by this time. The following is what I learnt respecting the building of this temple. Every inhabitant had contributed his mite of gold, silver, pearls and precious stones thereto. These gifts were then buried in the foundations, and the ground sprinkled with the blood of a number of prisoners of war, and strewed with the seeds of every plant growing in the country. This was done in order that the gods might grant the country conquest, riches, and abundant harvests. The reader will here naturally ask the question, how we got to know that its foundations were thus filled with gold, pearls, silver, precious stones, seeds, and sprinkled with human blood. As this building had stood there for the space of 1,000 years. To this I answer, that subsequent to the conquest of this large and strongly fortified city, we found it to be a positive fact. For when new buildings were being erected on the place where this temple stood, a great part of the space was fixed upon for the new church dedicated to our patron Saint Santiago, and the workmen, on digging up the old foundations to give more stability to the new ones, found a quantity of gold, silver, pearls, calcareous stones, and other valuable things. A similar discovery was made by a citizen of Mexico, to whom also a portion of this space had been allotted for building ground, but the treasure was claimed for His Majesty. And parties went so far as to commence a lawsuit about it. I cannot however now recollect how it terminated. Besides all this, the accounts of the caciques and grandees of Mexico, and even of Cuauhtémoc himself, who was alive at that time, all correspond with my statement. Lastly, it is also mentioned in the books and paintings which contain the history of the country. With respect to the extensive and splendid courtyards belonging to this temple I have said sufficient above. I cannot, however, pass by in silence a kind of small tower standing in its immediate vicinity, likewise containing idols. I should term it a temple of hell. For at one of its doors stood an open-mouthed dragon armed with huge teeth, resembling a dragon of the infernal regions, the devourer of souls. There also stood near this same door other figures resembling devils and serpents, and not far from this an altar encrusted with blood grown black, and some that had recently been spilt. In a building adjoining this we perceived a quantity of dishes and basins, of various shapes. These were filled with water and served to cook the flesh of the unfortunate beings who had been sacrificed, which flesh was eaten by the papas. Near to the altar were lying several daggers, and wooden blocks similar to those used by our butchers for hacking meat on. At a pretty good distance from this house of horrors were piles of wood, and a large reservoir of water, which was filled and emptied at stated times, and received its supply through pipes underground from the aqueduct of Chapultepec. I could find no better name for this dwelling than the House of Satan. I will now introduce my reader into another temple, in which the grandees of Mexico were buried. the doors of which were of a different form, and the idols were of a totally different nature, but the blood and stench were the same. Next to this temple was another in which human skulls and bones were piled up, though both apart. Their numbers were endless. This place had also its appropriate idols, and in all these temples, we found priests clad in long black mantles, with hoods shaped like those worn by the Dominican friars and choristers. Their ears were pierced and the hair of their head was long and stuck together with coagulated blood. Lastly, I have to mention another temple at no great distance from this place of skulls, containing another species of idol, who were said to be the protectors of the marriage rights of the men. To whom likewise those abominable human sacrifices were made. Round about this large courtyard stood a great number of small houses in which the papas dwelt, who were appointed over the ceremonies of the idol worship. Near to the chief temple we also saw an exceedingly large basin or pond, filled with the purest water, which was solely adapted for the worship of Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca. Being also supplied by pipes underground from the aqueduct of Chapultepec. There were also other large buildings in this neighborhood, after the manner of cloisters, in which great numbers of the young women of Mexico lived secluded, like nuns, until they were married. These had also two appropriate idols in the shape of females, who protected the marriage rights of the women, and to whom they prayed and sacrificed in order to obtain from them good husbands. Although this temple on the Tlatelolco, of which I have given such a lengthened description, was the largest in Mexico, yet it was by no means the only one. For there were numbers of other splendid temples in this city, all of which I am unable to describe. I have to remark, however, that the chief temple at Colula was higher than that of Mexico, and was ascended by 120 steps, also the idol at Colula stood in greater repute. 4 pilgrimages were made to it from all parts of New Spain, to obtain forgiveness of sins. The architecture of this building was also different, but with respect to the yards and double walls they were alike. The temple of the town of Texcoco was also of considerable height, being ascended by 117 steps, and had broad and beautiful courtyards, equal to those of the 2 last mentioned, but differently constructed. It seems indeed quite laughable that each province and every town should have its own peculiar idols, which, however, never interfered with each other, and the inhabitants severally sacrificed to them. Cortés, and the whole of us at last grew tired at the sight of so many idols and implements used for these sacrifices, and we returned to our quarters accompanied by a great number of chief personages and caciques, whom Moctezuma had sent for that purpose. Chapter 93. How we erect a chapel and altar in our quarters with a cross on the outside, discover the treasure of Moctezuma's father, and determine to seize the monarch's person and imprison him in our quarters. Our general and Father Olmedo readily perceived that Moctezuma would never give his consent to our erecting a cross on his chief temple, nor that we should build a chapel there. We had, upon our arrival in Mexico, fitted up some tables as an altar. But we were not satisfied with this, and therefore begged of Moctezuma's house steward to order his masons to build us a church in our quarters, who referred us to the monarch himself. Upon which Cortés sent him with our interpretress and the page Orteguilla to Moctezuma, who immediately gave his consent and issued orders accordingly. In 3 days our church was finished, and a cross planted in front of our quarters. Mass was now regularly said every day as long as our wine lasted, which indeed was very short, as Cortés and Father Olmedo, during their illness in Tlaxcala, had used the wine destined for the Mass. Nevertheless we went daily to church and prayed on our knees in front of the altar and before the holy images. Because it was our Christian duty, and that Moctezuma and his grandees might notice it, and become accustomed to these holy things, from seeing us kneel down in devotion before them, particularly when we repeated the Ave Maria. Wherever we went it was our custom to examine everything about us, and consequently we searched every corner and nook in our quarters. And so it happened, as we were looking for a proper spot to erect our altar, that 2 of our men, one of whom was Yanez our carpenter, found the traces of a doorway in the wall of one of the apartments, which had been carefully walled up and neatly plastered over. And as we all very well knew that the treasure of Moctezuma's father was secreted somewhere in our quarters, these 2 men soon conjectured that this doorway might be the entrance to the treasury. Yanez communicated his suspicions to the chief officers, Leon and Lugo, who were relatives of mine, and at last it got to the ears of Cortés. The consequence was, that the doorway was in all secrecy broken open, and Cortés, with some of our officers, entered the hidden apartment. Their expectations were fully realized. For they found here such a vast quantity of trinkets, thick and thin plates of gold, calchahus, and other precious things heaped up together, that they were perfectly astounded and were almost speechless at the sight of such immense riches. This matter soon became known to all of our men, who now also paid a visit to this secret treasure. I also followed their example, and as at that time I was still a young man, and had never before beheld such vast treasures, I concluded that the whole of the remaining part of the world, put together, could not produce such a vast collection of riches. However, all our officers and soldiers unanimously agreed to leave everything untouched, and that the doorway should be walled up again as before, nor was Moctezuma to be informed of our discovery. As all of us, officers as well as privates, were men of experience, full of energy and very determined, who never lost sight that the Lord Jesus Christ had assisted us with his divine hand in all our undertakings. We deputed 4 officers and 12 of our most trustworthy and faithful soldiers, myself being among the number, to Cortés, and represented to him how we were cooped up in this strong city, as if we had been caught in a net or cage. We begged of him to remember the bridges and causeways, how we had been cautioned in every town we passed through against Moctezuma, and were assured that Huitzilopochtli had advised him to allow us to enter the city quietly, and when once there to fall upon us unawares and destroy us all. He ought to remember the inconstancy of the human mind in general, and of the Indians in particular, and not trust to the kindness and friendship which Moctezuma showed us. All this might change in an instant, and if Moctezuma did not exactly fall upon us with sword in hand, he had merely to cut off our supply of provisions and water, or break down some of the bridges, and we should be lost. He, Cortés, ought to consider what a large body of warriors always surrounded the monarch, and how powerless we should be and ill able to defend ourselves, since all the houses stood in the water. We could not count upon the assistance of our friends the Tlaxcalans, as they would be totally cut off from us. Taking all this into consideration, our opinion was, that we had no other resource left by which we could place our own lives in safety than by seizing the monarch's person without delay. All the gold this monarch had given us, all we had seen in the treasury of his father, and all the fine provisions he had set before us, could not induce us to hide our sentiments. These reflections harassed us night and day, and if some of our men did appear heedless as to our present position, these were merely a few narrow-minded folks, who, on account of the vast quantity of gold after which their mouths watered, were unable to see the death which stood before them. Cortés, in reply to their representation, said, "Do not imagine, gentlemen, that I either sleep so peaceably, or that what you have just been stating has not also caused me much anxiety. But we ought first to weigh well whether you think we are sufficiently strong in numbers for so bold an attempt as to take this mighty monarch prisoner in his own palace, amidst his bodyguard and other warriors. I cannot see how we can manage this matter without running the risk of being attacked by his troops." Our 4 officers, namely, Leon, Ordaz, Sandoval, and Alvarado, said, that the only way would be by some means or other to entice the monarch out of his palace, then to conduct him to our quarters, and then inform him that he was our prisoner. If he offered any resistance or made any noise, then to knock him down at once. If Cortés himself objected to have any hand in it, they begged he would give them permission to carry it out themselves. There was as much danger on one side as on the other, but it was certainly more advisable to take the monarch prisoner than to wait until he made war upon us, for what chance of escape should we then have? To all this was added, that several of us had of late remarked, that Moctezuma's house steward appeared to become haughty in his manners, and that he did not supply our table so abundantly as on the first few days. Lastly, our friends of Tlaxcala had secretly informed Aguilar that the Mexicans, for the last 2 days, appeared to have some evil design on hand. 1 hour was thus spent in deliberating as to whether we should take Moctezuma prisoner, and the manner in which it was to be done. At last we came to the resolution of seizing the monarch's person on the following day, and Cortés gave his full consent. The whole of that night was spent in prayer with Father Olmedo, to ask the Almighty's support in this holy cause. The following morning 2 Tlaxcalans arrived secretly in our quarters, with a letter from Vera Cruz, announcing to Cortés that Juan de Escalante had been slain with 6 other Spaniards in an engagement with the Mexicans. A horse had likewise been killed, and all the Totonacs who had joined him had been slain. All the mountain tribes as well as the Sempoalans had turned against us. They would neither any longer furnish the town with provisions nor assist in building the fortifications, and the garrison scarcely knew what to be about in its present distress. After this overthrow, the belief that the Spaniards were Tullies had altogether vanished. The Totonac tribes, as well as the Mexicans, began to throw out threats, and the profound veneration in which they before held us was now changed for utter contempt. God only knows what a terrible sensation this news created among us. It was the first defeat we had sustained in New Spain, and the good reader may easily see from this how rapidly the wheel of fortune turns from good to bad. She had but just seen us enter this great metropolis, and meet with a splendid and triumphant reception. We already believed we were on the sure road to wealth, from the many presents which Moctezuma gave us daily. We had had a peep into Ashiacatl's treasure. We had, up to this moment, been regarded as Tullies who could not fail to come off victorious in battle. This delusion had now flown all at once. We appeared, like all other men, vincible, and the Indians had already began to be insolent and haughty in their demeanor towards us. We had now the more reason to strike some determined blow, and we therefore resolved to get possession of Moctezuma's person somehow or other, if we were even to forfeit all our lives in the attempt. I will, however, first relate the battle in which Escalante and the 6 other Spaniards lost their lives. Chapter 94. Of the battle which the Mexican generals fought with Escalante and the Totonac tribes. The reader will remember, some chapters back, how we lay quartered in the township of XXIII, and that several of the Confederate tribes, friendly with Sempoala, assembled around us there. Above 30 townships, on this occasion, at the command of Cortés, refused to pay any further tribute to Moctezuma, and threw off his yoke. It was during that time also that the Mexican tax-gatherers were imprisoned by the Sempoalans, at our instigation. After all this had taken place we broke up our quarters at Sempoala and began our march towards Mexico, leaving Juan de Escalante behind, as governor of Vera Cruz, who received particular instructions to protect our allies. Moctezuma had garrisons in every province of his empire, which were always stationed on the confines. Such garrisons, for instance, lay in Zoconoctico, for the protection of Guatemala and Chiapa, another in Coatzacoalco, a third in Michoacán, and a fourth on the confines of Panuco, between Tuzapan and a township lying on the north coast, which was called Almeria. When the garrison of the latter place demanded the tribute of Indians with the provisions from the neighboring townships, they refused to pay it, as they were in alliance with Sempoala, and had assisted Escalante in the building of the fortress. And gave for reason that Malinche had so commanded it, and that the powerful Moctezuma had consented thereto. The Mexican chiefs, however, were not to be put off with this answer, and declared they would destroy every township which refused to pay the tribute, and carry off the inhabitants as slaves. As they were bound to obey the commands which Moctezuma had recently issued. On hearing these threats the Totonac tribes applied to Escalante for assistance against the Mexicans, who were coming to plunder them. Escalante accordingly sent off messengers to the Mexican chiefs, commanding them to leave those tribes at peace, as that was the wish of their monarch, Moctezuma, with whom we stood on very friendly terms. And if they refused compliance with his commands he would march into the field against them in person, and treat them as enemies. The Mexicans received these threats with utter contempt, and returned the haughty answer, that they would meet him on the field of battle. Escalante, who was a man of great courage, and very prompt in what he did, issued orders to our mountain allies to equip themselves for battle, and he selected those from among his own men who were in the best health, and most able to bear fatigue. In this way he marched out against the Mexicans, with 2 cannon, a small supply of powder, 3 crossbowmen, 2 musketeers, besides 40 Spanish soldiers and above 2,000 Totonacs. The Mexicans were double the number of our Totonac auxiliaries, who, besides this, had become intimidated by former battles, so that they left Escalante in the lurch after the very first attack. Escalante now forced his way to Almeria, which he set fire to. Here he halted for a short time, as he was dangerously wounded. In the several engagements which here took place Escalante lost one horse, and one of his men, named Argüello, a young man of amazing bodily strength, with a wild-looking countenance, a large head, and black curly beard, who was carried off alive by the Mexicans. 6 others of his men were likewise dangerously wounded. The only alternative, therefore, which Escalante had left was to return to Vera Cruz, where he and 6 others of his men died 3 days after their arrival. This is exactly what took place at Almeria, and not as Gama relates, who says, that all this happened under Pedro de Urcio, who had marched out on this occasion with a few men to Panuco, in order to found a colony there. Though we had scarcely sufficient troops in Vera Cruz to place the necessary sentinels, how much less, therefore, could the thought have entered our mind to send out a colony to Panuco? Besides which, Urcio was not an officer at that time. No, nor even a corporal, had altogether nothing to do with the whole affair, being at the time with us in Mexico. In the same way Gama tells his tales about our imprisoning Moctezuma, without for a moment reflecting that several of the conquistadores were still alive, who, when they had perused his work, would be able to say so and so such a thing happened, and not otherwise. We must now turn to the Mexican generals, and relate how they announced their victory to Moctezuma, and sent him the head of Argüello, who most likely died on the road of his wounds. We afterwards learnt that Moctezuma was quite horror-struck at the sight of this enormous head with the thick curly beard. He could not bear to look at it, and would not allow the head to be brought near any of the temples in Mexico, but ordered it to be presented to the idols of some other town. Yet he inquired how it came that his troops, which had been many thousands in number, had not been able to overthrow such a handful of Tolis. His captains replied, that notwithstanding all their courageous fighting they had not been able to make the Spaniards give way, because a great Spanish Tlaxcalans had stood at their head, who had filled the Mexicans with fear, and animated the Tolis by her speeches. Moctezuma was convinced that this illustrious warrior was the Virgin Mary, who, we had told him, with her heavenly Son, whom she held in her arms, was our strong rock. This wonderful apparition I did not behold with mine own eyes, as I was at the time in Mexico. However, several of the conquistadores spoke of it as a fact, and may it please God that it was so. It is, however, certainly true that the blessing of the Virgin Mary was always upon us. Chapter 95. Of the imprisonment of Moctezuma, and what further happened. After we had come to the determination of seizing the person of Moctezuma, and had been on our knees the whole night in prayer, to supplicate the Almighty's assistance in this bold attempt, and that it might redound to the glory of his holy religion, we made the necessary arrangements when morning came for that purpose. Every one received orders to be ready to march out at a moment's notice, and the horses were to be kept saddled. It is not necessary for me to repeat here that our arms were always in readiness, for they were never out of our hands either day or night, while our alpargates, the only covering we had to our feet, were never taken off. Our general now sallied forth, accompanied by our 5 chief officers, Alvarado, Sandoval, Lugo, Leon, and Avila, besides our interpreters, Marina, and Aguilar. Cortés and his officers were completely armed. Yet this would not appear strange to Moctezuma, as he had never seen them otherwise whenever they paid him a visit. Cortés, as on the former occasion, sent someone before him to announce his approach, that Moctezuma might not perceive any change in our behavior, and feel no uneasiness at our unexpected visit. His conscience, however, was not altogether easy, on account of the affair which had taken place at Almeria, and he had a misgiving that it would bring down evil upon him. Yet he sent word that our visit would be agreeable to him. After Cortés had entered his apartment, and the usual compliments had been passed, he thus addressed Moctezuma: I am greatly astonished that a prince of such power, who styles himself our friend, should have commanded his troops, which lie on the coast near Tuzapan, to take up arms against my Spanish troops, and presume to demand a certain number of men and women for the sacrifices from those townships which have put themselves under the protection of our emperor. But this is not all, they have plundered those places, and even killed one of my brothers, and a horse." Cortés very prudently omitted to mention the death of Escalante and the 6 others. For Moctezuma at that time knew as little of that as his generals who had commanded on the occasion. "How very differently we acted on our side," continued Cortés. "I had put implicit reliance in your friendship, and desired my officers in every way to comply with your wishes. You, on the contrary, have commanded your officers the very opposite. You once likewise sent a large body of troops to Colola to destroy us all there. At that time, from the friendship I bore you, I would not notice to you that I was aware of that. At the present moment your generals have the audacity to plot in secret to put us all to death. However, notwithstanding all this treachery, I will refrain from making war upon you, which would only end in the total destruction of this city. But in order that peace may be maintained between us, you must make a small sacrifice, which is, to follow us quietly into our quarters, and take up your abode there. There you will receive the same attention, and be treated with the same respect as if you were in your own palace. But if you make any alarm now, or call out to your attendants, you are a dead man. And it is for this reason only that I have this time brought these officers with me." Moctezuma was seized with such sudden terror at these words, that he remained speechless for some time. At length, however, he took courage, and declared he had never given any one orders to take up arms against us. He would that instant send for his generals, and learn from them the truth of the whole matter, and give exemplary punishment. For this purpose, he loosened the seal and mark of Huitzilopochtli, which he always wore around his wrist. This he only did when he issued orders of the first importance, and that those who had the seal might be immediately obeyed. He was quite astonished, he said, we should presume to take him prisoner, and lead him away out of his palace against his wishes. No one had a right to demand that of him, he added, and altogether he felt no inclination to comply with our request. Cortés, in answer to this, gave him very good reasons for our having come to this determination, but Moctezuma continually brought in stronger reasons why he should not comply, and was resolved not to leave his palace. As this dispute had now lasted above half an hour, our officers began to lose all patience, and said to Cortés with great warmth, "What is the use of throwing away so many words? He must either quietly follow us, or we will cut him down at once. Be so good as to tell him this, for on this depends the safety of our lives. We must show determination, or we are inevitably lost." These words were uttered by Juan Velázquez in a loud and harsh tone of voice. When, therefore, Moctezuma heard this, and perceived the dark looks of the officers, he asked Marina what the man had said who spoke so loud. Marina, who was uncommonly shrewd, and well knew how to help us out with a good answer, said, "Great monarch, if I may be allowed to give you advice, make no further difficulties, but immediately follow them to their quarters. I am confident they will pay you every respect, and treat you as becomes a powerful monarch. But if you continue to refuse, they will cut you down on the spot." Moctezuma then turned to Cortés, and said, "Malinche, since then you repose no trust in me, take my son and my 2 legitimate daughters as hostages, only do not disgrace me, by demanding my person. What will the grandees of my empire say, if they see me taken prisoner?" Cortés, however, said that his own person would be the only guarantee of our safety, and that there was no other means of quieting our fears. At last Moctezuma, after a good deal of altercation, made up his mind to go quietly with us. As soon as he had declared this his intention, our officers showed him every possible civility, and hoped that he would excuse the grief they had occasioned him, and desired him to acquaint his generals and his bodyguard that he had chosen, of his own free will, to take up his abode in our quarters. And also upon the advice of Huitzilopochtli and his papas, who considered it necessary for his health, and for the safety of his life. His rich and splendid sedan was then brought in, which he commonly used when he left his palace with his whole suite, and he followed us to our quarters, where we took every precaution to secure his person. Every one of us strove hardest to make him happy, and procured him every entertainment we could think of, to make his confinement as pleasant as we could. Shortly afterwards all the Mexican grandees, with his nephew, called upon him, to inquire the reason of his imprisonment, and ask him if they should commence hostilities against us. But Moctezuma told them he wished to do himself the pleasure of passing a few days with us, and that this change of abode was of his own free choice. He would make his wishes known to them as soon as he found reason to complain. They might allay their fears, and keep the metropolis quiet, and not trouble themselves any further about him. The determination he had thus taken was fully consented to by Huitzilopochtli, as many priests, who had purposely consulted him, had admitted. These are the true circumstances relative to the imprisonment of Moctezuma. He was always surrounded by the whole of his household, and had all his wives with him, and continued to bathe himself daily, as he had been accustomed to, in his own palace. He was likewise always attended by 20 of his generals and councillors, nor did he show the least signs of grief on account of his confinement. Disputes from the most distant parts were laid before him, as usual, for his decision. The tribute was collected, and he continued to attend to the most important affairs of state as before. His subjects paid the same veneration to his person, and the most distinguished princes who waited on him, or came upon business, always took off their fine garments, to put on a meaner dress of Niquin cloth, and came so, barefoot, into his presence. Neither did they enter at the principal gate, but sought for some side door, and approached with eyes downcast, and made 3 prostrations, and pronounced the words Lord, my Lord, great Lord. They then acquainted him with their business, by means of pictures drawn on Niquin cloth, and made use of thin sticks, with which they pointed to the different objects, to explain what they wanted, or the nature of the lawsuit they came about. Moctezuma had constantly 2 old distinguished caciques at his side, who, as judges, gave their opinion in every case, after due deliberation, and the monarch then, in few words, gave his decision. The parties then, without uttering a syllable, or turning their backs to him, left the apartment with 3 deep bows, and on arriving outside, they again put on their fine garments, and took a stroll in the metropolis. After some time had elapsed, the generals who had fought against Escalante were brought in prisoners to the monarch. What he told them on this occasion I do not know, but he sent them to Cortés to pronounce judgment on them himself. These unfortunate men confessed they had merely acted up to the commands of their monarch, which was, to levy the tribute by force of arms, and if the Tulis should protect the rebels, to attack them also, and put them to the sword. Cortés acquainted Moctezuma with what these men had said, but declared that the monarch had sufficiently exculpated himself from any guilt in the affair. According to the laws of our emperor, that man suffered death who had killed another, whether he deserved killing or not. However, his love for Moctezuma was so great, that he would rather take the responsibility of this matter upon himself than allow it to rest with him. But as he still seemed anxious about it, our general made no further ceremony with these Mexicans, but sentenced them to death, and they were burnt alive in front of Moctezuma's palace. And that no impediment might be thrown in the way while these sentences were being put into execution, Cortés ordered chains to be put on Moctezuma. At first he certainly did not approve of this at all, but, in the end, quietly submitted, and grew even the more tractable afterwards. When the executions had taken place, Cortés approached him, with 5 of our officers, and himself took off his chains again, with the assurance that he loved him more than a brother. He likewise told him, however great a monarch he might be at present, that additional countries should be annexed to his empire, and he was at liberty to visit any of his other palaces whenever he felt inclined. At these words Moctezuma became affected, and big tears rolled down his cheeks. And though he felt that all was mere empty sound he had heard, he nevertheless thanked Cortés for his kindness, adding, that at present he felt no inclination to go anywhere. His nephews, relations, and grandees daily stormed him with petitions to allow them to make war upon us, and release him from confinement. And, indeed, it required all his persuasion to prevent them from rising up in arms immediately. If he were once, said they, outside of our quarters, they would take forcible possession of his person. The whole of the inhabitants in his metropolis would rise up in arms, and if then he would not join them, they would care little about him, and elect a new king. Moctezuma, however, succeeded in silencing them by the assurance that Huitzilopochtli had himself advised him to bear with his confinement. To account for Moctezuma thus quietly submitting to his confinement, I must here remark that Cortés ordered Aguilar to acquaint him secretly that if even our general himself gave his consent to his liberation, it would be of no avail, as all our officers and soldiers would oppose it. Cortés feigned to be unconscious of all this, and embraced the monarch under the assurances of sincere friendship. He likewise gave him his page Orteguilla, who had already gained some knowledge of the Mexican language, the monarch having expressed a wish to have a Spanish attendant. This young man was of the greatest utility both to Moctezuma and ourselves, the monarch learning many things from him relating to Spain. And we again a good deal of the discourses which passed between the former and his generals. He was in every way attentive to the monarch, who became exceedingly fond of him. On the whole, Moctezuma appeared perfectly content with the civilities we showed him, and he continually felt greater delight in our company. For whenever any one of us passed by him, he immediately entered into discourse with us. We were quite at our ease with him, even when Cortés was present, and took off our helmets in his presence, which, as well as our weapons, we never laid aside. And the monarch always treated us with great respect. The severe example which Cortés had made of the Mexican generals had had its full effect. The news thereof ran like wildfire through the whole of New Spain. The tribes along the coast, by whom our troops of Vera Cruz had been defeated, were seized with terror, and again offered their services to the garrison there. I must now beg the kind reader to pause a moment upon the heroic deeds we performed, and consider their magnitude. First of all, we destroy all our vessels, and thereby cut off all hopes of escaping from this country. We then venture to march into this strong city, though we were warned against it on all sides, and assured we should merely be allowed a peaceable entrance to be the more easily destroyed. We then have the audacity to imprison the monarch of this vast empire, the powerful Moctezuma, in his own metropolis, in his very palace, amidst his numerous troops. At last, we even fearlessly burn some of his generals to death in front of his own palace, and throw the monarch himself in chains while this was being executed. Even now, in my old age, the heroic deeds we then accomplished come vividly to my memory. I imagine I see all passing before me now, but must also acknowledge that, although we had our hands full, we were aided by divine providence. When again on earth will be found such a handful of soldiers, in all scarcely 550, who would dare to penetrate, at a distance of above 6,000 miles from their native country, into the heart of such a strong city, larger than Venice, take its very monarch prisoner, and execute his generals in his very presence? These things, indeed, ought to be deeply pondered on, and not mentioned so briefly as I here have done. But it is time I should continue my history. Chapter 96. How our general appoints Alonso Grado lieutenant of Vera Cruz, and Sandoval alguacil major of the same place. After the execution of the Mexican generals, and Moctezuma had become pacified again, Cortés dispatched one of our officers, named Alonso de Grado, a very active, handsome, and sensible man, to Vera Cruz, with the appointment of lieutenant, who, besides being an excellent musician, was a capital penman. This Grado was one of those who had always opposed our march to Mexico, and particularly on the occasion when the intrigues were set on foot by the discontented during our stay in Tlaxcala. He then insisted on our return to Vera Cruz, and, upon the whole, spoke in severe terms against our general. He was very expert in various matters, and was successful in his undertakings, and hence again obtained the command of Vera Cruz, though he was not a very good soldier. Cortés, well acquainted with the man's character, that he was not one of the most courageous, said to him, in giving him the appointment, rather jokingly, "Your desire of going to Vera Cruz, Alonso de Grado, is about to be fulfilled. There you must continue the building of the fortress with assiduity, but have nothing to do with any warlike movements. It might end equally disastrous for you as it did for Juan de Escalante." While Cortés was thus addressing him, he winked his eye to those who were present, as much as to say if he were required on the field of battle, we should have to drag him there by the hair of his head. When Grado's appointment and instructions were about to be drawn up, he likewise begged Cortés to confer on him the appointment of alguacil major, which Escalante had enjoyed with that of lieutenant. Our commander, however, told him it had already been conferred upon Sandoval, but, in a short time, he would give him some further appointment. He particularly desired him to watch over the interests of the inhabitants of Vera Cruz as a father, and not allow any harsh measures to be practiced against the Indian population. Lastly, he desired him to order the smith at Vera Cruz to make 2 heavy iron chains, and to forward them, with the anchors we had taken out of our vessels, immediately to Mexico. Alonso de Grado's conduct, however, very little corresponded with the instructions he had received. His behavior towards the Spanish garrison at Vera Cruz was haughty to a degree. He required the men to wait upon him, as if he had been a grandee, and demanded golden trinkets and beautiful females from the 30 surrounding tribes which were friendly with us. He no way troubled himself about completing the fortress, and spent all his time in feasting and gambling. He went even further than this, and gave way to his former ill will towards Cortés, by seeking to gain his friends and others over to the interest of Diego Velázquez, and proposed that if the latter himself, or any one sent by him, should appear off the coast, to make common cause with him, and deliver up possession of the country to him. Cortés was duly apprised of all this, and sadly repented in the choice of this man, whose character and artful disposition, however, he had known beforehand. As Cortés was still afraid that Diego Velázquez might somehow or other obtain information of the purport of our mission to the emperor, and not merely frustrate our designs, but also send out an armament against us, he considered it necessary to send a trustworthy man to Vera Cruz. His choice fell upon Sandoval, who became alguacil major of the town after the death of Escalante. Sandoval was accompanied by Urcio, the same who, Gamera affirms, founded a settlement in Panuco. This Urcio had been groom to the Earl of Urania, and likewise to Don Pedro Giron, and knew well how to entertain Sandoval with the various adventures of his life. Hereby he succeeded in gaining the intimate friendship of this excellent man, who was innocence itself, and, by degrees, he obtained a captaincy. He, however, repaid him with ingratitude, and calumniated him so grossly that he might have been punished according to law, but Sandoval contented himself by giving him a severe reprimand. I will, however, leave this subject, and relate that Sandoval, immediately upon his arrival at Vera Cruz, fulfilled Cortés' orders, took Grado prisoner, and sent him under a strong escort of Indian auxiliaries to Mexico. Sandoval very soon gained the good wishes of the whole garrison, for he began his work by providing food for the sick, and treating the inhabitants with every possible kindness, and was most particular in promoting the interests of the surrounding townships which were friendly with us. In the same way he set diligently about the completion of the fortress, and every way proved himself an active and vigilant commander, who afterwards, as will be seen, rendered vast services to Cortés and all of us. I must now return to Grado, who soon arrived at Mexico in custody of our Indian auxiliaries. His request to obtain a hearing from Cortés was not only refused, but he was thrown into a wooden cage which had just been constructed. I can still well remember that the wood of this cage smelt strongly of garlic and onions. However, our prisoner was obliged to pass 2 whole days in it. Yet, like a clever fellow, who is never at a loss, he found means to soften Cortés' resentment by making him solemn promises of future obedience, and not only obtained his liberty again, but, from that moment, as I witnessed myself, became very intimate with our general, who, however, never again entrusted him with any military command, but employed him in matters which suited his talents. Subsequently he appointed him auditor of the army accounts, which Avila had previously filled, and whom Cortés had dispatched, as his attorney, to Saint Domingo, as will subsequently be seen. Before I close this chapter, I have to observe that Cortés desired Sandoval, on his arrival at Vera Cruz, to send him the 2 smiths of that town, with all their apparatus, a quantity of iron, besides the 2 heavy iron chains which were already finished, and likewise a supply of sails, some rigging, pitch, and a compass, all of which Cortés required for the brigantines which he intended building to navigate the Lake of Mexico. Chapter 97. how we entertained and amused Moctezuma during his confinement, and granted him permission to visit his temple. Our general was a man who thought of everything, and strove as much as possible to enliven the monarch in his confinement, that he might not feel the weight of his misfortune too deeply. Cortés, therefore, every morning after we had said prayers, visited the monarch with 4 of our principal officers, to inquire after his health and after his wants, and otherwise to amuse him in every way. In which they succeeded so well that Moctezuma one day himself declared his confinement was not irksome to him, as our gods had given us the power to take him prisoner, and Huitzilopochtli had allowed it. Sometimes also Moctezuma played at a certain game with Cortés, which the Mexicans call the game of Totoloc. It is played with small round glossy balls, which here were made of gold, and are pitched at a certain mark. Also of the same metal, 5 throws finished the game, and the stakes were for valuable gold trinkets and jewels. I still remember once when Moctezuma and Cortés were playing at this game, Alvarado scoring for Cortés, and a distinguished cacique, his nephew, for the monarch, that Alvarado continually scored 1 too many for Cortés. This was observed by Moctezuma, who said, with a pleasing smile, that he was not exactly pleased when Tenochtitlan, so they termed Alvarado, marked the game for Cortés, for he was guilty of XXIII in scoring, which means that he scored falsely, by continually marking 1 more than he ought. Cortés, and we others who happened to be on duty at the time in the apartment, could not resist laughing at the observation of the monarch. And why, it will be asked, did we find that expression so amusing? Because Alvarado, notwithstanding the handsome and refined man he was, could not resist the temptation of scoring falsely, and had been discovered. However, all the gain was divided among those present. For what Cortés won he presented to the monarch's nephew and his servants, Moctezuma dividing his gains among those who happened to be on duty at the time. And not a day passed that he did not present Velázquez de Leon, who was very kind to him, and was captain of the guard, and those who were on duty, with valuable gold trinkets and manufactured stuffs. One night a sailor, named Truxillo, stood sentinel in the monarch's apartment. This fellow was very stout and strongly built. He happened to forget himself, for a moment, in a way which, out of respect for the reader, I will not describe more minutely here. Moctezuma, who was a monarch of refined manners, happened to hear it at the moment, and considered himself grossly insulted. He inquired of his page Orteguilla who the low-bred fellow was. Orteguilla replied that the man was a sailor, and that such persons were little acquainted with good manners. It was upon this occasion also that Orteguilla explained to him the rank of every individual soldier, who were cavaliers and who were not, and many other things the monarch wished to know. Moctezuma, however, had not forgotten the insult which the sailor had offered to his person, for daylight had scarcely broken forth when he sent for him, and reproached him for his disrespectful behavior, and advised him to mend his manners for the future, but sweetened down this lecture by presenting him with some gold trinkets, worth about 5 pesos. This kind treatment, however, had little effect on the rough sailor, who repeated his filthy conduct the following night, in the hopes of getting a second present when morning came. Moctezuma, however, disdained speaking to him any more, but complained to the captain of the guard, and desired that the fellow might be severely reprimanded and never allowed again to stand sentinel there. Something similar happened to a soldier named Lopez, who was an excellent crossbowman, and had a fine figure, though otherwise a man of little understanding. As he was one night on duty in the monarch's apartment, and the corporal came to make the rounds, he remarked to the latter, "A curse upon this dog, I am sure this standing sentinel at night will be my death." Moctezuma heard these words, and considered his feelings deeply wounded. When, therefore, Cortés came in the morning to pay the monarch his usual visit, he complained bitterly to him about the insult that had been offered him. Cortés was exceedingly vexed, and was so enraged with Lopez that he ordered him to be whipped. From that day every one who stood sentinel in the monarch's apartment maintained a respectful silence. Though, as far as regarded myself and others of my companions who often stood sentinel in the same apartment, we needed no instructions as to how we were to behave in the presence of such a great monarch. who soon got to know all our names and peculiarities, was exceedingly kind towards us, and often distributed gold trinkets among us, besides manufactured cottons and pretty females. At that time I was yet a young fellow, and whenever I stood sentinel in the monarch's apartment, I always behaved with the greatest respect, and uncovered my head on passing by him. This drew his attention towards me, and, on inquiring who I was, Orteguilla informed him that I had accompanied the 2 former voyages of discovery to these parts. When, therefore, Orteguilla, at my desire, hinted to him that I should be much pleased with a pretty Mexican female, he sent for me, and said, "I understand, Bernal Díaz del Castillo, that you have abundance of gold and cotton stuffs. Wherefore I will now give you a pretty young female. Treat her well, for she is the daughter of distinguished parents, who will, besides, give you more gold and cotton stuffs with her." I very respectfully thanked the monarch for his kindness, and hoped God would bless him for it. When the page interpreted my answer, he said, "Bernal Díaz appears to me to have the true feelings of a well-bred man," and ordered 3 small plates of gold and 2 additional packages of cotton stuffs to be given me. With respect to Moctezuma's mode of life, it was his custom to say his prayers the first thing in the morning, and sacrifice to his gods. He then partook of a little breakfast, which consisted not in meat, but solely in aji. This being finished, he gave an hour's audience to the caziques, who came from distant parts in great numbers to lay before him certain disputes, and obtain his judgment. The remaining part of the day was then spent in amusement, particularly with his concubines, of whom he had a great number. Some of these, at times, he gave in marriage to his generals, principal favorites, and likewise to us soldiers. As I, for instance, obtained Dona Francisca, whom you might well see was a woman of distinction. Now and then the monarch would laugh, and then again he was pensive, and seemed to reflect on his confinement. I must once more return to the soldier whom Cortés had so severely punished for calling Moctezuma a dog. Many to whom I have related this were surprised at the severity of his punishment, as the man had not said it to the monarch's face. Besides that, our numbers were so small, and that the Mexicans would be sure to hear of it. My reply to this is, that all of us, even Cortés himself, paid Moctezuma the most profound respect, and no one passed by him without uncovering his head. Add to all this, he was so very kind, and so courteous in his behavior towards us, that we should have considered ourselves bound to pay his person and good breeding every possible respect, though he had not been the monarch of New Spain. Lastly, it must be remembered that our lives were in his hands, for, at his very wink, his subjects would have flown to his rescue. When we saw how he was continually surrounded by so many distinguished personages, and the numbers of princes who came to wait upon him from distant parts of his empire, in the same way as if he had still been at liberty in his own palace, can we at all feel surprised, then, that Cortés should so severely have punished on the spot an insult offered to this monarch? Assuredly he did nothing more than the circumstances of the moment required. Chapter 98. How Cortés orders 2 large brigantines to be built for the navigation of the Lake of Mexico. Moctezuma begs permission to visit his temples to offer up his prayers there, and what Cortés said to him when he granted this permission. After the necessary materials had arrived for constructing the 2 brigantines, Cortés informed Moctezuma that he intended to build 2 small pleasure yachts to navigate the Lake of Mexico, and requested him to allow his carpenters to cut wood for the purpose, and assist our ship carpenters, Martin Lopez and Alonso Núñez, in the building of the vessels. There was plenty of wood at a distance of about 16 miles from the town, which could easily be transported hither. The building of these vessels went on very fast, as our men were assisted by numbers of Indians. These brigantines, therefore, were very soon completed and rigged, besides which, each was provided with an awning to keep out the heat of the sun. Both vessels turned out very good, and sailed uncommonly fast. This Lopez was not only an excellent soldier, but also a very clever man in his profession, and subsequently built the 13 brigantines which were of the most valuable assistance to us in the conquest of Mexico, as will be seen in the proper place. About this time, Moctezuma expressed a wish to visit his temple, in order to make his devotions there, and sacrifice to his idols. His motive for wishing this he declared was not merely to fulfill his religious duties, but also to convince his generals, his courtiers, and particularly some of his relatives, who daily begged he would allow them to rescue him from his confinement and commence hostilities with us, that it was his own choice to dwell with us, to which Huitzilopochtli had given his consent. In answer to this request, Cortés said, he was afraid it would cost him his life, as his generals and papas might suddenly form the idea of taking forcible possession of his person on the occasion, and fall upon us. And his life would become endangered in the struggle. He was, however, no way inclined to oppose his wishes, and he might repair there early in the morning, but was not to sacrifice any human beings, as that was a great sin against the only true God, whom we had made known to him. Neither could he help remarking that it would be much more profitable to him to make his devotions before our altars and the image of the Holy Virgin. Moctezuma then assured Cortés he would not permit any human sacrifices to take place. The monarch then, with Cortés' permission, made a procession to the temple, dressed in his splendid garments, and surrounded by his most distinguished courtiers, with the usual display of pomp, preceded by the staff of honor, to announce the monarch's approach. 4 of our principal officers, Leon, Alvarado, Avila, and Lugo, with 150 soldiers, accompanied him as a guard, and Father Olmedo to restrain the monarch from instituting any human sacrifices. When Moctezuma had arrived at the cursed temple of Huitzilopochtli, he was assisted out of the sedan by his nephews and other caciques. As the procession moved along, all the Mexican grandees kept their eyes fixed to the ground, not daring to look up in the monarch's face. At the foot of the temple he was met by a number of papas who assisted him in mounting the steps. The night previous, they had sacrificed 4 Indians, for, notwithstanding all Cortés and Father Olmedo might say, they were not to be deterred, and continued those abominations. At that time, indeed, all we could do was to feign ignorance of their having taken place, for Mexico and other great towns had already been aroused into rebellion by Moctezuma's nephews, as will be presently seen. The monarch having finished his devotions, which were of short duration, again returned with us to our quarters. He appeared now in better spirits, and presented each of us who had accompanied the procession with trinkets of gold. Chapter 99. How our 2 brigantines are launched, and Moctezuma, expressing a wish to go a-hunting, sails in one of these vessels to a river where he usually went for that purpose. When both our brigantines were launched, and completely rigged and manned with sailors, Moctezuma expressed a wish to take a trip by water to a river where he was accustomed to go for the purpose of hunting, situated at the foot of a mountain along the banks of the lake. No one, not even his principal officers, durst visit this spot for the sake of killing game, under pain of death. Cortés answered, that, as far as regarded himself, he in no way objected, but again impressed upon his mind what he had told him on his visit to the temple, and he would advise him to make use of one of the brigantines on the occasion, which were much more safe than the canoes or pirogues. Moctezuma was vastly pleased with this offer, and went on board the better of the 2, with a great number of his principal officers. The other brigantine conveyed a son of the monarch, attended by numbers of caciques. And the royal huntsmen followed in the canoes of the country. Cortés took along with him Leon, Alvarado, Ali, and Avila, besides 200 of our troops, bidding them to pay particular attention to everything that passed, and narrowly watch the person of Moctezuma. Besides this, 4 cannon were brought on board, with the necessary powder, and our artillerymen, so that every precaution was taken. A stiffish breeze fortunately rose just as the brigantines were leaving, so that we were able to make the best use of the sails, and the monarch was greatly delighted at thus, as it were, flying across the lake, nor could the canoes, filled with the huntsmen and other Mexican chiefs, notwithstanding the number of their rowers, any way keep up with us, which amused the monarch uncommonly. And he said it showed great skill thus to be able to unite the power of the sails and the oars. The desired river, therefore, which was not very far distant, was soon reached. Here Moctezuma created terrible destruction among the deer, hares, and rabbits, and returned highly delighted to his metropolis. When we had arrived near to Mexico, he begged our officers to fire the cannon, which gave him a new pleasure. And as we found that he was open and frank, we experienced a real pleasure in paying him the same respect as was shown him by his own grandees. But if I were to attempt a description of his grandeur, and the perfect submission and deep veneration which every prince of New Spain and other provinces evinced towards his person, I should, perhaps, find no end. He had merely to say the word, and everything was brought he desired, as the following instance will prove. One day, as many of us officers and soldiers were with Moctezuma, a hawk pounced upon a quail, which, with others, and numbers of pigeons, was kept by his Indian major domo, whose business it was to see that our quarters were always clean and tidy. This hawk succeeded in seizing its prey, and flew off with it. As we were all looking on, one of our men, Francisco de Azevedo, cried out, "Oh! What a fine bird! How beautifully it flies away with its prey!" We were all of the same opinion, and remarked, that this country altogether abounded with birds that might be capitally trained for hawking. Moctezuma, observing how lively we were discoursing together, was curious to know what it was, and inquired the reason of his page Orteguilla, who told him we were admiring the hawk which had pounced upon the quail, and added, that if we had such a bird in our power, we could teach it to fly from the hand, and attack a bird of any size and kill it. Then, returned Moctezuma, I will have this same hawk caught, and we shall see whether they can teach it all they say. Upon which, we all took our caps off and thanked him for his kindness. Moctezuma then sent for his bird-catchers, and commanded them to bring him the hawk above mentioned. These immediately set to work, and before the hour of Ave Maria they actually caught the bird, and presented it to Azevedo, who immediately recognized, by the plumage, that it was the identical one we had seen. We saw many similar instances, and even stronger proofs of the punctuality with which this monarch's orders were fulfilled. Even now, in his confinement, his subjects not only continued to bring him tribute from the most distant parts of New Spain, but they likewise obeyed his commands implicitly, and stood in such great awe of him, that even the birds which flew in the skies above were brought down for him if he expressed a wish that way. It is now, however, time to relate how suddenly the wheel of fortune turned against us, by a conspiracy, which was set on foot by the inhabitants, to put us all to death. Chapter C. How the nephews of Moctezuma assembled the principal personages of the empire, and formed a conspiracy to rescue the monarch from confinement, and beat us out of the city. When Cacamatzin, the prince of Tezcuco, which, next to Mexico, was the largest town of all New Spain, was informed of his uncle Moctezuma's imprisonment, and that we seized everything we could lay our hands on. That we had even opened the treasure of his ancestor Ashiacatl, though left it entire as yet, he determined to put an end to our dominion before we should likewise take him prisoner. For this reason he assembled all the chiefs of Tezcuco, and with them the prince of Coyohuacan, who was his cousin, and nephew to Moctezuma. Likewise the princes of Tlaxcala and Iztapalapan, and another powerful cacique, prince of Matlaltzinco, a man of great courage, and so nearly related to Moctezuma, that many even believed the crown of right should have devolved upon him. These powerful caciques accordingly, with other Mexican generals, fixed a day when all their warriors were to meet and fall upon us with their united forces. It appeared, that the prince of Matlaltzinco, who was considered to be the most courageous man in the kingdom, and who had such great pretensions to the crown, had only consented to join the conspiracy, on condition that he should be elevated to the throne. He would himself, first of all, force his way into Mexico with the whole of his army, drive us out of the city, or put us all to the sword. Cacamatzin, however, it is said, had declared that the crown would sooner devolve upon him, as nephew of Moctezuma, and that he should be able to overcome us without paying so dearly for the Prince Matlaltzinco's assistance. It is nevertheless certain, that Cacamatzin, and the before-mentioned princes, agreed to meet on a certain day before Mexico, and that the troops there should, at a certain signal, rise up in arms and admit them into the city. Moctezuma received due intelligence of all this, through the Prince of Matlaltzinco, who had disagreed with Cacamatzin. The former, to gain surer proofs of the whole affair, summoned all the grandees of Mexico into his presence, who then confessed that Cacamatzin had gained them over by presents and promises to join him in the attack upon us, and to liberate the monarch his uncle. Moctezuma, who was extremely prudent and not willing that his metropolis should be the scene of rebellion and bloodshed, informed Cortés of the conspiracy. Our commander, however, as well as every soldier among us, was perfectly aware of what was going on, though perhaps not of all the particulars. He, therefore, proposed to Moctezuma that he should put all his troops under his command, when in concert with ours he would fall upon Tezcuco, destroy the town and lay waste the whole province. But as Moctezuma was unwilling to fall in with this advice, Cortés sent word to Cacamatzin, that if he commenced hostilities against us it would be his death, that it was our wish to live in friendship with him and to render him good services. Cacamatzin, however, was a young hothead, and supported in his views by a great number of chiefs, who constantly kept urging him on to fall upon us. He, therefore, sent word to Cortés that he had already heard too much of his smooth words, and desired he would send him no more of his messages. It would be quite time enough to talk with each other when their armies stood one against the other in the field of battle. Cortés, however, sent him a second warning, and desired him to pause a little before he insulted our emperor in our persons. He would have dearly to pay for such presumptuous behavior, and certainly be put to death. To which this prince returned the haughty answer, he knew nothing of our emperor, and wished also he had never known anything of Cortés, since he had so grossly deceived his uncle with his vile flattery. When Cortés received this answer he begged Moctezuma to use his own authority against the rebels, observing at the same time, that in Tezcuco there were many powerful men and relatives of his, who bore Cacamatzin ill blood. On account of his persecution and haughty behavior towards them, and that he himself harbored one of his brothers, a young man of great promise, who had fled from Tezcuco to evade death, with which Cacamatzin had threatened him. For he could not forgive him the hopes he entertained of succeeding to the throne. He should therefore, continued Cortés to the monarch, issue orders to the grandees of Tezcuco to take Cacamatzin prisoner, or by some means or other try to entice him to Mexico, where he could be seized and kept in confinement until his reason had returned. He should also transfer the sovereign power over Tezcuco upon the brother, who had fled for protection to Mexico. Moreover, Cacamatzin had already forfeited all right to sovereign power, as he had attempted to revolutionize the whole of New Spain, and by that means to make himself master of Moctezuma's throne. The monarch now no longer hesitated, and promised to send for him, expressing, however, his doubts as to whether he would make his appearance, but if he did he would order his officers to seize his person. Cortés returned him many thanks for his ready compliance, and said, "Great monarch, if you should feel desirous of returning to your palace I myself would willingly let you go, for I now see how upright your intentions are towards us. I feel such an excess of friendship for you, that I would long ago have conducted you back to your palace with every magnificence, if it had depended solely upon me, and you yourself did not consider it good policy to stay with us. That you may not be hurried into the rebellious movement which your nephews have set on foot. Indeed, I myself should never have deprived you of your liberty if I had not been compelled to give way to my officers on that point, who think they see a guarantee of our own safety in detaining possession of your person." Moctezuma was now the more inclined to give Cortés credit for his good wishes towards him, and considered himself greatly indebted to him, and more so since Orteguilla had likewise assured him that his imprisonment was entirely owing to our officers, and that Cortés would not be able to act according to his own wishes in this matter. Moctezuma, therefore, answered Cortés, that he in every way preferred staying with us, until he should have gained more certain intelligence as to the real designs of his nephews. He now sent some trustworthy personages to Cacamatzin to invite him to Mexico, under the pretense that he was desirous of becoming reconciled to him. He told him, at the same time, not to feel any solicitude on account of his confinement, for it depended upon himself to leave our quarters whenever he thought proper. And Malinche himself had twice invited him to take up his abode in his own palace again. But he had refused to do so, that he might not go against the commandments of his gods, who had told him, through his priests, to continue our prisoner for a certain space of time, if he was desirous of preserving his life. It was therefore his interest to remain on good terms with Malinche and his brothers. Moctezuma also sent similar messages to the other chiefs of Tezcuco, adding, that he had invited his nephew to Mexico, to bring about friendship between him and us again. They were therefore to thwart all attempts the young hothead might make of commencing war upon us. On the receipt of this message, Cacamatzin with his principal adherents met to consult what steps they should take. He opened the assembly with a haughty and turbulent speech, assuring them he would destroy us all within the space of 4 days. His uncle was a faint-hearted old woman for not having fallen upon us as he had been advised on our descending the mountain of Chalco, and when all their warriors stood in readiness. Moctezuma, indeed, had invited us into the city as if we were going to do him some good. He gave us all the gold that was collected by tribute, and we had even broken open the secret treasury of his ancestor Ashiaquetl. We detained the monarch himself in prison, and continually admonished him to abolish his gods and adopt ours in their stead. The injury we had done was already great, but in order to put a stop to this, and that such injustice might not remain unpunished, he begged of them to lend him their powerful aid. All he had been stating they knew to be true, and had beheld with their own eyes how Moctezuma's generals were burnt at the stake. Nothing now remained but to fall upon us in good earnest. These representations were accompanied, not only by promises when he should have ascended the Mexican throne of raising them all to great dignity, but he likewise presented them on the spot with all kinds of valuable things. Assuring them he was in perfect understanding with the princes of Coyoacan, Iztapalapan, Tlaquepa, and other places, who would all join him with their troops. Even in Mexico itself he had drawn over a large number of the principal personages to his side, who would rise up in arms to assist him at a moment's notice. Nothing would be easier than to force their way into Mexico. Some of the troops were to march along the causeways, but the main body would be conveyed thither by canoes and pirogues. They would nowhere meet with any opposition, for his uncle was in confinement, and could issue no orders to the inhabitants of Mexico. There was no reason to fear us, for his uncle's generals had a few days ago killed several of the Tulis and one of their horses, near Almeria. Both the dead horse and head of one of the former had been shown to every one in Mexico. In the short space of 1 hour they would be able to capture the whole of us and feast sumptuously off our flesh. As soon as Cacamatzin had done speaking, the generals stood gazing at each other in silence, each one waiting to hear his neighbor's answer first. At last 4 or 5 of the most distinguished personages broke silence, declaring, if they were to commence hostilities in the very metropolis of their monarch, without his command, it was their duty, first of all, to apprise him of it. If he gave his consent, they would join him heart and soul, but would consider themselves traitors, if they acted contrary to his wishes. This answer displeased Cacamatzin uncommonly, and in the heat of his anger he threw 3 of the generals who thus opposed him into prison. As there were a great number of his relatives, and boisterous young men, like himself, at the meeting, the majority was for supporting him until death. Cacamatzin, therefore, sent the following answer to Moctezuma. He might have spared himself the trouble of exhorting him to make friendship with people who had insulted him, Moctezuma, so greatly, by keeping him prisoner. They could only account for the conduct he had pursued from our being enchanters, who had bound down both his mind and energies by witchcraft, or that our gods, and the great Spanish woman, whom we termed our protectress, gave us power to accomplish everything we might wish. Herein Cacamatzin was certainly right, for the great mercy of God and of the Blessed Virgin was certainly our greatest support. This message of Cacamatzin closed thus: it was his intention to pay both his uncle and us a visit, to our sorrow, and speak words of death to us. Moctezuma was highly incensed at this impudent answer, and that instant sent for 6 of his most trustworthy generals, handed over to them his seal, with various other valuable things, and commissioned them to repair to Tezcuco, and secretly show his signet to all his relations, and those chiefs of the city whom they knew were ill-inclined towards Cacamatzin, on account of his haughty behavior, and command them to seize him, and those who supported him, and bring them to Mexico. These officers accordingly set out immediately for Tezcuco, and fulfilled their orders so promptly, that they seized Cacamatzin in his own palace amidst his adherents, 5 of whom were also taken. They were bound hand and foot, thrown into canoes, which were lying ready, well manned, and so brought to Mexico. When the officers had arrived there with the prisoners, they allowed Cacamatzin to mount his royal sedan, and so conducted him, with every respect due to his station, into the presence of Moctezuma. In his discourse with Moctezuma, Kakamatsin showed even more audacity than before. And when the monarch learnt from the other 5 prisoners that he had designed to deprive him of the crown, and place it on his own head, he grew terribly exasperated. He ordered the 5 other prisoners to be released, but Kakamatsin to be conducted into the presence of Cortés, that the latter might take him into his own custody. Upon this, Cortés repaired to the monarch, thanked him for this great proof of his friendship, and, with the approbation of Moctezuma, raised the brother of Kakamatsin, who, as above related, had fled for protection to Moctezuma, to the throne of Tezcuco. This was done with great pomp and ceremony, and the election of this new king was hailed by the inhabitants of that great city, and all the influential men of the province. The young king of Tezcuco received the name of Don Carlos. After the other nephews of Moctezuma, the princes of Coyohuacan, Iztapalapan, and Tlaquipa, had learnt the fate of Kakamatsin, they naturally concluded that Moctezuma was informed of their having joined in the conspiracy, and they durst not come, as usual, to pay their court to him. But the former, in understanding with Cortés, likewise ordered them to be seized, and scarcely 8 days had elapsed before we had the satisfaction of seeing them all securely locked in chains in our quarters. The reader may well imagine from all this that our lives hung, as it were, by a short thread, and we heard of nothing on all sides than how we should be cut off to a man, and our bodies devoured. Here a merciful providence was our only protection. To him we are alone indebted that the excellent Moctezuma himself should have furthered all our designs, and that his subjects, even in his confinement, should have paid implicit obedience to all his commands. We therefore every way strove to show the monarch our gratitude for his great kindness, we took every possible means to amuse him, no one was allowed for one moment to treat him with disrespect. And Cortés himself even never sat down in his presence unless he desired him to do so. We not only treated him with profound respect, but we really loved him, for in all his actions he indeed proved himself a great monarch. Father Olmedo from time to time would also speak to him about our holy religion. We also acquainted him with the great power of our emperor, and the immense extent of his territories. All of this he would listen to with delight. Then again he would play a game at Totoloc with Cortés, and always divided his gains among us. For liberality was a leading feature in his character. Chapter XXIII. How the powerful Moctezuma, with several caciques and chief personages of the country, declare themselves vassals of our emperor, and of other occurrences which happened then. As peace was again restored to the country after the imprisonment of the petty kings, Cortés reminded Moctezuma of the offers he had made, previously to our entering Mexico, to pay tribute to our emperor. Observing at the same time that he must now be sufficiently convinced of the power and the vast extent of his empire, the number of his vassals, among whom even there were distinguished sovereigns. It would be good, therefore, if he, with all his subjects, likewise acknowledged themselves vassals of our emperor, and it was customary for this act of submission to be preceded by payment of tribute. In answer to this, Moctezuma said he was quite willing to assemble all the grandees of his empire, and deliberate the matter with them, and after the space of 10 days the greater part of the caciques from the surrounding districts assembled together, with the exception, however, of the cacique of Matlaltzinco, who was a near relation of Moctezuma, and considered a man of uncommon bravery. At least his demeanor and bodily frame fully bespoke it, and he was looked upon as Moctezuma's successor to the throne of Mexico. But even this man, it would appear, was seized with terror. For he sent Moctezuma word from Tula, where he was then staying, that it was impossible for him to be present at the meeting, and he was unable to pay tribute, indeed scarcely able to live himself on what his province produced him. Enraged at this unexpected answer, Moctezuma dispatched some of his generals to take the refractory prince prisoner. But as he was a very powerful cacique, he had, of course, numerous adherers, who sent him intelligence of the steps Moctezuma had determined to take against him. So that he had sufficient time to retreat into the interior of the country, where he was quite out of his monarch's reach. The other chiefs, however, duly assembled at their monarch's bidding. But neither Cortés nor any of us were present at the meeting, save the page Orteguilla, from whom we learnt what follows. Moctezuma opened the assembly by reminding the caciques of the ancient tradition of their forefathers, written down in their historical records, of a people that would one time come from the quarter where the sun rose, who were destined to rule this country, and put an end to the Mexican Empire. That tradition referred to us, as he concluded, from the declarations of his gods. The priests of Huitzilopochtli had expressly demanded an oracle of that god on this point, and had instituted sacrifices for that purpose. But the god, contrary to his usual custom, had refused the oracle, and merely referred them to his previous declaration, wherefore they had not dared to put any further questions. We may therefore conclude, continued Moctezuma, that Huitzilopochtli meant to say we were even to take the oath of allegiance to the King of Spain, whose subjects the Tulis are. For the present we cannot do otherwise than act accordingly. We must wait to see if our gods will give a better response some time hence, we can then act as circumstances require. He therefore desired and commanded them, for their own good, cheerfully to give some proof of their allegiance to the Spanish monarch. Malinche had been importunate on this point, and it would not be well to refuse him. For the 8 or 10 years he had ruled over them they had obeyed him like faithful servants, for which reason he had enriched them, enlarged their territories, and elevated them to high dignities. They were to consider his present confinement as the will of Huitzilopochtli, who had particularly advised him to it, as he had so often assured them on other occasions. After this reasoning and statement of Moctezuma, all present declared themselves willing to comply with his wishes, but broke out into tears, and sighed deeply, Moctezuma himself being most vehemently affected. He then immediately dispatched one of his principal officers to Cortés with the information that the day following they would again meet, and take the oath of allegiance to the emperor. The next day accordingly this was done in the presence of Cortés, of our officers, and the greater part of the soldiers. All the Mexicans seemed deeply grieved, and Moctezuma himself could not refrain from shedding tears. Even we ourselves, from the great affection we bore this monarch, became quite affected at the sight of his tears, and many of us wept as much as the monarch himself. We therefore strove, if possible, to redouble our attention towards him, and Cortés, with Father Olmedo, who was a man of great intelligence, scarcely left him for a moment. And while we employed every means to cheer him, we never lost an opportunity of exhorting him to abolish his false gods. Chapter XXIII. How Cortés sends out some of our men to explore the gold mines and those rivers which wash down gold. Also the harbors from the Panuco to the Tabasco, but particularly the river Guacasualco. Cortés one day, as usual, sitting with Moctezuma, the discourse, among other things, turned upon mining, and he inquired of the monarch where the gold mines and those rivers were situated where gold dust was found, and what method they pursued to collect the same, as he intended sending out 2 of his men for that purpose, who were great proficients in the art of mining. Moctezuma answered, that gold was found in 3 different parts of the country, but more abundantly in the province of Zacatula, from 10 to 12 days' journey south of Mexico. There the earth which contained the gold was washed in wooden vessels, and the gold dust sunk to the bottom. At present gold was likewise brought from the northern province of Tuxtepec, near to where we had landed. There it was collected from the beds of the rivers, and very productive gold mines were also worked in this province by the Chinantecs and Zapotecs, 2 tribes which were not subject to him. If Cortés was desirous of sending some of his men there, he was very willing himself to dispatch several distinguished officers with them. Cortés accepted of this offer, and thanked Moctezuma for his kindness, and sent off our pilot Gonzalo de Umbria, with 2 miners, to Zacatula. This Umbria was the same person whom Cortés sentenced to have his feet cut off, while we were staying at San Juan de Ulua. He and his companions were to return within the space of 40 days. To the mines in the north he dispatched an officer, named Pizarro, a young man 25 years of age, whom he treated as one of his own relations. At that time Peru was still unknown, and the name of Pizarro not thought of. This young officer was accompanied by 4 miners and an equal number of distinguished Mexicans. A space of 40 days was likewise allowed him to return to Mexico, as he had to travel a distance of 320 miles. Moctezuma on that occasion likewise presented Cortés with a piece of Niquin cloth, on which all the rivers and indentures along the coast running northwards of Panuco to Tabasco, a distance of 560 miles, were very accurately described and drawn. By this chart our observation was drawn to the river Guacasualco, and as we were well acquainted with all the harbors and indentures there noted down, from our voyage under Grijalva, but knew nothing of that river, which the Mexicans described as very broad and deep, Cortés determined also to send someone there to make soundings at its mouth, and further explore the country. Diego de Ordaz, a man of great intelligence and courage, offered himself for this purpose, if 2 of our men, and some Mexicans, might accompany him. Cortés was at first very loath to part with him, as he was so useful to him in various ways, but at last gave his consent, to keep him in good humor. Moctezuma likewise expressed his fears about this journey, as the land of Guacasualco was not subject to him, and inhabited by a very warlike people. He cautioned Ordaz to be particularly on his guard, and hoped that no reproach would be made him if any harm befell him. But if Ordaz should think proper, he would order a sufficient number of his troops, which lay on the confines, to accompany him into Guacasualco. Cortés and Ordaz returned Moctezuma many thanks for his kindness, and the latter then set out on his journey, accompanied by 2 of our men and several distinguished Mexicans. Here again the historian Gomer commits another blunder similar to the one he previously made, respecting Pedro de Urcio, whom he sends to Panuco, for here he dispatches Juan Velázquez with 100 men to form a colony in Guacasualco. In the next chapter one will give an account of what these officers saw, and the samples of gold they brought with them. Chapter XI. How the officers whom Cortés had dispatched to the gold mines and the river Guacasualco returned to Mexico. The first who returned to Mexico was Gonzalo de Umbria, with his companions. He brought with him about 300 pesos worth of gold dust, which they had collected in the township of Zacatula. There, he related, the caciques of the province employed numbers of the inhabitants at the rivers to wash gold out of the sand in small troughs. There were 2 rivers from which gold dust was collected, and if clever miners were set to work there, and the mining carried out in the same way as at St. Domingo in Cuba, they would prove very profitable. For distinguished chiefs of that province had accompanied Umbria to Mexico, with a present in gold trinkets for our emperor, valued at about 200 pesos. Cortés was as much pleased with this small quantity of gold as if it had been worth 3,000 pesos, as he now knew for a certainty that there were rich mines in those parts. He treated the caciques who brought this present very kindly, gave them glass beads, and promised them all manner of good things, so that they returned home highly delighted. Besides this, Umbria spoke about many other large townships in the neighborhood of Mexico, and of a province on the confines, called Matlaltzinco. We could well perceive that Umbria and his companions had not forgotten themselves, for they had well stuffed their pockets with gold. This Cortés had readily foreseen, and purposely selected Umbria for that journey, to regain his friendship, and that he might forget the severe sentence which he had passed upon him. Neither did Diego de Ordaz, who had been sent to the river Guacasualco, return with empty hands. He had likewise passed through large townships, all of which he mentioned by name, and had everywhere been received with great respect. Every town he came to he had met with endless complaints from the inhabitants respecting the depredations and cruelties exercised upon them by the Mexican troops stationed on the confines. Ordaz, and the distinguished Mexicans who accompanied him, had severely reprimanded the officers who commanded these troops, and threatened to acquaint Moctezuma with every circumstance, who would certainly send for and punish them with equal severity as he had Quapapoca for similar misconduct. These remonstrances had the desired effect, and on his further journey Ordaz was only accompanied by one of his Mexican fellow-travelers. Tachel, cacique of the province of Guacasualco, having received information of Ordaz's approach, sent out several distinguished personages to meet him. Everywhere he met with the kindest reception, for the inhabitants had learnt to know what kind of people we were, from the expedition under Grijalva. In order to assist him in exploring this river, the cacique Tachel not only lent him several large canoes, but himself, accompanied by a number of his officers, had accompanied him to the river Guacasualco. At the mouth of this river Ordaz found a depth of 3 fathoms, but higher up the river became gradually deeper, and was navigable for large vessels, and near a certain Indian village there was depth enough to carry a Spanish carrack. In this village the inhabitants presented Ordaz with some gold trinkets and a pretty Indian female. They likewise declared themselves vassals of our emperor, and complained bitterly of Moctezuma, and the cruelties exercised by his troops. It was only a short time ago they had fought a battle against the latter, and slain great numbers of them. For which reason they had named the small village where the engagement took place Cuitlanomiqui, which in their language means the spot where the Mexican beasts fell. Ordaz thanked them very kindly for the great respect they had shown him, and presented them with some glass beads. He likewise said that the country was well adapted for the breeding of cattle, and the harbor excellently situated for trading with Cuba, St. Domingo, and Jamaica, but too far distant from Mexico, and, what was worse, full of shallows. Which was the reason we seldom made use of this harbor for commerce or transporting goods from Mexico. With respect to Pizarro, he returned, with only one of the Spaniards who accompanied him to Tuxtepec, but he had been more fortunate in the discovery of gold, of which he brought with him dust of that metal to the value of 1,000 pesos. He related that he had himself commenced washing for gold dust in the provinces of Tuxtepec and Malinaltepec, and neighboring districts. For which purpose he had employed a considerable number of Indians, whom he remunerated for their labor with 2/3 of the gold they found. He had likewise visited other provinces higher up in the mountains, called the country of the Chinantecs. Here he was met by a number of Indians, armed with bows, arrows, shields, and lances, of much greater length than ours. They declared that no Mexican should set foot in their territory, under pain of death, but that the Tulis were very welcome. The Mexicans consequently remained behind, and Pizarro pursued his journey with the Spaniards only. The Chinantec caciques then ordered a number of the inhabitants to repair to the river, to wash the gold dust from the sand. The gold dust here found is of a curly shape, and the inhabitants said that the mines, where the metal was found in that shape, were much more productive and the metal more solid. Pizarro was likewise accompanied by 2 caciques of that country, who, in the name of the inhabitants, came to make friendship with us, and declare themselves vassals of our emperor. They also brought a present in gold, and complained bitterly of the Mexicans, who were held in such utter abhorrence by them, on account of their lust after plunder, that they could not endure the sight of a Mexican, or bear to hear their name pronounced. Cortés received Pizarro and the caciques with every possible kindness, and returned the latter many thanks for their present, assuring them of our friendship, and readiness to serve them at all times, and then dismissed them. That, however, they might travel in safety through the Mexican territories, he desired 2 distinguished Mexicans to accompany them to the confines, for which they were very thankful. Cortés then inquired of Pizarro what had become of the other Spaniards who had accompanied him. Pizarro replied, that he had ordered them to remain behind there, as the soil seemed so rich, and abounded in gold mines, and the inhabitants so peaceably inclined. He had desired them to form a small settlement there, and lay out extensive grounds for cacao, maize, and cotton plantations, also to promote the breed of cattle, and explore the gold mines of the country. Cortés greatly disapproved of his having exceeded his commands, and upbraided him severely in private, telling him that it betrayed a low disposition instantly to begin thinking of speculation in cacao plantations and breeding of cattle. Cortés then dispatched a soldier, named Alonso Luis, to the Spaniards left behind, with orders for their immediate return to Mexico. Chapter XVIII. How Cortés desired the powerful Moctezuma to order all the caciques of the empire to bring in the tribute of gold due to our emperor.